Chapter 71. Recently, the water volume of the Dane River has been abundant, and sometimes the river surface even submerges the stone steps on the riverside. Recently, several murders have occurred one after another, and a large slave ship has even appeared at the port dock. Although the garrison near Castleton City was dispatched and ended the battle as quickly as possible, it still had a great impact on the residents living by the sea. Recently, Brown Street has caused panic among the people, and everyone will look at every human sailor who comes ashore with a vigilant look. The number of elves going to the beach to play has obviously decreased recently. Everyone is worried that the Naga killer will jump out from some dark corner, and they will become the next victim. So just after nightfall, Brown Street seems quiet, and occasionally you can see the figures of elves patrolling. Roy opened the door, and found that Miss Belinda had not returned yet. When passing by the fish market, Roy sped 2 coal to buy 2 mackerels. This kind of sea fish is very cheap. He took it to the kitchen to cut off 2 pieces of fish meat, marinated it with salt for a while, and took advantage of this time to light a fire in the kitchen. After the fire was lit, he put the frying pan on the stove. Waiting for the pan to start emitting light black smoke, Roy put 2 pieces of fish meat full of fat on the frying pan. With a sizzling sound, the aroma of fat instantly filled the small kitchen. In Castletown, many elves are vegetarians. They usually only eat fruits, drink honey, and have tea. This place is close to the sea, so a large number of elves eat fish. Many elves like to eat the fish meat cut from large marine fish. They have no interest in smaller fish. They only eat fresh fish meat. Moreover, quite a number of elves hate the smell of cooking fumes, so many houses in Castletown do not have kitchens. Or the kitchen is simply made very small, with some shelves inside, more like a storage room. If it were not for Roy's request, I'm afraid Ms. Belinda would not have built a small kitchen at home, and Ms. Belinda rarely goes to the kitchen. She is best at peeling breadfruit and making fruit tea. So Roy's kitchen is also very simple, with only a stove that is not used every day and a frying pan. However, Roy's skill in frying fish was recognized by everyone. Roy also invited Ms. Jillian, Sabrina, and Moira to taste his cooking skills, and they all praised him. This fresh sea fish is placed in the middle of the pan. It does not need to be greased when frying. The fat of the fish itself is enough. Sprinkle a little pepper, and squeeze a little lemon juice. The tempting aroma can float to the street. Everyone sees you. Come on. I just fried 2 pieces. Roy didn't even turn around, but directly put the 2 pieces of fish into 2 plates, then moved the pan away, and put a kettle on the charcoal that had just been lit. Moira poked her head out of the window, and peeked into the house. Although she knew that there was no one else in the house except Roy, she still tried to probe carefully. In fact, Roy and Moira's friendship was built on these delicious fried and grilled fish. Of course, there was also Mrs. Winnie's night-blade leopard. However, Roy has been busy recently, and the number of times he feeds the fish has dropped drastically. His friendship with the night-blade leopard is about to break down. I rarely get to eat the fried fish you make recently. Moira sat down at the dining table with light steps, skillfully picked up the knife to cut the fish, and then quickly stuffed the fish meat into her mouth. Roy sat down opposite Moira and said casually, "Yes, I have to go to the Elf Academy in the morning and work in the temple in the afternoon. I am very busy every day. Do you want to practice martial arts later? Of course, I brought back a set of chain mail this time. I plan to try it out in the armor. I will fight someone in the arena next week, and I can't lose too badly." Roy lowered his head and ate fish while saying. Moira stared at Roy with wide eyes. She knew Roy's ability and said worriedly, "You just started practicing martial arts, and you want to fight with others?" Roy also looked helpless and said speechlessly, "They took the initiative to find me, and I can't hide." After dinner, the two practiced the martial arts taught by Nora on the terrace, and they had to at least pass the test tomorrow morning. Then Roy put on the chain mail that Claire had sent him, and practiced with Moira on the terrace. Originally, he thought that he could use the strong defensive ability of the chain mail to suppress Moira, who was holding a wooden dagger. But what Roy didn't expect was that Moira, who had hardly touched a dagger before, had a very unique understanding of the dagger. Every time in adversity, she could use unrestrained moves to resolve Roy's unreasonable attacks. Her movements were smooth, and she held the sword in her backhand, and she was almost always fighting Roy in close combat. Roy held a wooden hammer, and couldn't even touch the corner of Moira's clothes. They both started trying to learn martial arts at almost the same time, but Roy couldn't beat Moira even after wearing a set of heavy armor. In the end, Roy was sweating and sitting on the terrace, gasping for breath. No wonder Jefferson said you were born for the Dark Palace. Roy couldn't help but praise. Moira frowned, put down the dagger in her hand, turned around, flipped down the terrace and ran back home. Roy patted his forehead with his hand. It seems that the name Jefferson cannot be mentioned. Moira will get angry as soon as it is mentioned. The next morning, when Roy walked out of the street, he saw an elf ranger standing on the street wearing leather armor, an inconspicuous dagger on his waist, and a linen cloak. He leaned against the corner of the street. Because there was a faint mist everywhere around him, Roy did not notice him when he walked past him. Until he moved his body, Roy saw that there was a person hiding in the mist on the opposite corner. He walked to the corner of the street, and Roy thought he would also take a long carriage. He held the books in his arms tighter. "Hey, can I talk to you?" Roy looked at him with a puzzled look on his face, but did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at him carefully for a moment, turned his head aside, and refused decisively. No. He had dark skin, wore a set of tight leather armor, and had a sharp dagger on his waist, as if he was afraid that others would not be able to resist, and he was a Dark Moon Elf. The Dark Moon Elf didn't expect Roy to refuse so decisively, and blocked all the words he had prepared later. There was no choice. The Dark Moon Elf had to walk to the fruit vendor next to him, and asked him directly, "Excuse me, is there an elf named Jefferson living nearby?" Roy secretly glanced at the Dark Moon Elf. "Are you looking for Jefferson?" The vendor stared at the Dark Moon Elf, and asked with a vigilant face. "Yes, he and I worked together in the dock of Evernight Harbor. He told me that his home was in the lower city of Castletown, and asked me to visit him when I passed by Castletown." The Dark Moon Elf said. "What a poor excuse." Roy couldn't help but look at him again, complaining in his heart. The Dark Moon Elf bought a breadfruit at the fruit stall, and the stall owner immediately became enthusiastic. "He is dead, died in the tavern. I heard that the murderer is a few human sailors now. He should be lying in the western suburb cemetery. If you still want to see him, you can go to the cemetery to look for him." "He was killed?" The Dark Moon Elf Ranger said speechlessly. He didn't expect anyone to answer. The stall owner pointed to the end of Brown Street and said casually, "If you want to know the specific details of the death, walk to the end of this street and ask the waiter there, and you will get the most detailed information." After hearing this, the Dark Moon Elf Ranger did not stay here, but walked directly along Brown Street to the tavern. Chapter 72. Yesterday Roy asked Sabrina if Jefferson had any friends in Castletown, but he actually met one in the morning. Roy was not in a hurry to contact this Dark Moon Elf. Since this guy had come here, there was no reason to reveal his identity to him immediately. A long carriage drove from a distance, and the elves waiting at the street corner boarded the carriage. Roy took the carriage to the Elf Academy. Roy walked into the lecture hall with a history book in his arms. Several members of the 16th group, who arrived in the classroom first and took seats, waved to Roy. The first few members who arrived in the lecture hall were all Silver Moon Elf girls, young and beautiful, with aristocratic reserve and a sweet smile. They were probably worried that Roy couldn't remember their names. When Roy came over, several Silver Moon Elf girls stood up and said their names one by one. "Mary 'tis. Matilda." Rolling. Roy quickly stood in the aisle and greeted the Silver Moon Elves politely. "My name is Roy." The silver-haired elf named Matilda smiled and joked. "You have been called by teacher Ophelia twice in class. I guess there is no elf in this classroom who doesn't know you." Among these elf girls, she was the only one who looked calm and confident. She looked straight at Roy, as if she was very curious about him. "Roy, how are you preparing for the homework assigned by teacher Ophelia?" Roy said, "I found 2 books about the Queen Island's naval battle. Both of them describe the naval battle from the perspective of elf warriors. One of them tells the story of the 6th Legion of the Silver Moon Kingdom stationed on the main island of Queen Awini for 1 year and 6 months. When talking about historical events, everyone was no longer embarrassed. This group of elf girls had no interest in the details of the war in the Queen Islands, nor did they know much about it. Instead, they conducted a very detailed investigation of the culture, politics, and background of the time, and took some notes. Then, the other members of the group came one after another, greeted each other, and had a brief communication. They were assigned some tasks. Roy's task was very simple, which was to introduce the process of attacking the main island of the Queen Islands at that time. As the bell rang for class, Princess Alphia, wearing a plain long skirt, walked in from the door holding a book. Her long silver hair fell behind her like a waterfall, and a golden hairpin was pinned to her ear, which immediately made the whole classroom silent. With a faint smile on her bright face, she looked around the lecture hall and said, "Everyone, how are you preparing? I don't want all the members of the group I picked to be speechless after they come on stage." Princess Ophelia's voice was soft, as clear as spring water flowing in the mountain stream, and it felt like ding-dong-dong to Roy. "I made 40 cards. Whichever historical event was drawn, the corresponding research group will come up and tell you about it. Princess Ophelia probably thought this was interesting. With a faint smile on her face, she unfolded a stack of cards in her hand, then took out a card, flipped it over and looked at the historical events, and then said, "In this class, we will discuss the new alliance signed between the Silver Moon Kingdom and the Green Empire in 1362. The members of the 16th group, sitting in a row, listened nervously to Princess Ophelia announcing the topic they had drawn. When they heard the year, everyone, including Roy, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not in the first class. The lecture hall was completely silent. 10 elf students sitting in the third row stood up one after another. They were wearing respectable robes, and each of them held a roll of parchment in their arms. They were a little nervous, a little excited, and encouraged each other. Then they lined up to walk to the podium. Princess Ophelia gave up the podium and stood by the window alone, quietly listening to the students' stories. These elf students were well prepared, and each of them told a story about the situation at that time. For Princess Ophelia, the covenant signed between the Silver Moon Elf King and Prince James of the Green Empire in Buenos Aires 43 years ago was something she personally experienced from beginning to end, but the entire city of Buenos Aires seemed to be celebrating a festival. Princess Jonah Ophelia saw her sister Princess Manda Ophelia holding Prince James' arm and boarding the gorgeous carriage. Their convoy went all the way east to Castletown Port and returned to the Green Empire of Roland Continent with the fleet. The last time she received a letter from her sister was 13 years ago. The letter said that her sister Manda had given birth to 2 lovely little princesses. She came to Castletown Port, where Manda and James had stayed, and never left. Princess Ophelia woke up from that past, and found that the elf students on the podium had finished their talk. After waiting for all the elf students to finish their talk, half of the class had passed. Princess Ophelia slowly walked up to the podium, nodded to the 10 students, and signaled them to return to their seats, and then smiled and said, "Not bad this part." The bright sunlight shone through the window onto Princess Ophelia's bright and beautiful face. Since the 10 students had already introduced it once before, everyone had some understanding of that period of history. When Princess Ophelia introduced it again, all the students immediately felt a sense of déjà vu, as if they had returned to the era when naval battles with the Nagasi clan of the Endless Sea frequently broke out. Although only one class has been taught so far, Princess Ophelia knows that this class is very successful, and this kind of narration makes the boring history class full of fun. At least it can make these students become active. After learning divine arts in the temple for an afternoon, Roy found that he had mastered the secondary healing magic divine runes, but he was still a little unskilled at the moment. Today, Roy did not go with Jasper and Abbott to repair the Black Pearl. Jasper hired a carpenter on Brown Street to make a new ladder for the ship. The ladder he and Abbott made was about to fall apart after only a few uses. In addition, he also planned to simply repair the broken windows and doors on the ship's tower. It was impossible to invite a carpenter to the ship, so they could only dismantle the doors and windows, hang them down with ropes, and take them to the carpenter's workshop for repair. Roy had to prepare for the battle in the arena, so he walked back home after leaving the temple. The irises on the street were blooming, like a blue ribbon. As soon as he walked to the door of his house, he saw the Dark Moon Elf standing by the wall across the street. Roy stopped and turned to look at the Elf Ranger. The Dark Moon Elf slowly walked over, stood in front of Roy, stared at his face for a long time, and then asked, "Are you Roy?" Roy nodded and stood at the door without inviting him to sit in the yard. "Well, what do you want to know?" The Dark Moon Elf's eyes narrowed slightly, and at that moment he looked like a night-blade leopard ready to hunt, with a sharp look. But then he relaxed, like a silent warning to Roy. "Jefferson, I want to know how he died." Roy turned his head to look at the street corner. At this time, the elf patrolmen were probably going home. "Didn't you go to the tavern to investigate this morning? They should have told you what happened in the tavern," Roy said. The Dark Moon Elf leaned against the wall and asked Roy, "I want to know the situation of the human sailors who killed him. Tell me what benefits you can give me. You can't let me give you this information for free," Roy asked fearlessly. The Dark Moon Elf didn't expect that the threat just now had no effect on the human in front of him. He leaned over and almost whispered in Roy's ear, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Roy took a step back, his back just against the courtyard door, but he stared into the Dark Moon Elf's black eyes and said without giving in, "A Dark Moon Elf with an unknown identity, dressed as a ranger, came to Brown Street to investigate Jefferson's death without concealing it. Do you think no one will notice you? Besides, you just want to get some information about the group of sailors from me. Why should I be afraid of you?" The Dark Moon Elf hesitated, touched the purse under his belt, and said in a deep voice, I can give you 20 colors. His voice was a little cold. Fortunately, his hand was not on the dagger. Roy was not so nervous. He whispered quickly, "Don't think I don't know the price of selling information in the tavern. The price is 50 color, and I can also give you an extra piece of information." The Dark Moon Elf obviously didn't want to stand here any longer. He lowered his head and took out a stack of color from his pocket and stuffed it into Roy's hand. He suppressed his anger and said, "You'd better say something that I think is useful." Roy just casually bargained for a price, but he didn't expect that the Dark Moon Elf didn't even bargain. So he stood at the gate and said to the Dark Moon Elf, "I'm just a guide, and I'm not familiar with those sailors." Remember that time? Later they quarreled in the tavern, and you probably know what happened afterwards. Do you want to find those sailors? To avenge Jefferson? The Dark Moon Elf ignored Roy and turned to walk to the street corner. Roy hurriedly chased after him and continued, "I heard that Jefferson investigated the Statue of Liberty a few days before his death." The Dark Moon Elf still didn't look back, and didn't want to talk to Roy anymore. Roy continued to chase him and said, "If you want to avenge Jefferson, I can provide the portraits of those sailors. I remember what they looked like." The Dark Moon Elf didn't stop, but said impatiently, "Shut up, if I need you. I will come to you again." Roy stood at the door of his house, and watched the Dark Moon Elf walk away. This Dark Moon Elf was not familiar with Jefferson at all, and seemed to be very young. Except for being a little irritable, he was quite obedient. A complete rookie. Chapter 73. A gust of sea breeze blew, and Roy felt a chill on his back as he stood at the gate. He realized that his back was soaked with sweat. A small head quietly popped out from behind the wall covered with moss and dark cat vines. Moira poked her head out from behind the wall and looked out. Seeing that there was no one else on the street except Roy, she breathed a sigh of relief, put the dagger she had squeezed with sweat on the wall, and whispered to Roy outside the wall, "Is that person gone?" The voice was as quiet as a cat. The lively eyes looked back and forth at the street. "Let's go!" Roy said, and looked at the street corner again, before pushing the door open and walking into the yard. Moira leaned on the wall between the 2 yards with her arms, and asked Roy, who walked into the yard, "Is he here to investigate Jefferson's cause of death?" The elf girl was thoughtful, and her eyes sparkled. "That's what he said. I think it's just a simple death investigation. Maybe he was sent directly from the Dark Palace." The two talked across the wall. Moira stood under the grape trellis, wearing a cool gauze skirt and holding a dagger in her hand. Recently, her martial arts and swordsmanship have improved by leaps and bounds, and she often carries a dagger with her, although she doesn't even have the courage to kill a chicken. If you weren't there, he might have beaten me up just now, or simply grabbed my collar, pushed me against the wall, and said some threatening words. I know he can do it. Roy looked at the dagger in Moira's hand and thanked her. Roy touched the pocket under his belt, and a stack of color inside made him chuckle. It was really easy to make money as a rookie. He wouldn't even bargain for buying information. Moira patted her chest and said angrily, "You said?" "I was scared to death just now." Roy walked into the house, and a voice came from the house. No, he dared to come out to investigate blatantly, so there is no reason for him to kill people. At most, he would beat me up if he didn't like me. Moira also climbed over the wall, grabbed the eaves with one hand, swung lightly and jumped up, sat on the balcony railing and said, "So you must practice elf martial arts, right?" Roy came up from the stairs, holding a heavy chain mail in his hand. He thought it would be troublesome to put it on by himself. Moira helped him pull up the heavy sleeves so that he could put his arms in. Roy looked at Moira and answered frankly, "That's the reason. Besides, it's not bad to strengthen your body." Moira looked at the dagger in her hand and asked, "Today I will attack and you will defend?" "Yes, if you don't hurry up, you may be beaten half to death in the arena." Speaking of this, Roy couldn't help but sigh, not having any confidence in winning. "Can the duel be cancelled?" Moira asked worriedly. Roy shook his head. "If I want to walk with my head held high in the Elf Academy in the future, I can't. The most beautiful scenery of the Elf City is at dusk. Sunset, colorful clouds, harbor, beach. The city hidden between the hillside and the woods." Moira, holding an unopened dagger in her hand, didn't know how many times she stabbed Roy's vitals with the dagger. Although he was wearing chain mail, this thing was different from plate armor. It would hurt if stabbed by a sharp weapon. At night in Castletown, the upper and lower towns have two completely different views. Ms. Belinda took a carriage back to Brown Street and brought back another bad news. The art exhibition may be postponed until next month. Because Master Claire Raiden's illness has never improved, the most important work in this art exhibition has been delayed. Ms. Belinda curled up on the rattan chair on the terrace, looking at the starry night sky, and said with some melancholy, "What I am most worried about is that the teacher's illness has not been cured, and this art exhibition may eventually be cancelled. We have been preparing for this art exhibition for a long time." Ms. Belinda called Claire Latin teacher. In fact, she was not a student of Master Claire Latin, but just an assistant of Master Claire Latin. There were more than 20 assistants like Ms. Belinda around Master Claire Latin. When Master Claire Latin was creating, they usually stood by and handed him tools, towels, and tea. Occasionally, they would help Master Claire Latin to do the finishing touches on some works of art. For the exhibition held in Castletown, Master Claire Latin agreed to Ms. Belinda and the other 17 assistants, promising to put the best work of each of them on display at the exhibition. This is why Ms. Belinda worked so hard to prepare this art exhibition for Master Claire Radin. So now Ms. Belinda is more concerned about Master Claire Radin's health than anyone else. If this master really lies in the cemetery on the top of the mountain at this time, Ms. Belinda's efforts in the past few months will be burned. Roy sat at the dining table and listened quietly to Ms. Belinda complaining about work. At such times, she needs a quiet listener. The only thing that made her feel a little disappointed was that Roy, who used to like to stick to her arms when he was a child, now only wanted to stretch his body and lie on another rattan chair. These few days, the sky is clear. There is no fog, nor cumulonimbus clouds in the sky. Roy pushed the door and walked out of the yard, and saw Sabrina just walking out of the house. She didn't wear a long skirt, but a set of light leather armor. Although the lining inside was reduced as much as possible, it would still be very hot to wear this kind of leather armor in the hot summer. If you stay in the sun for a while, you will be sweaty without even walking. There is only a thin layer of white bra under the V-neck leather armor. Roy saw the scene as soon as he went out, and felt his blood pressure soar instantly. Seeing Roy's embarrassment at the door, Sabrina's face instantly turned red. "Moira said that someone stopped you at the door last night, so she asked me to take care of you. So, you will protect me all the time today?" Roy was a little curious. Sabrina rolled her eyes at him and walked towards the street corner. "It's just the way to school. When school is over at noon, you have to be careful." "Thank you." Roy followed and thanked him quickly. Sabrina turned her head and looked at Roy. Her eyes, as beautiful as aquamarine, meant clearly, "If your eyes could be more honest, I would gladly accept your thanks." In the following days, Roy never saw the dark moon elf again. Finally, Roy's tense heart was relieved a little. I don't know who said it. The news of Roy and Claire fighting against Steve and Adam suddenly spread in the elementary martial arts class. Many freshmen were very interested in this duel, and vowed to go to the arena to watch it that day. No one was optimistic about Roy and Claire, and everyone was full of confidence in Steve and Adams. Even instructor Nora whispered to Roy and Claire when they were practicing that both sides could specify the rules of the game before going on stage. At that time, all kinds of restrictions must be raised to the highest level. If necessary, she can be the referee on the field. Obviously, instructor Nora's idea is to turn a duel in the arena into a friendly match. Claire doesn't want to be looked down upon by the elf nobles in the circle, so she decisively rejected instructor Nora's kindness. In the last few days, Moira is no longer Roy's sparring partner. Roy's sparring partner has been replaced by Sabrina, who is good at using two-handed swords. Every elf warrior who wants to become a sword dancer must learn the fighting skills of two-handed swords. Neither Steve nor Adams were agile rangers, and they were also strong, so Sabrina's fighting style was very similar to theirs. Sabrina had been beating Roy up badly with a wooden sword these days. Every day, she would chop Roy, who was wearing mail armor, to the ground with the wooden sword until he could not get up. No matter how badly he was beaten the night before, Roy would be full of energy the next morning, and there would be no bruises on his body. Roy's tenacity of getting stronger with each setback made Sabrina secretly admire him. Although Roy's martial arts skills have not improved much during this period, as long as he wears chain mail, he can at least block Sabrina's fierce attack. Jasper and Abbott were also busy this week. Every day, they thought about how to make the Black Pearl more cozy. They had no intention of sending the Black Pearl back to the sea. They did not plan to repair the big hole in the bottom of the cabin, but directly transformed it into a round manhole cover-style door. The seawater in the bottom cabin was also cleaned up by Jasper. According to the suggestion of the carpenter on Brown Street, a ladder was built on the side of the hull. Every time they boarded the ship, they had to climb up the ladder to the deck. It was inconvenient anyway. In the future, if conditions allowed, they would enter the Black Pearl directly from the inside through the manhole cover door in the bottom cabin. However, the two of them did not dare to consume too much holy light power to clean up the dead souls on the ship. because the temple occasionally needed them to use secondary healing to heal the believers, and occasionally they would go to the suburbs to purify the dead souls. These things used to be the duties of Priest Anderson and Priest Theodore. But now, one of them has not recovered his holy light power, and the other is running between the upper city and the temple every day. Recently, Roy has seen Priest Anderson coming out of the warehouse several times. He seems to like talking to the mirror. I don't know why. The holy light power in his body is always empty. And Priest Theodore is like Grandet. In the temple, he is unwilling to consume even a little bit of his own holy light power. For this reason, High Priest Reed had to change the twice-weekly gathering to once a week. In the Elf Academy, within just 2 weeks, Princess Ophelia became the most popular history teacher in the academy. Every time Steve looked at Roy and Claire during the martial arts training class, his pride was almost written on his face. The day of the decisive battle between Claire, Roy and Steve in the Adams Arena has come. Chapter 74. In July in Castletown, the rainy season has arrived. All the plants in the city have become lush and green. The morning sunlight shines through the trees into the streets, turning into beams. Roy was supposed to be on duty at the temple this weekend, but today he needs to go to the arena in the upper city. It just rained before dawn, and now the sky is clear, and there are water stains everywhere on the stone slabs. Roy sat in the long carriage, holding a very heavy suitcase in his arms, and watched the long carriage enter the upper city quietly. The upper town of Castletown is where the Silver Moon Elves live. The lower town is where the Half-Blood Elves live. There is a very obvious dividing line between the two towns, which is a cliff that surrounds the mountainside. The narrow cliff has a drop of less than 10 meters. The top of the cliff was built into a strip of stone slabs by the Silver Moon Elves. This stone slab road leads to the upper town of Castletown. There is actually a stone slab road built under the cliff, but this road is a bit rugged and more like a narrow alley. There are 5 streets between the lower city and the upper city that connect the upper and lower cities. These 5 streets are the most prosperous commercial streets in Castletown. Where the street meets the cliff, the elf architects designed a huge arched stone bridge with slow steps on both sides. Stone sculptures of Silver Moon Elf heroes stand on both sides of the arched stone bridge. Flowers are planted under each stone sculpture, and the outermost is surrounded by a low wall of shrubs. The cliff is now covered with vines. If you don't walk into the city and only look at the hillside from the sea, you can't see the cliff at all. There are big differences between the buildings in the upper and lower parts of Castletown. Many buildings in the lower part are stone townhouses. These townhouses are built on the hillside, and they will change with the shape of the hill. Of course, these townhouses are not all made of stone. These stones are only piled up to 2 layers at most, and the wooden structure is on top. There are many townhouses in the lower part of the town, and they are built in an orderly manner. When you get to the seaside area, the buildings there are almost all wooden houses. Roy's house is a small wooden building, and only the 2-foot-high base is made of stone. After entering the upper city, you will find that the buildings in the lower city seem to have suddenly disappeared. Here, almost all the houses where the Silver Moon Elves live are tree houses. The Silver Moon Elves built their homes on some big trees. These big trees are not arranged in an orderly manner on the hillside. Even the stone roads in the upper city are winding. Gardens and lawns can be seen everywhere. There are fountains at the intersections not far away. Of course, this is just the residential area of ordinary Silver Moon Elves in the upper city, and does not include the Elf Academy, library, opera house, art exhibition hall, etc. The Elf Academy is located in the center of Castletown, but it is on the hillside outside the cliff. From here, walking up along the avenue, you can reach the top of the mountain, where there is not only a huge Silver Moon Elf stone sculpture, but also the Tree of Life in Castletown City. The Castletown Elf Elders Council is located on the Tree of Life. There are also various unions on this street, including the Mercenary Union and the Adventurer Union. The Magic Union is the largest. Of course, there are also some magic herbal associations, jewelry associations, mining unions, leather craftsmen associations, metallurgical forgers' homes, etc. In fact, the architectural style of the Elf Academy is more treehouse style, and at least 3 teaching buildings are built from ancient trees, with lush branches and leaves on the roof. The houses where the elf nobles live are not castles, like human nobles, or manors surrounded by walls. The Silver Moon Elf nobles like to build their homes on some large ancient trees. Claire has a tall ancient tree at home. The arena in Castletown City is at least several kilometers away from the Elf Academy, and it is already on the edge of the city. Roy, Jasper, and Abbott got off the carriage and found that this huge arena, from the outside, was a tree root as big as a football field. It should be the stump left by a dead tree of life. Now the tree root has begun to petrify, and the outer edge is covered with green vines. The elf craftsman built a long and narrow staircase along the tree roots outside. There was a huge wooden door at the end, and 2 elf guards stood on both sides of the door. Going inside, you will enter a passage carved out of the tree roots. Jasper and Abbott, both wearing apprentice priest robes, followed Roy, who was carrying a large suitcase. The 3 of them walked to the gate, and were thinking about how to talk to the 2 guards, so that they would let them in. I heard that the arena charges admission, but this gate looks deserted and a bit desolate. Roy, Jasper, Abbott, come in quickly. Claire was wearing a set of exquisite leather armor, and a short ironwood sword on her waist. The leather surface of the leather armor had some very gorgeous dark patterns pressed out, and even the buttons were gold and silver. After wearing this set of leather armor, Claire's feminine aura was much less. He ran from the passage to the door and called Roy, Jasper, and Abbott to go in quickly. Claire, do you need a ticket here? Jasper looked around and found that there was no one else. Claire walked to Roy's side, and saw that he was carrying a huge suitcase with a round wooden shield, and a one-handed hammer hanging outside the suitcase. She patted her forehead in silence. Then she said to Jasper, "Don't you know that the Elder Council canceled the profitable competitions in the arena 3 years ago? Since then, this place has become no different from some ancient ruins. Only the nobles like to come here to resolve disputes. When there are disputes, everyone will come here to resolve them. Gradually, it has become a habit." Claire patted Roy's suitcase and led the 3 people into the pure wooden passage, saying, "Roy, I told my sister about our battle plan yesterday. She agreed with our battle plan, but she did not recommend you to wear chain mail. She thought that this heavy armor was too heavy for you. In fact, there is also a heavy leather armor set in the leather armor, which is a little lighter than the chain mail. Do you want to try it?" Roy shook his head and said to Claire, "Just wear this one. I've been wearing it for many days, and I'm used to it." "Okay, I do as you say." Claire agreed without hesitation. The passage wasn't too stuffy, but there was a rotten smell. Maybe it was because it was rainy season, and everywhere was very humid, and some humid places even had some mushrooms growing. These wooden steps had been stepped on countless times, and many of them were low in the middle, and high on both sides, and were severely worn. Only the walls around can be seen painted. Jasper couldn't help asking, "Why don't I see anyone else? Roy, didn't you say that many students from the elementary martial arts training class will come to watch the fight?" Claire walked in front, and turned her head to respond. They all took another spectator passage. "Our passage is the gladiator entrance passage." Steve and Adams entered from the opposite entrance. Abbott said, "I said, why is the staircase outside so narrow?" The passage was only less than 40 meters long, and the 4 of them soon reached the end. Through the archway, they could see the bright light outside, as if they had entered a stadium. The middle of the huge round tree stump was actually empty, so the elves carved out a stand around the stump, and the empty tree core was just the arena. The arena below was at least 8 meters away from the stands above. A group of elf students from the elementary martial arts training class were sitting on the stands. They were chatting together, and when they saw Claire and Roy appear on this side of the stands, they all waved to the 2. There were some other spectators around the stands, and the elves gathered on Claire's side were Claire's relatives and friends. Roy saw Miss Belclaire in the crowd at a glance. She was surrounded by a group of young elves, and seemed to be chatting about something interesting. Across from them were Steve and Adams. There seemed to be more relatives and friends on their side of the stands. Walking into the stands of the arena, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. Roy was still thinking in his heart. What the high priest Reed said to him in the temple in the morning. "Roy, do you know how many kinds of blessings there are in divine arts?" High priest Reed stood under the statue in the main hall and asked Roy. Roy looked up at the Statue of Liberty and replied, "I know about the blessing of power. I have learned it." High priest Reed walked towards him and said, "In the kingdom of the gods, the Statue of Liberty is not the only deity who possesses the power of holy light, but only angels possess the power of blessing of holy light, and these blessings are what the goddess learned from the archangels. It is said that the goddess has learned a total of 8 kinds of blessing power, but in fact, as far as I know, there are only 4, and I have only learned 3 of them so far, namely, the blessing of protection created by the Archangel of Courage Imperius, the blessing of power created by the Archangel of Justice Tyrol, and the blessing of wisdom created by the Archangel of Wisdom Malthul." Roy didn't expect that there were so many kinds of blessings, and he didn't expect that the holy light was not unique to the Statue of Liberty. At this time, High Priest Reed continued to say, "Roy, you must remember that each priest can only choose one archangel to stand behind him in battle, so this priest can only give his companions one blessing power. Since you have learned the blessing of power, then this time before you fight, I will give you the blessing of protection from the Archangel Imperius of Courage. Before Roy could react, the divine pattern in front of High Priest Reed was instantly shattered, and then a shield appeared in front of Roy's chest and slowly merged into his body. Chapter 75. All the steps and seats on the stands of the arena were carved out of the Tree of Life itself, and some benches even had some wood carvings. Before the duel began, Claire waved to her brother and called him to her side. She put her hand on Claire's left shoulder, leaned in and whispered, "Is your friend not going to change that heavy leather armor?" Claire felt that in the public eye, he was being hugged by his sister like a child, so he reluctantly pushed her hand away and said, "He thinks the chain mail is also good, and I respect his opinion. You are such an ignorant country bumpkin. Since it is your decision, then okay. Wagner, be careful." Seeing that her kindness was not appreciated, Belle was a little unhappy, but she still patiently told her brother a few words. "I know, sister." Claire didn't want to say more to Belle, and hurried back. Roy had already taken out the heavy chain mail from the big suitcase, and put it on smoothly with the help of Jasper and Abbott, and the round wooden shield and mallet were placed on the suitcase. Jasper stood aside and complained, "Roy, I have never seen an apprentice priest wearing heavy armor. In fact, if you really go to the battlefield, you should hide behind and bless the charging soldiers. You will get used to it slowly in the future." Roy responded with a smile. He picked up the mallet and swung it twice, feeling pretty good. The blessing of protection that High Priest Reed blessed him with actually formed a faint holy light shield on his body. It was like a second layer of skin appeared outside the skin. Roy also picked up the round wooden shield on the suitcase. Claire just came over and stood on the referee's stand. Instructor Abbott Nora shouted loudly, "Are both sides ready?" After that, she pointed at the group of elves on the east stand and shouted, "Steve?" Steve, wearing exquisite leather armor, jumped onto the high wall handsomely, stood by the wall, raised the bayonet in his hand, and responded loudly, "We have been waiting for a long time." A group of elves on the stands behind him immediately cheered, and the elves in the elementary martial arts training class also cheered. Instructor Nora pointed at Claire and Roy again, and then asked loudly, "Claire?" Just as Claire was about to respond, Roy pulled her back. "Wait a minute." Claire quickly raised her hand to signal for a while, and there was a boo from the opposite stand. "Roy, what are you doing?" Claire turned to look at the fully armed Roy, and felt that he should have nothing to prepare. Roy smiled, then put the mallet and round shield aside, silently chanting a prayer, and drew a light golden divine pattern in front of him. Just as the divine pattern dissipated, a golden fist disappeared into Claire's body. Roy also cast a blessing of strength on himself. His blessing of strength only lasts for 15 minutes, so the spell cannot be cast too early. Before Roy could say okay, Jasper, who was standing beside him, began to cast a blessing of wisdom on Roy and Claire. Roy looked at a sacred prayer book that merged into his body, and was immediately stunned. He asked Abbott beside him, "Didn't you say that you have to be promoted to a priest to learn the blessing of wisdom?" Abbott immediately explained to Roy, "It's just that after being promoted to a priest, it is more suitable to learn the blessing of wisdom. It is not only the priests who can learn this divine art. In fact, apprentice priests can also learn it. It's just a little difficult and takes time to practice. Once you are proficient enough, you will be able to do it. At present, it is difficult to obtain holy light by praying, so there is plenty of time for Jasper and I to learn some high-level divine arts." When Claire also had the effect of the wisdom blessing, Jasper came up and hugged the two of them, saying, "Roy, Claire, come on." The wisdom blessing increases the mental power, which greatly improves the combat power of the caster, such as magicians, priests, warlocks. However, if one's own mental power is improved, the resistance to hypnosis, sleep, hallucinations, dizziness, etc. will also be strengthened. Roy felt that he had become much more sober. At this time, Claire took the box handed over by an attendant, took out 4 test tubes of medicine from it, and handed 2 of them to Roy. "What is this?" Roy asked when he saw Claire pull the cork out and drink a bottle. Claire had already drunk the second bottle of potion at this time, and then answered, "Lion King Power Potion, Stone Skin Potion. Roy, drink it quickly, there is no need to save it at this time." Roy drank the 2 potions without hesitation, and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after walking a few steps, he found petrified spots on his arms, and it became easier to walk. The 2 buff effects of Blessing of Strength and Lion King Power Potion made Roy feel that he was not wearing a heavy chain mail. The mallet in his hand became even lighter, a bit like it was inflated. Only then did Claire raise her hand and shouted to Instructor Nora, "Instructor, we are also ready." Instructor Nora didn't say much, and said loudly, "Since we are ready, both sides will enter the arena." From the stands to the arena below, there are tall wooden stairs on both sides. Probably because they had not been maintained for a long time, these wooden stairs began to rot. When Roy stepped on them in his chain shoes, he felt a soft feeling. The fighting ground below was actually rammed with loess, not the soft rotten wood that Roy had imagined. Roy breathed a sigh of relief. At least running on this kind of ground would not be too strenuous. Instructor Nora jumped down from the referee's stand. She was only wearing a simple light leather armor and no weapons. The most eye-catching thing was the two metal round shields tied to her forearms. It seems that she is making it clear that she wants to rush up and pull the two sides apart when the battle is the most intense. Roy, Claire, Steve, and Adams walked down almost at the same time, and both sides walked to the pillars in the center of the arena at the same time. Adams saw Roy wearing chain mail, and couldn't help but put a smile on his face. The arrogance and contempt unique to elves were almost instantly revealed. Steve also laughed exaggeratedly, as if they had already won at this moment. Instructor Nora clapped her hands, attracting the attention of the 4 people in the arena to her, and then said with a stern face, "I must reiterate that sharp weapons are not allowed to be sharpened in this duel, and blunt weapons are not allowed to use metal weapons. You are allowed to injure your opponent, but you cannot maim him, let alone endanger his life. Once the opponent is at a disadvantage and makes a surrender gesture, you must stop immediately. If the strength of both sides is very different, I will immediately terminate this duel." "I understand." Instructor Nora didn't even look at Steve and Adams, but stared directly at Roy and Claire. "I understand, Instructor." Claire's newly built confidence collapsed in an instant, and she seemed a little lacking in confidence. Instructor Nora looked at Roy deeply, then set her eyes on the long dagger on Claire's waist, hesitated for a moment, and said, "The combination of trainee priest and assassin is rare." Then she narrowed her eyes and looked at the heavy sword in Adam's hand, and then set her eyes on the stabbing saber on Steve's waist, saying, "Swordsman, poet, and ranger." She did not continue to speak, paused for a while, and said, "Okay, everyone, step back 20 meters. Only after both sides retreated far enough did Instructor Nora raise one hand high and said loudly, "Since everyone is ready, I declare. The duel begins now." Just as Instructor Nora finished speaking, Steve, holding a stabbing saber in his hand, said quickly, "I get rid of Claire first." After that, he rushed towards Claire first. Adams held the heavy sword in both hands and pointed the blade at Roy from a distance, but his movements were slower than Steve's, and his eyes staring at Roy were full of confidence. Claire was a little impatient, and she forgot all the tactics she had planned in advance. She stared at Steve and wanted to rush forward, but Roy stopped her with his arm. Roy whispered, "Don't be impulsive, follow me, and wait for the opportunity." Roy's words immediately made Claire sober up, and she retreated instead of advancing, hiding her body behind Roy. Roy raised the round wooden shield in his hand and strode towards Steve. He dragged a wooden hammer in his other hand and shouted, "Steve, you must not have forgotten who pressed you on the stone slab on the street and beat you up. Now the person who beat you up is in front of you, come on." Steve was clearly staring at Claire, but at this moment Roy was blocking Claire with his body. He then set his eyes on Roy's left shoulder blade, and he accelerated suddenly, like a cheetah, and when he was about 7 or 8 meters away from Roy, he jumped high, and the stabbing saber hidden behind him suddenly stabbed out from his left hand. Almost in an instant, Steve appeared in front of Roy. Roy raised his shield and blocked it in front of his chest. Steve's body suddenly twisted in the air, like a river fish jumping out of the water, and suddenly turned his body and disappeared from Roy's sight. When the stabbing saber in his hand appeared again, his body had already appeared on Roy's left side, and the saber in his hand suddenly stabbed into Roy's left shoulder. However, the saber itself was unsharpened, and this stab hit Roy's chainmail shoulder guard. This kind of saber had a strong armor-breaking effect, and it immediately pierced the shoulder armor of the chainmail. However, at the moment it touched Roy's flesh, a light blue color suddenly appeared on his shoulder. The saber failed to pierce the resilient skin, and it was cut open instantly, leaving only a bloody mark on the skin surface. Roy turned sideways and swung his hammer at Steve. Adams rushed forward with his heavy sword in hand, and held out his heavy sword to block the wooden hammer. The wooden hammer hit the heavy sword heavily. Adams wanted to use the momentum to cut Roy's right hand holding the hammer, but it hit a round wooden shield. Roy tried his best to block Adams's sword and stood firmly in place without retreating. "Half-elf, I didn't expect you to be so capable," Adams said jokingly, and the heavy sword in his hand drew a circle and stabbed Roy, trying to force Roy to take a step back. This way, Claire, who was hiding behind him, would be exposed to the two of them in an instant. At this moment, Steve had already used his strength to pull out the bayonet, ready to bypass Roy and intercept Claire behind Roy. Chapter 76. What Adams never expected was that Roy didn't even raise his shield when facing the heavy sword that Adams thrust out. He ignored Adams and smashed the hammer in his hand directly at Steve, who wanted to get behind him. Adams was forced to change his tactics, took a step forward and blocked the wooden hammer with his sword, and said to Steve, "Leave Roy to me." After that, he swung the heavy sword again and slashed at Roy's pierced shoulder. And Steve also adjusted his steps and rushed towards Claire, handing over the bayonet in his hand at this moment. Steve almost used all his strength in this stab, and the stabbing saber turned into a white light in his hand. Claire came forward without showing any weakness, and the long dagger in her hand also slashed towards Steve's throat. Neither of them dodged the other's killing move. And Steve was fully confident that he could stab a bloody hole in Claire's body before Claire's long dagger reached his neck. There was already a cry of surprise from the stands. But just at this moment, a wooden hammer appeared diagonally in front of Steve. Roy's wooden hammer actually blocked Steve. If Steve's thrusting saber was not retracted, it would have stabbed the wooden hammer. Steve was forced to rush to the side to avoid the full force of the wooden hammer. He avoided Roy's wooden hammer, and with his speed advantage, he narrowly avoided Claire's throat cutting. Adams's long sword slashed Roy's shoulder, and the chain mail suddenly dented. A blue light appeared again in the dent. Adams thought that even if this sword could not cut through the chain mail, it could still smash Roy's shoulder blade. Unfortunately, the moment the heavy sword fell on his shoulder, the arm was like a slippery loach, and the heavy sword slid to his back without any force. Although the blessing of protection helped Roy avoid the sword, Roy, who was hit by Adam's sword, felt very uncomfortable at the moment, and felt a sharp pain in his shoulder holding the round wooden shield. Roy groaned. He could hardly even lift the round wooden shield in his hand. Steve, who was stopped by Roy, rushed towards Claire again. Claire quickly jumped up to avoid it, and stabbed Steve's lower abdomen with the long dagger in her hand. Roy shouted, "Claire, now!" As soon as his voice fell, a ball of holy light that had been hidden in the round wooden shield suddenly flew out, and the holy light suddenly appeared in front of Steve's face under Roy's control. Although the light was not dazzling, it almost completely blocked Steve's vision at such a close distance. Steve only felt a ball of light suddenly appear in front of his eyes, and everything in front of him was white. The mallet in Roy's hand hit Steve's wrist holding the sword, knocking his stabbing saber away, and the shield that hit him then also hit Steve's face. Even though it was a round wooden shield, it made close contact with Steve's face at high speed. Steve's head was immediately hit by the shield and tilted to the right and back. Claire had already caught up with him. She was going to stab Steve's lower abdomen with the long dagger in her hand. Seeing him throw his head back and fall backwards, she pressed her wrist down slightly, and the long dagger without any edge pierced into the thigh wrapped in leather armor pants. The long dagger pierced through the light leather armor, leaving a bloody hole in Steve's thigh, which also made Steve fall to the ground. Adams had no time to rescue Steve, and stabbed Roy's back with the heavy sword. Roy seemed to have a pair of eyes behind him. Just a second before the heavy sword stabbed his back, he turned around suddenly, and the heavy sword almost slid out along his back. Adams saw that the sword had missed again, and he pressed the hilt with all his strength. The heavy sword changed direction in an instant, and the full-strength stab turned into a sweep. Roy had no way to avoid it, and was hit in the left rib by the heavy sword. A large hole was torn in Roy's chain mail, and the exposed ribs had only a shallow mark. Claire had already drawn her long dagger and turned to face Adams. Roy, wearing chain mail, also stood up with difficulty, holding the mallet in his right hand, and the faint light floated on Roy's left shoulder again. He could no longer lift his left arm holding the shield, but he gave Adams a smile of victory in return. At this moment, the elves on Steve's side of the stands stood up one after another. They ran to the guardrail of the stands, and looked at Steve lying in the arena with concern. At this time, Instructor Nora had rushed to Steve's side, checked his injuries, and after seeing the bloody hole on his thigh, announced that Steve was out. Although Steve was unwilling, he did not argue. The elves did not understand Roy's fighting style, and protested loudly. "What is this? Why did the priest in the temple go to the Elf Academy to study? He just used a divine spell." The stands opposite were in chaos, and the stands on Claire's side cheered. Roy stood up again, and he and Claire sandwiched Adams in the middle. Although Roy's left arm could no longer be lifted, he still swung the wooden hammer twice provocatively, and approached Adams step by step. "Give up the struggle, and lose decently, Adams." Roy was still speaking sarcastically. Roy and Claire did not attack first. Adam suddenly realized that Roy was recovering his strength, so he rushed to attack the injured Roy. Adams judged that Roy was wearing heavy armor. Not only was he inconvenient to move, but his shoulder was also injured at the moment. As long as Roy was knocked out with a sword, there might be a chance to turn the tables in this duel. But he was wrong again. Just when Adams thought that Roy's left arm could not fight, and slashed at Roy's left side with a sword, Roy actually raised his round wooden shield to block Adams' heavy sword. This swordsman poet used his own strength to suppress Roy throughout the whole battle, without any poetic sword moves. Instructor Nora shook her head repeatedly. Adams was obviously an excellent swordsman, but he was lured by Roy to hit him repeatedly from the beginning of the battle, and in the end, he couldn't even see such an obvious luring the enemy. Roy blocked Adams' sword with his shield, and the wooden hammer in his hand hit Adams' chest. The hammer almost made Adams suffocate. Claire, who was waiting for an opportunity, came up again, and at the moment when Adams leaned back, she locked Adams' neck with her arm and pressed the long dagger in her hand against his chest. Instructor Nora immediately appeared beside the two of them, stretched out her hand to grab Claire's wrist, and raised his hand holding the long dagger high. Claire and Roy win. Instructor Nora announced loudly. After hearing Instructor Nora's announcement of victory, Roy sat down on the ground, threw away the wooden hammer in his hand, and rubbed his almost unconscious left shoulder with his hand. Claire walked to Roy with the long dagger in hand, first high-fived him to celebrate the victory. Then she bent down to check his injuries, and helped him take off the heavy chain mail on his body. The effect of stone skin on the two men had not yet disappeared. Roy, who had taken off his chain mail, was only wearing a linen shirt, and his exposed skin was covered with rock patterns. His left shoulder was first stabbed by Steve's stabbing saber, and then slashed by the heavy sword. In addition to a scratch, there was also a large bruise. The scratch wound was bleeding a lot. "How do you feel?" Without waiting for Roy to answer, Claire took out a bottle of life tree juice from her waist, pulled out the cork, and wanted to feed Roy. At least Steve and Adams were doing the same thing. This time Roy blocked all the attacks from the two opponents, so Claire had a chance to get them both out. Roy blocked the life sap Claire handed over, motioned him to cover the cork, and smiled reluctantly. "I think I can try wearing plate armor next time. Chain mail can't stop the stabbing saber, nor can it stop blunt weapons. Adams used this heavy sword as a blunt weapon, and I feel like my left shoulder has lost sensation. Drink this, it will help you heal faster," Claire said to Roy. "No need to waste it, I have it for free." Roy pointed at Jasper and Abbott, who were running down from the stands, and said proudly, "Roy, I think you have opened up a new idea for us apprentice priests. It seems that fighting in heavy armor is not impossible," Jasper said to Roy excitedly as soon as he came down. Abbott also said excitedly, "Yes, I plan to try it when I go back this time, but I don't know if the chainmail can block the spiritual attacks of the dead souls." At this time, Instructor Nora walked up to the two of them and said, "Not bad tactics." Then he turned and left. Claire's friends ran down from the stands and congratulated Claire. Some people also kept asking Claire about Roy's identity. Chapter 77. Almost every semester, some restless students need to come to the arena to resolve conflicts between the two sides. Instructor Nora has long been accustomed to it. She just needs to ensure that neither side will be disabled, let alone accidentally killed. In fact, getting injured is nothing. Injury is something that every elf will experience during their growth. As long as you drink some life tree juice, the injury will recover quickly. This time, Steve's right face was hit by a large bruise on the wooden shield, his cheekbone was swollen, and his right eye could hardly be opened. He sat on the bench in a somewhat embarrassed manner, the pride on his face disappeared without a trace. After applying hemostatic ointment on the bloody hole on his leg, he also wrapped it tightly with bandages several times. The bandage was well bandaged. Although blood occasionally seeped out, it was just a small mark. Steve drank a glass of life tree juice, but refused Abbott's treatment. The reason was that as a believer of the Moon Temple, it was impossible for him to accept the divine treatment of the Statue of Liberty. The duel was over, and the two sides did not have any bets, and did not need to fulfill any promises. Therefore, Steve left the arena quickly. Because Steve and Adams were too confident before, they did not prepare a stretcher when they came. So Steve sat on the chair and waited for a while, until his friends found a stretcher and then hurriedly left. In the stands, Claire was surrounded by a group of friends. She seemed particularly happy because she heard the praise from her sister Belle Claire. The students in the elementary martial arts training class also came over one after another. Everyone congratulated Claire, hoping to deepen their connection through communication. Claire and Roy were usually invisible in the class, and few people paid attention to them. If they hadn't heard that they had a duel with Steve and Adams, some students wouldn't even have noticed that there was a half-elf in the class. Roy put the chainmail back into the big suitcase, and then returned it to Claire. Claire looked at the big suitcase, pulled Roy aside, and whispered to him, "Roy, if you like the heavy armor, you can keep it." Roy waved his hand casually and responded, "Take it back. I don't want my first set of heavy armor to be a gift from a good friend. I will customize a set in the future." Claire saw that Roy's eyes were determined, so she had to put the heavy suitcase into her waist bag and muttered helplessly, "Okay, as long as you don't regret it." Seeing that Roy actually returned a whole set of chain mail to Claire and refused this gift, Belle was a little surprised. In her eyes, many humans are greedy, and their eyes are filled with desires that are difficult to hide. The young half-elf in front of her looked like a human, but there was no greed in his eyes, which really made her look at him differently. She walked to her brother Wagner Claire, took the initiative to help him adjust the collar of his leather armor, and said to him with a smile, "I didn't expect. You actually won. The tactics were well executed. Congratulations, Wagner. If you are on the battlefield outside, your friends will also be trustworthy partners." "Of course, I have always had a good eye," Claire said proudly. But then Claire was pulled away by a group of friends, and everyone wanted to meet Roy. Belle Claire stood on the edge of the stands. She also had her own circle of friends. Several friends who came with her to the arena to watch the duel came to her side and said, "I didn't expect Steve and Adams to lose." This duel really allowed Claire to make a comeback. His friend should be an apprentice priest. Seeing her friend stuttering, Belle looked at him in confusion and asked, "What do you want to say?" "Belle, aren't you going to form an adventure group? I think it's not bad to recruit a trainee priest into the adventure group." The friend reminded in a low voice, "As long as we recruit your brother, it's probably just a matter of time before the trainee priest joins our adventure group." Belle Claire didn't expect her friend to say this. She was going to form an adventure group, but she was going to form an adventure group composed of Silver Moon elves. Only in this way could she pass the application of the Moon Temple's envoy. If there are half-elves or half-elves in the adventure group, the Moon Temple will never allow the envoy to join. Belle Claire frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wait a little longer, they haven't even graduated from the elementary martial arts." After saying goodbye to Claire, Roy left the arena with Jasper and Abbott. They usually live at the port terminal and rarely come to the upper city. There are still many shops on the main street of Castletown City. Because this is a port city, there are many imported goods in the shops, so all kinds of goods are filled in the windows. Jasper and Abbott bought some glitter powder in a magic shop. In fact, the Dark Moon Ranger usually likes to use this thing. When it is thrown out, it can flash, and the Dark Moon Ranger can take the opportunity to hide in the shadows, but for the priest, this thing is actually useless. The only use is to make the magic more gorgeous. Recently, Jasper and Abbott have received some commissions, which are basically dirty work such as purifying evil spirits. They wanted to make the purification ceremony more beautiful, so they had to use glitter powder. But this thing is not cheap in magic shops. When passing by a bakery, Roy smelled the strong aroma of wheat, and went in to buy a bread stick. Jasper also bought some soft leather, a roll of cloth, and a wooden box of nails in a store along the street. After walking out of the store, he said to Roy, "Recently, Abbott and I have been investigating how many dead souls there are in the cabin. There are not many dead souls hidden in the ship's tower. We have almost purified them in the past few days. There are quite a few dead souls in the paddle room below the deck. We haven't taken action yet. We will try to purify them after the holy light power in our bodies recovers a little. It's rare that we have some free time this afternoon. Why don't we try again?" Roy said. "I have an appointment with the owner of the carpenter's workshop. We are going to the workshop to transport the repaired doors and windows back." Jasper looked at the sun above his head and said, "We will try to reinstall the doors and windows in the afternoon. In this way, even if it rains again, we don't have to worry about the dampness in the boathouse." The three of them talked about the work plan for the afternoon as they walked. Since Roy's left shoulder was injured, the main labor force was still Jasper and Abbott. Jasper had always been very concerned about repairing the Black Pearl, and he even used some of his savings for this. Seeing that he changed the big hole in the bottom of the ship into a door, it was obvious that he had no intention of letting the ship go to sea. The three of them came to the carpenter's workshop on Brown Street, and borrowed a flatbed truck from the boss to transport the repaired doors and windows to the Black Pearl on the west side of the dock. In such hot weather, the scorching sun made the stone road scorching hot, and even every breath felt like inhaling a ball of fire. There was no sea breeze at all, and the three of them finally lifted the repaired doors and windows from the edge of the beach to the shade of the Black Pearl, sat on a few sea rocks and refused to move. The tide will rise soon. We have to quickly hoist these doors and windows to the deck. We can't let them soak in the seawater. Fortunately, the cantilevered hoist on the ship was not removed and was still left on the side of the ship. To put it simply, this thing is a fixed pulley installed on a wooden arm. The rope is introduced into the groove of the fixed pulley. Roy hangs the prepared rope on the hook below. Jasper and Abbott work together to pull these doors and windows to the bow deck. It doesn't take much effort. When these tasks are completed, the tide has risen to the edge of the Black Pearl. Jasper began to be absent-minded, and he would look at the reef not far away from time to time. The water there is deeper. Although Roy was slightly injured, the installation of doors and windows was done by Jasper and Abbott, and he just followed them as a laborer. Roy followed the two into the ship building and immediately used the glimmering technique to condense a ball of holy glimmer, so that if a ghost approached, it would immediately appear in the holy light. There were traces of the battle everywhere at the entrance of the ship building, but the bloodstains on it had been cleaned up. I don't know if these bloodstains were washed away by the rain or cleaned by Jasper and Abbott. There are 2 rooms on the left side of the first floor of the ship, and the kitchen and storage room on the right. The corridor next to the kitchen has stairs leading to the second floor, and stairs leading to the cabin below the deck. The 2 rooms on the left side of the first floor have 2 independent wooden doors on the deck. The first wooden door installed by Jasper and Abbott is the first room on the left. In addition to a very well-made carved wooden bed, there are also bronze wardrobes, tables, chairs, and bookshelves in the room. A torn bed sheet was piled on the wooden floor, and there were also broken bottles, notebooks stained with blood, and quill pens with feathers missing. A closet door was open, and there were some women's long skirts and cloaks in the closet. These clothes were all made of some high-quality fabrics, and there were some bloody fingerprints on the closet door. Walking to the closet, he could still smell the faint scent of perfume on the clothes. The wooden board on the bed was still stained with large patches of blood, and there were even traces of the body being dragged away. However, all the books on the bookshelf had been moved away, and even the things on the desk were completely emptied, and 2 empty drawers were lying under the table. There was also a bronze mirror with exquisite hollow patterns hanging on the wall. Roy walked over and stood in front of the bronze mirror, and his handsome face was clearly reflected in it. A flash of lightning passed through his mind. Roy finally remembered that when he saw Priest Anderson talking to himself in the mirror in the temple warehouse, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. At that time, he stood at the door of the warehouse and didn't see Priest Anderson in the mirror at all. Chapter 78. Seeing Roy standing in front of the bronze mirror in a daze, Jasper, who was cleaning up the debris on the floor, asked in confusion, "Roy, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something. By the way, the first mate on this ship is an elf wizard. I guess this should be her room. Unfortunately, all the valuables in the room have been moved away, leaving only these clothes." Roy touched the bookshelf and said casually. Jasper came over to take a look, and said to Roy with a smile, "Actually, this room is pretty good. The paintings in the corridor of the ship building, the collections on the walls of the captain's room. By the way, even the bed in the captain's bedroom has been moved away. I went in and saw that there was only an empty cabinet in the entire captain's bedroom. Yes, the captain's bedroom is even more exaggerated. The traces left after the room was emptied are still there," Abbott said. Jasper used the worn-out sheets on the ground to wrap up all the useless things in the room and dragged them to the deck outside the ship. Jasper's voice came from the deck. "If they hadn't emptied it, they wouldn't have given us this ship." Abbott continued to echo, "That's right, anyway, it's a free gift. It's a big ship. It's still good to clean it up." Jasper held the side of the ship with both hands, looking out to the sea in the distance, and said, "We can imagine it as a very unique sea view room." The 2 men sang in unison, and their cooperation was very tacit. Roy took the opportunity to walk into the corridor of the ship's building. The 2 sides of the corridor at the door were still stained with blood. The blood had seeped into the wooden boards of the wall and turned into black and purple spots. Going up the stairs to the second floor, first entered the empty captain's room. As Jasper said, in addition to the desks and cabinets that could not be moved, even the curtains in the captain's room were torn down and taken away. Only the steering wheel on the control panel was left in the room. Obviously, this steering wheel is often used. The 8 brass handles around it are polished to a shine, and even the carvings on it are polished to a bare surface. Roy stretched out his hand and turned the steering wheel a few times. He felt that the steering wheel and the worm gear below were turning very fast. The soft leather sofas in the rest area behind the captain's control room were all moved away, and the bookshelf against the wall was pushed open, leaving a secret door on it. Roy walked inside curiously, and it turned out to be the captain's bedroom that Jasper complained about. As expected, except for a cabinet fixed to the ground, the whole room was empty. There were traces of items being moved on the ground, and only a few hooks were left on the surrounding walls. Apparently, the collections on the walls had also been moved away by the elves. Returning from the second floor to the first floor, in the corridor of the stairs, there were still large shadows on the wall where the oil paintings were originally hung. In contrast, there were more things left on the first floor. The kitchen utensils in the ship's kitchen were basically preserved. There were 2 stoves in this kitchen, and 2 large soup pots were hung on the wall next to them. There were also 4 ovens lined up with the stoves. Due to their eating habits, the elves did not need such large soup pots and ovens. The knife rack on the cooking table was empty. Not a single knife was left. Roy came out of the kitchen and pushed open the wooden door of the storage room at the back. The storage room was actually quite cool, but there was a smell of rotting plants in the air. However, many of the fruits and vegetables originally stored here had completely withered leaves, and some mold grew on the roots and stems. Many fruits and vegetables began to rot, and were piled in wooden boxes on the shelves. Roy took advantage of the fact that the windows on the corridor of the ship building were not installed yet, so he moved all the rotten fruits and vegetables in the storage room out and dumped them into the sea through the windows. Jasper and Abbott worked for a long time and finally reinstalled the windows around the ship. Abbott suggested taking a break, and Jasper ran to the bow and sat on the edge of the bow ram, staring at the sea in a daze. The ram on the bow was a bronze giant flying with arms outstretched. On the back of the bronze giant was a large whale gun. Abbott sat on a bench at the door of the ship. When he saw Roy coming out of the storage room, he whispered to him mysteriously, "Roy, do you know what Jasper is doing?" Roy shook his head and said, "Isn't he resting?" Abbott chuckled and said, "He is waiting for Miss Tiffany, the Naga mermaid." He glanced at Jasper, then came to Roy and whispered to him, "Recently, he has been dating Tiffany on the ship. He also plans to transform the rooms on the Black Pearl's upper deck into hotel-like rooms. For this purpose, he even ordered a large bathtub to be placed in the first mate's room." Roy knew that elves would be desperate in pursuit of romantic love. But when he thought of Miss Tiffany's tricolored tail fin, Roy felt that Jasper was really courageous. Abbott tidied up the sundries in the first mate's room again. He didn't throw the garbage in the room off the ship like Roy did. Instead, he wrapped the useless sundries in a tattered sheet and placed it next to the side of the ship, ready to take it down when he got off the ship. Roy and Abbott sat on the deck for a while, and Abbott told him some information they had discovered on the Black Pearl in the past 2 days. Roy looked at the dark corridor below the deck and said to Abbott, "Abbott, how about we go to the cabin below the deck?" Abbott was easygoing and had no opinion. After hearing Roy's suggestion, he readily agreed. "Let's go, anyway, there's nothing to do now." Roy walked along the stairs at the door of the ship building to the cabin on the first floor below the deck. Entering the dark cabin corridor, in addition to some blood stains at the stairs, walking a little further inside, there are still a lot of debris scattered in the corridor. The cabin doors on both sides of the corridor are open, and the cabin is in a mess. The sheets and blankets are thrown on the ground casually, and there are some personal clothes. Some silver coins and copper coins can also be seen on the ground. Roy picked up a few silver and copper coins. This round silver coin is of ordinary workmanship, and is only slightly larger than the thumbnail. The front of the silver coin is engraved with a royal eagle lion with its wings spread out, and a towering snow mountain to the north. The front of the copper coin is engraved with a standing warhorse, and the back is engraved with a knight with a helmet. Abbott followed from behind, and saw the coins in Roy's hand. He said casually, "These should be the coins of the Green Empire." "Roy, you haven't been to the Green Empire yet, right?" "No, but I have heard of it." Roy put the silver and copper coins into his pocket and replied. The two walked to the back of the ship one after the other. The cabin at the back is much more advanced than the cabin at the front. In addition to the bed, there is also a square table by the window. It is a single room. It should be the room where the senior crew members on the ship live. There are only 6 such rooms on this floor. The rest of the cabins were ordinary 4-person rooms, with 2 bunk beds in each room. There were a total of 26 such ordinary rooms. Almost all the rooms had been searched, and everything that was not there was thrown on the floor, which was full of various sundries. Roy followed his memory, and found the room where the Naga killer took him to escape from the sea wolf. He took a look at the big hole in the corner of the wall. This hole led directly to a cabin on the 2nd floor. All the valuables in the room had been moved away. "Have you ever thought about going to the Green Empire to take a look?" Abbott followed behind Roy, looking around the cabin and asking. Roy controlled a ball of holy light to float around in the cabin. He was worried that a ghost would suddenly appear. Although it was not threatening, it must be very scary. Of course I thought about it, Roy said. After saying this, Roy saw a wandering ghost in the cabin. And it was a ghost that was as faint as a shadow. Roy controlled the faint light to approach the ghost. The ghost probably felt the threat of the light ball, and immediately retreated to the corner. This was a lost soul without any intelligence, and its reaction was completely driven by instinct. Roy immediately controlled the ball of light to chase after it, untied a wooden hammer from his waist, held it tightly in his hand, and poured the power of holy light into the wooden hammer. Roy took a step forward, caught up with the soul, swung the wooden hammer and smashed it. The body of the soul, which was so pale that it was almost completely transparent, shattered instantly. Then the holy light on the wooden hammer ignited the body of the soul. As the soul burned to ashes, the soul fire turned into ashes scattered on the floor, and the original soul floated into the air. It seems that not all dead souls need purification to be solved, Roy said to Abbott excitedly, holding the gavel. Roy was surprised to find that there were a few ashes on the floor. A few ash particles were then sucked by the two invisible tentacles extending from the holy light seed, and slowly merged into the two tentacles. Roy felt that the tentacles were actually growing. Although the feeling was very weak, and the naked eye could not see any changes in the invisible tentacles, the clear feeling told Roy very clearly that the two invisible tentacles on the light seed were growing. Abbott also saw the ghost through the glimmer of light around Roy. But he didn't expect Roy to pour holy light into the wooden hammer and instantly smash the ghost to death. Then Roy controlled the light ball to fly around the room again, and confirmed that there was only one ghost in the room. Then he walked out of the room and entered another cabin. The ghosts in these 6 rooms were almost all of the kind whose soul fire was so weak that it was almost extinguished by itself. As long as Roy found them with a glimmer of light, he would smash them with a hammer, freeing the last bit of their souls. After smashing 5 ghosts in a row and confirming that there were no ghosts in these rooms, Roy walked out of the room. Abbott followed Roy and learned Roy's method, took out the dagger from his waist, and then injected his holy light power into the dagger. But no matter how he tried, the holy light power could not remain on the dagger. All the holy light power injected into the dagger quickly dissipated from the edge of the dagger, and could not be preserved no matter what. He tried several times in a row and failed to successfully inject holy light into the dagger, so he asked Roy, "Roy, tell me quickly. How can you inject holy light into the wooden hammer? Why can't I do it?" Chapter 79. Is it because injecting holy light into metal weapons doesn't work? ABT, try this wooden hammer. Just inject holy light into it. Roy walked out of the room and looked at the dagger in ABT's hand, and said in confusion. He handed the wooden hammer to ABT. He picked up ABT's dagger and tried to inject holy light into it. While trying, he explained, "I just injected the holy light in my body into the weapon directly. I didn't use any other special means." What Roy didn't expect was that when he injected the power of holy light into the dagger, the holy light could also be contained in the dagger, and the edge of the dagger could also emit a soft light. ABT tried to inject the holy light into the wooden hammer, but the holy light power injected into the wooden hammer dissipated faster. ABT said with a bitter face, "They dissipate too fast. Once these holy lights leave my body, I can't control them." Roy thought that High Priest Reed seemed to have never asked Jasper and ABT to inject the power of holy light into the holy water pool. Now it seems that there is a reason for this. When we get back to the temple, we ask High Priest Reed what's going on, Roy said. Abbott suddenly thought of something, pushed Roy and said then, "In this case, Roy, do you not need to learn the purification technique? As long as you inject holy light into the weapon, can't you purify the undead?" Roy took the wooden hammer from Abbott, shook his head and said, "It may not work. My hammer can probably only deal with these weak undead souls. Even if I don't deal with them, they probably won't be able to exist for too long. But the purification technique is different. It can deal with more powerful undead." Hearing Roy talking about this, Abbott tapped his forehead and said to Roy, "By the way, Roy, Jasper and I found a very powerful ghost on this ship the day before yesterday. Jasper said it was very strong, and asked me not to provoke it for the time being. We will deal with it after our holy light power is fully restored." Jasper used purification on it. Although he was able to defeat it, it was able to resurrect inexplicably the next day. The purification seemed to have no effect on it. But it seems to be sealed by something, trapped in the torture chamber, and can't get out at all. The two walked forward along the corridor, and Roy saw the door of the ore room on the left. When he and Jasper were taken to the ore room by the second mate, they saw a large number of dead souls in the room, and the dead souls inside were very weak. Roy injected holy light into the hammer and reached out to push open the wooden door. Under the shining of the holy light, a dead soul wandering in the room smelled the breath of life on Roy, and immediately opened his arms and rushed to the door. Roy raised the wooden hammer emitting holy light and smashed it down, hitting the top of the soul's head. Under the shining of the holy light, the dim and almost transparent spirit body instantly shattered and burned. Before a few soul ashes fell to the ground, they were absorbed by the invisible tentacles of the holy light seed in Roy's body. The lost soul turned into a wisp of soul and disappeared above the ceiling. There were at least 40 or 50 wandering lost souls in the room. They probably felt the danger and became restless in an instant. Perhaps too many people died in this room, so there were many ghosts gathered here. Since he could disperse them with a hammer with holy light, Roy was going to clean up the rooms on this floor thoroughly. Abbott assisted Roy from the side. He also performed the glimmering technique. At this moment, he held a ball of holy light in his palm and observed the ghosts swimming around in the room. These weak ghosts are not a big threat to other creatures. Usually they wander around the room in the form of spirits. When these weak ghosts attack the sailors, the biggest feeling is like a gust of cold wind blowing in their faces, which makes them shudder. If you encounter a stronger one, your body will become weak, and in more serious cases, you will get a serious illness. The resentment of the sailors and slaves after their death obscured the breath of their souls, so they could not ascend to the priesthood or enter the underworld. Under the holy light, the souls in the room showed their true forms one after another. Roy naturally did not want to let them go, and specifically selected those souls with particularly weak soul fire to attack. As Roy cleared the lost souls one by one, the power of the holy light on Roy's body gradually weakened. Just as he approached a groove in the ore room where the ores were stored, a ghost hiding in the groove avoided the care of the holy light and suddenly pounced on Roy. When Roy found it, it had already pounced on Roy. It originally wanted to attach itself to Roy and control his body, but was violently bounced off by the holy light on Roy. Roy felt as if his chest was hit hard by a sledgehammer and fell to the ground. Abbott saw the powerful ghost under the holy light and quickly stood behind Roy and chanted a prayer. Then the divine pattern turned into a holy beam of light that penetrated the hull and fell from above. It covered the ghost that was about to pounce again. At this moment, Roy could see clearly that the soul fire in the eyes of the ghost was burning fiercely. In the holy beam, its spirit was constantly purified by the holy light and dissipated little by little in the light column. It let out a shrill scream and struggled hard at the speed of light. Seeing that the ghost was about to break through the purifying light column, Roy quickly got up from the ground, rushed forward with a wooden hammer, and swung the wooden hammer to hit the ghost trapped in the light column. Every time it hit, the spirit would become dimmer, until the spirit of the dead soul was smashed to pieces by Roy. A scream made Roy dizzy. A Naga warrior soul rushed out of the dead soul's body, and then rushed out of the black pearl and disappeared. Several soul ashes that were obviously shining fell to the ground, and the invisible tentacles absorbed these soul ashes, and suddenly became a little thicker. After purifying this dead soul, Roy and Abbott purified several weak dead souls in succession, and finally reached the end of the paddle room. Roy rested by a small window in the ore room. The seat here was still intact, but there were still a few arrow holes in the window. Roy even saw a broken arrow deeply embedded in the window frame. He turned his head and asked, "Abbott, last time you and Jasper came to explore here, didn't you find this ghost?" Abbott replied embarrassedly, "Who would have thought that there are still ghosts hiding in the trough?" After resting for a while, Roy planned to go to the torture room in front to see the evil spirit. Abbott said that the guy was trapped in the torture room and couldn't get out. At the end of the ore room is the torture chamber, where there is a staircase leading to the bottom cabin. The two corridors meet here. The wooden door of the torture chamber is open at this moment. Abbott and Roy stand at the door of the torture chamber, holding a ball of holy light in their hands and shining it into the torture chamber. Sure enough, a ghost appeared in the torture chamber under the care of the holy light. It was everywhere in the torture chamber, and it was completely unaware of the two people at the door. Roy wanted to get closer, but was pulled back by Abbott. "Be careful." At this time, Roy's left foot had already stepped into the torture chamber. The ghost that was originally wandering around in the torture chamber immediately noticed Roy's foot. It didn't even rush up, but raised its arms directly, and a light blue vortex appeared on its body. Roy felt as if his leg was tightly grasped by something, and was pulled into the door by a huge force. He was startled and immediately retracted his foot that had stepped in. The ghost in the torture chamber also opened its mouth in a shrill voice, and rushed towards the door. The raised bone claw had obvious burn marks from the burning of the holy light, which was obviously because it was burned by the holy light when it grabbed Roy's leg. Roy and Abbott retreated in fear. The vengeful spirit actually rushed to the door and hit a transparent barrier directly, and the spirit body was directly bounced back. The ghost was raging in the torture chamber, but it didn't dare to attack the door of the torture chamber again. Only then did Roy see that the two balls of soul fire in the ghost's eye sockets not only emitted blazing flames, but also became brighter and darker with its emotions. It was obviously a ghost with intelligence. "Why is this ghost so powerful?" Roy asked Abbott in a low voice. "I guess it must have devoured some of the dead souls in the paddle room, which is why it has become like this." This was the second time Abbott saw this ghost, but he still said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, it was confined in this torture room, otherwise it would be the owner of this ship." The two did not stay outside the torture room, but returned along the original route, without going to the paddle room on the right. At the stairs, Abbott took a look at the dark bottom cabin and urged Roy, "Should we go down and take a look?" Roy just wanted to see the dungeon where he was imprisoned, but there was a hole in the bottom of the ship, and Jasper had cleaned the bottom cabin, so he said, "I wonder if the silt in the bottom cabin has dried up. The seawater has been completely drained, and a lot of silt in the bottom cabin has been cleared out with the seawater," Abbott said to Roy. The two continued to walk down. Abbott walked in front holding the holy light, and Roy followed behind, but they did not encounter any ghosts along the way. Walking down the stairs into the corridor of the bottom cabin, there was indeed no water here, but the bottom cabin was pitch black, and the air was still full of fishy and salty mud smell. It is estimated that this side needs to be thoroughly washed with clean water several times before the bottom cabin can be cleaned out. This corridor in the bottom cabin left a deep impression on Roy. He and the Naga killer hid in the stinking seawater in the corridor at that time to avoid the sight of the crew member. In front is the prison cell of the Naga mermaid. The hatch is broken and leaning against the wall. Although there is no silted seawater inside, it is still very muddy. This bottom cabin is about 20 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide. The door is located in the middle of the hull, reaching the front of the hull. Chapter 80. Except for the largest cell in the bottom cabin, the rest are separated rooms arranged on both sides of the corridor. There is only a layer of soft mud in the corridor, which is dry enough and not sticky. Under the illumination of the holy light, the traces of seawater spreading up on the wooden walls on both sides are still preserved, and there are some seaweeds under the walls. Roy came out of the bottom cabin, where the Naga mermaid was imprisoned, and tried to push open the hatches on both sides of the corridor. When the ship was lifted from the port, the bottom cabin was full of seawater, and the supplies in the cabin had not been moved away. Many rooms were filled with shelves, and on the shelves were some large wooden boxes. If there were no Naga mermaids imprisoned in the bottom cabin, these rooms should be the place to store goods. Roy stood in front of the shelf, asked Abbott for a dagger, and pried open a wooden box. Inside was a harpoon gun shaft wrapped with oil paper wax seals. Each gun shaft was shiny black. One end could be riveted to the arrowhead, and the other end could be connected to the tail feather. This metal harpoon gun shaft was very heavy, and it was obviously prepared for the harpoon on the bow ram. The whole room had 3 rows of shelves, and each shelf had 4 large wooden boxes, which seemed to be filled with these metal gun barrels. As expected, it was the ship's warehouse. Roy went to see the other 2 cabins. As expected, in addition to the gun barrels, Roy also found arrows with countless wolf-tooth barbs, and the length of these arrows was as long as 1 foot. The tail feathers of this harpoon did not look like feathers, but a kind of fish fin, embedded in the metal rod, and there was a ring behind it to connect the hook. Roy did not expect that the elf patrols at the port did not enter the bottom of the cabin. They probably thought that the bottom cabin was filled with seawater, and it was impossible to store supplies in the cabin. They actually left these brand new harpoons behind. The wooden boxes were damp inside and outside, and each oil paper package was wet. They probably needed to be aired out in the sun. Not every bottom cabin had supplies. Although there were many wooden boxes in the bottom cabins near the stairs, they were empty, and clearly had signs of being turned over. It was obvious that some elf patrols endured the stinking seawater, and went down to the bottom cabins to search through several rooms. They probably thought that the wooden boxes in these rooms were empty, so they missed the last few bottom cabins. Abbott looked at the dozen boxes of harpoons, and whispered to Roy, "What should we do with these things? Just put them here. If no one mentions them, they belong to us." After saying that, Roy walked out of the cabin and closed the hatch that was deformed by the seawater. In fact, this ship has 3 floors. The bottom cabin is located on the 2nd floor under the deck, and there is a closed cabin at the bottom. This layer is to ensure that the ship will not capsize no matter how strong the wind and waves are. The bottom is filled with rocks for counterweight. Roy walked to a cabin near the stern. The Naga killer opened a hole in the ceiling of this room and took him into the bedroom above, where only captain-level crew members were qualified to live, and escaped from the ship through the window of the room. A beam of light shone through the hole in the ceiling. This cabin was the messiest, and the wooden frames against the wall had collapsed. However, just as Roy walked away from the collapsed wooden frame, he found that there was a painting hanging behind it. Although the painting on it had been completely soaked by seawater, the frame was still there. Because the cabin was filled with seawater for a long time, the frame was about to fall apart, and the left side frame had been completely separated. Many of the wooden boards here have rotted away. If we renovate the bottom cabin in the future, we will have to replace them. As he spoke, Roy reached out and touched the picture frame on the wall. Roy didn't expect that the painting would completely fall apart and fall down with a crash just by touching it casually. This scared Abbott next to him. Roy walked towards the door and continued. The wooden boards outside the hull were burned by fire, and the surface was painted with thick paint to prevent corrosion and insects. The shells inside are not that strong, see? Abbott dragged the divine light with his hand and walked to the wall. He said to Roy, "Roy, come and see what this is." Roy turned his head to look at Abbott and found that he was standing on the shelf, staring at the place where the picture frame fell. There was a small storage compartment on the wooden wall. Abbott had already taken out the dagger from his waist and pried open the wooden board outside the storage compartment, revealing a small space. Abbott reached in and fumbled around, and actually took out a sealed parchment tube from it. After handing it to Roy, he took out a leather bag from it. The rope of the leather bag had completely rotted. Abbott held it carefully with both hands and finally took it out. His eyes were both nervous and excited, shining. "Let's go to the deck." Roy felt that this place was a bit dim, and not suitable for opening the sealed paper tube in his hand. But whether it was the parchment tube or the leather bag, since it could be hidden in this secret compartment, it must be worth hiding. The two ran up the stairs one after the other, and saw Jasper still sitting at the bow in a daze, so they called him over. This guy didn't know how long he had been sitting at the bow, and it was obvious that Tiffany didn't come. "Where did you two go?" Jasper asked curiously, when he saw the two men climbing up from the cabin below the deck in a dirty state. Abbott smiled and boasted to Jasper, "We just checked the bottom of the ship again, and found these in a secret compartment behind a shelf." As he said that, he opened the leather bag in front of the three people. Roy leaned over and found that there was half a bag of black stones the size of a walnut, with wrinkles on the surface like a walnut. I remember that the reward that second mate Nelev gave to Jasper was this kind of black stone. "Oh my god, it's actually a bag of magic cores." Jasper explained a little exaggeratedly, "We've made a fortune." Abbott also said with a smile, "Haha, I was still worrying about where to get some money to repair this sea ship yesterday, but I didn't expect to find a bag of magic cores today. Roy, we've made a fortune. Is this thing valuable?" Roy didn't know much about magic cores. Abbott and Jasper nodded repeatedly. Jasper said with joy, "Of course, there is a magic crystal hidden in this thing. Do you know how many colors can be exchanged for a magic crystal?" Abbott immediately agreed. A magic crystal can be exchanged for 500 colors. Roy looked at the magic cores in most of his pocket and said with a sound of wow, "That's really worth a lot of money." "Roy, hurry up and see what's in the paper tube," Jasper urged. Abbott, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said, "I hope there is a treasure map inside, which records the wealth left to us by the captain of this ship." Roy didn't waste any words. He put the paper tube in his hand on the deck, picked up Abbott's dagger, cut the wax seal on the edge of the paper tube, pried open one end of the paper tube with the tip of the knife, and poured the contents on the deck. It was a worn-out parchment roll. The surface was not only yellowish, but also blackened in many places on the edges. But when Roy pulled open a corner of the parchment roll, Abbott and Jasper had already raised their hands at the same time, cheering like wolves. Because the pattern drawn on the parchment was a sea chart. If a sea chart was qualified to be hidden in a paper tube, what else could it be but a treasure? Roy was also a little excited, and his hands were shaking. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. After the parchment was fully unfolded, a treasure map appeared in front of the three people very clearly. In the middle of the treasure map was a half-foot-long golden key, which was heavy in the hand. The key was in the shape of a standard three-leaf clover, and at the other end was a golden round tube with some complicated patterns engraved on the wall of the tube. Those patterns were engraved very deeply and very delicately. Roy did not pick up the golden key, but checked the tattered parchment chart. The chart was relatively intact, but the parchment itself was not square. Some islands were hand-painted on it, and the handwriting was very sloppy. Roy could not understand many things. Is this a treasure map? Abbott came over and asked excitedly. Maybe? Roy pushed the parchment treasure map in front of him and said. Jasper also came over, holding the golden key in his hand, and said excitedly, in my opinion, we might as well use this money to repair this ship, and then drive this ship out to sea to find this treasure. Abbott looked at the more than 60-meter-long sea boat and reminded Jasper, even if we repair this sea boat, I don't think the three of us can drive it out of the port. It's better to find a flying fish boat at the dock. At least the three of us can drive it. Yes, then we rent a flying fish boat. Roy rolled his eyes and reminded the two whimsical apprentice priests, Captains, it's the rainy season now, and there are often storms on the sea. The flying fish boat should be okay to go around the coast, but it may not work if it goes far away. Abbott stared at the parchment chart and suddenly realized something. He pointed at the treasure map and asked Jasper and Roy, by the way, do you know where this is? Jasper squinted his eyes and looked at it for a long time. Finally, he looked up at Roy and asked expectantly, Roy, didn't you study navigation at the Elf Academy? You should know. Roy said speechlessly, you too. Please note that I have only been in the Elf Academy for 3 weeks, and I have taken electives such as elementary martial arts training, geography of the Elf continent, and modern history of the Elf, so I can only be sure that this place is definitely not near Castletown Port. Oh. Jasper and Abbott immediately sat down with a look of disappointment. Chapter 81. Roy rolled the parchment treasure map into a scroll, put it into a paper tube, and placed it on the floor between the three people. After the initial excitement subsided, the three people fell silent. Before we have the ability to find the treasure, this thing will be a big trouble for us, so I suggest that we keep this matter secret from everyone. No one can tell it. Roy's expression was a little serious. Although many elves don't care much about money and wealth, they will spend their lives pursuing love and art. But not all elves are like this. Jasper thought for a moment, raised his left hand and said, yes, none of us can tell this secret. If any of us wants to tell this to a fourth person, we must get the consent of the other two. Abbott immediately agreed, I agree. The consensus on the most important point was reached, and Roy breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued, in addition, as far as I know, the captain of the Sea Wolf just jumped into the sea and disappeared. I don't think he would drown if he jumped into the sea. He is not only a very capable gray dwarf, but also a pirate who lives on the sea all year round to capture the Naga Sea clan. So the treasure hidden on this map is the private money of a pirate captain who is still alive. Jasper and Abbott looked at each other. We need to at least determine which sea area this chart depicts. Also, the flying fish sailboat on the dock is not suitable for long-distance voyages. Before we go out to sea to search for treasure, we must make full preparations, such as repairing the Black Pearl, and find ways to recruit some crew members who are willing to go on an adventure together. Once the sailing route is determined and everything is ready, we can set off again, so there is no need to rush this matter. I agree. I agree. Jasper and Abbott said almost at the same time. Then the three of them looked at the treasure map and the golden key again. The sound of waves continued to come from under the ship. Jasper frowned and asked, what should we do with these things? We can't put them back. Roy thought for a while before saying to Abbott, Abbott, lend me the dagger. Abbott pulled out the dagger decisively and handed it to Roy. Roy held the dagger and cut the paper tube and the treasure map in it in half at the same time, then put the treasure map in half on the floor again and said to Jasper and Abbott, 2 treasure maps and 1 golden key, 1 for each of us. That's a good idea, Jasper praised. He hesitated for a moment before picking up a treasure map. Roy, which one do you want to keep? Abbott asked Roy. Abbott's eyes were always on the treasure map. The golden key. This one looks more valuable. He picked up the golden key on the floor, which was heavy in his hand, and Roy put it in his purse. Then I keep the other half of the treasure map, Abbott said happily. Then the three of them sat side by side on the right arm of the bronze man on the bow, watching the sea water slowly rise. At this time, 3 large sea ships were slowly approaching the port along the channel at the dock not far away, and some fishing boats were also approaching the port. The most common type of flying fish boat in the port of the Elf Kingdom is this kind of flying fish boat, which is a small boat similar to a canoe. Of course, the double-wing flying fish boat is the smallest model. The larger ones have 4 wings, 6 wings, up to 16 wings. This kind of boat can carry 50 passengers at the same time. It looks like a canoe. One boatman steers the boat at the stern, and another boatman controls the 2 oars of the flying fish boat that look like the wings of a flying fish. When the 2 oars are folded, they can be used as oars to paddle the water. Once the attached skeletons on the oars are unfolded, the two oars become the wings of a flying fish, like a sail, pushing the boat forward at high speed. Seeing Jasper and Abbott staring at the flying fish boat entering the port, Roy said, "If you just want to go out to sea for fun, I have a way." Seeing the two looking at him, Roy said, "I know Mr. Ivan Duke, the grocery store owner on Brown Street. He likes fishing very much and has his own boat. He is also a very generous elf. We can go out to sea with him." Jasper and Abbott immediately became excited and shouted, "This is a good idea. We can experience it near the coast first." When preparing to get off the ship, Roy didn't want to climb the ladder outside the ship's side, so he walked along the stairs into the corridor under the deck. Jasper and Abbott were worried that Roy would be in danger if he walked this road alone, so they offered to accompany Roy. The three of them walked down the stairs into the cabin below the deck, walked up a flight of stairs, and finally jumped out of the hole at the bottom of the boat, so that they didn't have to climb the ladder. Abbott told Jasper, as they walked, that he and Roy had purified dozens of dead souls in the ore room in one afternoon. "Why didn't you call me?" Jasper complained to Abbott. "You were watching the sea at the time. We were worried that we would disturb your interest," Roy interjected. "That's right. If you miss your date with a certain lady because of this, do you think you will turn against us?" Abbott also joked with a smile. The three of them walked into the corridor on the lower deck one level, talking as they walked. Roy walked in front and took the initiative to perform the micro-lighting technique, controlling the light ball to hang above his head. When passing through cabin number 7, he happened to see a ghost floating silently through the room. It would be fine if he didn't see it, but now he happened to see it. Roy immediately picked up the wooden hammer from his waist, injected the holy light into the wooden hammer, and chased into the room. It was a ghost without any intelligence. When it saw Roy approaching it, it immediately pounced on Roy. Roy hit the ghost with the wooden hammer without any hesitation, and then the ghost was smashed into pieces. The soul flew into the sky. Jasper and Abbott were standing at the door, and just witnessed this scene. Without using magic, the ghost was smashed directly by the hammer, clean and neat, simple and clear. Jasper opened his mouth, and finally realized that what Abbott said just now was not an exaggeration at all. After the soul dissipated, a few soul ashes were left on the floor. When Roy walked in, they were absorbed into his body by the invisible tentacles. Roy only felt that his body suddenly burst into dazzling light. It was a bunch of strong holy light rushing out of his body, and the light seed hidden in his body had a third invisible tentacle. And now Roy also discovered at this time. These are not 3 tentacles, but 3 roots of the light seed. Roots that can dance at will. It can not only absorb holy light, but also soul ashes. At this time, Roy also found that an extremely small bud appeared at the other end of the light seed in his body. On the Black Pearl, Roy was promoted to a 3rd-level trainee priest. This made Jasper, who was following behind him, shout at the top of his voice, "This doesn't make sense. When I became a trainee priest, the goddess's holy light could still shine on the elf continent. Even so, I worked hard for 3 months to be promoted to a 3rd-level trainee priest. It took me 5 months." Abbott whispered in agreement. Jasper continued, "Look at Roy, it only took him 3 weeks. My God." Roy stood there, feeling the holy light power filling his body. He couldn't help but ask the two, "How do you two usually gather the holy light power?" Jasper and Abbott looked at each other and said, "There is no good way. Just sit quietly, and the holy light power will naturally increase. Don't you plan to think of other ways?" Roy couldn't help but ask again. "We pray every day, but we can't feel the holy light of the goddess." Abbott answered. "Can you feel anything?" Roy stood in the corridor and stretched out his hand in front of the two people. In his palm was a particle of holy light floating in the air. He asked the two people. Jasper and Abbott stared at Roy's palm for a long time, but they didn't find anything. Then they shook their heads. Roy then condensed a ball of holy light in his palm and asked, "What about this time?" Jasper asked back with a puzzled look, "Are you asking me if I can see the ball of light?" "Roy, do you think we are blind?" Chapter 82. Jasper and Abbott could not see the holy light around their bodies, which made Roy realize that he seemed to be a little different from them. But he immediately thought of High Priest Reed. Yes, High Priest Reed could sense these holy lights, but he could not see the invisible tentacles under the holy light seed, or it would be more appropriate to call them roots. After all, the holy light seed that had sprouted was connected to it. This seed grew rapidly in Roy's body, and in just 3 weeks, Roy became a 3rd-level trainee priest. In addition, Roy discovered that the reason for his promotion this time seemed to be related to the purification of the dead souls on the ship. Every time he cleared a dead soul, the holy light seed could absorb some soul ashes, and he could clearly feel that it was those soul ashes that were nourishing the roots of the holy light seed. Looking at the confusion on Jasper and Abbott's faces, Roy didn't know how to explain it. Should he tell them that there was a sapling with 3 tentacles growing in his body? I think this promotion is likely related to the purification of these dead souls, Roy said. Every time he advances, he can feel his spiritual power improve significantly. Before, Roy could only sense the divine light within 1 foot of his body. Now the distance of perception has increased a little, but the increase is not very obvious. Of course, Roy cannot see these divine lights floating around him at any time. He needs to calm down and sense them carefully. This promotion gave him a wonderful feeling of power returning to his body. Roy stood in the corridor and waved the hammer again. It really felt a little lighter than before. Jasper came to Roy, looked him up and down carefully, and asked doubtfully, "Really? Purifying the dead souls can also give you the power of holy light? Then I should take more commissions of this kind in the future." Abbott disagreed with this statement. "I don't think there is any basis for this. Didn't we purify a lot of resentful spirits before? Why didn't I see any effect? Isn't it that every time the goddess's holy light descends, we can successfully advance?" Jasper also said with emotion, "So getting the goddess's favor and becoming a God-favored person is much more useful than praying day and night. The dead souls in the left paddle room have not been cleared out yet. You can try again tomorrow. Maybe it will work." Roy walked down the narrow stairs after saying that. The second-floor cabin under the deck smelled very strong. The 3 of them quickened their pace and came to the hole at the bottom of the boat. Jasper made a simple wooden door like a manhole cover here. Opening this door, you can see the beach under the boat. But now it is high tide, the seawater has risen, and the waves are constantly washing the bottom of the boat. The wooden door of the manhole cover was less than 2 meters above the beach. Roy jumped down first and stood steadily on the beach. When passing by the pier, it was the peak period for fishing boats to dock, and many fishmongers were rushing to buy sea fish at the pier. Roy saw Ms. Jillian in a leather jacket among the fishmongers. She was squeezed in the crowd, holding an iron hook in her hand, hooking a big fish weighing more than 100 kilograms, and pulling it onto the flatbed truck with force. The fishmongers who were trying to grab the big fish with her were all savagely pushed away by her, and the noisy shouting became one. When half of the big fish was dragged onto the cart, Ms. Jillian stepped on the fish's head, raised the fish-killing knife in her hand high, and announced to the fishmongers around that the tuna belonged to her. This series of actions was very quick. Roy felt that Sabrina was very similar to her, and she had such a strong drive in everything she did. The youngest daughter Moira's character was weak and introverted, which was exactly the opposite of Ms. Jillian's character. Roy did not go home directly. He walked into the main hall of the temple, and found the High Priest Reed, who was praying devoutly in front of the statue. High Priest Reed stopped praying, opened his eyes, turned around and looked at Roy, who was quietly waiting beside him, with a questioning look in his eyes. Roy quickly stepped forward and expressed his confusion. Among Jasper, Abbott and him, why was he the only one who could sense the holy light particles around him? And only he could infuse the holy light into the weapon. High Priest Reed stared at Roy gently and said, "Roy, your perception is not wrong. There are indeed holy light particles around us. You can sense these holy light particles, but they can't. This is related to your affinity for holy light, which means your body is more affinity for holy light. Of course, as an apprentice priest, as your level increases, your affinity for holy light will also increase. One day, they will see these holy light particles and understand that there is a different world around them, and that world has always existed. So, you can now inject holy light into the hammer and keep it there?" Roy looked down at the hammer hanging on his waist, then nodded in affirmation. High Priest Reed seemed to be somewhat interested, patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "Follow me." The two walked from the main hall into the empty side hall. In this room, there was a high platform with a silver plate and a 1-meter square holy water pool against the wall behind. Roy saw that it was full of clear water, so he guessed the reason why High Priest Reed brought him here. "Roy, try to pour the holy light into this pool," High Priest Reed said to him. Roy stood beside the holy water pool, with his palms facing up in front of his chest, and a ball of soft holy light appeared in his hands. As he put the holy light in his hands into the holy water pool, the ball of holy light actually gathered in the pool, and did not disperse. Then the ball of holy light began to spread in the water, dyeing the surrounding clear water into a light golden color. "That's it, I didn't expect. You are the 4th priest in the temple to inject the power of holy light into the holy water pool," High Priest Reed said happily. "You will be responsible for preparing the holy water for tomorrow's gathering, but you must do it within your ability. If the power of holy light is about to run out, tell me in time." "Okay, teacher." Roy agreed readily. Roy was also very happy that he could finally share some of the temple's affairs with High Priest Reed. At least he felt that the 400 coal that the temple gave him every week was not in vain. Roy had just returned home after pushing open the gate when Moira from next door appeared on the terrace. Her pretty face seemed to have some kind of magical power that could make Roy forget all his troubles. She asked Roy carefully, "Roy, did you win the duel this morning?" Her voice was clear and sweet. Roy touched his left shoulder, which was still a little painful, and stood at the door and responded, "How did you know?" Moira said proudly, "Because you were not injured, at least you didn't come back lying down." Roy suddenly fell silent, walked into the house and washed his face, then took the clothes he had changed to the balcony to wash, and asked Moira on the terrace next door, "Will I definitely get hurt if I lose?" Moira sat on the terrace fence, with her hands on the railings on both sides. Although her skin was a little gray, her pretty face also had the unique tranquility of the Dark Moon Elves. "Roy, your opponent is the Silver Moon Elves, right?" She blinked her clear eyes and asked Roy. "Yes," Roy replied. Moira tilted her head and said with certainty, "That's it. The Silver Moon Elves will not show mercy to the Half-Blood Elves." It is undeniable that the Silver Moon Elves here have a deep-seated prejudice against the Half-Blood Elves. "Moira, you and Sabrina have been helping me practice martial arts these days, otherwise I wouldn't have won this duel. Thank you very much. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you." Roy hung the washed shirt on the clothesline and said to Moira with a smile. Moira pouted and tilted her head to think for a while before saying, "Roy, then tell me another story." Roy also sat down on a rattan chair on the terrace and said, "Let me think about it, and see if there is any story that has not been told. If there is, then I will tell the story of the adventures of Pinocchio." The two of them were more than 5 meters apart, and Roy didn't even need to raise his voice to tell the story of Pinocchio. At night, Moira lay on a wooden bed, hugging a thin quilt, and said to Sabrina, who was sitting by the window and wiping her hair, "Sister, do you think there is really Pinocchio?" Sabrina turned her head to look at Moira. She was wearing a cool suspender pajamas, and her white and plump chest showed an attractive peach-shaped outline. Feeling that the sea breeze was a bit strong at night, she reached out to close the window. He turned around and sat down beside Moira's bed, reached out and touched her head, and then said, "I guess this Pinocchio must be a high-level magic puppet, and it must have a puppet heart and elementary wisdom. It must be created by a great wizard. So that's how it is." Moira blinked her clear blue eyes, and her pretty face showed how lovely it was. At the same time, in the warehouse of the Statue of Liberty on Brown Street, in front of the floor-to-ceiling bronze mirror, there was a silver candlestick with a candle inserted on it, and the candlelight emitted a faint holy light. At this time, the linen cloth covering the bronze mirror was taken off by Priest Anderson and thrown on the shelf beside. Priest Anderson sat on a wooden chair, his eye sockets were deep, and the thick dark circles under his eyes matched his skinny face, making him look a bit like a zombie. He raised his hands, and there was only a layer of skin and fascia wrapped around the bones. Anderson's eyes were full of fatigue, and his voice was decadent and desperate. He whispered to the mirror, "I have tried all the methods you said, but it didn't work." There was no effect at all, not even a little response. Chapter 83. The mirror no longer showed the captain's bedroom, but the temple warehouse. Shelves, wooden boxes and sundries, but there were no holy candles and Priest Anderson. Priest Anderson sat in front of the mirror and couldn't see himself either. A skeleton with blue soul fire burning in its eye sockets appeared in the mirror. He carefully avoided the holy light and leaned against the edge of the warehouse shelf in the mirror, trying to get his head close to the edge of the mirror. The skull twisted its bony neck, making a strange crackling sound. The flames in the eye sockets were constantly jumping. "You are just an ordinary elf now. Do you think you can still get the goddess's holy light like this?" "Anderson, stop dreaming," the skull said to the Priest Anderson with a dry laugh. Seeing the Priest Anderson's body shaking, he almost fell down. The skull in the mirror put his hands full of white joints on the edge of the mirror frame and continued in a hoarse voice, "Why not let me out? As long as you open the seal of this mirror, I can come out. I can help you draw a magic circle for the descent ceremony. If you are worried that I will not fulfill my promise, I can sign a magic contract now. Think about it carefully. Seeing your poor condition now, you don't have much time left." Priest Anderson frowned and said nothing. Let him sign a contract with an undead? He had never thought about it. Seeing that Priest Anderson did not respond, the skeleton changed his tone and teased him. "The Statue of Liberty has abandoned you. You and your faith are just a pile of garbage thrown in the corner. Anderson, if you don't catch up with her, you will be abandoned in the elf continent." A devout believer can give up everything to pursue faith, right? As he spoke, the skeleton in the mirror knelt on the ground, clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and imitated the way devout believers prayed under the statue. After a few seconds of silence, the soul fire in the skeleton's eyes suddenly jumped up, and he put his face full of bones to the edge of the mirror. Although there was a faint holy light power that could burn him, he didn't care. There were even wisps of green smoke coming out of his bone face, but he still leaned to the edge of the mirror and said to Priest Anderson in the most harsh tone, "But what about you? What have you done recently? Apart from waiting for the alms of the goddess, what else is worthy of praise? No, you have always been useless like this." The skeleton suddenly disappeared in the mirror. Then he leaned against a darker corner of the mirror, smashed a piece of bone with a small hammer, put it into the mortar and crushed it hard, and finally picked out a bit of white bone powder from it and smeared it on the slightly burnt head. The charred black on the bones actually began to fade gradually, and the skeleton put the mortar on the shelf with satisfaction. He said to the priest Anderson outside the mirror, "Anderson, wake up. She has abandoned you. Listen to me, you can't feel the holy light because she has completely abandoned you and even the entire elf continent. If you can wake up now, you should join the Lich Monarch, just like me. Immortality, have you not tasted the taste of soul yet?" He raised his head, opened his hands, and put on an extremely intoxicated look. Priest Anderson lowered his head and looked decadently at the skeleton performing in the mirror. "I will prove to you that I have not been abandoned by the goddess, and I have never been." The voice of the priest Anderson seemed weak. Even his words could not convince himself. Then he stood up suddenly. Although his body was a little shaky, and he looked like a drunkard, he still grabbed the linen on the wooden rack, walked to the front of the bronze mirror, and covered it with his hands. "Hey!" The skeleton in the mirror made a hoarse call. The priest Anderson did not respond to it, but it became more anxious. "Hey, Anderson, where are you going? Let me out, I can help you, I swear." The last few words became a little hysterical. "Hey! Hey! Don't go, only I can help you." The footsteps gradually weakened, and finally there was a dull sound of the door closing. In early August, there were more rainy days than sunny days in Castletown. The sky was overcast, and it started to drizzle. At first, the rain was not heavy. But when Roy walked out of the college gate, the wind blew from the sea, and the sea breeze wrapped in rain splashed on the pedestrians on the street. At this time, no matter what umbrella, it was useless. Roy wrapped the 2 textbooks with his clothes and stood in the rain for a while before he was soaked. Fortunately, the long carriage arrived in time, and he didn't have to wait in the rain for too long. After getting into the carriage, Roy looked at the coachman in a hat apologetically and threw a collar into the box obediently. There were not many passengers in the carriage. In such bad weather, the elves preferred to stay at home. The signs hanging on the doors of the shops on the street were shaken by the wind, and some metal plaques made creaking sounds. Some shop owners would sit in front of the windows to enjoy the rainy scene on the street. Roy jumped off the carriage at the intersection of Brown Street. The water level of the nearby Darny River continued to rise, flooding the stone steps by the river again. He ran to the gate of the Statue of Liberty in the rain, and found that there was a group of believers gathered at the gate of the temple in such heavy rain. Jasper and Abbott were both guarding the door. They were not wearing rainproof cloaks, and their apprentice priest robes were tightly attached to their bodies after being soaked by the rain. They were both soaked from head to toe, and they were crying and patiently telling the believers that the gathering today was temporarily cancelled. Roy knew that Jasper was an optimistic half-elf. Even when he was lying in bed recovering from his injuries, he didn't look as sad as he did today. Roy realized that something must have happened in the temple. Even the weekly gathering was cancelled. He tried to squeeze to the front of the crowd. Jasper saw Roy, who was soaked all over, and his bad mood was almost written on his face. "Jasper, what's wrong? What happened in the temple?" Roy came up and hugged Jasper's shoulders and asked. Jasper asked Abbott to stop the believers, pulled Roy into the iron gate, and whispered in his ear, "Teacher Anderson is performing a descent ceremony." "Ah?" Roy knew that only after passing the descent ceremony could the priest become a high priest. The 2 priests in the temple were stuck at the threshold of being promoted to high priests, but every time the priest was promoted, he had to bathe in the holy light. But now the holy light of the Statue of Liberty has not appeared for 6 months. It is not easy for the current priests to ensure that they have enough holy light power in their bodies, let alone hold a descent ceremony that requires a lot of holy light power. He wants to forcefully break through the level boundary and be promoted to the high priest. Roy asked Jasper. Jasper shook his head, covered his face with his hands, and said with all his heart, he just wants to prove to everyone that the glory of the goddess still shines on the elf continent. Roy couldn't understand the thoughts of the priest Anderson, and couldn't help asking, is it possible that the God's descent ceremony will fail? The believers outside the temple gate left in the rain one after another. Abbott walked in from the outside, wiped the rain off his face, and said to Roy, you should ask if the God's descent ceremony has a chance of success. Is there? Roy asked. Abbott did not give a direct response, but just lowered his head and muttered, the holy light can't even reach here, how can the goddess come? Roy asked again, what will happen if the descent ceremony fails and Priest Anderson fails to be promoted to the high priest? He will become a martyr. Abbott glanced at Jasper and answered in a low voice. The rain was getting heavier, and High Priest Reed stood outside the main hall with an anxious look on his face, but he didn't see Priest Theodore. According to the rules set by Bishop Felix Mitchell, the priest's descent ceremony is protected by the goddess and cannot be disturbed. The 3 trainee priests were all wet and dripping with water. Go change into dry clothes, the ceremony won't end so soon, High Priest Reed said to them. In the main hall, Priest Anderson knelt in front of the Statue of Liberty. The howling wind and heavy rain outside the temple did not stop Priest Anderson. He held a sharp dagger in his hand, which was also covered with divine patterns. The dagger's blade cut a wound in his palm, and blood containing holy light flowed out of the wound. He dipped his finger in the blood and drew a divine pattern on the floor. He was very focused, as if he was completely immersed in his own world. Every stroke seemed to consume a lot of energy, and he looked more and more haggard, with almost no expression on his skinny face. He just kept reciting prayers. The relief of the Statue of Liberty looked at everything happening in the temple with pity, and the stone eyes were cold to the bone. After Priest Anderson finished drawing the divine pattern of the descent ceremony alone, he could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground with a plop. His face was pressed against the cold stone slab, his body was prostrated in the divine pattern, but the sacred prayer in his mouth did not stop. The almost dried up holy light power in Anderson's body began to be injected into the divine pattern, and his body began to twitch violently. With the sound of a prayer, the ceremony began. The holy light in his body quickly dried up, his skin shrank, and the long life of the elves was constantly withdrawn from his body, maintaining the operation of the divine pattern array. He was like a madman, relying on the last bit of persistence in his heart, and kept reciting the prayer. A pillar of holy light appeared in the divine rune array, and this pillar of light instantly rushed out of the roof of the main hall and passed through the dense dark clouds. The holy light exploded in the clouds, like a gorgeous firework blooming in the night sky. In an instant, even the dense dark clouds were blown out with a big hole. A ray of sunlight shone through the hole, and Roy even saw the blue sky outside the hole. Then the pillar of light turned into countless leaves formed by holy light, falling from the sky one after another. Before the holy light leaves fell to the ground, they all dissipated in the heavy rain. Chapter 84. Priest Anderson fell in front of the Statue of Liberty in the main hall, with a complete divine rune array around his body. After the blood on the array dried up, all the holy light was lost. He was skinny, and lying on the ground like a skeleton wrapped in oily skin, with only his last breath left. Every breath was extremely painful for him. His dry eyes looked at the Statue of Liberty, with a sad look in his eyes. After absorbing all his vitality, the divine rune array was finally completely interrupted. The descent ceremony in the main hall suddenly ended, but the Statue of Liberty did not descend. High Priest Reed rushed in first and hugged Priest Anderson, who was lying on the ground like a withered man. High Priest Reed recited the prayer quickly. This was the first time Roy saw him flipping through the sacred prayer when performing a divine spell. He did not even see him draw the divine pattern, and a holy light fell from the ceiling, completely covering Priest Anderson. Great holy light spell. The holy light began to repair his body, which had already been exhausted, but unfortunately Priest Anderson's breath was getting weaker and weaker. His eyes had become extremely dim. Priest Anderson said in a very weak voice, "Reed, don't waste your energy. No one can save me. I know. I know that my idea is wrong from the root. The goddess's holy light cannot shine here. It's not that she wants to abandon this power. I guess she must be trapped in a dark place, where there is endless darkness that the holy light cannot penetrate. I should respond to the call of the high priest and join the temple expeditionary force as soon as possible, instead of giving up here." At this point, he looked towards the dome of the main hall, and suddenly there was a hint of spirit in his eyes. His eyes were full of light, and he said to High Priest Reed, "Sorry, Reed, maybe my death will cause you a lot of trouble." High Priest Reed shook his head and said, "Anderson, stop talking about this. We came to Castletown together. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't even be able to stay here." Priest Anderson's eyes became brighter and brighter, but his breath became weaker and weaker. His pupils began to slowly expand outward, but he could still be heard whispering, "Haha, I am really free this time, Reed. I saw the steps, the crystal steps, Reed. I saw the diamond gate in the distance. It is really magnificent. Reed, I look forward to our meeting again, but I would rather that day be later." Priest Anderson's eyes finally froze, and his breathing stopped a moment before. High Priest Reed held his body, one hand brushed over his eyelids, and Priest Anderson closed his eyes. Then the main hall fell into silence. Priest Anderson seemed to know that he would die, and he even placed a coffin in the warehouse. It was a simple wooden box without any patterns. It was just the right size for him to lie in it. There was even a sacred prayer book in the coffin in advance. The bottom of the coffin was covered with a cloak he usually wore. There was nothing else. Roy and Abbott carried the light coffin out of the warehouse and placed it in the side hall. High Priest Reed and Jasper buried Anderson in the coffin. The burial ceremony of the priests was very simple, because the dead priests entered the kingdom of God, so strictly speaking, there was nothing to be sad about. After burying Priest Anderson, Roy and Abbott comforted Jasper and returned home before dark. The rain had cleared up a long time ago. Although the dark clouds above had not dissipated, a touch of red appeared on the horizon. All the dead elves will be buried in the cemetery. The West Suburb Cemetery is basically the place where the dead half-blood elves are buried. The elves believe that they are the children of nature. After death, they will become elves and return to nature until one day they will be chosen by an elf mother and be reborn. Therefore, there is a cypress tree planted in front of the elves' tombs. Roy walked in front with a shovel, while Abbott and Jasper walked behind after receiving a cypress tree of good quality from the gravekeeper. Priest Anderson has been buried in this cemetery. All that is left is to plant a cypress tree in front of his tomb and nail his nameplate to the tree. Roy did not expect that he would come to the cemetery again after only 2 weeks. You know, the nameplate on the cypress tree in front of Windsor's tomb was hung by him himself. The ceremony was simple: burial, tree planting, and farewell. Jasper was in a bad mood. When leaving the cemetery, Abbott and Roy wanted to find some light-hearted topics. Passing by a hillside in the cemetery, Roy suddenly saw a familiar figure. To say familiar, actually not very familiar, but his attire and appearance were somewhat out of tune with the elves in Castletown. Since the last time they met at the doorstep and talked for a few words, this dark moon elf seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Roy thought he would never see him again in this life. I didn't expect that the two would meet in a place like a cemetery. He was still wearing a very slim-fitting tight leather armor, a dagger hanging on his belt, short white hair, and gray skin. The dark moon elf who came to investigate Jefferson's death. And it was still a standard Shadow Ranger outfit, as if he was afraid that others would not be able to see that he was an assassin. He stood next to a cypress tree and looked at Roy from a distance. His eyes were like those of Mrs. Winnie's night-blade leopard, vigilant and murderous. So, it was unreasonable, and Roy had the illusion that a mackerel could solve the problem. Roy greeted Jasper and Abbott and asked them to wait for a while, saying that there was an acquaintance over there, and he wanted to go over and say hello before leaving. In fact, the biggest reason why Roy asked Jasper and Abbott to wait for him was that he was worried that the Dark Moon Elf would suddenly do something impulsive. Roy walked over and found that the young Dark Moon Elf was standing in front of Jefferson's tombstone. The nameplate of the cypress tree was Jefferson's name, and he was buried by the pier guards. "I thought you had left Castletown a long time ago. That's what I was planning, but unfortunately things here haven't been dealt with yet, so I have to stay for a while. Do you want to track down the murderer who killed Jefferson? For 50 collars, I can sell you the portraits of those sailors. You know, it costs more than that to hire an artist to paint a self-portrait now. I can give you 5. Roy stood in front of Jefferson's tomb, selling Sabrina's paintings to the Dark Moon Elf. The young Dark Moon Elf stared at Roy with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and glanced at Roy impatiently. Their ship has already left the dock, and Jefferson is just a liaison here. He is not worth it for us to do this. Roy was a little disappointed when he heard the Dark Moon Elf say that they were not going to avenge Jefferson. He couldn't help but taunt him. "So you stayed here just to remember this fellow who is lying in the grave? Don't you think?" The young Dark Moon Elf was a little angry. He wanted to rush over and grab Roy's collar and throw him out. But when he saw the two companions dozens of meters behind Roy, he thought about it and finally held back. Roy saw the Dark Moon Elf's unfriendly eyes and quickly took a step back, spread his hands and said, "Okay, just pretend we haven't met. Anyway, you didn't say anything to me." The Dark Moon Elf showed a cold look and didn't want to pay attention to Roy at all. Roy smiled at him and then turned and left. Chapter 85. High Priest Reed sat in the carriage, his face full of self-blame, and said to Priest Theodore, "Half a month ago, the elf patrol of the guard team sent 4 bronze mirrors to the temple, and I knew there would be trouble. Those bronze mirrors should be the items of a certain necromancer, mainly used to detain the dead souls. There is a door to the dimensional space on each mirror, but fortunately, the necromancer has placed seals on these mirrors. I checked these seals, and confirmed that the dead souls trapped in the mirrors could not escape, so I decided to temporarily store these bronze mirrors in the warehouse. After all, this is an extraordinary period. Purifying these dead souls requires a lot of holy light power. I want to postpone it a little longer. In order to suppress the dead souls in the mirror, I also lit a candle with holy light in the warehouse to weaken their power. I know he goes to the warehouse occasionally, but I have never interfered with him. I think as long as he is given some time, he will be able to come out of the blind spot of his thinking. In fact, for such a long time, there has been no news from the high priest, which is actually equivalent to letting us wait silently. I didn't expect Anderson to go after those dead souls. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never do such an impulsive act. The cobblestone road was not that flat, and the carriage was a little bumpy as it drove along the cliff road. Priest Theodore had gained some weight recently, and he felt his whole body trembling as he sat in the bumpy carriage. He only learned of the death of Priest Anderson last night, and he looked a little listless now, probably because he didn't sleep well last night. I was wondering, why was Priest Anderson so impulsive this time? I guess he was probably bewitched by the dead souls. Priest Theodore leaned on the sofa and slapped the armrest hard, then leaned over and whispered to High Priest Reed, "Has the death report of Priest Anderson been submitted?" High Priest Reed nodded and said, "I took some time to write it last night and sent it out this morning." Priest Theodore reached out and unbuttoned the collar of his shirt under his robe, adjusted his collar, licked his thick lips, and continued to ask, "Will the higher-ups send an investigator this time?" "They will definitely come. This time, they will not only verify the cause of death of Priest Anderson, but also take the 4 bronze mirrors in the warehouse back for disposal." High Priest Reed responded. Priest Theodore's fat face trembled slightly, and he quickly rubbed his numb face with his hands, his eyes drifting out the window. After a while, Priest Theodore said faintly, "High Priest Reed, I neglected this matter. If I had known that there were such things in the warehouse earlier, I would have purified them no matter what." When Priest Theodore saw Abbott and Jasper looking at him, his face also turned red. Then he said boldly, "I heard that many priests in some southern regions of the Silver Moon Kingdom are evacuating one after another. Now a large number of priests are gathering in Golfito. I guess we won't be here for long." When High Priest Reed heard what Priest Theodore said, his face remained calm. It was obvious that he knew about this. But for Roy, Jasper, and Abbott in the carriage, they were not mentally prepared at all. "High Priest Reed, are we going to leave here too?" Jasper hadn't recovered from his grief when he heard such bad news again. He immediately asked the High Priest Reed in a lost voice. High Priest Reed patted his shoulder and said, "We haven't received such a notice yet." "Are the Statue of Liberty in other elven cities being removed?" Jasper asked again. High Priest Reed nodded slowly and said, "That's true." Jasper said in confusion, "Oh my God, I don't know where we can go. If the Statue of Liberty in Castletown is removed, are we going to Golfito as well?" High Priest Reed quickly comforted Jasper. "Before the notice from above is passed down, we just need to live here with peace of mind." Roy and Abbott, who were sitting next to them, looked at each other. In fact, this news had a great impact on both of them. Especially Roy. He had just joined the temple, and at this time, he heard that the temples in various parts of the Silver Moon Kingdom were gradually withdrawing. For an apprentice priest like him, who was studying at the Elf Academy, while working part-time at the temple, there was really no need to leave his hometown and follow the priests to a strange place. It is very likely that after the Statue of Liberty in Castletown was closed, he would have to find a part-time job again. When Roy looked at Abbott, it was obvious that he was not so willing to leave Castletown. Jasper would definitely not want to go either. He was dating Miss Tiffany, the Naga mermaid, recently. How could he go to a place without a sea? Jasper thought of Priest Anderson, and his mood became very low again. He whispered, "The teacher has always been worried about the loss of the Holy Grail. He thinks that the reduction in gatherings in the temple is caused by the loss of the Holy Grail of wisdom." High Priest Reed explained to the 3 apprentice priests, "If the holy light can still shine here, the lost Holy Grail of wisdom is actually not a great thing. Its only value is that it witnessed the descent ceremonies of several high priests of the Castletown Statue of Liberty. It is these descent ceremonies that have left a faint trace of incomplete divinity in the Holy Grail, which is why it can condense holy water in the holy water pool. There is a replica of the Holy Grail of wisdom, like this one in almost every temple." The carriage stopped outside the gate of the temple, and High Priest Reed got off the carriage with some fatigue. Priest Theodore followed behind, constantly wiping the sweat off his face with the silk in his hand. Roy, Jasper, and Abbott walked at the back, whispering about the matter of removing the Statue of Liberty. Priest Anderson's death was a big blow to High Priest Reed. Although he looked the same as always, he would always patiently explain those elementary divine arts to Roy and others. But Roy found that he would occasionally stand by the well and stare at the wellhead in a daze, or sit alone by the pool and stare at the Statue of Liberty in a daze. The 4 bronze mirrors are still locked in the warehouse, probably waiting for the arrival of the investigators sent by the temple's top leaders before opening them. Priest Theodore has become much more obedient in recent days, staying in the temple almost every day without going out. Unfortunately, this only lasted for 3 days, and Priest Theodore returned to his original state again, frequently riding a carriage to the upper city. Priest Theodore went out almost every day at noon, and came back very late, and sometimes even spent the night outside. Now the temple is more deserted than before. For Roy, these days are very busy. Although he has gradually adapted to the learning rhythm of the Elf Academy, High Priest Reed is much stricter than before. Every day, he stuffs a large number of divine runes into his head, and asks him to remember them by heart. He wants Roy to read the whole book in half a day. High Priest Reed will explain to Roy how to draw and pronounce these divine runes. These divine runes are the foundation of all divine arts. Every day Roy learns a lot of new knowledge, and the temple has almost become another place to absorb knowledge nutrients. Roy, Jasper, and Abbott had a bag of magic cores and polished magic crystals, and they all invested in the transformation plan of the Black Pearl. Of course, during this period, Roy and the other 2 had been taking time to clean up the ghosts on the Black Pearl. At present, only the ghosts in the torture chamber have not been dealt with, and the silt in the bottom cabin of the Black Pearl has been completely cleaned up, and even some rotten wooden walls have been replaced with new wooden boards. The only place that has not been repaired is the round hole in the bottom of the ship, because everyone is used to taking this route when they get on board now. After all the ghosts in the rooms on both sides were purified, the 3 of them were cleaning the cabins on the lower level. However, this ship is really too big. They are busy every day, but they only clean up the 6 independent cabins behind the lower deck. Roy, now there is only the ghost in the torture chamber on the ship. Otherwise, we can think of a way to purify it, Jasper said while sitting on a chair in the cabin. It was a bit stuffy here, and you would sweat all over if you moved casually. Roy put away the mop in his hand, looked at the floor in the corridor that was almost worn off, and was a little tired of the endless cleaning work, and said, "Now we have time, why not start now?" Abbott, who was cleaning the old seat in the paddle room, also poked his head out and responded, "Okay." The 3 put down the cleaning tools in their hands and walked towards the torture chamber. Roy took the opportunity to perform the microlight elimination technique, and then controlled the light ball to float to the front, and the 3 came to the door of the torture chamber. The ghost trapped in the torture chamber has become very irritable in recent days. As long as it finds any movement at the door of the torture chamber, it will rush out regardless of anything. Roy has not yet learned the purification technique. He stands in the front and lets the holy light float into the torture chamber. The ghost wandering around in the torture chamber immediately appeared under the holy light. The breath emitted by the holy light also has a burning feeling on the ghost. This is a ghost with only the upper body, and the bones of the whole body are hidden under a tattered black cloak. Almost at the moment when the bone claws were raised, the holy light that floated into the torture chamber exploded with a bang. When the ghost rushed towards the door, its body quickly entered the invisible state. However, Jasper, who was following behind Roy, had already prepared. When he saw the ghost, he was already chanting a prayer. When the ghost was about to disappear, the divine pattern of purification had been drawn. The divine pattern dissipated, and a beam of holy light instantly covered the ghost in the light column. Roy hurriedly rushed into the torture chamber with a wooden hammer infused with holy light, ready to hit the ghost trapped in the light beam. When he raised the hammer, Roy found that the ghost in the light column was actually lit up with a light blue mana vortex, and the holy light column that trapped its body was extinguished in the blue mana vortex very quickly. Chapter 86. Seeing the ghost break free from the light column, Roy, who raised the wooden hammer, was completely dumbfounded. Roy had seen how powerful this ghost was a few days ago. At that time, he just stepped into the door of the torture chamber with 1 foot, and the ghost raised his bone claws and almost dragged Roy into the torture chamber. Now facing Jasper's purification technique, it actually broke through the barrier formed by the holy light in an instant. But even if Roy wanted to retreat from the door of the torture chamber now, it was too late. Roy could only hope that Abbott's purification spell could be released sooner. He gritted his teeth and continued to transfer the power of holy light into the wooden hammer. A hazy holy light even appeared on the surface of the wooden hammer, and he smashed it towards the ghost's forehead. The soul fire in the ghost's eye sockets exploded instantly. This powerful blue flame almost enveloped the entire skull. Roy only felt a bone-chilling chill emanating from the ghost. When it rushed into his body, Roy shuddered involuntarily. At the same time, the holy light seed in Roy's body also emitted a blazing holy light that protected Roy. The wooden hammer in Roy's hand hit the ghost's forehead. There was an oval sapphire inlaid between the eyebrows of the ghost's forehead. The wooden hammer hit this gem, and the holy light and the soul fire collided, and a halo burst out immediately. The upper layer of the halo was filled with holy light power, and the lower layer was a circle of blue soul fire. Roy felt like he was standing in the center of a blizzard. From the moment the soul fire touched him, Roy's body began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the ghost was not uninjured. Fine cracks appeared on the gem on its forehead. The soul fire in the ghost's eye sockets kept jumping, and it stretched out its arms as white as bone jade. The shark finger bones were like 10 bayonets, pinching Roy's neck. Roy's body was covered with a thin layer of ice, and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch the ghost's two big hands pressing on both sides of his neck, and the strong stinging almost made Roy's scalp numb. If the finger bones pinching Roy's neck went down an inch, Roy might bleed 5 steps away. Just when Roy was about to close his eyes and wait for death, a beam of light fell from the ghost's head again, covering the ghost in the middle. Jasper rushed in from the door of the torture chamber, swung the holy prayer book in his hand, and smashed it hard on the ghost's head. The holy prayer book was quite thick, and when it came into close contact with the ghost's cheek, Roy even heard a few cracking sounds. The ghost hanging in the air fell backwards to the ground. Jasper quickly opened the prayer book again and chanted the secondary healing spell quickly. The holy light turned into dazzling spots and disappeared into Roy's body. Roy only felt that his frozen body had regained vitality again. However, Roy did not retreat at all at this time. Instead, he held the wooden hammer tightly and pounced on the ghost sitting on the wall. Before the ghost raised the bone hand, Roy's wooden hammer had already hit it. With a crisp sound of click, the ghost's right bone hand was smashed into several pieces by Roy. Jasper did not dare to hesitate at all. He stood behind Roy and opened the holy prayer again. The third purification trapped the struggling ghost again. This time, the ghost failed to break through the holy light beam. Roy hit it twice with the wooden hammer, and the other arm was broken. Even so, the ghost still showed a fierce look and kept hitting the barrier around the beam with his head. Roy had no intention of stopping. The wooden hammer was almost broken by him. The ghost's body went from being extremely clear to gradually blurry. Finally, the soul fire turned into 2 small flames in the eye sockets again. The spirit part could no longer support the bones of the ghost. After a moment, the ghost's bones fell apart. Roy did not stop there. He released a ball of holy light and began to look around the torture chamber. This torture chamber was not big. There was not only a wooden bed, but also a wooden frame with iron rings hanging on it. In particular, there was a dried corpse hanging on the wooden frame. The wooden frame was placed in the innermost corner of the torture chamber. When Roy first came in, he didn't even notice the side. Roy slowly approached the mummy hanging on the wooden frame, raised the wooden hammer in his hand again, and smashed it hard. The mummy opened its eyes just before the wooden hammer touched it, and grabbed Roy with both hands. The holy light floated to the top of the mummy's head, and immediately saw the ghost attached to the mummy. The ghost's body had dimmed and became transparent. Roy was chasing after it relentlessly, and he let out a fierce roar. But the wooden hammer still fell without any hesitation. The mummy had no fighting power, and there was not even a bone in its head, just a layer of dried meat. The ferocious face suddenly deflated when the wooden hammer hit it. The ghost's body was burned by the holy light again. This time, the 4th purification beam covered the nearly transparent ghost. The ghost finally began to wail in the beam, and its body was rapidly melting. Finally, the ghost's body completely turned into a faint green smoke and drifted away. A light blue soul floated into the sky without looking back. On the floor in front of Roy, there were a few more pale soul ashes. After a moment, those soul ashes also disappeared. Roy only felt that the 3 tentacles in his body became thicker again. Perhaps seeing that the ghost had been dealt with, Abbott walked in from the door. He found a broken mummy on the floor, with its head shattered beyond recognition, and immediately covered his mouth and nose. After the ghost was purified, Jasper personally searched the torture chamber carefully, only to find that there was nothing in the torture chamber. However, being able to purify this ghost was also the biggest gain of the 3. Then Jasper and Roy put the mummy in the torture chamber into a wooden box, and after carrying it off the boat, they dug a big hole on the beach by the sea, and then put the wooden box in it, and filled it back with sand. The three of them were busy until the sun set below the sea, and then they stopped. They planned to sit on the deck and chat for a while before going home. "Roy, do you think our temple will be closed down?" Jasper asked worriedly. "Maybe," Roy said. ABT interrupted at this time. "If High Priest Reed and Priest Theodore both go to Golfito, will you go, Roy?" Roy shook his head and said, "Probably not. I still have to finish my studies here." "What do you think?" "I want to go," Jasper said. Roy turned around and asked, "ABT, what about you?" ABT said, "I want to stay." Chapter 87. The sea breeze blew over the deck, making the bells hanging on the main mast jingle. The setting sun shone through the clouds in the west, as if a piece of hellfire was burning. There were a few lonely small fishing boats on the sea, trying to dock. The three apprentice priests sat side by side on the bronze ram at the bow, watching the waves pushing towards the beach under their feet. Abbott said depressedly, "We spent so much effort to repair the Black Pearl. If we move to Golfito, what will happen to the Black Pearl?" Jasper was also in a dilemma. He was reluctant to give up not only the Black Pearl, but also Miss Tiffany. But should he give up the temple? Maybe the Statue of Liberty in Castletown will not be removed. This is the nearest port to Buenos Aires, and not far from Golfito. It is the best outlet to the sea. So I think unless all the Statue of Liberty in the entire spirit world are removed, the Castletown temple will not be easily removed. Roy was able to talk so eloquently, because teacher Harper Gustav happened to talk about this in the morning geography class. He mainly talked about the capital of Buenos Aires, and at the same time radiated to the important cities around it. In addition to the 17 satellite towns that controlled the key locations around Buenos Aires, only Castletown was clearly marked by teacher Harper. The reason was that if the Orc tribe in the north was taken as the imaginary enemy, the army of the Orc tribe would secretly bypass the eternal night forest of the Dark Moon Kingdom in the north, and attack the Silver Moon Kingdom by boat from the sea. In addition to occupying the Queen of Winnie Islands, the best landing place would be Castletown. When talking about Castletown Harbor, Mr. Harper's cane almost cracked the marble floor. When Roy heard other young elf students talking about Mr. Harper in class, he said that one of the ideas he was actively promoting recently was to transform the Ophelia family's seaside manor in Castletown into a military fortress. This proposal directly touched the interests of the Ophelia royal family. Mr. Harper also suggested that it would be best to station the main force of the Silver Moon Elf 17th Silver Pegasus Legion here, to deter the fleet appearing from the north of the Endless Sea. Of course, the Orc tribe has not been able to form a decent fleet so far. It is also worth mentioning that it is almost impossible for the Orc tribe's army to bypass the Evernight forest of the Dark Moon Kingdom. The relationship between the elves and the orcs is like that between angels and demons. The hatred accumulated over the years has reached a completely irreconcilable point. Jasper saw Abbott's frustrated face and felt a little strange. This guy has always been very easygoing and rarely has such a tangled emotion of worrying about gains and losses. So he said, "Don't think too much. Let's wait for the notice from above, and then we will make a decision." Thinking that the Black Pearl has been completely cleaned up now, even the rotten planks inside the hull have been pried open and replaced with new ones. Especially the main mast of the ship was shot with a big hole by the elf archers, and a huge copper sleeve may be needed to stabilize the main mast. Now the bow of the Black Pearl is facing the sea, and the second-story shiphouse at the stern is tilted high. When the window of the stern shiphouse is opened, you can just see the seaside manor on the isolated cliff. If you want to see the sea view, you have to stand in the captain's room, or simply go to the terrace on the top of the ship. The kitchen and storage room on the first floor of the ship are on the left. The rooms of the first mate, Mrs. Ugula, and the second mate, Nelev, can just see the sea and the beautiful Castletown harbor. After Jasper's careful decoration, the furnishings in Mrs. Ugula's room are almost complete. The dead souls on the ship have been cleared, and next we have to decorate these empty rooms on the ship. Let me say first. So I want the first mate's room on the first floor. You two can't compete with me. Then I stay in the second mate's room, Abbott said immediately, looking at the bustling Castletown harbor. Jasper patted Roy on the shoulder and said, "Roy, the captain's bedroom is yours. Before we go to sea, the captain's room will temporarily serve as our activity room." "Oh!" Roy looked back at the ship's tower. In fact, the captain's bedroom is not bad, and it is very private. The only bad thing is that if the Black Pearl stays here, it will never see the sea view. "When can we go out to sea to search for treasure?" Abbott asked. Jasper turned his head and glanced at Roy, then smiled and said, "At least one of us three must be able to sail the Black Pearl freely on the sea. Isn't Roy studying sailing at the Elf Academy? Let's wait for him to graduate from the Elf Academy. That will take another 20 years, and by then, he might have been poached by someone else, so what will be left for us? Can't we hire a captain?" Abbott said loudly with a worried look on his face. Jasper turned his head and glanced at Abbott. Since he found the treasure map, this guy seemed to have changed. He was always thinking about the little private money of the captain of the Sea Wolf. "Aren't you afraid that the captain will throw us all into the sea on our way back?" Jasper said to him. Abbott was stunned for a moment, and said uncertainly, "No way." Jasper put his arm around Abbott's shoulders, laughed and said, "This kind of thing, who knows, we have to be prepared." Roy thought about it, and thought that Jasper and Abbott had rarely been out to sea, so he suggested, "How about I talk to Duke this weekend, and we go out to sea together on his boat to experience life on the sea?" "That's a good idea." Jasper agreed immediately. Abbott also responded positively, "I agree. We should bring something with us." "Do we need to prepare a fruit basket?" Jasper complained to Abbott, "Why eat fruit on the boat? There are plenty of fish in the sea. In fact, plans cannot keep up with changes." On the day before Roy, Abbott and Jasper, 3 trainee priests, planned to go to sea on the weekend. The Statue of Liberty finally sent an investigator. High Priest Thorndyke Amos. He is a silver moon elf whose age cannot be seen. His light golden hair is meticulously combed behind his head. He wears a white priest robe with red edges and holds a silver scepter in his hand. He looks very imposing when he walks. He walked out of the carriage and looked up at High Priest Reed at the gate. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. As he walked into the temple, he questioned High Priest Reed. "Reed, tell me how Anderson died. I need you to tell the whole story in detail." When he passed by Priest Theodore, he glanced at him. But he didn't even bother to look at the 3 apprentice priests, Roy, Jasper and Abbott. High Priest Reed hurriedly followed High Priest Thorndyke Amos, and the 2 of them walked directly into the main hall of the Statue of Liberty. "He is much more powerful than High Priest Reed," Jasper said secretly behind High Priest Thorndyke Amos, until he disappeared at the door of the main hall. "Be careful not to be overheard. I heard that the investigators in the temple are very powerful," Abbott reminded quietly. Jasper also knew that he couldn't be caught by the investigator at this time. He didn't come here for tourism, but to investigate the cause of death of Priest Anderson. If he didn't like someone and wanted to make things difficult for that person, I guess none of the people in the temple could escape. Jasper quickly shut up. The 3 of them ran to the well to wash the fruit, put it on a plate, and then sent it to the room of High Priest Thorndyke Amos. Priest Theodore, wearing a clean robe, waited anxiously outside the main hall, occasionally pacing back and forth on the steps at the door. Roy did not expect that High Priest Reed and High Priest Thorndyke Amos would talk for so long in the main hall. High Priest Reed walked out of the main hall with a tired face only after the sun went down. When he saw High Priest Reed coming out, Priest Theodore approached him immediately and asked anxiously, "How is it? Have you made it clear?" High Priest Reed nodded slightly, and then said to Priest Theodore, "You go in too. High Priest Thorndyke Amos wants to talk to you." Priest Theodore's face turned pale, and then he quickly forced a stiff smile, wiped the sweat off his face with the silk in his hand, and walked quickly into the main hall. "Help me carry the bronze mirror out of the warehouse, and be careful not to uncover the linen on the bronze mirror." High Priest Reed stood on the steps at the door and instructed Roy and the other 2. After all, a priest died, and the Statue of Liberty sent a high priest to investigate, which immediately made the atmosphere in the temple solemn. The warehouse was dark, with only 4 bronze mirrors leaning against the wall, each with a holy candle lit. The soft light was the only light in the warehouse. Jasper and Abbott walked in front, and they were much more familiar with this warehouse than Roy. Roy followed the 2, and came to the bronze mirror. 3 people, each carrying a bronze mirror. Through the linen cloth wrapped around the bronze mirror, Roy clearly heard a woman's voice muttering, "Where do you want to move me?" Roy didn't say anything, picked up the mirror and walked out quickly. "Why don't you lift the cloth? Don't you want to see me?" Roy quickly closed his eyes, imagining that he was holding an LCD TV, and silently said in his heart, "There's nothing strange about this. What can be strange about this?" Ignoring the voice in the bronze mirror, he walked out of the warehouse quickly. "Please lift this cloth, and let me breathe. I am almost dying of heat in the mirror after being burned by a candle every day." Roy followed Jasper, with the bronze mirror in his arms. He saw Jasper respond to the bronze mirror, and then put it directly at the door, and reached out to lift the linen cloth. Chapter 88. Roy came behind Jasper, stretched out his hand, and put it on his shoulder. Before he was about to lift the linen cloth, he whispered to him, "Don't lift it, Jasper. Have you forgotten the priest Anderson?" Jasper showed hesitation on his face, and he lowered his voice and said to Roy, "It said that if I am willing to lift the linen cloth, it will tell me how I convinced the teacher." The hoarse voice sounded again from the bronze mirror covered with linen. "I can make a magic contract with you. If you are willing to lift the curtain on the mirror here, I will tell you what Anderson and I said that night." Roy ignored the voice and stared at Jasper and said, "No matter what it said to Priest Anderson, it turns out that it didn't convince Priest Anderson at all." "How do you know?" Jasper asked in confusion. Roy smiled and whispered in Jasper's ear, "If he could convince Priest Anderson, he should have escaped from here long ago. How could he still be trapped here?" "Don't be silly, Jasper. He must be scared now. But he can't leave, and he wants your help." Jasper took a deep breath. "Roy, you are right." After that, he picked up the bronze mirror again and walked towards the main hall. No matter how the hoarse voice in the bronze mirror begged him, Jasper remained unmoved. The warehouse was not far from the main hall. When Roy, Jasper, and Abbott carried the 4 bronze mirrors covered with linen into the Statue of Liberty, the voices in the bronze mirrors stopped abruptly. Perhaps because they felt the sacred atmosphere in the main hall, the dead souls in the 4 bronze mirrors became obedient. Priest Theodore sat on a bench in the last row of the main hall, looking a little depressed, and it seemed that he had finished the questioning. Although he didn't know the result, it seemed that Priest Theodore was in a bad mood. High Priest Thorndyke Amos stood under the Statue of Liberty in the main hall. His neat hair, serious face, and sharp eyes made Roy and his friends shut their mouths consciously when they entered the temple. High Priest Thorndyke Amos asked the 3 trainee priests to put the bronze mirror in front of the relief stone statue of the goddess, then walked to a bronze mirror and reached out to uncover the linen cloth inside. When he saw the bronze mirror, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a strong and pure holy light immediately appeared in his palm. A female scream came out of the bronze mirror immediately. "You poor people who have been completely forgotten by that self-righteous woman, you didn't go to Golfito to wait for death, but came here to deal with an innocent dead soul. Come on, use your holy light to purify me, and then let those things in the dark land tear you apart completely. This is the law of survival of the fittest, very reasonable." The woman in the bronze mirror said these words quickly. Roy, Jasper and Abbott, who were standing opposite the high priest Thorndyke Amos, only saw a wisp of green smoke under the holy light, and a soul with a light blue outline appeared above the bronze mirror, floating towards the dome of the temple. Then, the high priest Thorndyke Amos began to observe a bronze mirror carefully, and said while observing, "This is a soul-tight container with a magic seal. The designer is very thoughtful. The dead soul inside has been purified." Finally, he wrapped the linen around the bronze mirror. He turned to look at Roy, Jasper and Abbott. When he looked at Roy, he asked, "What's your name?" "Roy." "Listen, Roy, when did you see Priest Anderson chatting with the ghost in the mirror in the warehouse?" High Priest Thorndyke Amos stared at Roy and asked. His clear eyes seemed to be able to see through Roy's heart. Roy paused, but did not look away. Instead, he met the gaze of High Priest Thorndyke Amos, and looked at him level. "Last time, the temple held a gathering. After it ended, Jasper and I were cleaning the main hall. We needed to carry a few benches to the warehouse. Although the main hall is a large room, too many benches would make it look messy. Usually, we would move the last 2 rows of benches to the warehouse," Roy said. "When we moved the benches to the warehouse, we saw Priest Anderson sitting on the chair, talking to a bronze mirror, but I didn't hear any other voices at the time." Then High Priest Thorndyke Amos asked Jasper, Abbott, and the other 2 in turn. The questions were nothing more than, has Priest Anderson behaved abnormally recently? Were they present when Priest Anderson performed the seance? What did they see? In fact, Roy still remembered clearly that he saw Priest Anderson talking to him in the warehouse that day, because when he saw the mirror on the Black Pearl later, he immediately remembered that there was something wrong with the mirror in front of Priest Anderson. The investigator then asked several people to sign their names on the parchment he was recording, and then waved to the 3 trainee priests, indicating that they could leave. After Roy and his companions walked out of the main hall, High Priest Thorndyke Amos was silent for a moment before he said to High Priest Reed, "I will report this matter to the High Priest truthfully, and I will bring these 4 bronze mirrors back to the headquarters." Priest Anderson's incident can be defined as the failure of the gods' descent ritual, which led to Priest Anderson's return to the embrace of God. High Priest Thorndyke Amos said to High Priest Reed and Priest Theodore. He walked back to the bottom of the Statue of Liberty, turned around and waved to High Priest Reed and Priest Theodore. When High Priest Reed and Priest Theodore came over, he lowered his voice and said, "In addition, I also brought 2 notices from the High Priest this time." He paused and said, the first thing is that you need to pay attention to the movements of the Moon Temple. During this period, the Moon Temple has been constantly causing trouble for us. I came out to investigate the cause of death of Priest Anderson this time, because I suspected that the Moon Temple had done something behind the scenes, but now it seems that Anderson's death has no direct connection with the Moon Temple. Priest Theodore looked a little unnatural. High Priest Thorndyke Amos glanced at him, then lowered his eyelids and continued. The second thing is to inform you too that the Dark Gate is currently being built in Golfito. The first batch of temple troops have already assembled in Golfito. When the teleportation gate to the Dark Land is built, the first advanced army of the Elf continent will soon go to the Dark Land. High Priest Reed and Priest Theodore have been waiting for this notice recently. It seems that the Statue of Liberty in Castletown has not been spared. High Priest Thorndyke Amos said, although Castleton may be the last expeditionary force according to the departure order, I must still remind you to be prepared in advance. He glanced at High Priest Reed, with a dissatisfied expression on his face. By the way, I would like to remind you that although the Holy Grail of Wisdom that your temple lost is a replica, it is more important to you because you need to join the Temple Expeditionary Corps. Because once you enter the Dark Land, that world is completely isolated from the Holy Light. During this period of battle, if you don't have the Holy Grail of Wisdom, you will not be able to replenish the Holy Light. High Priest Reed and Priest Theodore looked at each other, both of them showing horror in their eyes. High Priest Thorndyke Amos added, yes, only the Holy Grail of Wisdom with divinity. Even if there is only a trace of divinity, it will give birth to holy light on the battlefield of the Dark Land. Did you two understand? High Priest Reed and Priest Theodore answered at the same time, I understand. Okay, let's encourage each other. After saying this, High Priest Thorndyke Amos turned around and walked to the bronze mirror, and put them into the magic waste bag. Roy hurried to the fish market, and bought 4 mackerels before taking the opportunity to buy them, while it was still dark and people were setting up stalls. He then carried the fresh fish home. He wasn't going to eat these 4 fish himself. He was going to feed the night-blade leopard at Mrs. Winnie's house after making the fried fish fillets. Otherwise, Roy even had a feeling that if he dared to pass by the door of the pharmacy alone, the night-blade leopard might break free of its chains and use some practical actions to tell him not to challenge the patience of a night-blade leopard. Seeing Roy passing by with 4 mackerels in his hand, the night-blade leopard lying in the small nest finally yawned lazily. In the temple, Roy saw the High Priest Thorndyke Amos holding a silver scepter in his hand. Although it looked new, the pattern and the gem on the crown on the top of the scepter were far inferior to the one lying under Roy's bed. After returning home, I first pickled the mackerel, then changed my clothes, and washed the skirt that Miss Belinda had changed but had not had time to wash, and hung it on the clothesline on the second-floor terrace to dry. After doing all this, Roy returned to the hut, and found the sacred scepter hidden under the bed. It was heavy, and it was indeed more textured than the one in the hands of the great priest Thorndyke Amos. Roy tried to swing it twice with one hand, but with his current arm strength, it was still very difficult, unless he used both hands. Roy tried to bless himself with the blessing of strength, and the situation was better, but it was still a bit heavy. It seemed that it was not working for the time being. Roy glanced at the wooden hammer hanging on his waist. This thing had been borrowed from the Elf Academy, and had never been returned. Roy skillfully fried the fish, and after it was done, he put it on a wooden plate, walked out of the house with the plate in his hand, and walked along Brown Street to the pharmacy at the corner of the street. The night-blade leopard swiftly emerged from its den, with a chain tied around its neck, and hid under the low wall of shrubs at the door of the house. It poked its head out vigilantly, looking at Roy who was walking slowly with a wooden tray in the distance, and made a woo sound. Roy walked over following the sound and placed the wooden tray in front of the night-blade leopard. Only then did he see Sabrina, wearing an apricot-yellow long skirt, holding a few thick books, standing behind him, leaning forward, looking at him curiously. Chapter 89. Were you mortal enemies before? Sabrina looked at the night-blade leopard curiously, ignored its threatening growl, and said to Roy with a bit of heartache, "This sentence seems to be correct." At the beginning, all the children on Brown Street regarded this night-blade leopard as an imaginary enemy. Just because it is a monster cub. Roy spread his hands helplessly, and said, "It's growing up soon. If we become enemies, I may not be able to sleep well, so I decided to try to get along with it before it grows up." As he spoke, Roy bent down and picked up the empty wooden plate. For fried fishes were just enough for a night-blade leopard weighing more than 40 kilograms to satisfy his hunger, and he didn't need to think about being full. But it was obvious that the night-blade leopard had long been accustomed to this kind of food delivery service. Roy turned around and walked back with Sabrina. The sea breeze blew over, making Sabrina's soft long skirt almost perfectly wrapped around her thighs. What Sabrina didn't expect was that Roy actually turned his head away and looked at the sea in the distance. Sabrina raised her lips slightly, followed Roy's steps, and asked as she walked, "I heard that an investigator came to the headquarters of the Statue of Liberty?" "Well, in this case, Priest Anderson died because of the seance ceremony, and the temple is bound to send someone to investigate here," Roy explained. Sabrina put away her smile at this time and said, "Oh, since the temple lost the Holy Grail of Wisdom, Priest Anderson's condition has begun to get worse and worse." "You said that, as if the cause of Priest Anderson's death was related to the loss of the Holy Grail," Roy said casually. Unexpectedly, Sabrina said very straightforwardly, "It must be related. Before the Holy Grail was lost, Priest Anderson was very optimistic every day. He was waiting for the Holy Light to return to the Elven continent. Later, when the Holy Grail was lost, his temper became more and more irritable." The two quickly walked to the door of the house, and walked into the two adjacent yards. After dinner, Roy and Moira practiced the disassembly movements of elementary martial arts as usual, and then Roy watched Moira's demonstration of the continuous movements of martial arts carefully. Although Roy was as stupid as a bear at the beginning, with Moira's beautiful dance-like movements and Sabrina's careful guidance, he quickly mastered the continuous movements of this set of martial arts. For this kind of continuous movements, Moira always seemed to find the fastest way to practice. When she mastered the set of movements, she would demonstrate it to Roy tirelessly, until Roy learned it. As Jefferson said, Moira was born to be an assassin, but she herself was unwilling to admit that she had such a talent. Perhaps she was also very clear about this talent in her heart, and she was unwilling to accept it. It was just what Jefferson said. When Roy was a child, he played hide-and-seek with her in the yard. She squatted in the shadows, and as long as she didn't want to come out, no one could find her. Roy rushed into the Elf Academy almost jogging with 2 textbooks in his arms. In the noisy and bustling crowd, Roy saw Steve on crutches. One of his legs was still wrapped in a bandage. Roy stopped and stood by the corridor, waiting for Steve to limp over. He looked in good condition, and his injury should have healed almost completely, except for the wound on his thigh, which healed a little slower. Roy said hello to Steve and said, "I thought you would rest for a while." Steve didn't look angry or embarrassed. He answered calmly, "If I lie down again, I might have to retake all the classes I signed up for this year. The instructors won't give me any favors just because I have a hole on my thigh. So in order to learn something new next year, I have to finish these classes." After that, he stopped by the roadside and said to Roy with a smile, "I didn't know you were actually a priest." Roy immediately stood in front of Steve, straightened up, and said to Steve very formally, "Do you want me to introduce myself again? Hello, Steve, I am Roy, an apprentice priest from the Statue of Liberty in Castletown." Steve smiled faintly, and then asked Roy, "Do priests also go to the Fairy Academy to study?" Roy and Steve walked forward side by side, and he said to Steve, "I must emphasize this point. I first registered at the Fairy Academy and paid tuition, then became an apprentice priest, and then became a priest of the Statue of Liberty." Steve didn't seem to have much resentment towards Roy, and they chatted casually along the way. He separated from Steve at the steps in front of the entrance of the number 2 teaching building, and then walked quickly to the entrance of the lecture hall in the number 3 teaching building, which was almost crowded with students who wanted to enter the lecture hall. Roy half pushed and half jogged, and finally walked into the lecture hall. Luckily, the members of the 16th group first reserved a seat for Roy. Roy came a little late, and the other 9 members had already arrived. Seeing him coming, the members sitting at the edge quickly moved a seat inside. Roy sat at the edge of the aisle, and just put the textbook in his hand on the table. Princess Ophelia appeared at the door of the lecture hall, and the bell for class rang outside. She was usually very low-key in the Elf Academy. She didn't exaggerate to the point of having an elf guard, and a guard of honor when she went out. In the Elf Academy, Princess Ophelia only had 1 guard. The bell for class rang, and Roy was still flipping through the textbook quickly. Princess Ophelia walked up the steps of the lecture hall, and the students immediately saluted Princess Ophelia. Roy thought she would walk past him directly, but unexpectedly Princess Ophelia stopped. "Roy, do you think that the modern history of the elves has become more interesting after the teaching mode has changed?" "Yes, Teacher Ophelia," Roy responded without even thinking. "You are too lazy to even be perfunctory," Princess Ophelia complained in a low voice, then walked straight to the last row of the lecture hall and announced the start of the class. Roy also sat down obediently in front of a group of students' surprised eyes. Everyone wanted to know what the relationship between Princess Ophelia and Roy was, so that she would always find opportunities to come over and talk to him. The elf nobles wanted to know very much, but they were not that familiar with each other, and only their attitude towards Roy had changed. Roy had always been careful to deal with these group members, and kept a certain distance from them despite his enthusiasm. Chapter 90. In fact, Roy didn't understand why Princess Ophelia occasionally exchanged a few words with him in class. According to Roy's understanding of the Silver Moon Elves, as a royal family of the Silver Moon Elves, she should be surrounded by a group of Silver Moon nobles, with flowers and applause wherever she goes, instead of hiding in a small seaside town and hiding in the Elf Academy to teach literature and history. This time, the Elven Modern History did not select the 16th group, and the Silver Moon Elves students sitting with Roy were obviously relieved. After class, Roy left the lecture hall with his textbook as usual, walked quickly to the gate of the college, and planned to take a long carriage back to Brown Street to study magic at the Statue of Liberty. While waiting for the car, several Silver Moon Elves from the 16th group walked out of the college together. When passing by the station, they saw Roy, and several Silver Moon female elves whispered to each other. One of the Silver Moon Elves, with a sweet look, was selected by everyone, and then she walked to Roy with a reserved smile on her face, inviting Roy. "Roy, don't you have classes in the afternoon? Do you want to go to the library together? We are going to look up some information about the Renaissance, and we will divide the tasks into smaller parts when the time comes." Roy couldn't remember her name, but he knew she was a member of Group 16, so he quickly explained, "Sorry, I have to go to the Statue of Liberty to work part-time this afternoon." The Silver Moon Elf pursed her lips, with a curious look in her eyes, but she said, "Oh, okay, see you tomorrow." After that, she waved to Roy, turned around, and walked briskly across the street with a group of Silver Moon Elves. Roy jumped into the carriage and found a window seat to sit down. Since he could get 400 kohlers from the temple every week, he didn't care about the fare of 1 kohler, which made him accustomed to taking a long carriage back to Brown Street recently. The carriage moved forward slowly, and Roy stuck his head out of the window to feel the sea breeze coming out. The long carriage quickly entered the downtown area. When Roy looked out the window, he found that there were many stalls on the street, and these stalls were almost connected. This is a unique scene in the lower city. The streets are always full of market atmosphere, and many stalls are selling seasonal fruits in summer. The long carriage can only move forward slowly in the middle of the street. Clang! The sound of metal weapons hitting each other reached Roy's ears. The distance was very far, and the sound was very vague, especially in such a noisy and chaotic area. It was even more difficult to distinguish. But Roy knew it at the first time. It was the sound of long swords hitting each other. He looked out the window curiously looking for the source of the sound. Just as the long carriage passed the entrance of an alley, a dark moon elf wearing light leather armor rushed out from inside. Seeing such a busy street, his pupil shrank suddenly. He held a dagger in his backhand, with white hair and thin cheeks, looking very young, and he seemed unfamiliar with this area. Just when he didn't know where to run, Roy in the long carriage had already leaned out most of his upper body, and waved vigorously at the dark moon elf standing at the street corner. The dark moon elf immediately saw Roy waving at him in the carriage. He immediately ran towards the carriage, and after he jumped out of the alley, he rushed forward like a cheetah. He successfully slipped into the carriage, just before a group of elf patrolmen chased him out of the alley. The elf patrolman stood at the entrance of the alley and looked around, and found that the night elf seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. On the busy street, the stall owners and passers-by did not show any abnormality. The captain of the elf patrol wiped the sweat from his face, took a deep breath, and walked towards the nearest fruit stall owner at the street entrance. In the long carriage, the dark moon elf found a seat and sat down, watching the elf patrolman, who had chased him for 7 streets, being easily thrown off, and narrowed his eyes, and stared at Roy in front of him. The two did not communicate in the long carriage until the long carriage stopped at the intersection of Brown Street, and Roy jumped off the carriage. The dark moon elf also got off the long carriage. Standing at the door of Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy, Roy looked back at the dark moon elf, his eyes conveying, "Why are you still following me?" The night elf stood at the door of the pharmacy, feeling a chill on his back. He walked up to Roy and asked, "Why do you want to help me?" "Help you? You're overthinking it. I just met an acquaintance and greeted him politely." After saying that, Roy raised the corner of his mouth. A hint of inexplicable pride flashed across his face, and he walked towards the Statue of Liberty. The dark moon elf stood there, and turned away until Roy walked away. Roy walked into the yard of the Statue of Liberty, and looked out through the iron fence of the yard wall. The dark moon elf did not follow him. Then he walked towards the backyard of the temple. When he passed by the well, he subconsciously glanced at the well, as if Priest Anderson was sitting there in a daze. Although he had not had much contact with Priest Anderson, The impression he left on Roy was extremely deep. Roy pushed the door and walked into the study. Abbott happened to be sitting in front of the round table, flipping through a travel book. Roy saw that he was turning to the page with the illustration, staring at the endless sea outlined by the rough lines on the illustration. Roy leaned over to take a look. He was studying the geography of the Elven continent recently. Based on what he had learned recently, he could tell that the endless sea depicted in the illustration was just the illustrator's imagination. The coastline near the Elven continent did not match the actual coastline at all. Abbott saw Roy coming in, smiled at him, and explained in a low voice, "I just happened to turn to this page and wanted to see if I could find any clues." Roy said to Abbott, "Abbott, if you really want to look up information, the maps in the city library are more comprehensive, especially the nautical charts related to navigation that you can borrow from the library." He walked around to the front of the bookshelf, picked up detailed explanation of secondary healing from the shelf with a row of divine books, and put it on the round table. "I thought you would learn purification first." ABT took a look and said to Roy. Roy smiled, patted the thick metal cover, and said, "Secondary healing is more practical. It is a must-have for home and travel. How to say purification. In fact, it is not so easy to meet the dead." Speaking of this, ABT said with some emotion, "Yes, there was a period of time, Jasper, and I did not receive a single commission for more than half a year." Roy put the book on the round table, turned the pages, looked at the detailed diagram of the divine pattern, and began to practice seriously. Since he killed the ghost in the torture chamber on the Black Pearl last time, Roy found that the seed of light in his body not only grew a little stronger, but the tender sprout on the seed actually grew a little bigger, and there was a feeling that the holy light in his body was full again. Not long after, the wooden door of the study was pushed open from the outside. High Priest Reed walked in from outside, and saw that Roy was concentrating on practicing divine arts. He came behind him, and watched him hand-paint the divine pattern silently until he stumbled and finished drawing a whole divine pattern. Then he leaned over and pointed out some obvious flaws in the divine pattern drawn with pencil, and corrected them one by one. High Priest Reed spoke in a gentle tone and had enough patience. After all these were done, he said to Roy, "Tomorrow's gathering needs a pool of holy water. This time, you are needed to pour holy light into the pool." "Okay, teacher." Roy agreed without any hesitation. The first time Roy poured holy light into the holy water pool, he didn't expect that Priest Anderson would force the descent ceremony, and the gathering that day was forced to end. This was the second time Roy poured holy light into the holy water pool. "Fortunately, you helped me." High Priest Reed patted Roy's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "Teacher, this is what I should do." When Roy said this, he couldn't help but touch the purse around his waist. High Priest Reed's eyes just fell on the travel book in front of Abbott. He walked to Abbott and said to him, "Abbott, you and Jasper should read books related to divine arts, and recite more sacred prayers in your daily life. Only in this way can you improve your affinity with the holy light." "Got it, High Priest Reed." Abbott stood up quickly and responded carefully. After the investigator left Castletown, Priest Theodore has rarely returned to the temple recently. Every time he comes back, he changes his clothes and leaves in a hurry. Currently, only High Priest Reed and 3 trainee priests are maintaining the situation in the Castletown Statue of Liberty. The only thing to be thankful for is that Roy's affinity with holy light is extremely high, and he can actually pour holy light into the holy water pool, which can be regarded as solving a big problem. The holy water pool had just been recleaned, which at least ensured that the holy water for believers was clean. Roy pushed a ball of holy light in his palm into the holy water pool. The ball of holy light would slowly dissipate in about half an hour, and then the pool would be filled with some holy light. Tomorrow morning, Roy would have to get up early and rush to the temple to do another infusion, and then he could go to the Elf Academy for class. By noon, the holy water pool would be filled with the power of holy light. Roy just straightened up and planned to walk out of the side hall. The side door of the side hall was suddenly pushed open, and Jasper poked his head out from behind the door and asked Roy, "Roy, are you going to the Black Pearl later?" "Sure, let's go together." Roy readily agreed. Jasper spent all his free time in the past 2 days decorating his Seaview room. Roy's captain's bedroom didn't even have a bed, so Roy planned to make a single bed with the remaining wooden boards on the Black Pearl. He thought that he didn't have much time on weekdays, and only had some free time in the evening. Chapter 91. Climbing onto the Black Pearl, Roy saw some discarded wooden furniture piled on the deck. When he looked at Jasper's Seaview room, he saw a white gauze curtain hanging by the window. Elves are very experienced in room decoration, especially the craftsmanship of curtains, chandeliers, wall lamps, and table decorations. It can be said that they strive for perfection, The white gauze curtains chosen by Jasper are very expensive silk fabrics, and there are exquisite embroidery on them. According to Jasper, the exquisite embroidery on the curtains comes from the largest embroidery workshop in Aden City. There was a magic lamp at the head of the bed, and a magic crystal fragment was placed in the gemstone groove. The big bed was covered with delicate and soft silk sheets. However, Roy felt that Jasper didn't need these, especially since he made the mistake of choosing silk fabrics to decorate the room. Because Miss Tiffany had a layer of fine scales on her body, whether it was white gauze curtains or silk sheets, the threads on them could easily get caught on her scales. In comparison, Abbott's room looked much more plain. The room still maintained its original style, except that the sheets were replaced with clean ones, and there were also a few pieces of Abbott's usual clothes hanging in the closet. There were a few pots of spider plants on the windowsill, which made the room feel more alive. Roy walked onto the deck, ready to pick out some wood planks and boards from the remaining wood. "Roy, why don't you go to the room? Maybe you need to measure the size or something." Jasper leaned against the door of the ship's tower and shouted at Roy. Roy waved to Jasper, indicating that he understood, and then climbed up the stairs to the ship's tower. There were only some tables and chairs fixed to the floor in the captain's room, and a group of leather sofas covered with scratches in the lounge area. Roy walked around the lounge area to the wall, pushed open the bookshelf on the wall, and the captain's bedroom appeared. Walking into the captain's bedroom, Roy found that there was a wooden bed inside, and there was a bedside table next to the bed. These two pieces of furniture were painted with a layer of varnish on the original wood grain, which looked simple and plain. There was a beautiful chandelier hanging on the ceiling, which looked like 6 petals, and each petal emitted a milky white light. There was also a layer of soft fur on the floor, which was spread on the platform around the wooden bed. There were also white gauze curtains hanging on the 2 windows at the stern, and the whole room suddenly became warm. Roy was a little moved. He walked quickly to the window, stretched out his hand, and pushed it open, and found that there were 4 pots of spider plants hanging outside the window. "Jasper Abbott, did you make these for me?" Roy didn't know what to say, so he turned around and hugged the 2 apprentice priests. Jasper laughed and said proudly, "Of course, are you a little touched? Ha ha, maybe you still need a wardrobe." "It's good enough now," Roy said. Jasper said you need to choose the bedding yourself. Some people like silk, some like fine linen, and some like wool. Everyone is different. Abbott patted the straw mat on the wooden bed and said to Roy, "Yes, I like cotton." A figure appeared on the sparkling sea. She suddenly jumped out of the sea, showing her soft curves under the sunset, and then plunged into the sea with a splash. The sea in the evening has a kind of quiet beauty, but the world under the sea is mysterious and full of fear for both humans and elves, especially the various monsters swimming on the seabed, full of threatening atmosphere. Every time Tiffany would appear near the Black Pearl at dusk, because she knew that only then would Jasper have some free time. Jasper stood up from the bow, took off his robe in the sunset, and slid down the rope. Although the tide was high, the sea water here was less than 1 meter deep, and Jasper could not jump directly from the deck. He waded through the sea water, ran more than 10 meters in the direction of the sea, and then put his hands together and jumped into the sea. When he floated out of the sea again, there was a figure beside him. Tiffany put her hands on Jasper's shoulders and kissed Jasper to her heart's content. Then the 2 swam in the sea together again. Jasper was tired of swimming, and the 2 sat on the reef on the beach on the left side of the Black Pearl. The Black Pearl completely blocked the view from the dock, forming a semi-enclosed private space on the reef under the shadow of the setting sun. Tiffany, who was lying on the reef, still had crystal water drops on her face. Her wet hair stuck to her beautiful face, and her eyes were filled with a soft smile. When she was happy, she always liked to slap the reef with her tail, making a snapping sound. Jasper had long learned how to get along with Tiffany. In order to avoid being hurt by her fins, he needed to avoid her elbows, back and tail, and he had to be extra careful even when hugging. "As long as I learn the magic of the Naga tribe, I can transform into 2 legs. Then we can go to the streets of Castletown." Tiffany sat on the reef and whispered to Jasper about her future plans. "Really? That's great. I take you to see the memorial statue erected by the Elf King here. The lower city of Castletown is very lively. Then we can go to the upper city to see how the Silver Moon Elves enjoy their lives," Jasper said happily. He was really afraid of the sharp scales on Tiffany's body. Every time they went on a date, he would be accidentally scratched. Roy and Abbott sat at the bow. They didn't want to be a light bulb. Sitting at the bow could also help them to keep a distance. At least they wouldn't scare the elves who strayed into this place. Of course, they didn't drive away the elves, but sent a signal to Jasper in advance, asking him to take Tiffany and hide first. The war between the elves and the Naga-Sea tribe has only been settled for decades. The hatred formed during the war is not so easy to resolve, especially since the elves have such a long lifespan. Abbott sat at the bow, his expression hesitant, like the pain of constipation. Roy was looking at the fishing boats on the dock. When he heard Abbott calling him, he turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Can you speed up your studies? I mean, only study courses related to sailing." Abbott said to Roy, "I just want us to go out to sea to find treasure as soon as possible. Recently, I always dream about the island on the map. We found a huge cave on the island, which is full of various precious gems and magic crystals, as well as some precious magic items, and perhaps epic weapons. The treasures almost filled up the Black Pearl, but we arrived a little late. By the time we loaded the treasures onto the ship, the pirates from other forces had already taken the opportunity to attack us. The three of us were no match for those pirates. The ship was full of treasures, and we couldn't run fast. We were about to be caught up by the pirates behind us. You were driving the ship at that time, and Jasper was desperately pushing the treasures into the sea. I couldn't stop him no matter what I did." Abbott made a bitter face, and whispered to Roy about some of the bizarre dreams he had recently had. What's even more bizarre is that the dreams he had every night were actually connected. He started drifting on the sea every night after falling asleep, which made him miserable. "I know, I try my best." Roy actually didn't know how to comfort Abbott, who always had trouble sleeping every night. It seemed that the half-treasure map not only failed to bring him any happiness, but also seemed to torture him every night, making him almost have a demon in his heart. Roy decided to popularize navigation knowledge to Abbott and let him know how dangerous the sea is. "Abbott, navigation is a major subject. There is a lot of knowledge to learn. In addition to understanding the distribution of power in various regions, we also need to know ocean currents, tides, monsoons, and the most detailed sea charts. I may also need to learn astrology. By the way, we also need a magician who is good at botany and herbal medicine on the ship. It would be best if he knows a little about alchemy, so that we can eat vegetables when we sail on the sea." Roy asked Abbott seriously, "Do you know what will happen if you can't eat vegetables and fruits when you sail on the sea for a long time?" Abbott blinked. This apprentice priest had never been a sailor for a day. "What will happen? Eat fish every day?" Abbott asked with a frown. Roy shook his head and said, "If we don't eat fruits and vegetables for a long time, our bodies will lack vitamins and get scurvy. So if we want to live on the sea, we must consider this aspect." After that, Roy said, "And how to avoid storms at sea." He pointed to a sunset in the distance and said to Abbott, "You know, I once read a story in a book. A fishing boat encountered a hurricane while fishing at sea. They wanted to avoid the hurricane, but they couldn't find a safe haven around, so they kept running on the sea. As a result, a hurricane came from the opposite side. The two hurricanes sandwiched the fishing boat in the middle. A huge wave was dozens of meters high, and then the boat sank." The story was a bit chilling, and Abbott felt his body trembling. He couldn't help asking, "Are there any survivors on that ship? They could even write down the story. Maybe someone on the ship wrote down this experience, put it in a bottle, and floated it to the shore, and was picked up by others," Roy said with a chuckle. At this time, Jasper climbed onto the ship quietly, and Tiffany also left a splash on the sea. When Jasper saw Tiffany disappear in the sea, he smiled and said to Abbott, "On the sea, the most dangerous thing is not the extreme weather such as tropical storms and hurricanes, but the deep-sea monsters. They often drag some passing ships into the depths of the sea abyss." Abbott turned pale and asked nervously, "Is it so dangerous?" Roy and Jasper sat on Abbott's left and right, holding his shoulders. "So before going out to sea, we must make full preparations. This week, let's go out to sea by boat, and let you feel the charm of the deep blue," Roy said loudly. Chapter 92. Elf Academy, Elementary Martial Arts Training Class. Since Roy and Claire teamed up to defeat Steve and Adams last time, no one dared to provoke them in the martial arts training class. Occasionally, there were elves who came over to ask Claire for close combat skills, which made the shy and introverted Claire quite uncomfortable. Compared with Claire, Roy was much better, at least in front of a half-elf. They were more willing to be reserved. On the training ground, Roy still used the wooden hammer. He had completely given up the idea of practicing the long sword, and Claire seemed to have found his goal, and he also insisted on using the long dagger. As the two practiced, their movements became bolder as they became more and more in sync. Claire took a step to the left, and her body moved to the side of Roy's right arm, following the hammer. The dagger bit Roy's throat like a poisonous snake. Roy bent his knees, twisted his body, and raised the round wooden shield in his left hand. With a thud, the dagger stabbed the shield. Claire turned her body, pulled out the dagger, and flexibly moved behind Roy in an instant, placing the dagger on his shoulder. Roy raised his right hand holding the wooden hammer. "You should have hit me with the shield the first time I stabbed it." Claire put the dagger into the scabbard and said to Roy. Roy looked at the small hole on the shield pierced by the dagger and said with a smile, "I may not use a shield in the future, so I may not be able to use shield strike." "Why?" Claire couldn't understand Roy's idea. "Obviously, the wooden hammer is good with a round shield." Roy waved the wooden hammer in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't forget, I am an apprentice priest. In the future, on the battlefield, I may hold a sacred prayer book instead of a round shield. I can't throw the sacred prayer book out to hit the enemy in front of me." "Well, your reasons are very good, quite reasonable." Claire rolled her eyes with a hint of sarcasm. The two of them sat down casually on the grass. Elves are so casual. Even in class, as long as they feel tired, they can stop and rest at any time. But the prerequisite is that the training must meet the standards. Once the training tasks assigned by the instructor cannot be completed, they may face punishments such as reminders, warnings, and persuasion. This is different from the persuasion at the beginning of the course. Unconsciously, this semester has already reached the 4th week. This also means that Roy will soon be in the Elf Academy for a month. If someone is persuaded by the instructor to leave the elementary martial arts training class at this time, then he will not be able to study other courses next, which means that this course will be completely wasted this semester. Just as the martial arts training class was about to end, Instructor Nora strode over from the weapon rack, stood in the crowd, raised his hand, and clapped vigorously. All the students on the training ground gathered towards him. "Starting from next week, you will have an outdoor practice class. This time, the college will arrange for you to go to the Malaga jungle. Each teacher will assign you a task, and the score of this task will be included in the final examination. I have prepared wilderness survival for you. I need you to be able to carry outdoor supplies such as weapons, armor, tents, and water bottles in the most common wilderness environment, but you cannot carry any form of food and water. You can carry magic potions, including life potions and antidote potions, but you cannot carry life tree sap. During the assessment, you have to find food, water sources, and camping sites in the wild by yourself. You will go along the Dane River through the Malaga jungle, reach the end of the river upstream, and then return to Castletown by boat arranged by the Academy. My advice to you is not to get too close to the Dane River. The closer you are to the Dane River, the more likely this area has been searched by countless elves taking the test. You may not even be able to find sour berries. Of course, there are benefits to doing this. The only benefit is safety, and there won't be too much danger." Instructor Nora said this to everyone, causing the elf students to laugh loudly. Many students knew about the extracurricular activities held by the college, but they were still very excited when they heard that they were going through the Malaga jungle. This kind of activity can form a team, and there is no limit to the number of people in a team. Claire immediately pushed Roy hard. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes clearly meant that the two of them should form a team. In fact, Roy didn't have any ideas. It's better to go with 2 people than alone. At least setting up tents, finding food, dealing with emergencies, etc. are easier. In fact, forming a team is also a form of social interaction. Students with extensive social connections in the college can always find a team with strong comprehensive abilities. Similarly, students with outstanding abilities are also very popular, and everyone will compete to invite them to join. The only unpopular students are those who have a weird personality, speak harshly, and are still a rookie in their own abilities. After Instructor Nora finished speaking, within a few minutes, several Silver Moon elves came over to invite Claire. When Claire said that he and Roy would advance and retreat together, the Silver Moon elves immediately hesitated. When they left, they also asked Claire to think about it carefully. They did not want to absorb a half-elf. "Actually, it would be great if only the 2 of us formed a team." Claire was a little angry, and then acted indifferent. Roy had nothing to say. The Silver Moon elves didn't like half-blood elves, which was not strange in Castletown, not to mention that he was a half-elf. Many Silver Moon elves had a kind of cleanliness obsession, as if a half-blood elf joined the team, their bloodline would be impure. After Roy finished the 2nd geography class, he found that this outdoor practice class didn't seem to be that simple. Because in the geography class, Teacher Harper also assigned a geography class task. Next week, all students will go upstream along the Dane River and cross the Malaga jungle in the north of Castletown to complete an outdoor activity of hiking through the jungle. You need to follow the map I provided. I don't care what you do. You must follow the 8 locations marked on the map and arrive at the designated locations. Someone will stamp your map at each location. Each person must find at least 5 check-in locations and return to the academy to get a grade. The more check-in locations you find, the higher the grade will be. If you encounter danger, you can run to the inland river to wait for the academy's rescue boat. In addition, there are patrols along the way for outdoor activities. If someone is found cheating, such as bringing a service-oriented attendant or inviting a ranger familiar with jungle life, etc., then your outdoor class grades will be cancelled. This kind of thing has always been punished very severely. Even if it is done by your group members, everyone's grades will be cancelled. I advise you not to take risks. After saying that, the skinny teacher Harper hurried out of the classroom with his geography book. The moment he stepped out of the classroom, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. He has always been so punctual. Roy then realized that for this kind of outdoor practical class, it is easier to find friends who have also studied other courses to complete the tasks assigned by the teachers. For example, if Claire didn't take geography, if he and Claire formed a team, then Claire would accompany him to complete the tasks assigned by teacher Harper, and he would also accompany Claire to complete the tasks assigned by his teachers. If a team has too many members, it is likely that the tasks involved will cover all courses, which is the most troublesome thing. I guess Claire, who just finished the music appreciation class, is also having a headache now. Everyone has 3 days to prepare, so there is no need to rush. After class, Roy had to rush to the Statue of Liberty as soon as possible. Today, the temple held a rally, and he was going to distribute holy water to the believers in the side hall. Roy ran into the temple courtyard with sweat all over his head, and heard the choir singing from the main hall. Whenever hymn sounded in the temple, Roy would feel that this was a temple. Those songs seemed to be filled with some kind of magical power, which would make people become more firm in their faith after listening to them. After changing into a trainee priest's robe, Roy hurried out of the locker room, and saw Sabrina running in from the gate of the courtyard. She looked like she couldn't move her legs when she ran, but her legs changed frequently, and her long skirt and golden hair fluttered when she ran. Thanks to her long legs, when she ran past Roy, he felt that she was like a breeze with a faint scent of lavender. Sabrina changed into a plain choir robe and walked out of the dressing room, wiping the sweat off her face with a towel as she walked. Her milky white cheeks were blushing. Her beautiful green eyes quickly glanced at Roy, who was standing at the door of the side hall, and peeking at her, and then she quickly walked into the main hall. Roy came to the table where the silver basin was placed in the side hall, carefully checked that the water in the holy water pool was full of sacred power, and then turned around and stood still. Theodore was not in the temple, so today he was also responsible for baptizing the believers with holy water, and in addition, he had to distribute the holy water. At this time, Jasper and Abbott were helping in the main hall. Before the prayer over there was over, Roy could still take a good rest. He turned and walked to the holy water pool, and condensed another ball of holy light into the pool, so that when the holy light completely dissipated in the pool, the holy light power contained in the holy water would reach its peak. Roy stood in front of the platform, and what he had to do at this time was to pray with the believers along with the hymn sung by the choir. Maybe he had never seen the holy light of the Statue of Liberty, so he was not praying to the Statue of Liberty, he was praying for the holy light. Chapter 93. In the side hall, Roy's body was surrounded by free holy light particles. As he prayed, the 3 tentacles on the holy light seed on his body were constantly absorbing these holy light particles. Just as a solemn awe came from the choir, Roy felt that the holy light seed in his body burst out with dazzling brilliance again. The holy light seed in his body grew a leaf pod again in the dazzling light, and an invisible tentacle under the seed also appeared. Although it was short and small at this moment, sandwiched between the other 3 arms and waving tentacles, it was a bit indescribable, but it was obvious that it could also absorb the free holy light particles around. At this moment, Roy's body was still emitting dazzling holy light. The door of the side hall was pushed open from the outside. The first believer who walked in from the outside saw Roy emitting strong holy light, and immediately stood at the door. The believers behind him almost bumped into him, and widened their eyes, when they saw the scene in front of him. Roy was promoted to a 4th-level trainee priest standing in front of the baptismal platform in the side hall. Even he didn't expect this. Obviously, because he kept injecting holy light into the holy water pool, the holy light power in his body was not so full, but at this time, he was promoted inexplicably. Roy was not unable to move after his promotion, so even though the holy light had not yet disappeared from his body, he waved to the believers standing at the door. This was his first time baptizing believers. At first, he was worried that his reputation was not enough, and that the believers did not trust him enough. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. The believer who came in first walked quickly to Roy and knelt down in front of the goddess statue on the platform. Roy dipped his right hand into some holy water in the silver plate and drew a horizontal line on the believer's forehead. Clear water stains flowed down his cheeks. Roy picked up the silver spoon, turned around and scooped a spoonful of holy water into the cup held by the believer. When Sabrina walked into the side hall, the believers had already received the holy water and left the temple one after another. Sabrina and the choir were the last group of believers to be baptized and receive holy water. Sabrina walked up to Roy and looked at the tired Roy. The apprentice priest in front of her, with holy light on his face, could not be reunited with the little guy who loved to lift his skirt on weekdays. Seeing Sabrina standing in front of the baptismal font in a daze, Roy walked up to her and looked up slightly to see her beautiful face. Her bright red lips and emerald eyes gave people a strong color impact. Roy smiled at her and asked Sabrina, "What are you thinking about?" Sabrina came back to her senses and saw that the choir members around her were staring at her. She glared at Roy and knelt down to be baptized. When Roy approached Sabrina, he drew a horizontal line on her fair forehead with his thumb, and his eyes swept across her collar again uncontrollably. No wonder she dared to run from the crossroads to the temple in one breath at noon. Her plain robe was actually wrapped with bandages, which tightly bound her big rabbit. Sabrina cast a fierce look at Roy, and Roy turned around quickly. When he turned around, he poured a spoonful of holy water into Sabrina's cup and told Sabrina, who stood up, "It's best to drink it before the evening." Sabrina turned back and glared at Roy, and she found that she seemed to be unable to hate this guy in front of her. After the meeting in the temple ended, Roy, Jasper and Abbott were still responsible for cleaning. However, although Roy's successful promotion was seen by several believers, it did not reach the ears of Jasper and Abbott. They were still studying, the three of them going to the Black Pearl for a small gathering later. Abbott went into the study room and continued to look up information about the endless sea. Jasper was on duty in the gatehouse at the gate. Roy continued to study the secondary healing technique in the study room. After Roy was promoted to a 4th level apprentice priest, in addition to being able to store more holy light in his body, he also felt that he had gained stronger control over the holy light. As a result, when drawing divine patterns, the holy light power output from his fingers became more stable. After practicing for so many days, I still couldn't learn the secondary healing technique, but this time I succeeded. When the prayer ended and the divine pattern dissipated, a soft light appeared on the round table, and the light ball carried a strong holy light. This made Abbott look up suddenly and said in surprise, "Roy, have you learned the secondary healing technique?" Roy looked at his hands and closed his eyes to recall the feeling when he just cast the spell. This was what Jasper told him. After successfully casting the divine technique for the first time, he must close his eyes and feel it well, and remember that feeling firmly, so that the efficiency will become higher when practicing later. It was a lucky success once. After opening his eyes, Roy smiled modestly. "It's a bit exaggerated, Roy. You must have inherited the excellent learning ability of humans. Otherwise, how could you learn 3 magics in a short period of 1 month?" Sure enough, it was just as Roy guessed. In the Modern History of Elves class, Princess Ophelia also announced the homework of the students in this outdoor practice class. Then, please conduct a field investigation at Ellington Castle outside Castletown, and write an investigation report. In addition to describing the scenery around the castle, you must also write in the report the construction time of the castle, the grandeur of its heyday, and the reasons for its final decline. The students in the entire lecture hall were dumbfounded. This investigation report gave people the feeling a bit like a final exam paper. Then Princess Ophelia supported the podium with both hands, squinted her eyes, and scanned every student in the lecture hall, and continued in a pleasant voice. "There are investigation activities in Ellington Castle almost every year, and almost every student studying history will write a similar report. So, there are many excellent example reports, and I don't mind you learning from them. But if you want to get a high score in the outdoor activity class, you must incorporate your own understanding into the report and have unique features. Otherwise, no matter how vivid and gorgeous your report is, I can only give it a maximum of 4 points when grading." Before the get out of class was over, the members of the 16th group sat in the same row in the lecture hall, discussing the outdoor practice class. Ellington Castle is a relic that was once the residence of Earl Amelia Ellington in her later years. After the death of the Earl, the castle was abandoned for various reasons. Earl Amelia was the governor of Castletown during the Elven dynasty. Later, the Elven dynasty was divided into 3, with the Wood Elves, Silver Moon Elves, and Dark Moon Elves ruling their own territories. Earl Amelia also gave up the management of Castletown, and spent her later years in Ellington Castle. The castle is not far from Castletown, just at the edge of the Malaga jungle. Roy, do you want to join us for this expedition to Ellington Castle? The Silver Moon Elf girl, who invited Roy to the library yesterday, asked again. Seeing that the other members did not show obvious disgust, Roy readily agreed. Okay, but I still have tasks for geography and elementary martial arts training. Especially the geography task may require me to travel to many places. Will it affect you? In fact, other team members also have tasks for other classes. The Silver Moon Elf girl smiled and said generously, we just need to complete the castle investigation report together. The other tasks can be freely combined. Anyway, Ellington Castle is on the edge of the Malaga jungle, so this internship report can be written first. Roy thought about it, and there seemed to be no reason to refuse, so he said, that's great. I also have tasks for geography and elementary martial arts training, but they sound a bit difficult. One requires going around in the Malaga jungle, and the other is just surviving in the wild. The other Silver Moon Elf girls in Group 16 looked at each other, and surprisingly, no one had the same mission as Roy. This sweet-looking Silver Moon Elf, who obviously had absolute dominance in the group, smiled and said to the other companions, then it's settled. If anyone in Group 16 wants to act alone, please let us know in advance. If not, then the 16th expedition team of Ellington Castle will tentatively have 10 members. She was the kind of Silver Moon Elf girl who had received a good aristocratic education. Her clothes were very tasteful, and her smile was not exaggerated at all. She always smiled and made people feel very friendly, but if you look closely, you will find that she always keeps a certain distance from everyone. The other Silver Moon Elf girls were discussing in a low voice, but no one raised any objections. Let me introduce myself. My name is Edith Ellington. Miss Edith's eyes curved when she smiled, and her diamond-shaped lips slightly curled up, which made people feel that she was a little playful. She stretched out her white and tender little hand generously. My name is Roy. Roy quickly took the initiative to hold up her hand, and separated it immediately. The other elf girls in the 16th group also introduced themselves. They spoke too fast, and Roy could only remember the names of the few girls who impressed him the most. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Roy rushed out in one step, without any intention of chatting with the members of Group 16. Edith, I heard last night that he got into trouble at the dock last month, and Princess Ophelia happened to help him out. I guess it was at that time that Her Royal Highness noticed him. A Silver Moon Elf girl leaned close to Iris's ear and whispered, anyway, since Her Royal Highness noticed him, we have no reason to isolate him. Iris just snorted, and a cunning flash in her eyes flashed away. Another elf girl blinked and said, I think this may be a test from Her Royal Highness. At this time, Roy had already rushed out of the teaching building. Chapter 94. Confirmed by Claire. As expected, Roy's tasks in these 3 courses were the most difficult to complete. The only good one was the Ellington Castle task. The most troublesome one was the map assigned by Mr. Harper in the geography class. The 8 sign and locations almost covered most of the Malaga jungle. There was also a hidden sign and location that was clearly marked. Mr. Harper said frankly that the sign and instructor at that location would wander around the swamp. If you want to find him and complete the last sign-in, you need a little bit of luck in addition to ability. That means Roy and other students who took the geography course will cross the Malaga jungle repeatedly. In conjunction with the wilderness survival of the elementary martial arts training course, food and life sap are not allowed to be brought, which almost increases the difficulty of the task by 2 stars. Roy, if I had known your task was so difficult, I should have considered it carefully when I invited you. In the elementary martial arts training class, Claire began to complain frequently. Roy directly retorted, it's not too late to regret now. He took the opportunity to swing the wooden hammer and hit his shoulder. Claire didn't dare to block it with a long dagger, and quickly dodged it. He just held a long dagger in one hand, and his body was very flexible. We Silver Moon Elves also value our promises, okay? Claire had a pretty face, and even if she said something very heroic, she looked a little feminine. Roy used his shield to block Claire's sneak attack from the side, and took the opportunity to say, Claire, I will also conduct a few days of investigation in Ellington Castle with my history class classmates at the beginning of the activity. If everything goes well, it should be over in 2 or 3 days. Claire waved her dagger, and stabbed Roy's shield repeatedly. Roy raised his shield and swung his hammer to force him back. Claire took the opportunity to say, my task for the music appreciation class is to go out and collect folk songs. The teacher asked us to create a piece of music inspired by the Malaga jungle. It would be nice to go to Ellington Castle. Tell me about your other tasks, Roy asked Claire. Claire stopped attacking, sat down on the grass, and said to Roy, "The task for the carving class is to find a piece of granite or ironwood by the Dane River to carve any kind of insect or animal in the Malaga jungle." In art class, we were asked to bring back a Malaga jungle-style sketchbook, and we were required to fill it up. In Elvish class, we had to write a travelogue. Roy sat aside and said, "It doesn't look too difficult. But it's not easy either. We also have to survive in the wild and run around with you. I don't know if I can find inspiration by then. I feel guilty running around with an empty stomach." Claire inserted the dagger into the scabbard and said casually, "I've already said it. It's not too late to regret." Roy said again. Claire said firmly, "How is it possible? When we went to the arena, we were 2 people together. How can I be a deserter now?" "Then you have to be prepared to suffer." Roy spread his hands to show that he was casual. "Roy, have you heard that the jungle is our second home?" Claire said with some pride. Roy patted his shoulder and reminded him, "Come on, my mother is also a silver moon elf." As the bell rang, Roy and Claire had to rush to class, so they clapped their hands on each other on the training ground. "See you on Monday?" "Okay, see you on Monday." Other students in the elementary martial arts training class have also found their teams, because it is the first outdoor practice class. The students are very curious about this, and almost no one is willing to be a lone ranger. It rained all night. Unexpectedly, in the morning, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared. Only cotton candy-like white clouds remained. Because it had just rained, the sea water became a little turbid. However, the port pier was very lively. Because it was the morning tide, even if it had rained all night, there were still ships docking at this moment. Of course, there were also large ships waiting for the tide to rise to the highest point before sailing out to sea. Boss Duke was standing on the pier in the shallow water, and next to the raft under his feet was a 10-meter-long flying fish boat. This kind of narrow and long fishing boat can only operate in the near sea. You can use oars, and when there is wind, you can also open the sails, and then the fishing boat can jump on the sea surface continuously. The wings on both sides of the ship are spread out to face the wind, and the appearance looks like a flying fish flapping its wings to fly. Roy took Jasper and Abbott to the shallow water dock. Duke, the owner of the fishing tackle shop, was seen from a distance. He stood at the shallow water dock and waved to Roy vigorously, signaling him to hurry over. When the high tide comes later, there will be more fishing boats that want to go out to sea, and his small boat may be sandwiched in the middle. Roy ran to the dock, and just as he was about to step onto the raft, he saw a 3-masted ship moored at the port on the deep water dock, which seemed to be waiting for the tide. A group of elves were queuing up to board the ship at the port dock, most of whom were mixed blood. When he saw the Dark Moon Elf again, he had already boarded a large sea ship bound for the Evernight Forest. Roy waved toward the large sea ship, wanting to say his final goodbye to the Dark Moon Elf, but he didn't expect the Dark Moon Elf to think that Roy was calling him, and he actually slid down a rope. Obviously because he saw Roy. The Dark Moon Elf ran a few steps, and came to the shallow water dock. Jasper and Abbott couldn't wait to board the flying fish boat. Seeing the narrow and long boat, they were full of novelty. "Are you leaving?" Roy stood at the edge of the dock and asked the Dark Moon Elf. "Well, I'm going back to the Evernight Forest this time." The Dark Moon Elf didn't have anything to hide. Roy glanced at the bell that had been rung for the first departure, and asked casually, "Will you come back?" "I think so." The Dark Moon Elf responded decisively. The liaison officer for Castletown had not yet been selected. The reason why he had to rush back was to bring a Dark Moon Elf to become the intelligence liaison officer of the Dark Palace. He needed a Dark Moon Elf willing to settle in Castletown and occasionally pass on messages. The Dark Moon Elf had been looking for it in Castletown for more than 2 weeks, but he still couldn't find it. "Then have a good trip." Roy stood next to the dock and said loudly to the Dark Moon Elf. Just as the Dark Moon Elf was about to return to the ship, Roy called out behind him, "Oh, wait." The Dark Moon Elf looked back at Roy suspiciously. Roy turned around and ran to a fruit stand on the pier. He picked out a net bag of green oranges, paid for them, and ran back with the oranges. He stuffed the net bag directly into the Dark Moon Elf's hand and said, "Have a good trip." Roy waved to him. Chapter 95. Roy returned to the shallow water dock. This row of docks was built with wooden planks. The waves kept hitting the pillars below, and the splashing water had the fishy and salty smell of the sea. The morning sun emerged from the clouds. There was no fog on the seashore, and the sunlight was a little dazzling. When running on it, the wooden planks creaked. He jumped onto Boss Duke's fishing boat. Roy sat next to Faye skillfully, and asked Jasper and Abbott to pick up the oars and sit in front of him. This kind of fishing boat is very similar to a canoe. It is made of a piece of huge wood cut into a boat shape with two pointed ends, and then the middle is hollowed out and painted to make the hull. Then the rudder frame is made at the stern. The most special thing about this flying fish boat is that it does not have a main mast like a sailboat, but two flying wings are installed on both sides of the ship. In fact, these flying wings are two small sails, and when there is no wind, they can be inserted with wooden poles to become oars for paddling. This kind of fishing boat is thin and long. When it sails from the dock into the sea, it needs to be paddled for a while. Captain Duke stood at the stern to control the rudder, while Roy, Jasper, and Abbott rowed the fishing boat out of the harbor with oars. After leaving the mooring area, Captain Duke stood at the stern to identify the wind direction, and then Roy would unfold the flying wings on the left and right sides of the boat. The sea breeze blew, and driven by the flying wings, the flying fish boat flew out like an arrow. This kind of fishing boat will become very wonderful when pushed by the wind, and it feels like walking on the waves. Jasper and Abbott have almost no experience of going out to sea on a fishing boat. They shouted excitedly on the boat, watching the coastline getting farther and farther away. Do you have friends from the Dark Moon Elves? Although Boss Duke is also a half-blood elf, he is a Silver Moon Elf with only 1/4 Wood Elf blood. His great-grandmother was a beautiful Wood Elf, so although his eyes are blue, there is still a green thread in his pupils, which is very cool. Similarly, he doesn't like Dark Moon Elves very much. He believes that the Dark Moon Elves living in the Evernight Forest are the culprits that led to the complete division of the Elf dynasty. Roy adjusted the angle of the flying wing and tied the rope to the side of the ship. I just met him a few days ago. Roy smiled as he said this. Thinking of the bag of oranges he bought for the Dark Moon Elf, Roy thought of the saying, "It's over now. Don't be sad, there's always a way out." Seeing that Roy was still in the mood to giggle, Captain Duke was a little dissatisfied with Roy. This kid has a strong learning ability and is smart enough, but he is a little dissatisfied with his attitude towards the Dark Moon Elf. He looks like a ranger, and a Dark Moon Elf, maybe an assassin. So, be careful when you come into contact with them. The elf patrols on the dock are not blind. Don't always try to challenge their patience. Captain Duke reminded Roy. He knew that Roy was a smart man, and he didn't need to talk too much to a smart man. Well, I got it. Roy stopped smiling faintly and looked at the sea in the distance. The water here is extremely clear, like a gorgeous sapphire, and you can see the 3-meter deep seabed at a glance. But as the fishing boat goes deeper into the sea, the color of the sea will become darker. When the weather is good, the biggest trouble on the sea is the sun above your head. The flying fish boat relies on the sea breeze for power, and there is no awning on the boat. Under the scorching sun, people who go out to sea for the first time can easily get their skin sunburned by the scorching sun. However, for the 3 apprentice priests of the Statue of Liberty, this minor injury becomes a little insignificant, because the sacred glimmer released by the glimmer illumination technique also has a weak healing effect, which can just relieve the sunburn on the body. Although the divine light can heal sunburn, it does not protect against the sun. In just over an hour of sailing, the 3 people's exposed arms and necks were tanned by the scorching sun like cooked shrimps. Captain Duke was covered in a gauze dress, and he had obviously prepared for sun protection. After the fishing boat arrived at the fishing spot, Roy folded up the flying wing sails on both sides of the ship and drifted on the sea. Jasper then ran to the bow, stood at the front of the hull, opened his arms and shouted, "So this is the sea?" Roy reminded him from behind, "No, this is just offshore. After the elves and the Nagassi clan signed a peace treaty, we elves can fish offshore." Then Roy stood up from the boat, pointed to the deep blue in the distance, and said to Jasper, "Do you see the deep blue sea over there? From there is the territory of the Nagassi clan. If we enter that sea without permission, we will be driven back by the Naga patrols if we are lucky, and we will be detained by the other party if we are unlucky. At that time, we may need to pay a fine to get out. If you resist when you see the Naga patrol, you may be besieged by the Naga warriors. It's very dangerous." Captain Duke also began to popularize the knowledge of sailing. Abbott asked stubbornly at this time, "So why can those slave ships on the sea still sail recklessly on the endless sea?" "You can wait until you are caught by the Naga patrol and ask them face to face to get the answer," Roy responded with a smile. "Forget it." Abbott immediately became a coward. Everyone took out the prepared hooks, fishing lines and baits, and sat on the boat to fish for sea fish. In fact, sea fishing does not require any skills. As long as there is an experienced veteran on the boat, it is easy to find the fish school, hang the bait on the hook, and throw it into the sea, and the fish will bite the hook immediately. Of course, how to pull up the fish that bites the hook requires some experience. Most carnivorous sea fish have very sharp teeth, and it is easy to cut the line if you use brute force. Roy's luck is not bad, and he soon caught a sea fish weighing more than 10 pounds that is similar to a mackerel. Although Jasper had no interest in fishing, he learned to fish with a fishing rod for the first time. Only Abbott sat cross-legged on the bow, with a sea chart that he had found from nowhere spread over his legs. He stared at the area of Castletown Harbor on the sea chart very seriously, and began to look for the specific location of the fishing boat at sea. Occasionally, he would run to Roy with a map in his hand, point to a certain area on the sea chart, and ask Roy, "Roy, are we here?" It must be said that Abbott's sense of direction is extremely poor. Even though there is a tiny land in the distance as a reference, Abbott still can't figure out the position and direction. After struggling for a long time, he could only sit at the bow and stare blankly. It is obvious that the sea in reality is too different from what he imagined. I knew that the endless sea was big before, but I never thought it would be so big. Abbott sat at the bow, and the map in his hand was wrinkled by him. Jasper put down the fishing rod in his hand and ran over to comfort him. "So listen to my and Roy's advice. It's right. We have to wait patiently for a good time to go out to sea. This plan may take many years, but it doesn't matter. We still have a lot of time." Abbott sighed and did not respond. He was obviously still thinking about Captain Ralph's treasure. They had a simple lunch on the fishing boat. Jasper and Abbott only had 2 fruits, and only Roy and Captain Duke had some sashimi. In the afternoon, no one continued fishing. Captain Duke took 3 apprentice priests for a tour in the sea area. Captain Duke led everyone back to the ship in a hurry until the sun was about to sink into the sea. In the evening, Roy opened the gate with a mackerel in his hand and walked a few steps into the yard, but did not see Moira. Then he looked up at the terrace and found that Miss Belinda, who was wearing a nightgown, was sleeping on the rattan chair on the terrace. Roy took the fish to the kitchen, then climbed up to the second floor, took out a thin blanket from the bedroom on the second floor, and quietly covered her. Miss Belinda was wearing a silk nightgown, curled up on the chair, her hair was spread out, and there were even some beads of sweat on the tip of her straight nose. During this period, Miss Belinda spent almost all her time and energy to put her stone sculpture in the exhibition hall of the art exhibition, but Roy heard that Master Clare Radin was so ill that he was bedridden. For an 837-year-old silver moon elf, he was more active than most elves. This art exhibition was also delayed again and again because of Master Clare Radin's illness. Roy tiptoed downstairs and began to process the mackerel. He was going to make a fried fish fillet tonight. He had to report to the Elf Academy with his luggage tomorrow morning. It was said that this outdoor practice activity would last for about 4 weeks. The marinated fish fillet was put into the boiling oil pan. With a sizzling sound, the unique aroma of sea fish spread out. When Roy put the fried fish fillet into the plate and was about to bring it to the dining table and come back to boil a pot of black tea, he turned around and found that Miss Belinda was leaning against the kitchen door, with her hands folded on her chest, staring at his background quietly. "What's wrong?" Roy walked into the restaurant with a plate and placed the fried fish in the middle. "The art exhibition may be shelved indefinitely, and my work may not have a chance to be exhibited," Miss Belinda said sadly. "Don't be too sad, there will always be a chance in the future, just in time. You can also take a good rest during this time," Roy said to Belinda. After that, he helped her pull the chair in front of the dining table away and asked Miss Belinda to sit down. Roy took out the plate and placed it on the dining table and brewed a pot of black tea before sitting opposite Miss Belinda. Miss Belinda smiled, and the loss on her face was beyond words. Roy stood up and walked behind Miss Belinda, gently pinching her shoulders. "Starting from next week, we will start outdoor practice classes, and I may have to stay outside for a while," Roy said. Miss Belinda asked curiously, "Where does the college arrange for you to go?" "Malada Jungle," Roy replied. Miss Belinda thought for a while, and then reminded Roy, "Remember to buy a bottle of green herb ointment from the magic potion store at the corner of the street. Although the monsters in the Malada Jungle have long been extinct, there are many poisonous insects and mosquitoes in it, so you must take good protection in this regard." Chapter 96. Roy bought a bottle of herbal ointment from the pharmacy and walked into the living room. He saw Miss Belinda sitting in the living room. She was holding a magic belt with a magic pattern cloth bag sewn on it. The cloth bag was only about the size of a palm, and there was a buckle on the front, so the hand could quickly reach into the bag. Roy knew that this was Miss Belinda's magic waist bag, and she usually stored some personal belongings, carving knives and stones in her waist bag. "Roy, you are going to participate in the college's outdoor practice class. It will be more convenient to bring a magic waist bag." After saying that, Ms. Belinda was about to tie the waist bag around Roy's waist. Roy took a half step back and did not accept the gift from Ms. Belinda. He turned around and pointed to the canvas shoulder bag hanging on the wall and said to Ms. Belinda, "I have prepared the shoulder bag, and I will also bring the tent and frying pan at home." As he said that, Roy took the shoulder bag off the wall and put it on his back, and then took out the tied tent bag and put it on his back. Even the frying pan was hung on his waist, which made him look like a traveler. Ms. Belinda squinted her eyes and looked at Roy, who was dressed as a traveler. She felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. "I am going to participate in outdoor survival training this time, not a picnic, and I have to carry a picnic basket with me. If I bring a magic waist bag, even if I can carry more luggage and tools, it will also reduce the difficulty of outdoor training. Belinda, I want to experience the different world outside. Believe me, I can take good care of myself." Roy put the herbal ointment into his bag while talking. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the room in the morning, Roy got up early and packed his luggage. When he walked out of the yard, Ms. Belinda was standing at the gate, quietly watching him walk along Brown Street to the intersection. Roy was carrying a shoulder bag, a tent bag and pots behind him, and an ordinary dagger on his belt. After waiting for a while at the intersection, a long carriage came and pulled Roy to the gate of the Elf Academy. There were 2 rows of long carriages parked on the street in front of the academy. There were no passengers in each carriage. The coachmen gathered together and were whispering to each other. This activity was specially prepared by the Elf Academy for the new students to complete a 1-month outdoor experience in the Malaga jungle. When Roy arrived at the entrance of the academy, he saw Claire squeezed out of the crowd. He was wearing exquisite light leather armor, a long dagger on his waist, a short dagger tied to his leg, a combat short bow and quiver on his back, and a magic waist bag on his waist. Perhaps to adapt to jungle life, Claire actually cut his hair short. "Roy, why are you so late?" Claire came over and complained. The entrance of the academy was indeed crowded with freshmen, and a group of freshmen had already lined up to board the long carriages. When a long carriage was full, another carriage would leave the Elf Academy. "Follow me, I saw them." Roy waved to Claire and said. The two had agreed before that they would go to Ellington Castle for a 3-day investigation, and then do the geography class assignment, and complete the wild survival of the martial arts training class. The tasks Claire needed to complete were almost unlimited and relatively free. Roy took Claire to find the members of the 16th group in the crowd. The group of Silver Moon Elf girls surrounded Edith and chatted happily. Seeing Roy and Claire, Edith came up with a sweet smile. Claire saw Edith and asked in surprise, "Why are you guys here?" Roy was planning to introduce Claire to them, but when he heard Claire say that, he whispered to him, "Do you know them?" Claire and Roy whispered, "We are all Silver Moon Elf nobles in Castletown. How could we not know each other? We are just not very familiar with each other." They usually have their own small groups, and it is difficult for outsiders to join. Edith came over gracefully, stretched out her slender hands with lace white gloves, and said to the two with a smile, "Roy, Wagner, welcome to join us." Roy and Claire politely held the fingertips of Edith's 3 fingers. In fact, the 16th group's trip to Ellington Castle this time not only had the 10 members of the group, but also several Silver Moon Elf students who joined from outside, both men and women. All of them were elf nobles. Except for Roy, everyone wore light leather armor and did not carry any luggage. Each elf student carried a magic waist bag, and each one was more exquisite than the other. Roy and Claire joined in, and the expedition team was assembled. Edith, wearing a beige leather armor, walked in the front, followed by an elf girl in the same outfit, which was very eye-catching even at the entrance of the academy. Wherever they passed, the elf students avoided them. Claire and Roy fell behind the team. Claire saw that Roy was carrying a bag, so she whispered, "Roy, why don't you bring a magic waist bag? That thing can hold a lot of things, very convenient." Roy couldn't help but complain, "How much does that thing cost?" Claire answered without hesitation, "The most common magic waist bag can be bought with about 6 magic crystals." Roy spread his hands helplessly and said, "Well, if this outdoor practice class was held 3 weeks later, maybe I could afford it." Seeing that Roy was wearing a set of linen clothes, Claire couldn't help but say, "Roy, you should wear a set of light leather armor. Light leather armor is not very expensive." I took some time to look at the store. The only leather armor suitable for me is the leather armor set made of hard armor and heavy leather. However, I don't think I will need this kind of heavy leather armor in this outdoor practical class, so I didn't buy it. It's hard to wear, and it won't be comfortable to lie down anywhere," Roy whispered. Edith found an empty long carriage at the fastest speed. There were a total of 16 people in the castle inspection team. After everyone got on the long carriage, there were still 4 empty seats in the carriage. Edith just waved her hand impatiently, and the door of the long carriage was closed by the coachman from the outside. The long carriage followed the convoy all the way west and quickly left Castletown. This time we planned to spend 3 days to complete the investigation of Ellington Castle. Edith stood at the front of the long carriage and said to the members of the investigation team in the carriage. After the carriage drove out of Castletown, the road outside the city was not so flat. There was still a winding mountain road outside, so the road was very bumpy. Fortunately, the scenery along the way is very nice. The roadside is full of blue irises, and deep blue berries can be seen in the bushes further away. The rainy season in Castletown. The hillside is lush and green, and some temporary streams can be seen everywhere, and some streams even fall from the stone cliffs on the roadside, forming a small waterfall. After driving out of this mountain range, Roy stuck his head out of the car window and saw a large highland jungle in front of him. The Malada jungle is ahead. The long carriage can only take us to the edge of the jungle. We still have to walk 20 kilometers south to reach Ellington Castle. Fortunately, although it is the rainy season, the mountain road leading to Ellington Castle is not difficult at all. Edith occasionally stood up and introduced the surrounding situation to the expedition members in the carriage. Roy felt that she was very familiar with the Malada jungle ahead. The long carriage came all the way to the edge of the Malada jungle. There were more than a dozen long carriages parked on the roadside, and the carriages were almost empty. The castle expedition team that Roy was in also quickly gathered beside the carriage. Edith didn't even look at the map. She walked 2 steps on the roadside in her long leather boots, looked at the scenery in the distance, and pointed to the southeast and said to everyone, "Ellington Castle is over there. Let's go straight there from here. There is a forest path there." After saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the jungle. Roy followed the team at the end, and immediately took out the map to mark the path pointed out by Edith. The vegetation on the edge of the Malada jungle is very dense. If Edith hadn't led the way in front, it would be difficult to find this path hidden in the dense forest. There were a total of 6 boys in the expedition team. Roy and Claire were assigned to the second group. Each group had to be at the front of the team, using knives to cut off some weeds and vines that blocked the road, and also scare away poisonous insects, snakes, and ants in the bushes. Roy couldn't recognize the names of many plants in the jungle. However, there happened to be an elf girl studying botany in the expedition team. She would record the plants she met along the way. Many big trees in the jungle were more than 20 meters tall, but only as thick as an adult's thigh. These trees were closely connected in the jungle. There were almost no branches on the straight trunks. There were dense leaves on the tops of the trees. Roy could even see bunches of berries. The forest was full of various thorny vines. Roy picked up a mamba snake from the grass. The members of the expedition team became nervous and began to pay attention to their feet when walking. The path was less than 2 kilometers long, and everyone found a road that could be used by carriages. Edith led a group of expedition members covered in dew and tree sap out of the jungle. Everyone rested for a while beside the road before continuing to move forward. The jungle was hot and difficult to walk, and you could feel the cool breeze while sitting beside the road. Several elf girls took out a few red fruits from their magic waste bags and shared them with everyone. When they handed them to Roy and Claire, the 2 refused and watched them eat while swallowing their saliva. Roy compared the directions marked on the map and confirmed that the expedition team was not going in the wrong direction. The expedition team continued to move forward along the road. When passing a stream, Roy and Claire took 2 pots of water. Chapter 97. The Ellington Castle is right at the edge of the Malada jungle. When the expedition team walked to the mountain road between the mountains, they could already see the castle surrounded by mountains along the winding mountain. The trees on both sides almost completely blocked the entire mountain road, and the blue sky could only be seen occasionally through the gaps between the lush leaves. It was a bit stuffy in the jungle, but fortunately the mountain road was not difficult to walk on. Although this road had not been repaired for a long time, and a lot of weeds grew from the gaps between the stone slabs on the road surface, at least this road was not muddy, and there was no need to cut off some thorny vines. The academy allows freshmen to undergo wilderness survival training in the Malada jungle, mainly because the vegetation here is lush, and wild berries can be found everywhere. Even if the elves don't bring any food, as long as they are willing to actively look for it, they can find many kinds of edible food in this jungle. Not long after walking along the mountain path, Roy and Claire found a big tree with berries growing on the top of the tree. Bunches of blue-purple berries hung on the top of the tree like braids. They looked very much like blueberries, but they grew in bunches on the braids and were blue-purple. Although Claire could climb trees, this tree was at least 20 meters high, and the bare trunk was as smooth as a flagpole, without any extra branches, so it was impossible to climb. Roy originally planned to cut the tree in half with a machete to get the berries on the top of the tree, but this behavior was immediately resisted by other elves. Unexpectedly, Claire put on spiked shoes, tied a rope to the tree, climbed up the trunk easily to the top of the tree, cut off a bunch of ripe berries with a dagger, and then hugged the trunk with both hands and slid down directly from the top of the tree. Claire showed off this skill and won praise from the expedition team members. Claire picked a whole branch of berries and gave some to each member of the team and put the rest into a small pot. Perhaps it was a little overripe. This juicy berry had a unique taste of chocolate and wine, and the juice was very sweet. After Roy ate a few, he felt that the physical strength he had consumed this morning was replenished all at once. In fact, this kind of berry is also sold in Castletown, but it is rarely seen in the lower city. The main reason is that this kind of berry is not cheap. For the half-blood elves in the lower city, they prefer breadfruit, which has a better sense of fullness and taste. Walking on this mountain road leading to Ellington Castle, we saw several other expedition teams along the way. They also planned to go to Ellington Castle on the edge of the Malaga jungle as their first stop. The castle is at the end of the call, and you can see the highest roof of the castle from this mountain road. However, you can only see it from a high place where there are no dense branches blocking the view. The previous jungle path is not easy to walk. Although it is a shortcut, it requires everyone to concentrate, not only to pay attention to the footsteps, but also to observe the dense jungle on both sides of the path, and someone has to cut off the vines blocking the road in front, so the expedition team's speed is not fast. Roy's expedition team didn't arrive at the main gate of Ellington Castle until noon. They looked up at the towering and magnificent castle gate, on which there was an exquisite relief of a silver Pegasus knight holding an elven sword, but at least half of the relief was covered by vines. The walls on the left and right sides of the gate were built on the cliffs, covered with a layer of vines, and perfectly blended with the surrounding jungle. A desolate and dilapidated castle stood at the end of the mountain range in front of them. The high wall on the left side of the gate had collapsed for a long section. Walking into the gate of the castle was a stone bridge about 10 meters long. On both sides of the stone bridge were valleys dozens of meters deep, and opposite was the castle built on a lonely peak. The castle is built of stones, and the mud poured between the cracks of the stones has been lost seriously, forming deep cracks, and in some places, the cracks of the stones are full of weeds. The buildings in the castle no longer have doors and windows, and some places have even collapsed. Entering the castle, you can still see some small workshops and shops on both sides of the street. The plaques at the door have been rotten, and can still make a ding-dong sound when the wind blows. There is also a small square in front of the main building of the castle. Originally, a drinking pool should have been built in the center of the square, but this stone-carved pool has been dry for an unknown period of time. It is full of bird droppings and dead branches, and it may have become a temporary bird nest for some birds. There happened to be an expedition team setting up tents in the small square. When they saw Roy and his team coming in, they greeted them politely. Seeing that the camping spots in the square were occupied by the expedition team, Edith led everyone around the square and a street, pointed to the stone house built against the wall and said, this was once a weapons depot for storing military supplies. The surrounding walls are built stronger than other places, and the terrain is higher. Even if it rains heavily, this place will not be flooded. Let's camp here for the next few days. The girls in the expedition team were responsible for cleaning the stone house, which had collapsed in one corner. They cleared out the weeds and feces of some small animals. A boy actually took out a silver water cup from his magic waste bag. He placed the silver cup on a stone platform at the entrance of the stone house, and inserted a magic crystal fragment into a magic groove in the silver cup. When Roy curiously leaned over to take a look, a shallow layer of clear water had already condensed in the silver cup. Although the water gathering speed was very slow, the water in the cup was very clear. He also placed a small pot for boiling tea next to it. Just wait for the clear water in the silver cup to overflow, and then it will flow into the small iron pot along the gap of the silver cup. Elves don't have the habit of cooking porridge, but they drink fruit tea or flower tea every day. This small pot is also used to cook tea. Roy and Claire walked around the armory and found that this was a really good camping site, which was sheltered from the wind and rain and quite cool. The girls' tents were set up inside the armory, and the boys' tents were set up at the entrance of the armory. Roy and Claire still couldn't eat with the members of the expedition team. They needed to find something to eat around the castle. However, Roy walked into the castle and did not see any bushes. Edith put her hands behind her back and walked out of the armory slowly. She came to Roy and said to him with a smile, "Roy, Can you help me? No problem. What do you need me to do? Roy agreed casually, and then asked Edith what it was. Edith blinked her blue eyes, that smiled like crescents, and pointed to a narrow path on the side of the armory. This path was close to the wall, and led to the backyard of the castle. A few stone steps could be vaguely seen. Walk back from here, through the corridor and an archway behind the stone steps, and you will see the back garden of the castle. There is a breadfruit tree on a platform near the back garden. Can you help me pick 3 breadfruits from that tree? Edith's smile almost burst out. I'm happy to serve you, Roy said excitedly. After that, he called Claire, who was standing on the wall and looking around. The two of them walked along the path beside the wall to the back of the castle. Sure enough, after climbing a few stone steps, they entered a corridor that was about to collapse, and several broken stone statues fell in the weeds. Across the arched stone gate, you can see a breadfruit tree growing on a platform built with stones. This breadfruit tree is less than 3 meters high, but the trunk is very thick. It is estimated that 20 young people can barely surround this breadfruit tree hand in hand. There are not many branches on the top of the breadfruit tree, and the leaves are very sparse, but there is a fruit hanging on each branch. This breadfruit tree is half dead, and the trunk is covered with old bark without vitality. The other half of the breadfruit tree is still alive. Not only the branches are full of leaves, but also the branches are hung with breadfruits of various sizes, which looks very tenacious. Breadfruit tree, Roy, it's a breadfruit tree, we have dinner. Claire cheered excitedly. Roy ran over and found that although the breadfruit tree was very big, it was located on a platform. Although it was very close to the back garden, there was a high wall between the back garden and the wall, and the terrain of the platform was much higher than the back garden. If you didn't walk from the corridor, the breadfruit tree would be blocked by the high wall of the castle. If you don't look carefully, it would be difficult to find it. Claire climbed up the breadfruit tree and quickly cut down 5 breadfruits. Roy looked up at the high walls of the castle and felt that this abandoned ruin had a gloomy feeling. The two brought back the breadfruit, and Edith was setting up the dining table with other girls. They dismantled the abandoned weapon rack and put it together to form a long dining table, which was covered with a white floral tablecloth, and placed a kettle full of water and a row of wooden cups on it. The fruit basket on the side was filled with red fruit, blueberries, plums, and green apples. Seeing Roy bring back the breadfruit, Edith smiled and said, "At least you won't be hungry during the 3 days of your life in the castle." Roy put the breadfruit on the dining table. This kind of fruit is easy to store. As long as the flesh is not open from the inside, it can be kept for a long time. Thank you, Edith. You are familiar with this place? Roy whispered his thanks. Claire poked Roy with contempt and said to him in a mocking tone, "You didn't forget her name? Edith Ellington. Ellington Castle, this ruined castle is not yours, right?" Roy said Iris's name, and then realized that her last name was Ellington. The elf girls around were looking at Roy with strange eyes, and their eyes seemed to be full of, "It's been so long and you just know it." Edith looked at the castle outside without any concern, then sighed and said, "It used to be that after it was abandoned, it no longer belonged to the Ellington family. My father announced that he had given up the inheritance rights here when I was born. Now the ruins of the Ellington Castle belong to the Silver Moon Kingdom." Although he didn't understand why Edith's father gave up the inheritance rights of the castle, Roy still said with some regret, "In fact, if it can be repaired well, this castle is still quite good." The 16th group of the research team had lunch at noon, took a short break, and then began to conduct a field survey of the castle. A group of people came to the gate of the castle, and found that there were many students from the Elf Academy. Some of the research teams could not find a place to camp in the castle, so they had already set up their tents on the grass at the gate. Chapter 98. The 2 statues outside the castle's magnificent gate had been completely destroyed. Now only the bases of the 2 stone statues remained, with the parts below the ankles of the statues still on them. The rest was just a pile of broken stones, and occasionally parts such as ears or fingers could be distinguished. Rocks were scattered in the grass around. Roy picked up a piece of broken stone from the statue, and could tell that it was a corner of the statue's right palm, which was probably larger than Roy's head. Many elves were looking for some valuable stones in the pile of rocks. Claire found a bluish-white stone the size of a basketball, and showed it off to Roy happily, not caring about Edith's feelings at all. The stone was a marble with very good texture, and the carving craftsmanship was also great. The only pity was that it was broken into a pile of gravel. When you walk in from the door, you have to cross a stone bridge. Although it can be called a stone bridge, the difference of this stone bridge is that it was built directly from the bottom of the valley, and there is no water in the deep ravine. After passing the stone bridge, the buildings in the castle are very dense, and many alleys are very narrow. Only the main street in the middle of the castle can pass carriages, and there is a small square in front, where many students from the Elf Academy are gathered. Many Silver Moon Elves took the initiative to greet Edith, and it was obvious that she had a high reputation in the eyes of these Silver Moon Elves. Edith was very polite, and would respond positively to anyone who greeted her. The inspection team unknowingly walked to the front of the main building of the castle, and everyone climbed up dozens of stone steps to reach the main entrance of the castle. However, the 2 iron and wooden doors were severely damaged, and one of the doors lay on the steps, and the ironwood on it had been almost dismantled. Although the other door was still standing at the gate, it was only some rotten wood left. However, the statues on both sides of the castle's main gate were preserved. They were 2 statues of sword dancers wearing heavy armor. Walking into the dim first-floor hall, there were countless cracks on the marble floor in the hall, which was covered with such debris and garbage. The hall was empty. The coating on the surrounding walls had long fallen off, revealing the stone walls inside. There were some painted patterns on the roof of the hall, and all the chandeliers on the ceiling were gone. There were only a few hanging ropes with some vines wrapped around them. There were some corner cabinets around the hall, but the covers of the cabinets were all gone. Even the stairs had been removed, and the members of the expedition had to use rope ladders to climb to the 2nd floor. Team 16 seemed to have been prepared for this. Claire and the elf who prepared the rope ladder climbed up to the 2nd floor swiftly, fixed the rope ladder to the railing next to the stairs, and then the rope ladder was lowered, and the members of Team 16 climbed up one by one. Perhaps the staircase from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor was cut off, so the corridor on the 2nd floor was much cleaner. At least the pattern on the floor could be clearly seen. There were not many traces left by animals. The most was some bird droppings by the window. It seemed that not many expedition teams had come to the 2nd floor. There were only a few lines of footprints on the floor. The 2nd floor of the castle was more exquisitely designed, with many rooms, but there were only some empty rooms left in the rooms, and even the furniture such as boxes and cabinets had been moved away. Edith walked in front, and the expedition team followed behind Edith, quietly listening to her introduction to these rooms. In addition to the guest rooms, the 2nd floor also includes a piano room, a studio, and a reception room, with a total of 24 rooms. The corridors in the castle are designed in a circular shape. When you walk in the corridors, you can see the reliefs and exquisite paintings on the walls. It can be seen that the Ellington Castle is really big. Roy really wants to know, how did such a magnificent building become a ruin? The 3rd floor is the room of the Ellington family members. It is more complicated here. The 3rd floor is divided into 3 independent areas. Each area has an independent staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor of the castle is more intact. Some handrails can still be seen at the staircase. Although these railings will probably collapse completely if touched by hand, at least so far, these things have been completely preserved. Some rooms still have simple furniture. Edith walked into a room with her eyes full of memories. She pushed open the half-closed wooden door on the terrace, and the dazzling sunlight shone in, forming a golden edge around her body. She turned around and smiled and said to everyone, "This was my father's bedroom." There is also a room built exactly like this in the house in Castletown. Walking up to the 4th floor, this is already the top floor of the castle. Except for the observation deck and the attic, there is no place higher than this. After everyone walked up the spiral staircase, what came into view was a mural. The colors on this wall were surprisingly bright, and the Earl on the wall was also lifelike. She was riding a silver Pegasus, wearing silver armor, holding the reins of the silver Pegasus in one hand, and holding the long sword in the other hand, looking down at the entire Castletown city. Behind the Earl was a legion of silver Pegasus. The mural on the wall is Earl Amelia. Edith stood in front of the mural and took the initiative to introduce everyone. "She is my grandmother. My grandmother had 3 children in her life. My father had 2 older brothers. My father was her 3rd son, and he was born in Ellington Castle. My grandmother spent almost her entire life following the Silver Moon Elf King, and was in charge of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. She spent her later years in this castle. The 17th Legion's barracks were located opposite Ellington Castle. You can see the barracks from the terrace, but they have long been abandoned. My grandmother was once a moonlight guardian. She could communicate with the Silver Pegasus on a spiritual level. She would expel any foreigner who dared to set foot in Castletown Bay." Roy felt that accepting Edith's invitation was the wisest move. Listening to Edith's introduction, Roy not only had a certain understanding of Ellington Castle, but also had some understanding of Earl Amelia, the last owner of Ellington Castle. In Roy's opinion, the period when Earl Amelia served as the commander of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion should be the most glorious period of Ellington Castle. As expected, the decoration style of the fourth floor of the castle has become more imposing, and the colorful murals on the imposing dome have changed from those strong elf styles to the War of the Gods. However, what surprised Roy was that the War of the Gods painted on the dome depicted many gods, but the moon goddess alone was the only one who was not seen. Then, he searched for the reliefs and murals on the surrounding walls, but unfortunately, he did not see Elun anywhere. Walking around the main building of the castle took almost the entire afternoon. When a group of people came down from the top floor, they found that there were also several expedition teams wandering around on the second floor. After nightfall, the temperature inside the castle dropped sharply. Perhaps it was cooler in the mountains than at the seaside, and gusts of cool wind blew into the camping site on the side of the armory. This was Claire's first time camping outside, and she couldn't sleep a bit, and there was a constant humming sound of the wind and rustling sounds between leaves. He popped his head out of the tent and looked around. The castle was dark, and there was no light in it. He looked at Roy's tent. Roy's snoring sounded in the tent, which made Claire even more unable to sleep. He came out of the tent wearing a robe. He wanted to walk around outside the armory, but it was a bit eerie here. Seeing that the other tents were also very quiet, he walked carefully to Roy's tent and called Roy up. Roy was half asleep when he heard Claire shout. He opened his eyes and poked his head out of the tent, and saw Claire standing outside the tent, looking at him pitifully. "Why aren't you sleeping so late?" Roy asked, half asleep. Claire said quickly, "I can't sleep. How about you walk with me?" Roy closed his eyes and responded, "Forget it. It's so late." At night, Roy sorted out the information he had obtained during the day, and now he was so sleepy and tired that he could hardly open his eyes. Roy needs to write a report about the castle, starting from a tourist's perspective, and record several places in the castle worth stopping. In addition, Roy also asked Edith for some interesting stories, and he planned to compile these interesting stories into several short stories, all of which are about Count Emilia, and then briefly introduce Count Emilia's simple life. Claire also needs to write a travelogue about the entire Malagad jungle. But so far, Claire has not started writing, not even some short stories. He sat outside Roy's tent in some distress. Roy could only come out of the tent, put on a piece of clothing, and sat beside Claire in a daze. He looked up at the starry night sky and muttered, "Tell me, what do I need you to do this time?" Claire said to Roy, "How about we talk about how to write my travel notes? I'm really not good at this. By the way, what are you going to do with the sculpture class assignment? I saw you picked up a piece of stone outside the castle gate. What kind of work are you going to carve?" Roy asked. Chapter 99. "Roy, what's your idea?" Claire immediately became interested and asked. Roy smiled and said, "I think you can carve a bust of Countess Amelia according to the portrait of Countess Amelia on the fourth floor. Other parts can be made rougher, but the face must be clear, and the features of the face must be magnified as much as possible." Yes, the features of Countess Amelia. The two were worried that they would disturb the rest of the expedition team if they spoke too loudly, so they kept their voices as low as possible. Claire's eyes lit up and she said, "That's a good idea. I've thought about carving a Malaga monitor lizard before. Your idea is more reliable than mine. Thinking about the scales of the monitor lizard almost makes me collapse. I can't sleep now. How about we go and see the portrait of Earl Amelia?" Roy looked around and saw that everything was quiet, with only the sound of insects chirping in the woods, so he asked, "Now?" "Yes. Now is the time when there are fewer people," Claire said. Roy tugged at the clothes on his body and shrank back into the tent. "Stop it, we have to climb to the fourth floor of the castle at this time. I think we should wait until tomorrow morning." Roy didn't want to go, and Claire didn't force him. Claire didn't want to whisper in front of the tent, so she pulled Roy and said, "Roy, I heard that the scenery in the back garden of the castle is very good. We didn't have time to see it during the day. How about we go to the back garden for a walk? It's so dark, how can we go?" Roy looked at the darkness around him, and didn't want to go out at all. Claire said, "Can't you use a little light to help us illuminate? Under the snowy moonlight, the garden of Ellington Castle is extremely beautiful. You really don't understand the romance of the elves." Roy also felt that it was a bit bad to reject Claire's suggestions several times in a row, so he agreed, "Okay." Then he put on his clothes carefully, and then walked with Claire along the path along the wall to the back garden. Roy released a ball of holy light, which radiated soft light above the two people's heads, immediately dispelling the chill of the night. In the night sky, the silver moon was like a hook. The cold moonlight gave Ellington Castle a hazy beauty. Some dilapidated buildings were hidden in the shadows, which set off the quiet beauty of the castle. Under the care of a ball of holy light, Roy was the first to climb to the high platform of the breadfruit tree. The terrain here was much higher than other places, and it was covered by the high walls of the castle, so it was absolutely secret. Edith said that this breadfruit tree is almost 2,000 years old, and it is the oldest tree in Ellington Castle. Originally, there was a tree of life in the back garden of the castle, but for some unknown reason, not long after Earl Amelia died, the tree of life also withered and died, which is almost the biggest loss of Ellington Castle. The two climbed up the platform, but they were not in a hurry to go to the garden behind the castle, because Roy found that the stairs under the high wall had broken, and from this platform, he could have a bird's eye view of the whole back garden. Under the moonlight, the back garden covered by weeds was still lush and green, with many trees lush and leafy, and the shrubs and low walls were integrated with the weeds. Claire sat under the breadfruit tree, took the stone from the magic waste bag and placed it between her legs, then took out a carving knife and started carving. Although Roy was not very good at it, Miss Belinda was a little-known sculptor, and this kind of stone was the most common in her studio. Seeing Claire start to trim the stone, Roy moved the holy light closer so that Claire could see more clearly. By the way, he also picked a breadfruit from the tree and prepared to put it in his bag to eat later. The day after tomorrow, the two of them will leave Ellington Castle and enter the depths of the Malaga jungle. Roy believes that there will be no danger in the Malaga jungle, but there will be no rich resources. The two of them may only be able to eat some sour berries along the way. Instead of that, it is better to bring a few breadfruits. This thing tastes good and makes you feel full. The holy light floated above Claire's head, and Roy sat quietly opposite Claire. Claire's carving skills were very unfamiliar, which made Roy always want to complain. Just as Roy put the breadfruit into his bag and looked up at Claire, he didn't know when a ghost stood behind Claire. Her face showed the majesty of a superior, and her eyes just fell on the stone in Claire's hand. At this moment, Roy felt that all the hairs on his body had stood up, because that face was exactly that of Count Amelia, and she also looked up at Roy at the moment when Roy's expression was a little strange. In her eye sockets, there were two balls of deep blue soul fire, but those two balls of soul fire were condensed like the eyes of an elf. If the soul fire had not occasionally jumped, Roy would not have recognized it so easily. Her body outline was so clear, she was wearing mithril armor, and there were two long swords hanging on her waist. She stared at Roy and asked faintly, "Can you see me?" The powerful pressure from the strong man made Roy dare not move rashly, and he nodded honestly. When Earl Amelia saw Roy's human face, her eyes immediately became extremely messy, and the soul fire in her eyes surged. She drew out the storm sword from her waist and flashed in front of Roy in an instant, and asked viciously, "Are you human?" Claire was frightened by the sudden voice behind him and turned pale. He turned around and saw the ghost of Count Amelia, and was speechless. However, when the ghost of Count Amelia flashed in front of Roy, two storm swords were placed on Roy's neck. A strong pressure made the two people unable to move. He is a half-elf, his mother is a pure-blooded silver moon elf, and now he lives with his mother. Claire said all the information about Roy in one go. Half-elf? After hearing Claire's explanation, the rage of Count Amelia's ghost subsided a little, and the soul fire in her eyes turned back into deep blue pupils. She moved closer to Roy and sniffed, and her sharp eyes softened. "Why can you see me?" the Count Amelia's ghost asked Roy. Roy quickly explained, "I am an apprentice priest, and you will be visible under the holy light." The Count Amelia's ghost in front of him was not the ghost in the torture chamber of the Black Pearl. The power she showed was as easy as crushing an ant to kill Roy and Claire. Seeing Roy and Claire standing obediently under the breadfruit tree, Count Amelia retreated to the edge of the tree and said in a cold voice, "Okay, I know, don't tell anyone about your meeting with me. You don't want to cause trouble, right?" Roy and Claire said at the same time, "We will keep this secret." Count Amelia turned around and disappeared, leaving only a half-dead breadfruit tree on the platform. Roy and Claire were not in the mood to carve under the breadfruit tree at this time. They hurriedly ran down from the platform and slipped back into the tent of the armory. The ghost of Earl Amelia still remains in Ellington Castle. The two were shocked and a little bit unbelievable. After the elves die, some of them will enter the kingdom of God under the guidance of the Moonlight Goddess Elun and become followers of the Moonlight Goddess. Of course, more elves will become elves in the form of souls and wander in the forest or near the fountain of life waiting for reincarnation. Earl Amelia is an elven noble and has made great military achievements during his lifetime. Logically, the Moonlight Goddess should give her the Moonlight Guidance as soon as possible after her death and let her become a member of the Moonlight Legion. But now, what Roy and Claire saw was that Count Amelia was still in the ruins of Ellington Castle. She had neither become a follower of the Moonlight Goddess nor reincarnated as an elf who had forgotten all her memories. The so-called elf was a group of elf soul consciousness. The two did not dare to discuss it. After all, they were still in Ellington Castle. Maybe Count Amelia was secretly following them. The next morning, several elf girls picked some blackberries from the bushes in the back garden of the castle. Although they were not very delicious, squeezing them into juice and pouring it on breadfruit could also add some different flavor to the breadfruit. Everyone gathered around the dining table in the armory and had a pretty good breakfast. Before dark last night, several expedition groups came to Ellington Castle, all of whom were freshmen of the Elf Academy. So many elf students gathered in the castle, making it noisy. After breakfast, Edith suggested going to the tombstone of Earl Amelia to pay tribute. As Earl Amelia's granddaughter, since she came to Ellington Castle, there was no reason not to visit her grandmother, who was buried here. An elf girl asked curiously, "Is Earl Amelia buried in the castle?" Edith explained, "Well, this is my grandmother's last wish before she died. Her grave is on the high platform behind." After that, she pointed to the breadfruit tree. Roy and Claire looked at each other in silence. If Edith had said this yesterday, the two of them would never have rashly run to the breadfruit tree to talk at night last night. Edith presented a bouquet of flowers under the breadfruit tree. There were no tombstones, nameplates or cypresses, only a huge half-dead breadfruit tree. In the breeze, the sparse leaves on the top of the tree swayed gently, as if welcoming Edith's arrival. The expedition team moved around the castle all day. With Edith's introduction, it was easy for everyone to figure out that in such a large castle, many buildings actually have different functions. After 2 days of contact, Roy found that Edith was a very qualified captain. Her shrewdness, decisiveness, bravery, and fairness earned her a high reputation in the expedition team. No one of the other elf girls in Group 16 were very convinced of her. Chapter 100. Claire practiced sketching all day, recording every corner of Ellington Castle in his album. His painting skills were pretty good, at least the lines in the album could depict the appearance of the castle, every brick and tile, or a roof with blue sky and white clouds. In fact, the two of them also thought about leaving the castle the next day, but thinking back to the fact that Count Amelia didn't seem to make any threatening moves against them after knowing that they were both elves. This is the most beautiful place in the whole valley. Seeing Claire use large black graffiti and thin outlines to outline the breadfruit tree, this combination of white and black really has a little flavor, as if life and death are entangled together. While Claire was immersed in painting, Roy walked around the small square. There are many elf students in this small square. Some new students will stop here for a while to understand the situation here before looking for a campsite. No expedition team would stay in the main building of the castle, and even the first floor hall was empty. Roy also saw half-blood elves selling berries and breadfruits in the small square, and sighed that merchants were really everywhere. The small stone basin in the middle of the square, no one knew who cleaned it, but there was still clear water flowing out of it, and the excess water flowed out of the castle along a very inconspicuous waterway in the square. Just as Roy was curiously looking at the stone basin, he happened to see Edith and several elf girls strolling in the small square. Their eyes met across the stone basin. Edith walked out from among the elf girls, stood in front of Roy with a smile and said, "Every year, this place becomes like this. It becomes very lively all of a sudden. Occasionally, a temporary free market will form here. Almost all students who take outdoor practical classes in the Maladid jungle will come here to exchange resources." Roy said to Edith, "I really want to thank you this time. If you hadn't introduced this castle to us, we would only think that this ruins is magnificent based on our superficial understanding, and we would never have such a detailed understanding of this castle. What's there to thank me for? You are a member of the 16th group. Isn't it natural for us to explore the castle together?" Edith's smile was very sweet. She walked in front of Roy, and the two of them walked slowly along the drainage channel under their feet. "Roy, I heard that you know Princess Ophelia." Edith glanced at Roy with her big blue eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Roy explained, "In fact, Her Royal Highness helped me a lot at that time." After Roy told her about what happened that night at the harbor, Edith smiled and said, "So that's how it is. You're lucky to have a good friend." "Yes," Roy replied. At this time, the two of them had walked to the edge of the small square. In front of them was a densely populated area in the castle. Although most of the roofs had collapsed, the rooms were almost all there, and the stone beds inside had not collapsed. Roy sighed, "This castle is really big. There must have been many Silver Moon elves living here." Edith held the railing outside the small square with both hands, pointed to the distance, and said with shining eyes, "Of course, In addition to the elves in the castle, there is also the garrison of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion opposite. Every time she mentioned Ellington Castle, her eyes would become very eager, and it can be seen that she admired Earl Amelia very much. Edith supported her arms on the railing, and her body showed a beautiful curve. However, Sabrina's big white legs suddenly appeared in Roy's mind, and he woke up instantly, and his eyes followed Edith's eyes, and looked into the distance. Edith continued, "When my grandmother founded Castletown, she thought Castletown was a little far from Ellington, but Castletown had a natural harbor, so the port city had to be built there. But at that time, Ellington Castle was the residence of the Silver Moon Elves. It was close to the Malaga jungle and rich in resources. With Ellington Castle here, the Silver Moon Elves had a limited population, which led to the slow development of Castletown City. Castletown Port was very important to us. My grandmother tried her best to get the Silver Moon Elves to move to Castletown." Edith frowned, drew a circle with her finger towards the castle, and said, "You can see that Castle Ellington is only this big. Even if all the Silver Moon Elves in Castle Ellington were moved to Castletown, Castletown would be a small town at best. If it wants to become a port city, the city needs population to develop. As a new city in the Silver Moon Kingdom, there are countless Silver Moon Elves' hard work and concessions here, all for Silver Moon." Roy rarely came into contact with these things. In his previous life, he mostly fished at the seaside. Now he became an apprentice priest and studied divine arts every day. He had never thought about how Castletown was built. But now that Edith talked about these things, he asked curiously, "Can you tell me about Earl Amelia? I am very curious about her legendary life. I think she should have lived under the rule of the Elven dynasty in the first half of her life." Obviously, this question was also something Edith was very willing to answer. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, looked back at the main building of the castle, and said, "Well, to be precise, I spent most of my life in the Elf dynasty. During the reign of the Elf King, my grandmother was the Silver Moon Elf Elder of the Malaga Jungle. The entire Malaga Jungle, including the Dane River Basin, and the 500-kilometer-long coastline here, belonged to the Ellington family. At that time, the Elf dynasty had irreconcilable contradictions. The three major races of Silver Moon Elves, Dark Moon Elves, and Wood Elves had reached the point of war because of power struggles. The last Elf King was a member of the Wood Elves royal family. He tilted most of the resources of the Elf world to Darnassus, constantly squeezing the output of the Silver Moon Elves and Dark Moon Elves territories. This move directly made the Silver Moon Elves and Dark Moon Elves very dissatisfied. At that time, the Naga Sea clan of the Endless Sea wanted to occupy all the islands outside the Elven continent, but the Elf King was unwilling to send troops to fight the Sea clan. It was not until the Naga army of the Naga Sea clan appeared in St. Margaret Port on the edge of the Evernight Forest, where the Dark Moon Elves lived, that the contradictions within the Elven dynasty broke out completely. The Silver Moon Elves and the Dark Moon Elves moved out of Darnassus in large numbers. The Silver Moon Elves returned to Buenos, and the Dark Moon Elves returned to Neuhaus in the Evernight Forest. The Silver Moon Elves had the most powerful Unicorn Legion and Silver Pegasus Legion of the Elves at that time. The Wood Elves had a legion of tree spirits with nearly 1 million troops stationed in Darnassus at that time, and the Ghost Panther Assassination Legion and Phantom Archer Legion of the Dark Moon Elves retreated to the Evernight Forest to resist the invasion of the Orc tribe of the Eastern Continent. Even now, the main force of the Unicorn Legion of the Silver Moon Dynasty is still guarding the Misty Canyon area of the Evernight Forest. Roy felt a little dizzy when he heard what Edith said. Didn't they agree to talk about the glorious life of Earl Amelia? Why did you mention the Elven dynasty split? Edith squinted and continued. Grandma was actually against the Elven dynasty splitting up, but unfortunately no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't save the Elven dynasty from its final decline. The longing for the past in her eyes was clearly revealed, and Edith continued, there was a time when Grandma even fell into a state of self-doubt. It was at that time that she rode her silver Pegasus around the world. After she returned to Ellington Castle from outside, she made up her mind to build Castletown. At that time, the population of Castletown was insufficient, so she attracted many half-blood elves who were exiled. She helped the half-blood elves build the lower city in Castletown, so that they could have a place to settle down. It was with the arrival of the half-blood elves that Castletown gradually developed. Edith told Roy a lot. Roy found that the life of Earl Amelia was really not simple. However, even though she had such a glorious life, she became the ghost of Ellington Castle after her death. This made him somewhat confused. Edith didn't say goodbye to Roy until her female companions called her from afar. Roy wandered around the castle again, but unfortunately, every place suitable for camping had tents set up, so Roy couldn't move around freely. In the night, Claire came again and asked Roy to light up the holy light. In this faint light, he took out a notebook and used a brush to record the beautiful starry sky of Ellington Castle. Roy, do you know what Edith's ideal is? Claire put down the paintbrush in her hand and turned to ask Roy. Roy was confused by the question. I'm not sure. What's wrong? Claire put her head close to Roy's ear and said to him in a very low voice. In the noble circle of Castletown City, almost all young elves know that her ideal is to join Princess Ophelia's guard. She is very optimistic about Princess Ophelia's future. Once Princess Ophelia can take over the Silver Moon Kingdom in the future and become the second elven queen of the Silver Moon Kingdom, her status will rise, and she will restore the former glory of the Ellington family. How do you know this? Roy asked in a low voice. Claire spread her hands helplessly and said, among those fools who foolishly pursued Edith, there is a young elf from Claire's family. It can't be you? Roy asked with a smile. Claire rolled her eyes and said, if it was, do you think she would let me join the expedition team? Roy looked at Claire. So what do you want to say to me? Claire continued in a low voice. I saw the two of you in the small square this afternoon, so my advice to you is, brother, calm down and change to a Silver Moon elf girl who is easier to pursue. This style is really not suitable for you. Got it, thank you for your advice. Roy responded. Chapter 101. Roy could understand Claire's warning to him. However, he had never thought of developing a passionate love with an elf noble. The many troubles in Ms. Belinda's life made Roy realize that there were still some differences between humans, half-elves and elves. Claire sketched for a day, and he recorded every corner of the castle in detail in the sketchbook. After a tiring day, this guy laid down in the tent and fell asleep as soon as it got dark. Roy's tent was very close to Claire's tent. He lay in the tent and closed his eyes. Ellington Castle and the portrait of Count Amelia appeared in front of him. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. He opened his eyes and felt that everything was normal. He lifted the curtain of the tent and looked outside. There was nothing special. He closed his eyes again. Although he didn't see the quiet Ellington Castle in his mind this time, he heard the sound of ding-ding-ding. It was the sound of the cup next to his pillow. Roy stared at the water cup for a while and felt that there was nothing wrong with the cup. Just as he was about to close his eyes, Roy suddenly saw the wooden cup placed next to the pillow move. He sat up suddenly, chanting prayers in his hands and drawing divine patterns quickly. A ball of holy light lit up in the tent, and the ghost of Earl Amelia appeared in front of Roy. She said to Roy with a stern face, "Follow me." Roy's eyes widened. He didn't know how long Earl Amelia had stayed in the tent. If she hadn't knocked on the cup, Roy wouldn't have noticed it at all. Roy put on a shirt hastily, but luckily he was wearing a pair of linen pants, and after putting on short leather boots, he quickly got out of the tent. Earl Amelia was already waiting outside the tent, and he was in the shadows, with only a vague face. Roy followed him, and Earl Amelia turned around and floated towards the corridor. In fact, at this moment, Roy also thought about whether to wake up Claire or Edith, so that Earl Amelia might not persecute him because they were Silver Moon elves. Thinking back, if Earl Amelia wanted to harm him, she might have done it in the tent. Roy tried to calm himself down. Perhaps seeing Roy's hesitation, Count Amelia flashed in front of Roy and raised a finger to her lips. "Shh, don't disturb them." Roy wanted to curse in his heart. However, seeing the blue flames in his eye sockets, he had to hold back any unpleasant words. He had a very powerful aura, and didn't even care about the holy light. Count Amelia walked very fast, and Roy had to jog behind to keep up. The light was very dim at night, so he could only use the holy light to light the way ahead. Count Amelia didn't stop until he came to the breadfruit tree again. This is the burial place of Earl Amelia. In the morning, Roy came here with Edith to present a bouquet of flowers. But now it is midnight, the cool night wind blows in the face, the branches and leaves of the breadfruit tree sway, and Roy feels like trembling all over. Earl Amelia stood under the breadfruit tree, staring at Roy coldly. The aura of the superior made Roy dare not look up. "Are you an apprentice priest?" Roy answered with a stiff face. "Yes, Earl Amelia." She suddenly flew to the opposite side of Roy, almost touching his face, and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" "A little bit. After all, our identities do not allow us to communicate so calmly," Roy expressed tactfully. Earl Amelia had a mocking smile on her cold face, which made Roy realize that not every Silver Moon elf is so good-looking. "Ha, you still want to purify me with holy light?" Her voice was a little sharp. Roy quickly made his position clear. "I don't have such plans for the time being." He then muttered in his heart, "Because my strength does not allow it." A wise priest knows his own strength. Count Amelia stepped back and stood casually under the breadfruit tree. He said to Roy, I came to you just to talk to you. After all, I have lived here for so long, and no one can communicate with me face to face like you. Roy wanted to say to Count Amelia, "It's so late, I really don't want to chat with the dead. I haven't talked to them for a long time, and I don't want to scare these children." Earl Amelia stood on the edge of the platform, looking at the messy camping sites in the castle, and her voice became calmer. "In the past, I always entered their dreams to understand the situation in Castletown. Now I just want to hear what you say about Castletown." Earl Amelia looked at Roy deeply and said. Roy quickly sorted out his thoughts, and then introduced to Earl Amelia. "The current Castletown is divided into the Upper City and the Lower City. I think you also know that the Upper City is inhabited by Silver Moon Elves, and the Lower City is inhabited by Half-Blood Elves. I currently live in Brown Street near the sea in the Lower City. I don't usually have the opportunity to go to the Upper City, so I don't know much about the situation in the Upper City, but my home is very close to the port, so I will tell you about Castletown Port." Roy first talked about Castletown Port, then the situation in the Lower City, and finally the Elf Academy. Roy talked a lot, and even his voice was a little hoarse. Basically, he talked about the life of the Half-Blood Elves in Castletown. In fact, there are some conflicts between the Half-Blood Elves and the Silver Moon Elves in Castletown. The Silver Moon Elves control more than 80% of the wealth in Castletown, but less than 10% of them actually participate in the labor. Almost all Silver Moon Elves are management, while the Half-Blood Elves are the workers of Castletown. This inequality has been going on for a long time in this city. If it weren't for the long lifespan of the elves, perhaps this contradiction would have been intensified long ago. In addition, as a free and open port, large foreign ships can easily enter the port, but the actual inspection of the port terminal is extremely relaxed. The elves seem to have gotten used to this slow life, but this will give some illegal ships an opportunity to take advantage of Castletown Port. Then Roy talked about the battle on the Sea Wolf that night, and Earl Amelia frowned even more. Amelia handed over a cup, and Roy took it. He put the cup to his lips and smelled it. It turned out to be a cup of fragrant life tree juice, and it was the kind that had not been diluted at all. He was a little reluctant to drink it, and wanted to put it directly into a glass bottle. He took a small sip, and the vitality that moisturized his limbs and bones spread instantly. At this moment, it seemed that all the pores on his body were stretched open by the powerful life force. "I didn't expect the situation in Castletown to be worse than I expected. You are a very thoughtful child. I think the group of Silver Moon Elves sleeping in the castle have not noticed these inequalities. They may have been accustomed to it, and adapted to this kind of life. Once some unexpected events occur in the future, these contradictions are likely to be intensified," Earl Amelia said with some worry. Roy had never thought that Earl Amelia, who had been dead for so long, was still concerned about the lives of the elves in Castletown. He was in awe of the Earl for a moment. This was the demeanor of a true upper-class elf. "Is there anything else you want to know?" Roy asked. Earl Amelia glanced at Roy and shook her head. At this time, her eyes became much kinder. In Roy's opinion, this was simply the biggest irony. An apprentice priest actually sat in the ruins of the ancient castle and chatted with an elf ghost for most of the night. Count Amelia looked at Roy, crossed her hands on her shoulders, and made Roy feel like Aladdin's lamp. "Roy, do you have any small wishes? As a reward for your chatting with me this time, I can fulfill your small wish. As long as your request is not too high, I can fulfill it." Count Amelia felt that if he said this, Roy might not be able to make a request, so he guided him to say, for example, "Do you want a set of light leather armor for elves? Or a magic waste bag for storage? I think these can make your experience in the Malaga jungle easier." Roy complained in his heart, thinking that the elves seemed to pay too much attention to these equipment and magic items in their daily lives, as if they didn't know how to live without them. So Roy hesitated for a moment, and did not accept the rewards from Earl Amelia. "If possible, I would also like to ask you a question. Of course, if you feel it is inconvenient to say it, just pretend that I didn't ask it," Roy said. Earl Amelia stared at Roy and said slowly, "As long as it does not involve the secrets of the elf dynasty, you might as well tell me. As far as I know, after death, Silver Moon Elves will be led by the Moonlight Goddess into the kingdom of God, or become elves in the form of souls to wait for the next reincarnation. You have made great achievements in your life, and are a Silver Moon Elves noble. There is no reason for you to become a ghost." Roy said, "I want to know what is going on. So the priests of the Statue of Liberty are more curious about this kind of thing? Or do they care more about it because they purify the dead souls frequently?" Count Amelia said with a sneer. She flew in front of Roy. The soul fire in her eyes was almost on the verge of exploding, and the withered hand covered with sharp nails reached Roy's chest, just a little short of grabbing Roy's neck. Roy believed that she only needed a second to break his neck. Actually, there is nothing to say. In order to build Castleton City, I let those wandering half-blood elves settle in Castleton City. In order to appease them, I also supported the half-blood elves to govern the lower city under the teachings of the Moon Temple. These were not allowed by the goddess Elun. She believed that the hearts of the half-blood elves were not pure, and I accepted these half-blood elves, so my heart became no longer pure. When I died, the high priest of the Moon Temple presided over the funeral in person. Among the 7 priests, 4 of them determined that I could not become a follower of Elun. I didn't want to be reincarnated as an elf and wait for reincarnation in the Fountain of Life, so I used some tricks to stay here. In order to give me some peace and quiet, the children moved away from Ellington Castle with all the family members. I didn't expect that this place would become very lively every summer. Fortunately, it only lasts about a month. Earl Amelia introduced coldly. Roy didn't expect the answer to be that Earl Amelia couldn't become a follower of the Moonlight Goddess. Roy was also very unfamiliar with the priests of the Moon Temple in Castletown City, because they only helped the Silver Moon Elves and prohibited half-elves and half-elves from entering the Moon Temple. He didn't expect that Earl Amelia, the commander of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, would also be rejected. So the priests of the Moon Temple really have a lot of power. Chapter 102. The Moon Temple in Castletown is located on the top of the mountain in the upper city. The priests in the temple are responsible for the delivery and burial of the Silver Moon Elves, the distribution of the Tree of Life sap, and guiding the lost Silver Moon Elves back to the embrace of the Moon Goddess Elun. The influence of the Moon Temple priests is even greater than that of the elders of the Castletown Elders Council. After all the Silver Moon Elves in Castletown go to the Moon Temple every week to receive a cup of Life Tree sap. Moreover, if the Silver Moon Elves are sick, they will come to the Moon Temple to receive treatment from the priests. In fact, the treatment process is extremely simple. The 6 Silver Moon Elves will enter the Fountain of Life to bathe, and the priests will pray to the Moon Goddess, and the Moon Goddess Elun will send down a ray of moonlight. As long as the injury is not too serious, the elves who enter the Fountain of Life will be healed. The Moon Temple never distributes the sap of life to the half-blood elves in the lower city, and the Fountain of Life in the temple is also forbidden to half-blood elves. The priests of the Moon Temple would not come out to bury the accidental deaths of some half-blood elves. These actions have made the Moon Temple have a bad reputation in the lower city. For this reason, the half-blood elves would rather give up the Moon Goddess and become believers of the Statue of Liberty. This is also the reason why the Statue of Liberty can gain a foothold in Castletown City, but recently the Statue of Liberty has also encountered unprecedented difficulties. In the past 6 months, no matter how devoutly the believers prayed, they could not get a response from the Statue of Liberty. As a result, the number of believers in the Statue of Liberty has shrunk by almost 2/3 in just half a year. Even so, the number of believers of the Statue of Liberty who come to the rally every week is still decreasing. Roy knew that the priests in the Moon Temple were notoriously bad-tempered, but he was somewhat surprised that the priests of the Moon Temple would vote collectively to block Earl Amelia from the gate of the Kingdom of God. Earl Amelia sat down at a raised root under the breadfruit tree. The moonlight was blocked by the branches and leaves of the breadfruit tree, and she was looming in the shadows. "Well, it's getting late, you should go back." Count Amelia ordered Roy to leave. Roy did not hesitate, and quickly stood up and said, "Thank you for your teachings." Thinking that he, as an apprentice priest, had communicated with a dead elf for half a night, and was summoned and dismissed at will. Roy couldn't help but sigh. If Jasper and Abbott knew about this, he might be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of his life. Now that he could leave, Roy saluted Earl Amelia and immediately planned to run down the steps. But when he turned around, he found Earl Amelia sitting on the steps, blocking his way. Earl Amelia stared at Roy. Seeing that he was eager to leave, Earl Amelia was not so anxious. She sat on the stone steps with an elegant posture. A holy light floated on Roy's shoulders, illuminating Earl Amelia in every detail. She had a casualness of a superior, completely ignoring the holy light on Roy's shoulders, staring at Roy for a while before saying, "This is the first time I have talked to a half-elf for so long. Oh! By the way, remember to keep this a secret for me." After saying this, Earl Amelia seemed to have thought of something. She continued, in addition, "If you are free, you can come here to chat with me at any time and tell me about the latest news in Castletown. Of course, if you are willing, you can be my messenger. As long as there is an incident in Castletown, send the news to Ellington Castle. I don't see human greed in you. Even in adversity, you can always stay awake and respond calmly. This courage is very rare." Roy didn't expect that Earl Amelia would recognize him so much. Then she lowered her head and fumbled for a while before saying, Let me see. I give you this magic crystal." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand in front of Roy. It was a hexagonal magic crystal stone. Roy held the crystal in his hand, but he didn't know what it was for yet. Then Earl Amelia took out another crystal stone, which looked higher quality than the one Roy was holding in his hand, and the surface pattern was more complicated. She handed the magic crystal to Roy and said to him, "Oh, by the way, bring this crystal to my little Edith. Don't tell her about me for the time being. Every time I see her, it always reminds me of my younger self." The next moment, Earl Amelia's tone became a little sad. Looking at the dark mountains opposite the castle, she murmured to herself, "That is really a very old memory." Roy stood in front of the steps, put the two magic crystals in his hand into his pocket, and promised, "Please rest assured, I will give this magic crystal to Miss Edith." Countess Amelia nodded, and her figure gradually faded until she disappeared. Roy then walked down the stairs. When he returned to the tent, Claire was still sleeping in the tent next door, and didn't notice Roy's return at all. Roy and Claire stayed in Ellington Castle for 3 days. By noon on the third day, the two had traveled around the entire Ellington Castle with the expedition team, and Claire even went to the 4th floor of the castle again. He stood in front of the mural and left Countess Amelia's appearance in the sketchbook from various angles. "Roy, are we leaving today?" Claire closed the album in her hand and asked Roy, who looked sleepy. "If you didn't sleep well last night, we could have stayed here for another night. There are still many things to do. Now that the investigation of the castle is over, let's go and complete the next task." Roy responded immediately. At noon, Iris and the members of the expedition team prepared a lot of food in the armory. However, Roy and Claire could only eat breadfruit and blackberries, which were picked in the back garden of the castle. There was no other way. Except for Roy, no one in Group 16 took the elementary martial arts training class. So the elf girls didn't need to endure hunger and go through wilderness survival training, and they would no longer travel with Roy and Claire on the rest of the journey. "Roy, have you finished your Ellington Castle investigation report?" The Silver Moon Elf girl sitting opposite Roy suddenly asked curiously. "It's almost finished," Roy said, and patted his shoulder bag vigorously. "You two won't be with us next time?" After saying that, Edith used her slender fingers to gracefully peel a red fruit and suck the bright red flesh into her mouth, causing Claire to secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Next, we will cross the Malaga jungle back and forth to complete the task assigned by Teacher Harper," Roy responded. "I know, although there are not many monsters in this jungle, you two still need to be more careful when you move. If you encounter danger, ask for help when you need it, and don't be stubborn and hold on," Edith told the two of them. "We will be more careful," Claire said. After lunch, Roy and Claire went to dismantle the tent. Edith and several other Silver Moon Elf girls also came to help. They folded up the tent and tied it into a backpack for Roy to carry. Before leaving the castle, Roy found an opportunity to call Edith aside. Edith had a smile in her blue eyes, but she always kept a distance of 1 meter between them. "What do you want from me?" Edith asked Roy, acting like a captain. Roy took out the exquisite magic crystal from his pocket and handed it to Edith. "For me?" Edith asked in surprise instead of reaching out to take it. Roy handed it forward and nodded, saying, "Well, someone asked me to give this magic crystal to you." "Someone asked you to give this magic crystal to me? Who is that person?" Edith asked, staring at Roy. Roy threw the magic crystal to Edith and said casually, "It's not convenient to tell you now, maybe you will know it later." Edith caught the magic crystal and looked at Claire standing next to her suspiciously. Claire took a half step back cautiously, making it clear that it was not given by him. Edith turned her head and looked at Roy suspiciously. Roy didn't know how to explain it, so he waved to Edith and quickly walked out of Ellington Castle with Claire. "You actually gave Edith a magic crystal. Tell me quickly, what is recorded in it?" Claire asked curiously. Roy spread his hands and whispered, "In fact, I haven't opened it yet, so I don't know what's inside." The two left Ellington Castle, talking as they walked. When they passed a grove of trees outside the castle, Roy saw the figure of Count Amelia emerging on the trunk of a big tree. She was waving to them. Chapter 103. Until this moment, Roy broke out in a cold sweat. He had always believed that the ghost of Count Amelia would be affected by the alternation of day and night. That is, she would fall asleep during the day and come out to move around in the castle at night. At the same time, he felt that Count Amelia's activity area was roughly around the breadfruit tree, and she would never leave Ellington Castle. Now, it seems that Count Amelia can also appear under the shade of the tree during the day, and she doesn't seem to be so afraid of the sun, and her activity area is definitely not limited to Ellington Castle. Seeing Earl Amelia waving at him, Roy suddenly fell into a daze. Claire stopped and looked back in confusion, but found that there was nothing behind him, only an old tree. "Roy, what are you looking at?" Claire asked curiously. Roy finally woke up from his daze. At this time, Earl Amelia's face on the tree trunk had long disappeared. Roy shook his head and muttered, "Oh, nothing, let's go." Seeing the Ellington Castle in the distance seemed to be hidden in the lush forest, this path was very quiet, and there were no other elf students within a few dozen meters. Claire turned around, put one hand on Roy's shoulder, and said to him very seriously, "Roy, although I have reminded you before, whether you are willing to listen or not, I still want to remind you not to chase Edith Ellington. That guy is simply a perfectionist with mental cleanliness. Let her be the captain, but if you want to chase her, it's like a moth dancing on a flame. The flame only needs to jump once, and you will become a flying flame, and in the end there will be nothing left but ashes." Roy thought of the Count Amelia in the castle, and felt that the Ellington family's elf seemed a bit paranoid. "I know really, I don't have any thoughts about her," Roy said again. But Claire looked at him with doubts. The two left the Ellington Castle on the avenue. According to the nearest check-in point to the castle on the map, they identified the direction and plunged into the hot and dense Malaga jungle. There are almost no roads in the Malaga jungle. The trees here are 20 to 30 meters high, and almost all trees have dense leaves only on the top. In addition to some thorny vines, the forest is also full of thorny buds and some uncommon herbs. The ground in the rainy season is very muddy. Occasionally, there is a pool of water in the forest. If you squat down at this moment, you can find that there are some light red insects tumbling up and down in this small puddle. The air in the jungle is hot and humid, and it is airtight. Most plants have serrated leaves, and there are thorny vines everywhere. Occasionally, if the vines are too dense, you have to go around, otherwise you just take a hatchet to cut off the vines in front. Because of the dense vegetation all around, the scenery in the distance could not be seen. The two walked forward in the dense forest until a cliff with a drop of about 20 meters appeared in front of them. They could only walk along the cliff for a while. Seeing that it was getting dark, Roy and Claire discussed, and found a place under the cliff to camp under the rain. Fortunately, before going out, Ms. Belinda asked Roy to bring some mosquito-repellent ointment, so those mosquitoes flying everywhere did not bite them all over their bodies. And Claire also cut some wormwood, and put it on the campfire. Suddenly, a pungent smoke came out of the campfire, and the large amount of smoke drove away the flying insects wandering around. Claire seldom saw a bonfire, so he was very curious about this small fire. He sat in front of the bonfire with his knees hugged, staring at the flames without blinking, and adding 1 or 2 branches to the bonfire from time to time. Roy ate some breadfruit and drank some water, then set up the tent under the cliff. He said to Claire, "According to the survival rules of the jungle, we need someone to watch the night. You watch the first half of the night, and I will go to sleep for a while. Wait until midnight, and then wake me up and go to sleep." Claire's eyes lit up, and she responded, "Okay, I go get some more branches and some wormwood. There are too many mosquitoes here." Roy ignored Claire, who was still interested in everything, and went into the tent. He barely slept last night, and had been busy all day. His head had already become a little groggy, and he fell asleep soon. Roy, it's your turn to watch the campfire." Claire knocked on Roy's tent, and called him from outside. Roy opened his eyes dazedly, and found himself still sleeping in a tent. The tent was a little airtight. He was sweating and his whole body became sticky. Roy crawled out of the tent. Claire handed him a hatchet, and yawned as he quickly got into his tent. The bonfire between the two tents was still burning. Roy saw some branches piled up next to it, which seemed to be prepared by Claire. In addition to the rustling of leaves in the jungle, there were also continuous chirping of insects. Roy sat by the bonfire, and found that Claire's sketchbook was actually placed next to it. It seemed that he had not been idle just now. There was a ball of paper next to the bonfire. Roy picked it up. There were scribbled lines and symbols on it. It was obviously not a painting, but a piece of music. Roy threw the ball of paper into the fire. Then Roy took out the magic crystal given by Earl Amelia from his pocket. Roy first saw the magic crystal in a tavern on Brown Street. There was a huge conch on the bar counter of the tavern, and a magic crystal was placed inside. At that time, the magic crystal was playing a cheerful piece of music. Looking at the magic crystal in his hand, the crystal has 6 edges around it, and the 2 ends are pointed, just right to hold in the palm of the hand. Roy wondered how to open this magic crystal, and make it sing automatically. The light from the campfire was not bright enough, and there would be a lot of shadows in the covered areas. Roy planned to use the glimmer illumination technique to summon a ball of holy glimmer, and then study the magic crystal carefully. But just as he was about to condense the power of holy light to draw the divine pattern, a trace of holy light power overflowed from the palm of his hand and flowed into the magic crystal, and the magic crystal actually lit up. Roy didn't expect that to activate the magic crystal. He only needed to input a trace of holy light power into the crystal. When this trace of holy light power flowed through the pattern of the magic crystal was no longer clear and transparent, and a hazy mist appeared inside. As the holy light power filled the crystal, the mist began to slowly dissipate. After the mist dissipated, a silver moon elf appeared in the magic crystal. The silver moon elf held a long sword in one hand and danced inside the magic crystal. Unfortunately, it was an elven male warrior holding a long sword dancing in the magic crystal, and every posture and every breath were revealed in the crystal. Roy thought of the night of the harbor battle, when Captain Simpson of Princess Ophelia's guards danced a war dance of the silver moon elf on the ship to enhance the combat power of all the elven guards. It seemed that the magic crystal showed this kind of war dance of the elven tribe. Each dance lasted less than a minute, but the movements were very complicated, and also involved the use of breath and magic. After each war dance, the name of the war dance would be displayed in the magic crystal, namely, Dance of Glory, Dance of Mystery, and Dance of Morale. Roy didn't expect that the magic crystal given to him by Count Amelia actually contained detailed explanations of 3 war dances. What bothered Roy the most were those movements, which were simply impossible for him to perform. If he wanted to make such movements, it would be better to break his hands and feet, and then put them together again. Maybe he could complete it. Looking at the magic crystal in his hand, Roy suddenly fell into great entanglement. In the night at Ellington Castle, Edith changed into a set of loose pajamas in the tent, and then laid down in the sleeping bag. There was also Edith's classmate and best friend Phyllis in the tent. She was also wearing a similar style of pajamas, and sitting on a fur mat, holding a cup of life tree juice in both hands and drinking it in small sips. She turned her head to look at Edith, who was playing with the magic crystal in her hand, and asked, "Even if the half-elf knows Princess Ophelia, it's not worth your effort." "Yeah," Edith responded absent-mindedly, her eyes moving along with the pattern on the magic crystal. "Edith, you're not in love with him, are you?" Miss Phyllis asked worriedly. Edith put the magic crystal in her hand aside, glared at her best friend Miss Phyllis, and said to her, "What are you thinking? I only want to follow Princess Ophelia in my life, and become her follower. Maybe this will give me a chance to restore the former glory of the Ellington family." When she said these words, Edith's eyes became extremely firm. Miss Phyllis gently combed her long golden hair, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled and said, "I thought something would happen between you and Roy. Actually, Roy is pretty good, handsome and sunny, and after you get tired of the Silver Moon elves, you will find that humans may be more attractive." Edith glared at her bestie, picked up the magic crystal at hand again, and said, "If you want to have a chance encounter with him after the rain, I might be able to help." Edith saw that this high-level magic crystal seemed to be fine, so she injected a trace of magic power into the crystal, and the delicate patterns on the magic crystal suddenly lit up layer by layer. Just when Edith felt that those patterns were somewhat familiar, a melodious song reached Edith's ears. The song was clear and beautiful, but at this moment Edith suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of confusion flashed in her sharp eyes. She suddenly pulled open the curtain of the tent, got out of the tent barefoot, and ran desperately towards the gate of Ellington Castle. The thin pajamas on her body were like a cloud covering her. At midnight, there were many elves camping near the castle. Some elves who had not yet fallen asleep saw a vague figure like a white mist running out of the building in the corner of the castle. Her steps were as flexible and light as a deer in the forest, and she didn't stop until she rushed to the gate of the castle. Standing barefoot on the ruins of the statue, looking towards the dark jungle outside the castle. But there was no trace of Roy. Edith looked away with some disappointment, and then she felt the cool breeze at night, which made her feel cold all over. She couldn't help but pull at her thin nightgown. Fortunately, her best friend Phyllis brought a cloak in time to avoid Edith's embarrassment. Chapter 104. The Maladid jungle is more difficult than the elves described. Although there is a green sea that stretches as far as the eye can see, you can hear the chirping of insects all night long, and you can touch the blueberries on the bushes when you wake up in the morning. But the elves forgot to say, this is a jungle that few people usually set foot on, and there is no road in the jungle. The Maladid jungle is difficult to walk in the rainy season. Every step forward will sink your feet into the soft leaf rot. When he lifted his foot, water would soon seep out of the footprints. Roy's shoes were wet, and his feet turned white. Claire was much more comfortable, because he was wearing a pair of long leather boots. The light leather armor he was wearing also played a big role in walking through the jungle. At least, he wouldn't be like Roy, whose linen clothes were torn to pieces by the thorns on the vines. Roy now looked like a beggar. What was worse was that he still had scratches all over his body that were not serious. The thorns of the vines had some toxins in them, and the scratches were itchy and painful. Especially in the jungle, it was extremely hot and humid, and sweat would flow onto the wound, which would be even more unbearable. "Roy, you really should buy a set of light leather armor," Claire said as she waved a hatchet and walked in front to clear the way. There was also a trace of blood on his handsome face, but Claire didn't care. He even thought that if he could leave a scar on his face, he might look more fierce. But he also had no intention of taking off his leather armor and lending it to Roy, because the wounds scratched by the vines on his body were really painful. Roy also felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should have bought a set of leather armor. In fact, he was worried at first that wearing a set of leather armor in the jungle would not only make him suffocate, but also make the entire leather armor smell bad. So he decided to wear a set of linen clothes and go to the Malaga jungle for an adventure. Now he has tasted enough bitterness. As long as the thorns of the vine scratch his body, it will become painful and itchy. Roy could only ask Claire to rush ahead to clear the way, and Roy followed behind Claire obediently, carefully alert to the situation around him. Every time he took a break, he would use the secondary healing technique to heal his wounds, but scratches and punctures along the way were still unavoidable. After each break, Roy would find a place with a wide view and check the location of him and Claire according to the map. For Roy, the jungle life these days was quite hard. Every day, his body was covered with scratches, which would be healed quickly. There were no scars left on his body, but he had practiced the secondary healing technique much more skillfully. Claire's life was also very fulfilling. In addition to clearing the way, she also had to complete the jungle sketching homework every day. When she was free, she would take out the marble she picked up from her magic waste bag to carve a bust of Count Amelia. Roy was responsible for finding food for the two of them every day, almost all of which were jungle specialty fruits. The Malaga jungle was rich in products, and the most abundant one was fruit. As long as you look carefully, you will find some delicious berries that are hard to find in Castletown. The specialty of the Malaga jungle is the berries that grow on the tops of trees more than 20 meters high. When they are ripe, they will have a faint taste of chocolate and red wine. It took the two of them 3 days to finally find the first check-in point for the geography class task. Claire was in good condition, but Roy's linen clothes were torn. The instructor in charge of stamping looked at Roy frequently. "Welcome, children. You have successfully found the number 1 check-in point," the instructor in charge of signing in said to the two. Claire made a victory gesture to Roy and ran to the side to rest. Roy took out the map, and the instructor stamped a blue stamp on the first check-in point on the map. "I wish you all the best on your next journey, kids." With the instructor's blessing, Roy and Claire left the check-in point number 1. When they walked out of the check-in point, they met other students who came to sign in. Roy greeted them warmly. One of the elf students actually came from the check-in point number 2 marked by Roy, so Roy asked the group of students about the road conditions along the way to the check-in point number 2, as allowed by the rules. When the elf students saw Roy's embarrassed look, they didn't hide anything and enthusiastically told Roy what he would encounter along the way. Roy and Claire then rushed to the number 2 check-in point without stopping. With the kind reminder of the elf classmates, Roy and Claire followed their footsteps and felt their way forward, and the journey was relatively smooth. Especially for Claire, she didn't need to cut through thorns every step of the way, so the speed of travel was much faster. When resting halfway, Claire sat on a moss-covered boulder and calculated to Roy, "Roy, I calculated for you, it has taken 6 days now, and our outdoor practice class has a month. You still have 7 check-in points. If we can guarantee 3 days for each check-in point, it is probably still in time. Otherwise, I think you need to selectively give up a few check-in points that are particularly far away." Roy squatted in the bushes and picked more berries. Because the group of classmates just reminded the two that it would be difficult to find edible food on the next section of the road, Roy prepared to make more reserves. The next journey is indeed full of unknowns, and it is not known what kind of difficulties will be encountered later. "Let's try it first. This is the shortest path I calculated," Roy said. He still planned to visit a few check-in points first, and then decide whether to visit all of them. Seeing Claire holding a stone and constantly chiseling it with a chisel, Roy asked, "Claire, how is your mission going?" Claire spread her hands helplessly and said, "I can't get any inspiration from wandering around in the jungle all day. I'm just writing down what I see and hear every day, and then modifying it. I guess my travel notes will be almost done when we finish visiting these check-in points. I carve stone statues in my spare time." Roy said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry that you had to accompany me for such a long distance. Indeed, Claire didn't have to work so hard. Roy was the only one who was unlucky. Not only did he have to survive in the wild, but he also had to step on the map. We are partners. Claire didn't know what to say when she heard Roy's apologetic words. As they were talking, they saw another elf team emerge from the jungle in front of them. There were 4 elf students in this elf team, but one of them was carried by his companion, so they stopped and started along the way. Roy, there seems to be a team ahead that is in trouble. Do you want to go over and take a look? Claire stood up from the stone and looked over there and said, Since we met them in the jungle, it is impossible not to help. Let's go over and take a look. Roy quickly stopped picking berries and followed Claire to the elf team. After entering, Roy found that this team was composed of 4 Silver Moon elves. They were all wearing exquisite light leather armor, but one of the silver-haired female elves had a linen bandage wrapped around her right shin bone, and there were spots of blood oozing out of it. It seemed that she was injured there. What happened to you? Do you need help? Since she met the Silver Moon elves, Claire took the initiative to ask. When we were climbing a cliff yesterday, Betha fell from it, and her calf was pierced by the saber-toothed vine. One of the Silver Moon elves explained to Roy. When they looked at Roy following Claire, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. His clothes were so weird that even the homeless people in Castletown wouldn't wear them like that. What these Silver Moon elves didn't expect was that this disheveled half-elf took the initiative to come over, staring at Betha's calves, and even said shamelessly, Can I take a look? I think I can help. The Silver Moon elf who just spoke said tactfully, I have already drunk the life potion. This sentence was obviously a polite refusal to Roy. Roy naturally understood, and he hurriedly stopped. Claire, who was beside him, immediately stood up for his friend and said bluntly, My friend is a trainee priest. If Betha needs treatment, you can let Roy check it first. If you don't think it's necessary, then we leave now. Hearing Claire say this, the 3 Silver Moon elves on the opposite side looked at their companions, who had just refused. The Silver Moon elf didn't expect Roy to be a trainee priest. His face flushed for a moment, and he whispered with a guilty conscience, Please wait a moment, Betha does need treatment. If possible, please help. Roy came over and asked the Silver Moon elf to find a clean place and sit the injured elf girl under the tree. While untying the linen bandage on her leg, he said, Check the wound first. Has it been cleaned before? It's a puncture wound, no bone was hurt, and it was cleaned with diluted life tree sap. The Silver Moon elf said hurriedly, It looks like he should be the team leader. Roy nodded, thinking that it was really luxurious. Not only did he drink the life potion, but he also used diluted life tree sap to clean it. It must be said that these treatment methods are still very effective when there are no priests and priests. Carefully removing the blood-stained bandage, Roy saw a bloody hole with a tear mark on the calf of the elf girl. Although the blood hole had scabbed over, such a large wound was still bleeding without being sutured. Roy quickly cast the secondary healing spell. In recent days, Roy has been constantly casting this magic on himself, so he is very good at it. The spell was successful, and a string of holy light fell on the calf of the elf lady named Betha. The wound on the calf healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the Silver Moon elves squatting around and watching exclaimed with joy, Thank you. The 4 Silver Moon elves thanked Roy and Claire repeatedly. It's nothing. This is what every trainee priest should do, Roy said calmly, wrapping the wound with linen bandages again. Some serious injuries suddenly became minor injuries. The elf lady named Betha was able to stand up with the help of her companions, but she was still limping. Chapter 105. Several Silver Moon elves sat under a banana tree to rest. They spread banana leaves on the ground and took out a lot of berries of different colors from their backpacks. The uninjured elf lady even boiled hot water and made a pot of fruit tea for everyone. The captain of the Silver Moon elves was called Pico. The 4 elves were not only freshmen in the academy, but also friends before entering the academy. Besha and another Silver Moon elf were siblings. Pico was more outgoing, so when the team needed to contact the outside world, he would come forward to communicate. Where are you 2 going? Pico asked Roy and Claire. Claire glanced at Roy and signaled him to answer. In fact, he wanted Roy to have more contact with the Silver Moon elves. After all, in the Elf Academy, Silver Moon elves accounted for 3/4 of the total number of students, and they would inevitably have to come into contact with Silver Moon elves in the future. Roy replied, We are completing the geography task assigned by Teacher Harper and are preparing to go to the number 2 check-in point. Number 2 check-in point? Pico repeated in confusion. He had never heard of a mission with a check-in point number 2. Roy quickly took out a parchment map from his backpack. This was the map that Teacher Harper gave to students in geography class. There were 8 locations marked with red crosses on it. He took out a charcoal pencil and drew a circle on the red cross in the northwest corner of the Malaga jungle. He explained, "We are planning to go to this check-in point." I marked all the check-in points with numbers, number 1, number 2, number 8. Pickall looked at the number on Roy's map and said, "We just walked from check-in point 2. The drop-off point we chose was close to that place, so we went there to check in first. To be honest, it's quite far from here. If the direction is correct, even if we don't take a detour, it will take another 2 days to reach check-in point 2. As he spoke, Pickall also took out his parchment map from his magic waste bag. Unfolding the map, Roy and Claire discovered that this Silver Moon Elf had carefully marked out the landforms of the places he passed through, the routes he passed through, the various situations he encountered along the way. Not only the landforms were marked, but also the wild fruits that could be collected in each place were clearly noted. Probably to express his gratitude, Pico carefully described everything they encountered along the way when he heard that the two were going to check-in point number 2. Go a dozen kilometers further, and you will encounter a cliff, right here. The Silver Moon Elf took out his map, and not only explained it, but also asked Roy to record it on his map. He also explained in great detail how far to walk, how to camp, and where to find more wild fruits. At this time, Roy and Claire realized one thing that they had overlooked before, that is, recording the details on the map. Record the places you have passed as detailed as possible, so that when you meet other elf teams next time, this incomplete map will be a trading resource, and you can exchange the information on the map with them, or other more valuable information. Such communication will make the next trip easier. And the teachers of the Elf Academy did not strictly prohibit it, which means that this kind of communication is in line with the rules. Roy and Claire also marked the route from here to the number 1 check-in point, and then to Ellington Castle, and made some marks on the parchment map based on their memory. Bessa and another Silver Moon female elf were responsible for preserving the food for the 4 people. The two took out some fruits from their backpacks, and asked Roy and Claire to taste them. Claire said quickly, "We still have wilderness survival training, and we can't eat food outside the jungle. We picked these fruits along the way." The female Silver Moon elf obviously liked Claire very much. When she spoke, her eyes never left Claire's delicate face. Then, she joked to Claire, "There is no teacher from the inspection team. You are really self-disciplined." Claire said very seriously, "Since the instructor has made the rules, I think we need to follow the rules." At this time, Bessa, the Silver Moon female elf with a leg injury, also sat opposite Roy and said to him very politely, "I really want to thank you. I thought this outdoor practice class would be forced to end, and it would also implicate my companions." Roy quickly responded, "It's nothing." Pico picked up a few golden berries from the fruit pile and put them in his palm. He selected a few plump berries and handed them to Roy, then asked Roy, "Roy, are you a priest of the Statue of Liberty?" Roy took these unknown berries, pinched one and put it in his mouth. It was juicy and burst in his mouth, with a strong sour and sweet taste. "Well, I am an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty," Roy said. Perhaps because everyone chatted for a while and gradually became familiar with each other, the Silver Moon female elf sitting with Betha took the opportunity to interject and said, "I know the Statue of Liberty. It's near Castletown Harbor." Roy answered while eating the berries, "Yes, it's there." The Silver Moon elf had a pointed chin, a typical oval face, and a very thin body. She must have learned dancing. Whether she was standing or sitting, she had a unique beauty. She said, "I occasionally see the priest Theodore in your temple. He always comes to treat Master Claire Latin recently." Roy didn't expect to meet a young Silver Moon elf who knew the priest Theodore, and it seemed that this elf girl also knew Master Claire Latin. His mother, Ms. Belinda, happened to work in Master Claire Latin's art gallery. In this case, Castletown City doesn't seem to be that big. We do have a priest named Theodore in our temple, who has been spreading the teachings of holy light in the upper city recently," Roy said tactfully. "Most of the Silver Moon elves are believers of the moon god. If they talk about this kind of thing too much, it will inevitably make people feel disgusted. So he rarely mentioned the Statue of Liberty in the Elf Academy." The Silver Moon female elf didn't seem to be as repulsive to the Statue of Liberty as other Silver Moon elves. She continued, "Yes, Priest Theodore often goes to Master Claire Latin's house to demonstrate the power of holy light. However, Master Claire Latin is old after all. Although he just took a drop of life essence at the beginning of the year, it is difficult to maintain his life with the life tree sap alone. Holy water baptism can only delay his body from deteriorating, but it can't make him better. This disease has been delayed for more than a month." Bertha asked in a low voice, "Isn't Master Carlisle Latin planning to hold an art exhibition?" The Silver Moon Elf curled her lips and whispered, "The three main theme sculptures of the art museum have not been completed. The last part that he needs to complete by hand has been delayed until now." Roy didn't pay much attention to Master Claire Raiden's physical condition. He only noticed the holy light baptism mentioned by the Silver Moon Elf. Every time at the Statue of Liberty, after the believers finished their prayers, they would receive the holy light baptism in the side hall, and then receive a cup of holy water. But that kind of holy light baptism is very simple. The priests only need to dip their fingers in the holy water, and draw a horizontal line on the foreheads of the believers. Master Claire Latin should be a Silver Moon Elf, since she needs the juice of the Tree of Life to maintain her life every day. Roy thought, if he just drew a horizontal line on Master Claire Latin's forehead with holy water, how much effect would it have? Holy water baptism? Is that it? As he said that, Roy wiped Claire's white forehead with his thumb. The Silver Moon female elf was stunned, then shook her head and said, "Holy water baptism. What I saw was Master Claire Latin lying in a pool full of holy light power, receiving the healing of holy light." Roy did not speak again, but sat under the tree in a daze. After waiting for a while, Claire could not help but push Roy's shoulder and whispered, "Roy, what's wrong with you?" Several other Silver Moon elves also looked at Roy. Roy woke up and said, Nothing. I just suddenly thought of something." At this moment, he thought of the Holy Grail that was lost in the temple. But then he thought that maybe the priest Theodore injected the power of holy light into the pool, and transformed a pool of holy water. Maybe. After all, Priest Theodore has rarely used divine arts in the temple recently. Priest Theodore has been using holy light to treat Master Claire Latin recently in exchange for the support of the art master for the Statue of Liberty, so it makes sense. And when Jasper was injured last time, Priest Theodore mentioned this to High Priest Reed. Roy just fell into deep thought, recalling these things. After completing the exchange of map information, the four elf students thanked Roy and Claire again before leaving together. Roy looked at their backs, but in his heart he was thinking about Master Claire Latin, who was still forcibly extending his life even though his life was coming to an end. "Roy, let's go too." Claire pushed Roy, who was staring at the Silver Moon Elf beside Betha, and whispered in his ear. Roy quickly dodged and responded, "Got it." At the same time, at the northwest edge of the Malagad jungle, a group of human adventurers followed a row of footprints left in the bushes to chase here. One of the rangers stabbed a pool of bloody feces with a javelin, picked up the feces, and saw that the fibers inside were in a flocculent state. He even pinched a little bit, and put it under his nose to smell it, then raised his head, and said to the warrior leader behind him, "Boss, this is the feces left by the big lizard. Its injuries are still getting worse, and it is estimated that even its digestive system has been affected. Our trap caused it serious injuries. If it was not a lizard, I am afraid it would have died long ago. But the traces disappear here. I suspect it may have run into the jungle ahead." The warrior leader held a scimitar at his waist with one hand, squinted his eyes, and looked at the endless dense forest in front of him, and said calmly, "Just search nearby. Such a big lizard, even if it has a sophisticated hiding technique, will not disappear without leaving a trace." Out of thin air, more than a dozen members quickly dispersed, and searched for the traces of the big lizard in the bushes and grass around the jungle. A magician came up from behind. If Roy was here, he would recognize him at a glance. It was Magician Benjamin. And this adventure group? Those sailors took off their crew clothes and put on some well-made leather armor, and suddenly became members of a well-equipped adventure group. These people were fully armed, and the weapons they carried were all magic weapons. Even some of the leather armor on their bodies had magic patterns. Everyone used the weapons in their hands to poke the dense bushes, and everyone seemed very careful. Do you think it will go to the jungle? This kind of big lizard is proficient in camouflage. Its skin can automatically change to the color of the surrounding environment. Once it hides, it will be very difficult to find it. A member holding a spear whispered to his companion in front. The shield warrior holding a tower shield looked back at the spear warrior, and said to the two young members beside him, "You two go over there to look." After the two young members were a little further away, he said, "There was a mistake in this hunting, and it was not us who made the mistake. We just need to cooperate with the search. This is a petrified giant lizard. If it hides in the corner and sees that I am not wearing shin guards, it can bite it off and swallow my legs into its stomach. So it's better to be careful. Don't be too aggressive." The spear warrior immediately came up and sighed softly. "I didn't expect that the magic beast resources in this canyon are so rich, and there are also many magic herbs. This is much more profitable than trafficking slaves. Do you know where that canyon is?" The shield warrior glanced at him with an idiotic expression, and then said, The spear warrior immediately shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. That rift is a hunting ground of the Ophelia royal family. Ordinary elves are not qualified to enter it. Look at this Malaga jungle, there is not even a trace of magic herbs. The shield warrior whispered. So the canyon we went to was poaching? The spear warrior asked stupidly. What do you think? The shield warrior didn't plan to say anything more. He held up his shield and walked forward a few steps. At this time, a companion 100 meters away sent a signal. Someone ran over quickly and said to the warrior leader, Boss, someone saw that big horse snake over there. It fled into the jungle ahead. The warrior leader looked a little ugly and said very dissatisfiedly, What's going on? Can't we stop it? Chase, the leather on this guy is a good thing. Then he turned back to ask Magician Benjamin, Benjamin, where is the front? Magician Benjamin unfolded a map, took a look and said, Go forward and you will enter the Malaga jungle. The warrior leader called out to a group of men and said, Let's go into the Malaga jungle to take a look. Magician Benjamin hesitated for a moment and reminded the warrior leader, The monsters in the Malaga jungle have been extinct hundreds of years ago, and we will have no benefit in this jungle. As long as we catch that big guy, we will immediately return the same way. After the warrior leader finished speaking, he led a group of men into the dense jungle in front of him. Chapter 106. The expedition team of 16 groups, led by Miss Edith, left Ellington Castle the next morning. They planned to go upstream along the Dane River. There is a spectacular waterfall in the middle of the Malaga jungle. Standing on the high cliff next to the waterfall, you can see a rainbow across the waterfall. The team has been camping by the Dane River recently. Many students from the Elf Academy will go upstream along the Dane River. This route is simple, safe, and rich in food. In the tent, Edith changed into loose pajamas and sat on the carpet looking at the magic crystal in her hand. She had been feeling a bit worried these days. Phyllis knew that the magic crystal was given to Edith by the half-elf named Roy before he left. Edith decided to befriend Roy because Princess Ophelia knew Roy. As an admirer of Princess Ophelia, Edith was naturally willing to spend some effort to befriend Roy. But now she looks like she is in a daze holding the magic crystal every day. Phyllis, her best friend, couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known it would be like this, she would never let her contact that half-elf. Phyllis poured a cup of tea, put it on a tray, and placed it at Edith's feet. Edith's lake blue eyes left the magic crystal and looked at her friend with clear eyes. Suddenly, she said to Phyllis without any context, Phyllis, I guess Roy may be related to my grandmother. Phyllis was startled. She sat down opposite Edith, covered her lips with one hand, leaned forward to Edith's ear, and whispered, Are you saying that Earl Amelia has a human lover, and that he gave birth to a half-elf with that human? Edith nodded and said, Well, my grandmother did travel around the entire elven continent for a while. She was a very traditional silver moon elf. She originally looked down on human ladies, but after returning from that trip, her attitude towards half-elves and half-elves changed significantly. So we guess that she must have met humans or half-elves during her travels, which caused her to change so much all of a sudden. Then why do you think Roy is related to Lord Earl Amelia? Phyllis was a little confused. Edith took out the magic crystal in her hand and said to her bestie, Look, this is the magic crystal he gave me. It was a very delicate and simple magic crystal. Just from the complicated rune array on it, you can tell that this magic crystal is very valuable. I know this, Phyllis whispered. These days, she always saw Edith holding the magic crystal in a daze, and she also knew that this magic crystal was given to Edith by Roy before he left. It contains 4 elven songs of swordsman poets. The silver moon elf who sings the elven songs in the magic crystal happens to be my grandmother, Edith said. Are you saying that the silver moon elf is what your grandmother looked like when she was young? Asked her best friend Phyllis in a low voice. Edith nodded, pursing her pale red lips. Phyllis blinked and said, It shouldn't be that he picked it up in the castle, and then found that the magic crystal might be the relic of Earl Amelia, so he returned it to you before leaving? Edith tapped her forehead hard and said, It seems possible if you put it that way. But every year there are countless explorers who come to this castle to look for treasures. Where did he find this magic crystal? But she hesitated again when she got to the end. Her best friend Phyllis reminded her, Maybe you can ask him when you return to the Elf Academy. Yeah, that's right. If you can't figure it out, go ask. After Edith finished speaking, she put the magic crystal into her waist bag. On that smiling face, the blue eyes suddenly became crescent-shaped. 2 silver moon elf students came out of a bush in a panic. Although they were wearing leather armor, they were still pierced by sharp thorns when walking through the thorny bushes. I told you to use a long sword to cut a path. It's better than forcing your way through like this. A thin silver moon elf complained to his companion. I didn't expect that there were vines everywhere in the bushes. This jungle is really difficult to walk in. The slightly shorter silver moon elf also echoed. The two rested under a big tree, drinking water while flipping through the map. The tall and thin silver moon elf said confidently, "Our current location should be here, we are almost there." The two young silver moon elves who sat down to rest under the tree did not notice at all. There was a human adventure group hiding in the bushes just 50 meters away. "Boss, we found two young silver moon elves ahead." The ranger who was lying in the bushes retreated and reported to the warrior leader behind him. "Check if there are any of their companions around." The warrior leader responded immediately. "If not, capture them. This is very close to Castleton City. Be careful. Take action if you have a chance. If you don't have a chance, give up decisively. Don't delay." The ranger immediately agreed. "Got it, boss." An adventure group quickly dispersed in the dense jungle. They formed a large net and slowly approached the big tree. The two elves were almost done resting. One of the elf students was about to stand up, and at the moment when he supported his body with his hands, a large net suddenly fell from the top of his head. He didn't react at first, and was covered in the net. Another young elf, who was sitting on the ground, found the large net in time, rolled forward flexibly, and escaped from the range of the large net. But at the moment he rushed out, a figure rushed out from the bushes nearby, and the shield in his hand almost left a residual image, and hit the young elf hard. Before he could scream, the shield-bearing warrior stretched out a big hand to cover his mouth. The young elf completely lost the ability to resist, and was pressed under the shield warrior. The young elf in the net wanted to struggle a little, but was approached from behind by a warrior and knocked unconscious with a punch. The adventure team members, who appeared from all directions, tied up the two young elves tightly and blocked their mouths with cloth strips. "I didn't expect to catch a silver moon elf here," a member of the adventure team said happily. The shield warrior dragged the young silver moon elf, who was pressed on his body, to the front of the warrior leader like a dead dog. The warrior leader squatted down. The scar on his face made his face hideous, and his face was somewhat distorted when he smiled. He reached out to button up the young elf's unfastened button, and stretched out his hand to pinch his chin, and carefully looked at the young elf's teeth. "You have to be good, so you won't suffer. Don't think about running away. If you are found, I will break one of your legs, so you only have 2 chances," the warrior leader said calmly. The silver moon elf nodded tremblingly, and then was dragged away by 2 men. When the young silver moon elf appeared in front of the warrior leader again, his cheek was swollen from being slapped, and there were several shoe prints on his body. The warrior leader asked his men, "Did you find out?" The ranger immediately stood up and said, "This group of silver moon elves are from Castleton City, and are currently doing outdoor practical activities. There are many young elves in this jungle this time. The good news we have gained is that there are other young silver moon elves nearby, and there are many of them. They have almost no experience in surviving in the wild, and they are extremely scattered, almost all appearing in the form of small teams. But there is also bad news, that is, this outdoor practical activity class is accompanied by a large number of teachers from the Elf Academy, and the teachers and students are not together. Once we meet these teachers from the Academy, we will be in trouble." After hearing this, the warrior leader's eyes lit up. Perhaps because he was too excited, the scar on his face was red and shiny. He scratched his chin with his hand and laughed. "Great, this is a rare opportunity. After finishing this job, we will immediately withdraw to the ship and go directly north." The crew members around were also very excited. "Yes, boss." Roy was still wearing tattered linen clothes. He made a hat with branches and put it on his head. He was carrying a large bag of luggage behind him. At this time, he looked almost the same as a refugee. He scratched the itchy part of his arm, spit out the free core in his mouth, and then pushed Claire, who was sleeping on the tree, trying to control his excited voice, and said, "Claire, look ahead. My leather armor is coming." Claire was woken up by Roy in a daze, and almost fell off the tree branch, but fortunately he was tied with a safety rope. Claire rubbed his eyes, followed the direction Roy pointed, and looked towards the open space covered with weeds, and saw a giant lizard with a body length of more than 4 meters, crawling very slowly in the grass, and its skin was almost the same color as the grass. Roy sat on a branch of a big tree, looking down, and just saw the path it was crawling. Claire blinked hard, then covered her mouth, and said incoherently, "What is that? Monitor lizard. My God, this guy is a monitor lizard. Look at its light green skin, it can change to any color. There is a deadly poison in its mouth. If we are bitten, we will be in trouble. Is its name called Maladad Jungle Monitor Lizard?" Roy asked curiously. Claire shook her head and said in a low voice, "To be precise, it should be a petrified giant lizard. Its skin will be as hard as rock." "Will your body slowly turn into stone if it bites you?" Roy asked. "That won't happen." Before Claire finished speaking, he saw Roy sliding down the tree trunk. He quickly asked in a low voice, Roy, what are you going to do?" Roy slid under the tree, then smiled at Claire on the tree, raised his head, and whispered to Claire, "I'm going to make a trap. I'm going to try the roasted lizard tail tonight." Chapter 107. Claire sat on the horizontal branch of the tree and finally came to his senses. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the huge creature that was slowly crawling in the grass dozens of meters away, and then looked at Roy, who was sliding down the tree trunk, and he woke up instantly. Cold sweat broke out on his body. He didn't even dare to shout loudly, and followed Roy and slid down the tree. Roy thought Claire slid down the tree to help. He crouched down and moved towards the bush where the monitor lizard was hiding. Claire grabbed Roy from behind and pulled him back hard. After a moment, the two retreated back to the tree. The monitor lizard was nearly 4 meters long and looked like an alligator from a distance. It was round all over, like a fat pig with fat coming out of its butt. Its skin was the same color as the bush. When its mouth was closed, a row of sharp teeth were exposed. This was a petrified lizard that had just grown up. Claire didn't even dare to speak loudly. The two hid in the tree, and Claire leaned close to Roy's ear and whispered to him, "Do you know how powerful it is?" Roy could sense the panic in Claire's eyes. Claire looked at the bushes in the distance again. The petrified giant lizard was still crawling slowly in the bushes. At this time, it was lurking in the bushes. Claire whispered to Roy, "This is a petrified lizard, and it looks like an adult, so I'm sure it's a level 2 monster. If it opens its mouth, it can easily bite off the big tree in front. It's impossible for the two of us to kill a petrified lizard. Let's leave here quickly before it finds us." In fact, this should be the second magical beast Roy has seen. The first one was the night-blade leopard cub from Mrs. Winnie's house, which was silly and cute, and not threatening at all. Claire stared at the bushes over there nervously, and Roy realized that the petrified lizard hiding in the bushes opposite was actually a level 2 magical beast. Although it looked so fat that it could hardly crawl, as long as it was a magical beast, it was not something the two of them could mess with. Roy had wanted to touch it carelessly before, but in fact, he was completely misled by the teachers of the Elf Academy. Before coming to the Maladed Jungle, more than one teacher in the academy said that the Maladed Jungle was very safe. In addition to the poisonous insects, snakes and ants that needed to be guarded against, there was not even a large beast in the entire Maladed Jungle, and there was no beast with any offensive power at all. This gave Roy an illusion that the fat giant lizard in front of him might be a docile grass-eating lizard. Claire said it was a second-level monster, which scared Roy. Thinking about the previous reckless behavior, it was simply delivering food to this big lizard. "Let's go. I don't want either of us to become a pile of lizard feces," Claire continued. Roy hid on the horizontal branch of the tree, looked at the monitor lizard in the bushes with some doubts, and then quickly turned over the parchment map to confirm that this place was still within the scope of the Maladed Jungle. This place was close to the northwest edge, but it definitely did not leave the Maladed Jungle. "How did it appear in the Maladed Jungle?" Roy asked in confusion. "I don't know," Claire responded. The two were about to leave. Roy looked at the petrified monitor lizard with some reluctance, and found that the overwhelmed grass behind the monitor lizard was stained with some blood that was about to dry. The petrified giant lizard lying in the bushes also had its eyes closed, and its limbs were pressed under its body in an unnatural way. Although no wounds were found on the petrified lizard, Roy was sure. "Claire, look. It seems injured." "Even if it is injured, it is still a petrified lizard, and it is a magical beast, a powerful second-level magical beast," Claire reminded Roy. "Or wait a little longer." Roy didn't want to give up on the giant lizard, so he said to Claire, "Then we wait here. Maybe it just wants to take a nap." Claire also thought it was worth observing for a while, so she agreed. Roy didn't wait on the tree. It was hot and stuffy inside the Maladed Jungle. Although there was still a breeze here, it was warm. At Roy's suggestion, the two slid down from the tree again, walked around a few dozen meters, and slowly turned behind the petrified giant lizard. When the two moved forward, basically one person stood guard at a high place, and the other dared to move forward. They took turns to cover each other, and came to the path that the petrified lizard had to pass. Roy easily found dried blood on the large patches of weeds that were crushed. Roy followed the petrified lizard's crawling traces, and walked a little further back. Sure enough, there were traces of blood along the way. Although it was intermittent, it never stopped. And in some grass nests, you could find some large pools of blood. It looks like it was indeed injured, and it has never healed. I just think it's a bit strange that a monster appeared here. It must have been injured and ran into the Malagad jungle. Roy dropped the grass stem in his hand and said to Claire, "We can't deal with such a big guy even if he's injured." Claire continued to emphasize, "How about we observe it for a while? The skin of such a big guy must be very valuable. Maybe it's enough to make 2 sets of leather armor," Roy said. "Then wait a little longer." Claire didn't object. The petrified lizard lying in the grass seemed to be asleep, lying in the grass without moving. The two squatted on the tree for most of the day, taking turns staring at the petrified giant lizard lying in the wild grass. Roy was getting impatient, so he asked Claire, who was in charge of observing the petrified lizard, "Claire, how is it? It's still lying there, and I can't tell whether it's dead or alive." Claire sat on a higher tree and answered in a low voice. Looking at the weeds in the distance, Roy decided to take a risk and observe it more closely, so he said, "I go and take a look." "Don't go." Claire didn't want Roy to take the risk, so she shouted quickly. Roy took out 2 iron rods from his bag and said to Claire, "I have a way." "Why did you bring this?" Claire asked in confusion, looking at the 2 iron rods in Roy's hand. In fact, what Roy held in his hand was not an iron rod. Roy raised it to Claire and said, "I was originally worried about encountering stormy weather. I was afraid that the tent would be blown away by the strong wind, and I would have to sleep outdoors all day, so I brought the windproof rope and these rods." Claire saw a row of barbs on the rods and asked Roy, "Is this the tip of the spear gun?" "Well, Abbott and I found it on the Black Pearl. There are several boxes, all brand new and sharp enough. I plan to set up a few traps." After Roy finished speaking, he slid down from the tree swiftly and walked a few meters towards the petrified monitor lizard carefully on the straight path between the big tree and the petrified monitor lizard. Then he squatted down and buried the tip of the gun in the soil at a 45-degree angle towards the monitor lizard, with half of the tip exposed on the plain. Roy was even worried that the huge body of the petrified lizard would hit the tip of the gun and knock it into the soil. He also put a stone under the mud layer so that the tip of the gun would be against the stone, and the petrified lizard would hit it again, so it would not knock the tip of the gun back into the soil. Roy placed 4 spear tips along the route, and then climbed up the tree. "Try to shoot it with an arrow," Roy said to Claire, who was sitting on the tree. Claire took out a short combat bow from her magic waste bag, put a feather arrow on it, and said to Roy, "If it catches up with us, we will jump down immediately and run far away. This guy should be injured and should not be able to catch up with us." "Okay," Roy agreed quickly. Claire drew her bow and put an arrow on it, and the feather arrow flew towards the petrified lizard's head with a whoosh. Although the two were more than 50 meters away from the petrified lizard, Claire's archery skills were very good. The first arrow almost flew over the petrified lizard's head. Then, Claire shot the second arrow. This time, the arrow hit the petrified lizard's left eye steadily. The arrow pierced its face, but the petrified lizard lay motionless. Roy and Claire looked at each other, and both of them had some surprise in their eyes. Without Roy's words, Claire shot 3 more arrows at the petrified lizard, 2 of which hit the petrified lizard's head. Seeing that the petrified lizard was still motionless, Roy and Claire finally felt relieved. Roy was ready to slide down from the tree immediately and walk closer to observe it, but Claire advocated playing it safe and pulled Roy and said, "Wait a little longer, be patient. It's worth waiting for a while." In this way, the two waited on the tree for another quarter of an hour, and saw that the petrified lizard was still lying motionless in the grass. Roy said, "It seems that it will not wake up again." As he said that, Roy quickly slid down. Claire held a short bow and followed Roy carefully. Roy pushed aside the weeds with some fear, and finally saw the petrified lizard lying in the grass a few meters away. Although he could not feel its breath, and there were 3 feather arrows stuck in its head, Roy still found a fist-sized stone on the ground and threw it at the top of the petrified lizard's head. Bang! The thrown stone hit the petrified lizard's head accurately, and the petrified lizard still lay there motionless. Roy was relieved at this moment. He waded through the weeds to the side of the petrified lizard, and saw a pool of blood where it lay. This petrified lizard had been dead for a long time. Roy untied a rope from his body, and wanted to tie up the petrified lizard and drag it under the tree. Although the petrified lizard's head was tied with a rope, this big guy was too heavy. He and Claire couldn't pull such a big petrified lizard. Chapter 108. The petrified lizard lying in the grass was round and plump, with a fat body that made it almost necklace. Its half-meter-long mouth revealed a row of sharp teeth. It closed its eyes, and its eyelids looked as big as a fist. Its body was covered with spots of withered yellow and grass green. Its limbs were pressed down by its heavy body, and only 2 thick forelimbs could be seen. Its sharp nails were like hooked daggers. Roy found that the most fatal wound on its abdomen should be below its abdomen, and there were almost no scars on other parts of its body. Even the 3 arrows Claire shot at its head only pierced its skin. A large pool of blood seeped into the grass. Roy approached and couldn't help but touch the lizard's skin with his hand. It was almost the same as touching a piece of stone. Even if they wanted to turn it over and let it lie on its belly, neither Roy nor Claire could do it. What should we do? Claire was a little dumbfounded. The petrified lizard in front of her had no breath. It should be dead here. Roy pulled the rope, but couldn't move the petrified lizard at all. He had to give up the rope and then pulled out his dagger. He wanted to cut along the petrified lizard's neck and try to cut off its head. Because the leather on the head was the most difficult to peel, he simply gave up and only needed the leather on the body and tail. In addition, there was a magic core in this guy's head. Neither Roy nor Claire learned skinning. Although the Elf Academy had this course, few freshmen would sign up to learn it. Those who are willing to learn skinning are some veterans of the Elf Academy. They may have gone through several field trainings and hunting experiences, and then suddenly found that they could not do many things without skinning when hunting in the wild. So they learned this course after returning to the academy. Roy carried an ordinary fish-killing dagger, which was very useful for killing fish and scraping fish scales. But such a dagger forged from ordinary steel could not cut the hard armor of the petrified lizard at all. He poked the petrified lizard's skin with the dagger, but found that the dagger could only make shallow marks. In such hot weather, once an animal dies, its body will gradually become smelly, and the hotter the weather, the shorter this process will be. Once the internal organs are smelly inside the body, that will be the biggest trouble. Roy pulled the rope again. He wanted to drag the petrified lizard under the shade of the tree. With the help of the horizontal branches and ropes of the big tree, there might be a chance to turn the petrified lizard over. It's a pity that it's too heavy. Roy thought of the ropes pulling the sails on the Black Pearl. The huge sails on the main masts weighed hundreds of pounds. The ropes pulling the sails on the ship had pulleys. Unfortunately, he didn't bring those bulky pulleys on this trip to the Malaga jungle. We can't possibly drag this big guy, Claire said, standing aside. Roy glanced at the long dagger Claire wore on her waist and said to her, "Then just skin it. Before it rots, peel off the most precious lizard skin on its body. There is a magic core in its skull. My dagger can't cut its hard skin. How about using your long dagger?" Claire pulled out the long dagger from her waist and handed it to Roy. The long dagger he carried with him was not the one he used in the duel in the arena, but a gift from his father when he learned that he was going to take an outdoor practical class. Obviously, the dagger was sharp enough, and there was a small piece of whetstone inlaid on the scabbard. Roy held the dagger and cut the hard skin of the petrified lizard with force. The edge of the dagger was intact, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the hard skin was a layer of tender white meat, which even oozed out after being cut by the dagger. This dagger is really sharp. Roy cut off the head of the petrified lizard along its neck, and then cut a hole on the side of its abdomen and began to peel off the hard skin of the petrified lizard. Since the two had not learned skinning techniques, the entire petrified lizard skin was cut into 4 pieces, and the skin on the 4 thick lizard legs could not be peeled off in the end. When they peeled to the belly of the petrified lizard, Roy and Claire finally figured out the cause of death of the petrified lizard. There was a wound nearly half a meter long on its abdomen. When skinning, Roy found that there was almost no blood in its body, and it was obvious that it died after bleeding out. Finally, the petrified lizard was completely decomposed before dark. There was no way to process it further in the jungle. Roy tied all the lizard skins together, wrapped the petrified lizard heads with banana leaves, tied them with ropes, and put them in Claire's magic waste bag. Roy originally planned to leave a piece of the lizard tail and roast it tomorrow, but Claire strongly opposed it. The two had to follow the elves' way and dig a big pit on the spot and bury the remaining petrified lizard bones in the grass. After harvesting the petrified lizard leather, the two were exhausted. Originally, we planned to camp under this big tree and rest for a night. However, when setting up the tent, Roy looked at the grass where the petrified lizard was buried and said to Claire, "Claire, I think we should leave here first. If there are other petrified lizards nearby, once they follow the traces, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave even if we want to." Claire also knew that what Roy said made sense, so she decided to rush to the second check-in point that night. In fact, the Megala jungle is more difficult to walk at night, and it is impossible to detect the dangers hidden in the darkness. Roy and Claire relied on a ball of sacred light to crawl in the jungle for most of the night, and finally crossed a mountain and arrived near the second check-in point. It was so late, the teachers in charge of signing in might have already gone to bed. This valley was very large, and there was no way to find the exact sign-in point at night. Roy and Claire discussed and decided to find a random place to camp, and then sign in after daybreak. They also told the instructor in charge of signing in about the discovery of the petrified lizard in the jungle. It was just dawn, and there was still a light mist in the jungle. Roy climbed out of the tent, and felt that the whole tent was wet with mist. Not only were the grass and leaves covered with dew, but even the stones underfoot were wet. Roy slept in the simple tent for only 2 hours before he could no longer fall asleep. He chose a high ground with a wider view, compared it with a parchment map, and estimated the approximate location of the number 2 check-in point. Sure enough, he saw a cliff in the valley. It was difficult to find in the jungle, but as long as he stood on a high place and looked at the entire mountain range, this check-in point was still easy to find. Seeing Claire still sleeping in the tent, Roy planned to go to the check-in point by himself. After stamping the parchment map, the two left. We walked and stopped along the way. Today is the 9th day in the Malaga jungle. There are 8 check-in points, and Roy has only found 2 so far. Thinking that he might not be able to find all the check-in points, Roy felt that the geography task assigned by Teacher Harper was really difficult. "Roy, where are you going?" Roy tied his trouser legs tightly with a rope and was about to sign in, but Claire woke up unexpectedly, poked her head out of the tent, squinted her eyes, and asked him. Roy stood up, pointed in the direction of check-in point number 2, and said to Claire, "I found the location of check-in point number 2, and I was going to stamp it there. You can sleep a little longer, I will come back after signing in, and then we will set off for check-in point number 3. Wait for me, let's go together." Claire poured the water from the water bag on her head, wiped her face, and then put on her leather armor and got out of the tent. Neither of them packed up the tent. Besides the tent itself, there was nothing valuable inside. The jungle here had been opened up by the elf students who arrived earlier. There were no thorns or vines, but the road was very bad, and some footprints were filled with mud and water. A gust of fog rushed towards him, and Roy didn't know if it was his illusion. He smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. Soon they reached the check-in point, which was an open area near the foot of the cliff, with several tents set up next to the cliff. Because it was next to the rock wall, the terrain was relatively open, and the fog was relatively thin over there. Roy saw several elf students sitting opposite an instructor from a distance. These elves didn't seem to be talking, and it was unknown what they were doing sitting there. Claire also discovered something strange at this time. The person waiting at the second check-in point was actually a human instructor. He was about to complain to Roy in a low voice when he saw Roy's pupils suddenly shrink, and his eyes even had a hint of panic. He reached out to hold Claire and said in a very low voice, "Don't go over there." His voice was even a little breathless. Claire felt Roy pulling her arm, so she retreated carefully with him. It was not until the morning mist completely covered the check-in point that Claire asked, "Roy, what's wrong?" Roy leaned against a big tree, looked around vigilantly, and whispered, "He is not an instructor in the academy. I have seen him. He is a sailor. I saw him kill a dark moon elf in Castletown City with my own eyes." Claire's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "Then why is he at the check-in point?" The answer flashed in their eyes at the same time, but Claire's translucent pointed ears trembled slightly, and she said in a very low voice, "Someone is coming, hide quickly." Roy squatted down, used his shoulders to prop up Claire's feet, and let him climb up the tree quickly. Then Claire hooked his feet on the horizontal branches of the tree, leaned down, and stretched out his arms, pulling Roy's arm. When Roy stepped on the tree trunk and rushed up, Claire pulled hard and dragged Roy to the tree. Chapter 109. 2 human adventurers walked side by side under the tree, dragging Roy and Claire's 2 tents in their hands. Claire and Roy hid in a tree and looked at each other. If the 2 tents were picked up, they might really have to sleep in the tree for a while. The Malaga jungle was humid and hot, with many poisonous ants and mosquitoes. If they lost the tents, they would have to rely on those insect-repellent ointments. But now it was impossible for the 2 of them to fight with the 2 human adventurers below for 2 tents. They could only squat on the tree and stare blankly. Before the 2 adventurers walked over, another voice came from the morning mist. "Did you find anything?" Looking in the direction of the voice, Roy saw a human adventurer walking over from check-in point 2. He was wearing exquisite armor, a long sword on his waist, and a shield on his back. He looked much better equipped than the other adventurers. "We found 2 elf tents. I don't know who left them." The adventurer holding the tent spread out the tent in his hand and reported to the leader. "Move back to the camp and be alert at all times. When the fog clears, elves will come here. Let's see how many fish can come in today. Yes. The two adventure team members dragged the tent and continued to walk under the cliff. Unfortunately, neither Roy nor Claire understood what he was saying. Roy and Claire found that they could not get close to the number 2 check-in point, so they immediately made a decisive move and quietly slipped out of the woods. Because of the morning fog, they were not discovered by the adventure team members. The two hid in a dense forest of weeds and vines. Roy planned to find a higher place to observe the elves at the number 2 check-in point. This couldn't be a special camping site. Probably only students taking geography classes would come here. The morning mist gradually dissipated, and the jungle became like a steamer again. Roy and Claire squatted in the bushes, a full kilometer away from the number 2 check-in point. Claire's face turned ugly when she thought of the Silver Moon elves, who sat stiffly and motionlessly. Roy, what do you think? They came to the number 2 check-in point for? Roy said, I bet they must be arresting students from the Elf Academy. As long as they wait there will be more and more elf students rushing in. The two looked towards the number 2 check-in point with a guilty conscience. Claire asked Roy, what should we do now? We need to spread the news that the elves have been captured. Roy said, someone needs to stop the students who are going to check in on the road, and someone needs to send out distress flares on the high ridge. Claire, you stop the other students on this road, and I will send out distress flares on the top of the mountain. Then you have to be careful. Claire also knew that sending out flares was more dangerous. Because once the signal flare is sent, it means that the location is completely exposed, and the members of the adventure group will also move towards the place where the signal is sent. In this case, the person who sends the distress signal cannot go too far. Once someone sees the distress signal and supports from the air, someone needs to respond. The two bumped fists, and Roy said to Claire, you two, be careful, they are professional hunters. Yes. Claire agreed. Roy held the machete in his hand, cut a vine in front of him, and walked towards the most densely forested area on the mountain. He wanted to find a very difficult forest area, so that he could stay longer after reaching the top of the mountain. In addition to the machete and the kettle, he also carried 4 magic flares. The bushes were filled with weeds and thorny vines, and some parasitic vines hung from the treetops. Some thick giant trees were covered with slippery moss. Passing through a group of flying mosquitoes, Roy suddenly found that without Claire leading the way in front, the road to the top of the mountain became more difficult to walk. I have to go faster, Roy said to himself, and moved forward as quickly as possible. Walking alone in the dense weeds, Roy suddenly felt a little scared, worried that a giant lizard would suddenly rush out of the grass and bite him in half. Sweat flowed down his cheeks, and the small cuts on his body caused by thorns felt like being pricked by needles. Roy desperately cut down the weeds in front of him, and his arms felt a little heavy, and he could hardly hold the hatchet. He took out a roll of linen bandage from his pocket, held the handle of the knife, and then used the bandage to tightly wrap the handle and his right hand. The advantage of this is that he doesn't have to hold the handle tightly, and it feels like the whole hatchet has become an extension of his right arm. Roy reached the top of the mountain and felt that the last bit of strength in his body had been squeezed out. At this time, Roy suddenly remembered why he didn't bless himself with a blessing of strength. It seemed that it was not too late now. Roy first cast a secondary healing spell on himself to relieve the pain caused by the small wounds caused by the thorns, and then blessed himself with a blessing of strength, and then felt a little bit of strength returning to his body. Finally, he did not forget to bless himself with a divine glimmer, and then began to observe the terrain of the mountain top. Roy wanted to climb a high cliff that was not covered by trees, but he could not find the ideal location after searching for a long time. There was no prominent high ridge in the Maladid jungle. The top of the mountain was full of dense forests, completely blocking the sky. Seeing a big tree with a huge crown not far away, Roy gritted his teeth and began to try to climb the tree. After blessing with strength, Roy felt that climbing the tree became much easier. Holding the branches of the big tree, Roy climbed to the crown of the tree soon. Leaning on a strong branch, Roy used a hatchet to cut off all the branches above his head that blocked his sight. He didn't even let the branches fall under the tree. Instead, he took out a rope to tie up the discarded branches and hung them on the branches. After finally clearing the tree canopy around his body, Roy took out a magic flare, unwrapped the craft paper that wrapped the flare, and pulled out the fuse of the flare as Claire said. There were no so-called sparks and green smoke. Magic threads appeared on the entire magic flare, filling all the space. The magic flare flew out of Roy's hand, it rushed into the sky silently, and then burst into a dark red flame. It was like a brilliant firework, but no sound could be heard. The dark red flame even stagnated in the sky, and lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading. When the fireworks exploded in the sky, Roy was still worried whether the magic flare could be discovered by the rescue team in the distance. But when the red fireworks exploded in the sky, Roy put his heart at ease. Eye-catching and seductive. It was like a fully bloomed red rose. After releasing the magic flare, Roy waited for a few minutes and released another magic flare into the sky. 2 consecutive magic flares appeared in the sky, which meant that the situation was extremely urgent. As long as the rescue team could see the magic signal, it was necessary to put down everything in their hands and rush to support. After Roy released the second magic flare, he had to wait here. After the rescue team arrived, Roy had to fire a magic flare for close-range guidance. This period of time was the most dangerous for Roy. Now he could only wait on the treetops, so that he could see the rescue team coming, but waiting there would undoubtedly mean death. At the number 2 check-in point, the adventure team members were waiting for other young elves to fall into the trap. A dark red flame in the sky, through the dense branches and leaves in the jungle, allowed many adventure team members to see it clearly. The warrior leader also saw the flame at the first time, and his face, which was originally laughing heartily, immediately became gloomy. He stood up from his seat and waved to the jungle beside him. A group of adventurers, who were lying in ambush all around, emerged from their hiding places and gathered around the warrior leader. The magician Benjamin, who was sitting next to him, immediately pulled out the magic broom handle and wanted to explore the direction where the signal flare was lit, but was pulled back by the warrior leader. The warrior leader angrily scolded the adventurers who had gathered around. What happened? We were discovered so quickly? At this time, naturally no one would stand up and take the blame for everyone. The warrior leader scanned the crowd, randomly selected 2 rangers, pulled them to the front, and then ordered, "You 2 go to the location where the signal flare was launched, kill the elf who sent the signal, and then return directly to the landing point. We will wait for you at the beach for 2 hours." The 2 rangers seemed to be used to this kind of finishing work. When they heard the leader's order, they agreed without hesitation. Understood, boss. The warrior leader took a look at the Silver Moon Elf students, who were tied up like dumplings, tore off the clothes covering them, and ordered the others, "Take these guys and retreat." The members of the adventure team untied the ropes that tied the elves' legs, like leading a donkey, and tied a rope around their necks, and led them in their hands. In this case, it would be no problem for one adventurer to lead 5 or 6 elves. In a tent, the academy instructor who had been waiting at the sign-in point for the elf students had already smelled a bit. He lay in the tent with his eyes wide open, and some flies were flying around the wound on his neck. The adventurers ignored the corpse lying in the tent, but picked up the last few young elves with injuries from the ground, and said fiercely in the elven language, "Are you going to follow us obediently, or do you want me to hang you here? If you don't want to die, don't fall behind. If anyone walks slower, I will hang him up and then cut him in the chest." The young elves who were trying to struggle suddenly became quiet. The members of the adventure team showed a contemptuous smile in their eyes. Just as he reached out to touch the fair face of an elf girl next to him, the warrior leader, who walked over, quickly stretched out a big hand and pinched his head. The warrior leader came up to him and said in a hoarse voice, "The auction reserve price of an intact elf girl at the auction house is 50 magic crystals. If you can come up with this money, I don't mind selling her to you. It doesn't matter who you sell her to. It can also save a lot of trouble, right?" The adventurer's head was held by a big hand, and he dared not resist at all. He looked at the warrior leader with horror, and his face was full of begging for mercy. The warrior leader continued to talk to himself. "But I think the money you saved is not enough, so if you still want to keep this claw from turning into a cold iron hook, you have to control it. Can you do it?" "Yes, boss, I can," the adventurer responded with a trembling voice. Chapter 110. In the woods on the hillside covered with weeds and vines, 2 rangers climbed up the hill one after the other. Because the weeds in front of them were too dense and mixed with thorny vines, the ranger walking in front could only draw out his scimitar to cut off the vines in front of him. The weeds and vines on this hillside almost fill the woods. "Are you sure he can get to the top of this jungle?" A ranger with a tuft of mustache on his chin complained to his companion. "Didn't you see it just now? Where do you think the 2 flares were fired into the sky?" Both of them were a little depressed. If they received such a troublesome mission, they might be completely abandoned by the adventure team. This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice. Before, a companion was abandoned on Queen Winnie Island. If they were left in this jungle this time, once they missed the time to board the ship, they might never be able to return to Roland Continent in their lifetime. The mustache ranger squinted his eyes and whispered, "Well, according to the visual judgment, the location is indeed here. With such dense grass, It would be difficult for us to find him wherever he hides in the weeds. The companion walked in front holding a machete, swinging his arm to cut a vine. The vine was originally very tight, and it immediately shrank back to both sides after being cut. The companion bent down flexibly and dodged the vine. The mustache ranger was not so lucky. He was a little distracted, and when he saw the vine coming, it was too late to dodge. He could only lower his head and turn his face away. The vine hit his shoulder fiercely, leaving several deep scratches on his leather armor. His shoulder was also hit so hard that it hurt. After the mustache ranger stood firm, he immediately followed. He didn't have eyes for this kind of thing, but he couldn't blame others. The companion turned around and smiled apologetically at the mustache ranger. At most, he didn't have time to warn him. Let's go and have a look. If we really can't find it, we have to find a reason to run back to the ship, otherwise we will really be thrown into the elf continent. The mustache ranger looked up at the dense jungle and said, maybe the goddess of luck will stand on our side. The companion in front suddenly accelerated. He only cut the vines blocking the road and waded through the grass with his legs. Hurry up, there are too many thorny vines here. I feel like my leather armor is going to be scratched. The mustache ranger hurriedly followed. The two rushed to the top of the mountain, and they were exhausted. But their eyes were never idle, constantly scanning the surrounding jungle, trying to find some clues. Somewhat beyond their expectations, the top of the mountain was also covered with jungle, which made their search range virtually larger. Roy's legs were numb as he squatted on the treetop, so he had to change his posture. To be honest, he had been squatting on the tree for more than an hour. After so long, he hadn't received any response from the rescue team. Roy thought that the rescue team might not have seen the two flares in front. He lowered his head and touched the two remaining flares in his bag. The craft paper packaging was still there. There were only 2 flares left. If they were all used up at once, when the rescue team came here, Roy would have to jump to the treetop and wave at them vigorously if he wanted to guide them. He was thinking, should he release another magic flare? The adventure group at the number 2 check-in point might have already sent people to search. If he released another flare, his hiding place would be completely exposed. Just as Roy was struggling with whether to release another flare, 2 rangers suddenly appeared in the woods below him. These 2 rangers in leather armor were searching everywhere, one in front and one behind. One ranger suddenly raised his head and looked towards the treetops. Roy immediately squatted motionlessly among the dense branches and leaves. Sure enough, they did not see Roy hiding in the tree. They were already very alert. But Roy was hiding on the top of the tree, and they happened to be standing under the tree. When they looked up at the top of the tree, a ray of sunlight would shine through the gaps between the leaves, which was very dazzling. Roy and the other 2 rangers dispersed under the tree, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Just when they were about to relax their vigilance, they saw one of the remaining rangers trying to climb the thickest tree. Roy fired the flare from the top of the tree. As long as they climbed to the crown of the tree, they could find some of the crown branches and leaves that Roy had cut off. Roy, who was hiding in the crown of a nearby tree, didn't dare to move at all, fearing that he would be discovered by the 2 rangers if he moved too much. The mustache ranger climbed up a big tree, and when he was halfway up, he saw some new marks on the tree. He immediately became alert and called out to the tree, "Come here, I found a clue." He might be hiding here to launch a flare. The companion who was searching for clues under the tree immediately ran over, stood under the tree and looked up and asked, "Are you sure?" "It's certain. I've seen some branches on the top of the tree cut off. He should be in this area. Let's look carefully." The mustache ranger climbed to the top of the tree and saw a bundle of branches hanging on the tree branch. He looked around and didn't find Roy hiding in the neighboring tree. Roy was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He only heard the 2 human rangers talking in a babble, but he didn't understand a word of what they said. The mustache ranger who climbed on the tree crown habitually looked around. Just as he was about to look at the tree where Roy was hiding, 2 silver Pegasus appeared in the sky at a very fast speed, and 2 sword dancers wearing silver armor sat on their backs. The mustache ranger was so scared that he immediately hid his head in the bushes, and then quickly slid down from the tree. He said to his companion, "Run quickly, I see the elf warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion coming." His companion was also startled. How can it be so fast? The 2 retreated while talking. Roy also saw the elf warriors wandering in the sky at this time. He was just worried that he would be discovered by the 2 rangers, but he didn't expect that the elf warriors of the rescue team had already flown over in the blink of an eye. Roy quickly released another magic flare. A huge flame exploded in the air, and the elf warrior riding the silver Pegasus circled and immediately flew towards the place where Roy was hiding. After the two silver Pegasus elf warriors flew closer, they saw Roy standing on the treetops and waving vigorously. However, the trees here were densely covered with branches and leaves, and the two elf warriors could not land, so they could only let the silver Pegasus get as close to Roy as possible. They found that it was a young human standing on the treetops, and immediately frowned and scolded Roy. "What's going on? Are you sending a distress signal? Are you trapped in the tree?" The elf warrior quickly asked 3 questions to express his strong dissatisfaction. Chapter 111. I am Roy, a freshman at the Elf Academy. My companions and I are completing a geography assignment. This morning, when we were preparing to stamp the map, we discovered that the number 2 check-in point seemed to be occupied by a group of human adventurers. They seemed to have captured many students. My companions and I did not dare to approach, so we had to ask you to come over for support. Just now, 2 members of the adventure group were searching here. They ran away when they saw you flying over. Roy stood on a tree branch and pointed in the direction of the number 2 check-in point. In a dense forest, the number 2 check-in point was right under the cliff in the valley, and the location was easy to identify. Evelyn, go over there and check carefully. The silver Pegasus elf warrior instructed his companions. Yes, Captain. The voice was pleasant to the ears. This silver Pegasus warrior was actually an elf lady. They wore heavy silver armor and helmets. There was also a metal mask on the helmet that covered the upper half of the face, leaving only the mouth and chin exposed. If she hadn't spoken, Roy wouldn't have noticed that she was actually an elf lady. Roy turned his head to look at the female elf warrior and found that her slightly upturned diamond-shaped lips were painted with a little pink. These 2 silver-winged Pegasus were very majestic. When the huge wings were spread out, they were 7 or 8 meters long. The 4 hooves and calves were curled up, and every time the wings flapped, there was a whirring sound. The silver Pegasus flapped its wings twice, and immediately carried the female elf warrior in the air and turned half a circle. After adjusting the direction, it flew towards the cliff where the number 2 check-in point was located. Roy, where is your companion? The remaining silver Pegasus elf warrior continued to ask Roy. This time his tone became much softer. Roy pointed to a jungle southeast of the number 2 check-in point and said, "He is intercepting the students who went to the number 2 check-in point at the foot of the mountain." The elf warrior reached out to comfort the silver Pegasus hovering in the air and continued to ask, "You said that 2 members of the human adventure group ran here to track you down?" Roy pointed to the crown of a big tree nearby and nodded in response. "Well, they saw you coming just now and ran away." The elf warrior unfastened the belt buckle on the saddle, held the saddle with both hands, and nimbly jumped from the silver Pegasus to the treetops. He was wearing heavy silver combat boots, but he could still step steadily on the horizontal branches. After a few leaps, he followed the horizontal branches of several large trees and landed steadily in the open space in the forest. Roy followed him down the tree. He saw the elf warrior squatting in the woods, observing a set of clear footprints. He also glanced at Roy's short boots and asked casually, "Where did they escape to?" "This way," Roy said, pointing to the west. The elf warrior stood up, but did not rush to chase the 2 adventurers. Instead, he closed his eyes and pressed one hand on the trunk of the tree. After a while, the elf warrior opened his eyes and turned his head to glare at Roy inexplicably. He quickly chased in the direction Roy pointed. Although Roy was a little confused by the glare, he could only bite the bullet and follow the elf warrior. He didn't dare to stay alone in the forest now. Who knows if the 2 adventurers will turn around and kill them? The 2 adventurers slipped away very quickly, and the elf warrior chased them all the way, only chasing the footprints they left behind. It was difficult to walk in the dense forest, but the elf warrior was not affected at all. He was wearing silver armor, and could not climb the thorns on the vines. And every time the footprints were suddenly interrupted, the elf warrior could quickly find new clues. He ran and shuttled in the jungle, giving Roy the feeling that he was in the back mountain of his home. They are 2 rangers who are proficient in jungle tracking, and are also good at hiding their whereabouts. When they chased to the jungle hillside, the elf warrior saw that the messy footprints on the ground suddenly disappeared, and said to Roy, who was following from behind. Roy held his knees with both hands, feeling like his intestines were about to break. The elf warrior walked forward a few steps, stood in front of a big tree, and pressed his palm on the trunk again. When he opened his eyes, he stared at the front again and walked quickly forward. Sure enough, after walking more than 20 meters, he found the footprints left by the 2 adventure team members again. Roy discovered that this elf warrior had the ability to communicate with trees. Just as Roy followed the elf warrior to track the adventure team members, a ball of red fireworks lit up again above the number 2 check-in point, followed by another firework, and 3 magic flares were set off in succession before it stopped. The elf warrior decisively gave up tracking the two adventure team members and ran towards the number 2 check-in point. Because there were dense forests everywhere, the elf warrior could not meet up with the silver Pegasus in the air and could only run on his legs. Roy followed behind with difficulty. When Roy followed the elf warrior to the number 2 check-in point, he found that it was already a mess. There were collapsed tents everywhere, with messy footprints on them. There were some bloodstains in front of the bonfire. There were also some scattered gifts and torn elf clothes on the ground. There were still a few breadfruits in a wooden box under the tree, and some peels were scattered outside. No bodies were seen, which meant that the adventure group took away all the elf students. Roy saw the female elf warrior standing in front of the only tent that had not collapsed. The elf warrior and Roy walked over and saw the door curtain on the top of the tent. Looking inside the tent through the door, they saw a Silver Moon elf instructor lying on his back in a pool of blood. The blood in his body seemed to have completely drained out, and his pale face looked at the door of the tent blankly. Although he was lying on his back, his body was in an extremely twisted position. The wound on his neck was very clean. It only took one cut to cut the throat and aorta. The elf instructor didn't even struggle. His body was pressed to the ground by someone, and he bled out until he died completely. He was only wearing a loose pajamas, and the leather armor and weapons that were originally hung on the rack disappeared. The elf warrior's face became ugly, and he turned his head to look at Roy, who was running out of breath, but unexpectedly persisted all the way. The elf warrior asked Roy, "Roy, when did you find out about the abnormal situation at the number 2 check-in point?" Roy pressed his chest and tried to make his breathing smoother, then wiped the sweat off his face, and said, "It was in the morning. There was still some morning fog in the jungle. We were going to leave immediately after stamping the parchment map, but when we got there." Speaking of this, Roy pointed to the big tree over there. It was where he and Claire were hiding. They also eavesdropped on the conversation of the 3 adventure team members in the tree, but unfortunately they didn't understand anything. Roy continued, and found that the academy instructors, who were supposed to be waiting in front of the bonfire, turned out to be those guys. The elf warrior stared at Roy and asked, "You just looked at them from a distance and concluded that there was danger here?" Obviously, the elf warrior didn't trust Roy very much. Roy nodded and said, "I recognized the man waiting in front of the bonfire. He was the murderer who killed Jefferson in the Brown Street Tavern in Castletown. So my companions and I left immediately under the cover of the morning fog. Then we split up. Roy chose to go to the mountain to release magic flares and wait for rescue. I went to the road ahead to stop the students who wanted to go to the number 2 check-in point to get their stamps." Claire's voice suddenly came from the side. He and a group of Silver Moon elves walked along the forest road. Seeing the mess at the number 2 check-in point, the group of young Silver Moon elves, including Claire, looked around in horror. Claire's appearance immediately dispelled the last bit of doubt in the elf warrior's heart. A group of Silver Moon elves covered their faces with their hands when they saw the elf instructor dead in the tent. How could it be like this? Some fragile elf girls broke down and cried. Other elf students also knew that they had escaped this disaster by luck, so they walked up to Roy and punched him on the shoulder to express their gratitude. The Silver Moon elf pressed his hand on the tree again. After a long time, he opened his eyes tiredly and said to the elf students, "You stay here with the follow-up rescue team. We are going to chase this adventure group now. A large rescue team will come soon. Tell them everything that happened here. Once we find any clues, we will use magic flares to guide the direction." The Silver Moon elves nodded in agreement. Then, the elf warrior blew a loud whistle, and 2 silver Pegasus immediately ran out from the dense woods, with their wings hanging loosely on both sides of their bodies. They were all snow-white Pegasus, with a pair of huge wings on their bodies and flying feathers on their 4 hooves. These were horses of black iron masks on their heads, and some vital parts of their bodies have black iron armor plates. The 2 elf warriors rode on the silver Pegasus, and without even any instructions, the 2 silver Pegasus flapped their wings and flew into the air, chasing straight to the west. A group of elf students were waiting at the messy number 2 check-in point. Several half-blood elves in the crowd walked up to Claire at this time, with an embarrassed expression on their faces, but still said to Claire, "Claire, thank you for this time." Claire waved her hand without any concern and said, "Why are you talking about this? We are all classmates." The atmosphere eased a little, and another elf whispered, "What about the instructor? We can't just let him lie there all the time. Wait a minute, there will be a rescue team coming later, and what we need to do now is to maintain the scene." The elves hid under the shade of the tree to rest. Roy and Claire gathered together, looked at each other, and tacitly did not speak. The elves waited under the tree for nearly an hour, and finally waited until a team of elf warriors riding silver Pegasus appeared in the sky. The students immediately ran out from under the tree and shouted to the sky. There were many students, and they stood in the most conspicuous place on the edge of the cliff. They waved at them, and the elf warriors of the Silver Pegasus Squadron soon discovered this place. Chapter 112. A squadron of Silver Pegasus appeared from the sky on the east side. 60 elf warriors wearing the same silver armor flew over from the sky, carrying a strong aura of killing. Even if they were hovering in the air, they were full of aura. A captain flew out from among the elf warriors. He rode a Silver Pegasus and landed in front of the elf students, and asked loudly, "Who sent the distress signal?" Before the elf captain stopped asking questions, an elf girl in the crowd said, "Uncle Austin, we are in trouble here." A shy elf girl walked towards the captain of the Austin squadron. Captain Austin's expression immediately eased, and he asked the girl softly, "Daisy, what happened?" The elf girl named Daisy whispered, "A human adventure group entered the Malaga jungle, not only killed the academy instructor at the check-in point, but also captured some students." Captain Austin asked, "Where are the 2 elf warriors who came to investigate the situation earlier?" Daisy seemed to be uncomfortable talking to someone in front of so many people, and answered with a slightly red face, "They continued to chase westward." "Uncle Austin, this time it was Claire and Roy who discovered that there was something unusual at the number 2 check-in point. They may know some more detailed information." The surrounding elf students immediately dispersed, revealing Roy and Claire. "Are you Claire and Roy?" Captain Austin asked, without becoming stern. "It's us." Roy and Claire answered in unison. "Did you find anything else?" Claire looked at Roy, obviously wanting Roy to speak for himself. Roy said, "Captain, I saw them at the port pier on Brown Street in Castletown a month ago. They were crew members of a large ship. After getting off the ship, they asked me to be their guide. They found a hotel near the pier and later killed a dark moon elf in a tavern. The night they fled back to the ship, the large ship left Castletown harbor. So, their ships are likely to be anchored in the nearby waters. This information is very useful to us." Captain Austin turned around and waved to the Silver Pegasus squadron behind him. After the group of elf warriors gathered, Captain Austin ordered, "First squadron, second squadron, you separate and search all the way west. After reaching the seaside, follow the coastline in the north and south directions to look for their landing ships. If you find their traces, send an assembly signal immediately." "Yes, Captain." Team 3, Team 4, the nearby jungle is densely wooded. I need you to use the number 2 check-in point as the axis and search for the traces of this adventure group from the periphery. "Yes, Captain." Finally, Captain Austin said to the last remaining team of elf warriors, "Team 5, stay with me and search here for clues left by this adventure group." The 4 Silver Pegasus teams then dispersed to perform their respective tasks, leaving only Team 5 to guard Captain Austin. Captain Austin led the elf warriors of the 5th squad to land one after another, and followed the elf students to the tent where the instructor of the elf academy was. Seeing that the elf instructor's throat was cut, Captain Austin frowned, and then ordered, "Bury this instructor of the elf academy." "Yes." The elf warriors under his command came up hurriedly, and one of the elf warriors actually pulled out a few painted wooden boards from his magic waste bag in a very exaggerated way, and put them together to form a simple coffin outside the tent. Then, they carried the body of the academy instructor into the coffin, covered him with a piece of white cloth, and then closed the coffin. Roy and other elf students stood by, staring at the elf warriors doing this, and searching the tent. The squadron of the Silver Pegasus Legion came out to perform the mission, and even brought the coffin. This really opened Roy's eyes. One of the elf warriors reported, "Captain Austin, the other party is sophisticated, and should be a professional hunter." Captain Austin cursed angrily. Calling them hunters is an insult to the word hunter. They are a bunch of outright slave traders. They kidnapped the elf students, so they shouldn't walk too fast. What we need to pay attention to is that we are unlikely to be discovered by them. Otherwise, once they feel the danger and drop their bags, it will be even more difficult for us to catch them all. After searching the scene, the elf warriors of the 5th team dispersed, and looked for clues around the check-in point. After all the hassles, the clues received were actually very limited. Captain Austin immediately decided to leave only 2 elf warriors at the check-in point, and the rest of the elf warriors followed him to hunt down the adventure group. After all the hassles at the check-in point, these elf warriors simply put the instructor's body into the coffin and quickly left. None of the elf students waiting at the number 2 check-in point left immediately, and everyone decided to stay at the number 2 check-in point for one night. Because an instructor of the academy died at the number 2 check-in point, and some students were captured, the elf academy would inevitably be held accountable for this matter. Besides, the teachers from the academy had not arrived yet, so everyone decided to wait here. Some elf students simply camped in the open space under the cliff, waiting for the teachers from the academy to arrive. During this period, 2 more teams arrived at the number 2 check-in point. When they heard that the instructor at the number 2 check-in point had been killed, they were all stunned. Roy and Claire finally found their 2 tents among the messy tents on the ground. However, the 2 tents were covered with footprints, and some were torn, which made Claire feel like crying while holding the tents. Except for Roy and Claire, the other Silver Moon elves did not suffer any losses. When setting up the tent, everyone was guessing how many students were kidnapped by this adventure group, but seeing so many abandoned tents around the sign-in point, it was clear that the number must be quite large. At night, everyone built a bonfire under the cliff. For dinner, the elves mostly ate fruits, some of which were berries picked up in the wild, and some were breadfruit and elf biscuits brought by the elves. In fact, elf biscuits are not made of wheat flour. The real elf biscuits are made by frying the kernels from the core of the tree of life, adding some honey, stirring evenly, and then pressing them into biscuits. This kind of elf biscuit has always been the ration for individual soldiers in the elf army. It is said that eating one piece will allow one to skip meals for several days. The elves even brought a bag of dried fish. In fact, Roy really wanted to try the lizard tail, but Claire never met his request. Under Claire's repeated insistence, all the petrified lizard meat was thrown away. Because of this, Roy secretly made up his mind. When he has money, the first thing he will buy is the magic waste bag. Beside the campfire, Claire was still telling everyone what happened in the morning. Some elves arrived at the check-in point in the afternoon, and didn't know what happened here. Roy sat next to him. On his left was Claire, and on his right were several half-blood elves. Perhaps because he found that Roy spoke very casually, a strong half-blood elf came up to Roy and whispered to him, "Roy, is that sailor really the murderer of Jefferson?" Roy nodded, and then asked back, "Do you know Jefferson?" The sturdy half-blood elf curled his lips and said, "We are not familiar with him. He is a dark moon elf, and usually doesn't look at us directly, but Peleus is very familiar with him. Peleus and I live in the same townhouse. Usually Peleus helps us deal with thugs from other blocks. Peleus died inexplicably a while ago. I originally suspected that the thugs from other blocks had a grudge against him, and secretly attacked him behind his back. Now it seems that this group of slave traders may have killed him." Roy didn't expect that this half-blood elf actually knew Peleus. He suddenly had an idea and asked casually, "What do you think of Peleus?" The sturdy half-blood elf waved his hand and sneered, "That guy is a typical optimist, but he is a little dishonest and always likes to steal things, but he is really loyal. All the children in our row building have received his help." Roy tried to ask again, "I heard that he has a sister." The half-blood elf realized that Roy seemed to be very familiar with Peleus, and said casually, "You are talking about Windsor. She usually works in the library, and doesn't live here. We rarely see her. Do you know them?" Roy shook his head and whispered, "I can only be considered to know Jefferson. I have heard the names of Peleus and Windsor from him." "Oh!" The doubts in the eyes of the half-blood elf quickly dissipated, and then he said to Roy mysteriously, "Let me tell you, I have always felt that Peleus' death may be related to the priests of the Moon Temple, because before Peleus died, someone in our row saw a priest looking for him, but now it seems that we must have misunderstood the priest. I think it is very likely that this group of slave traders did it. So you told me all this because you plan to wait until the slave traders are caught. If I have a chance to talk to them, I will confirm with them whether they killed Peleus?" The half-blood elf chuckled and said a little embarrassedly, "It would be best if you can help us find the answer. You know that we half-blood elves always lack some rights and probably can't attend their trial." Roy immediately agreed, "Okay, if there is a chance, I will definitely ask for you. Thank you very much." The half-blood elf thanked immediately. Chapter 113. It started raining in the Megala jungle in the evening. At first, it was just a steady drizzle, and the raindrops hit the tent with a crackling sound. But then, the wind started to blow, and dozens of lightning flashed in the sky, and the heavy rain seemed to be pouring down from the top of the head. Knee-deep water soon formed on the ground. Fortunately, there was no waterway under this cliff, and the rain flowing down from the mountain would not pass through here. In the dark night, hundreds of streams suddenly appeared in the Megala jungle. The surroundings suddenly became cool, but there was no way to sleep because the ground was full of water, and there was no dry place at all. It was too late to build a temporary shed now, and the elves could only stand under the cliff and wait for the rain to stop. Dark clouds covered the night sky, and it was pitch black all around. There was only the sound of wind and rain, and the annoying mosquitoes disappeared all of a sudden. Claire, wrapped in a waterproof cloak, stood beside Roy, with big dark circles under her eyes, and an indescribable tiredness. The teachers of the Elf Academy arrived at night. They couldn't ride ordinary horses in the jungle, and they didn't have Silver Pegasus, so they had to walk to get here. It took the whole day to get to the number 2 check-in point, which can be said to be a great price paid by the 5 instructors. Roy and Claire saw Instructor Nora, who was wearing light leather armor, carrying a longbow and a short knife, with her golden hair tied up behind her head. She was soaked by the heavy rain like a drowned chicken. The teachers came to the number 2 check-in point. When they heard that the instructor at the number 2 check-in point had been killed, 2 male elf instructors immediately became furious and wanted to track down the murderer overnight. Instructor Nora yelled at the 2 male elf instructors, "Be quiet, isn't it chaotic enough?" The 2 male elf instructors immediately shut up, and Instructor Nora immediately ordered, "Now I will arrange the next task. From now on, you two cannot leave the number 2 check-in point for a moment. You need to stamp the students who come here one after another. Someone must guard the number 2 check-in point, because we have no way to inform all the students in the jungle of the danger at the number 2 check-in point. I, Anna, and Triumph will continue to move forward to look for the kidnapped children. And you, all elf students, will leave the number 2 check-in point tomorrow morning and gather at the camp on the banks of the Dane River, and then complete the rest of your homework. Now I announce that the geography class task has been temporarily cancelled due to an emergency. Now, we wait here for the rain to stop." Although everyone was waiting for the rain to stop, Instructor Nora was still constantly learning about the latest situation here. When she heard that it was Roy and Claire who issued the warning to everyone, she praised the two without hesitation. It was just that a group of people were standing under the cliffs, and the wind was blowing outside, and it was pouring rain, which somewhat affected the atmosphere. Instructor, Roy, and I found another thing. We thought it was irrelevant to what happened here, so we never mentioned it to anyone. Claire hesitated for a moment, and still said to Instructor Nora, "What else did you find?" Claire lowered her head, reached into her magic waist bag with both hands, and pulled out the petrified lizard's head with difficulty. Since the lizard's head must be at least 100 pounds, and it was full of sharp teeth and prickly scales, Claire threw the bloody lizard head to the ground the moment she pulled it out, splashing a lot of water. The other elf students wanted to gather around to hear what Claire had discovered. As soon as they approached Claire, they saw him pull out a huge lizard head from his magic waist bag like a dragon slayer. The hideous head hung on the ground, scaring the elf girls to scream and hide. "This is the big guy. When we found it, it was already dead in the bushes. It had a wound on its abdomen. It must have bled to death." Claire paused after introducing it, and then continued, "Roy needed a decent set of leather armor, so we went to peel off its skin and brought back its head and 4 claws. An elf student next to him couldn't help but interrupt and asked, 'What is this?' 'An adult petrified lizard, a level 2 monster. If it is not injured, it can swallow all of you in a quarter of an hour." Instructor Nora answered. She kissed the petrified lizard again, and then asked Carlyle seriously, "Where did you find it?" Claire answered while asking Roy to take out the parchment map. They had marked the specific location on the map, on the way here. "Oh, here. We found it around yesterday afternoon. We dealt with it, and came to check-in point 2 overnight. We arrived here probably in the early morning." Claire glanced at Instructor Nora. Then he said, "We didn't think that this petrified lizard had any connection with the robbery at the number 2 check-in point, but now it is very likely that these people are a group of poachers. They may have entered the Maladed jungle to chase this petrified lizard." Instructor Nora looked solemn, and took out an extremely detailed map of Castletown from her backpack. She searched near the Maladed jungle and immediately drew a circle in a canyon near the sea, saying, "Here. This canyon is the hunting ground of the Ophelia royal family. It is usually designated as a restricted area and few people pay attention to it. If they poach in the royal hunting ground, perhaps no one will find it. If that's the case, their landing point on the coast should also be here." Pieces of information surfaced, and Instructor Nora even drew a triangular route on the map. The other elves watching also seemed a little uneasy, and they all came to Claire's side and whispered to him, "Claire, you are really cool this time. You can actually pick up such a big guy. If it weren't for the bloody head in front of me, I would even think that this thing has become extinct in the elf continent. Claire, are you interested in joining our adventure group? I think you are very talented. Claire, can you describe how you felt when you saw a petrified lizard being beaten like this?" Surrounded by a group of elves, and everyone was talking so much that Claire's head hurt. Roy, however, was wearing a cloak and secretly taking a nap against the wall. Claire looked at Roy with some jealousy. This guy is really good at finding opportunities. He looked at the elf girl with stars in her eyes with some impatience, and pretended to be stupid and said, "You mean the mood? We were in no mood at the time. We were almost scared to death by this guy." A group of young elves laughed. The laughter of the elves made such a cold rainy night seem less unbearable. Sure enough, the next morning, all the elf students who were stranded at the number 2 check-in point had to return to the Dane River camp in the east of the Malaga jungle. Roy and Claire were also asked to leave. Before leaving, Instructor Nora said to Roy, "I have a good friend who is a leatherworker. If you can't find a suitable leatherworker to sew leather armor for you after you return to Castletown, you can come to me." "Thank you, Instructor Nora." Roy thanked Instructor Nora. Everyone left the number 2 check-in point together, but on the way back, the elves could not reach a consensus and split into several teams to act alone. Roy and Claire's team of 2 people was too small, and Claire had recently become a celebrity in everyone's eyes, so almost all teams invited them, hoping that Claire and Roy could join. What Roy didn't expect was that Claire rejected almost all invitations. The excuse for the initial rejection was that these teams did not give Roy enough respect when they sent out the invitation. When the other elf teams learned their lesson and sent out invitations to both him and Roy, Claire said that he and Roy were going to undergo wilderness survival training and directly rejected everyone. Such a big thing happened at the number 2 check-in point, and the geography class mission was temporarily cancelled. Although Roy and Claire did not join any other teams, these elf teams were not far apart along the way. Roy finally understood Claire's troubles. This guy looks more handsome than other elf boys, and has a gentle personality, so he is usually liked by elf girls. Now the incident at the number 2 sign-in point has made him the most shining presence in this class of freshmen. Almost every night, different Silver Moon elf girls will take the initiative to ask Claire to sit under the tree for a while. "Claire, why do you reject them?" Roy couldn't understand it. "Isn't it good to be so popular with girls? I used to be ordered around by a group of sisters at home. Now that I'm finally at the Elf Academy, how can I repeat the same mistakes?" Claire complained to Roy in a low voice while chewing the berries she had picked up. After walking for nearly 3 days, Roy and Claire successfully returned to the camp by the Dane River. There was news from the number 2 check-in point that all the elf students had been rescued from the slave traders by the Silver Pegasus Legion. At present, these elf students are basically fine except for their mental state. Only a few elf students were beaten badly. During the search, Instructor Nora provided important clues to the elf warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion, so the rescue operation was so smooth. It was Instructor Nora's outstanding performance that saved the last bit of face for the Elf Academy. The Silver Pegasus Legion is currently looking for the sea ship near the coast, preparing to seize the sea ship and search for other elves on the ship. If the Silver Pegasus Legion determines that the ship is a slave ship, then all crew members will be imprisoned for 200 years. For the elves, this is just a somewhat severe punishment, but for these crew members, it means being in prison until death. Chapter 114. Dane River Camp. During the 2 days he lived in the camp, Roy would go fishing by the river every morning, and then try to learn the sword dance in the magic crystal given to him by Count Amelia, but the progress was very slow. Or even no progress, but his secondary healing skills were becoming more and more proficient. Claire was frequently invited by the Silver Moon Elf students in the camp these 2 days. No matter who came to the camp, they all wanted to meet Wagner Claire. On the 3rd day after arriving at the Dane River camp, the group of hijacked elf students finally arrived at the Dane River camp. They all looked depressed. Even when they arrived at the Dane River camp, they hid in their tents all day and didn't want to see anyone. It seemed that this hijacking incident had dealt a heavy blow to them. That afternoon, Teacher Harper hurried over from Castletown by boat, accompanied by several senior members of the academy. Surrounded by a group of people, Teacher Harper walked into the Dane River camp. Although his face was extremely calm, Roy clearly saw that his hands had been clenched into fists. Teacher Harper has always proposed to strengthen the coastal defense of Castletown Port. But in recent years, he has not received the attention of the Castletown Elf Elders Council. He even proposed to convert the seaside manor of the Ophelia royal family into a military castle. If a magic turret can be set up on the tallest building of the seaside manor, the entire Castletown Port will be within the range of the magic turret. However, it was this proposal that made him completely offend the Ophelia royal family. In this way, his proposals could not even be submitted to the Elders Council. After arriving at the camp, he did not rest, but went directly into the tent of a rescued Silver Moon Elf and comforted the students in the tent. Teacher Harper visited each tent one by one, said some comforting words, and then he talked to the elf students who had escaped the trap by chance that day. He was the last one to call Roy and Claire. Roy and Claire walked into Teacher Harper's tent. Before Roy introduced himself, Teacher Harper took the initiative to ask them to sit down. Then he said to the two of them, "You two did a great job. Fortunately, you found the slave traders in time, Otherwise the college would have suffered greater losses. The subsequent response was also very good and calm. Someone sent out a distress signal, and someone was responsible for intercepting other students going to the check-in point. Roy and Claire were very happy to receive the praise from Teacher Harper. Teacher Harper added, "After this outdoor practice class, I will personally apply for this honor for you from the college." Claire's sea blue eyes became extraordinary, and she quickly said, "Thank you, Teacher Harper." Roy and Claire sat side by side, and after Claire finished speaking, he asked, "Teacher, is the jungle sign and task for geography class stopped like this?" Teacher Harper also sighed softly. "Yes, this matter has been widely circulated in Castleton City, but the college has not yet been able to notify all the students scattered in the jungle, but the instructors at each sign-in point have received the notice, and they will notify all students who go to sign in to suspend this task." Roy was actually quite interested in this check-in mission, so he said with some regret, "It's a pity, I think this check-in mission is very challenging for us." Teacher Harper was also a little regretful, and said to Roy, "I assigned this mission because I hope you can walk through all the areas of the Malaga jungle with your legs. As a child of Castletown, how can you not be familiar with the Malaga jungle? At the end of the Elf Dynasty, Warcraft could still be seen in this jungle. It has only been a short time, and there is no trace of Warcraft here. Teacher, are we going to go upstream to the Dane River next?" Roy asked again curiously. "Of course, only the geography class is suspended, and other courses must be completed as usual. I don't have the power to agree to any conditions on behalf of other teachers," Teacher Harper said. "Got it," Roy and Claire answered at the same time. Teacher Harper stood up, walked in front of the two people, patted their shoulders hard, and said, "Okay, take a good rest. After so many days of delay, I advise you to go upstream along the Dane River honestly. This is the most convenient way, and the scenery along the way is also the most beautiful." The two expressed their gratitude to Teacher Harper for his kind reminder again. "Thank you, Teacher Harper, for your advice." After walking out of Teacher Harper's tent, Claire said to Roy as he walked, "Roy, I found that as long as you walk to the source of the upper reaches of the inland river, all your tasks will be completely completed." He turned around and walked backwards. "And my task has just begun. My sketches and sculptures take up a lot of time every day, and I have to write a travelogue later. My God, my mind is full of inspiration now. I have even thought about the name of this travelogue journey to check-in point number 2, but it may be a long one. This is the first time I am so eager to write something and record a fragment of my life." Roy couldn't tell whether Claire was complaining or showing off. "That's great," Roy said vaguely. "But there's still half a month left. Even if I sculpt in the morning, write travel notes in the afternoon, and sketch and compose music in the evening, I won't have enough time." Roy rolled his eyes, stared at Claire and asked him, "Claire, isn't your sketch already finished?" Claire smiled and whispered, "Actually, it's still a little bit short." "Tell me, how can I help you?" "Actually, my mother is a sculptor. I've seen her work. I can help you with the final polishing of your statue," Roy asked Claire. Claire immediately became alert and whispered to Roy, "Roy, do you listen to music?" Roy shook his head and said, "On Brown Street, there is only a musical crystal in the pub on the street, but I rarely go to that place." "Do you understand music theory?" Roy shook his head again. Claire was a little disappointed. "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Roy stopped, pulled him to the side of the road in the camp, and whispered to him, "Do you want to find some inspiration?" Seeing Claire's frustrated face, Roy held the wooden frame in the camp with one hand, turned around and said, Hey, Claire, don't tell me, I think I can really help you with this. Although I don't understand the music theory of elves, in life, every elf has his own melody, just like sitting on the beach and looking up at the stars, or sitting quietly by the Dane River alone on a moonlit night. Listen carefully to the sound of the flowing river. Each different sound is a beautiful and melodious note. If you combine these notes together, it will become the most beautiful melody in nature," Roy said. Claire also became excited, hugged Roy's shoulders, and said excitedly, "Yes, you are right, music should be like this. Can you help me with this? Although I don't know how to write it, I know how to listen carefully," Roy responded readily. Claire took Roy in her arms and walked forward, saying, "It's a deal, you must help me with this." At night, the moonlight sprinkled on the Dane River. The rolling river water was sparkling, and Roy and Claire sat by the river, quietly looking at the river in front of them. Roy also made himself a simple fishing rod. He tied a stone to the fishing line, hung a piece of earthworm on the fish hook, and threw it directly into the Dane River. Roy hardly needed to wait. The fishing line suddenly sank down, and the fishing rod in Roy's hand was almost pulled into the river by the fish. The river is rich in resources, and there are fish biting the hook without any fishing skills. This time, the fishing line and fishing rod were under great pulling force, and Roy almost fell into the river several times while fishing. Roy didn't expect that he would catch a 10-pound cow leg fish just after casting a rod. Then Roy put down the fishing rod directly, found some firewood by the Dane River, and lit a fire by the river. In order to eat this grilled fish, Roy also made full preparations. Grilling net, salt, pepper and lemon were all prepared. Roy found a few stones from the river, placed them around the fire, and then placed the grilling net on top. Seeing Roy pick up the fish skillfully and squat by the river to process it, Claire followed him and asked curiously, "Did you prepare all this in advance?" Of course. Roy had already washed the fish, and just needed to sprinkle some salt on it. Claire squatted beside him, looking confused. "But what about the inspiration you mentioned?" Roy pointed at the Dane River and whispered, "It's in the river. You have to calm down and listen to the sound of the river flowing." "Why don't I think the sound of the Dane River is good?" Claire looked depressed and slapped a mosquito to death. He was a little impatient. Roy put the fish on the grill, then stood up and said to Claire, "You have to calm down first. You can meditate or pray. You have to calm down. I usually pray before eating fish. Here, go over there and find me some firewood." He pointed to the firewood pile. "Okay." Claire turned around and helped him get some dry firewood. Roy began to focus on grilling the fish. The fat oozing from the fish skin dripped down and then exploded in the fire, making a crackling sound. The fragrance drifted down along the Dane River. Although Claire also smelled it, she didn't plan to taste it. The grilled fish tasted very good. Roy used a knife to cut 2 wooden chopsticks, and then began to enjoy the delicious midnight snack. Roy took a few bites of the grilled fish, then held the chopsticks in one hand and began to hum a melody. "Oh, oh, oh, dang dang, dang dang. Oh, 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 dang dang, dang dang." Claire was a little disappointed at first, but when he heard the melody Roy hummed, his eyes widened, and then he began to stare at the grilled fish very seriously, wanting to feel how Roy got inspiration from this grilled fish. Chapter 115. "Roy, what are you humming?" Claire immediately sat on the grass and asked Roy. "The melody of the Dane River at night should be like this," Roy said vaguely. He blushed a little, and his words seemed a little lacking in confidence. After all, this was his first time plagiarizing. "I want to write it down, Roy. Can you hum it again?" Claire grabbed Roy's arm and almost shook the wooden chopsticks in his hand off. "Of course, but this time it may be a little different from the first time." Roy could only remember the first half of the melody, and it was very vague. As the melody came out of Roy's mouth again, Claire squinted her eyes, listened quietly for a while, and then quickly wrote it down on the parchment book. "Roy, this melody is really great," Claire said ecstatically. He even had the urge to jump directly into the sparkling Dane River. Roy smiled faintly, put his arm around Claire's shoulders and said, "I'm right. As long as you immerse yourself in this place, you will get a wonderful sound." Although he felt a little guilty, he also felt a little happy in his heart. Roy had now turned on the infinite loop mode, holding the parchment book, one hand still beating the rhythm for himself, and began to hum like Roy. "I will write it out overnight," Claire said excitedly. After that, she ran towards the camp holding the parchment book. Roy stood up from the grass, patted the grass on his butt and said, "It's up to you. I ate a little too much. I plan to walk before going to sleep." On a moonlit night, a person walks by the river. The moonlight falls on the river, sparkling. The river water flows happily, the breeze is cool. Occasionally, you can see the elves. After walking by the river, Roy returns to the camp. When he lies down in the tent, he hears Claire humming at the door of the tent for most of the night. He doesn't know when he fell asleep. In the morning, Roy is woken up by Claire, whose eyes are red from staying up all night. He sticks his head out of the tent and looks at Claire, who has packed up the tent, staring at him with a puzzled look. Claire seemed extremely excited, and even her voice became a little hoarse, probably because she hummed too much last night. It was still quiet in the camp so early. Most of the elves in the camp were sleeping in their tents at this time. Claire said to Roy, "Roy, we should leave. I really can't stand it. Every day someone comes to me for various reasons. I didn't think it was a big deal before, but I realized last night that it has a huge impact on my creation. Roy, there is still half a month before the end of the outdoor practice class. We have to hurry to the source of the Dane River." Roy shook his still groggy head, thinking that Claire was right, and agreed, "Okay, it's time to go." Claire immediately urged, "I have packed all the gifts. So let's go now. Wait for me to pack the gifts." Roy got out of the tent quickly. "I help you," Claire said, and began to help him dismantle the tent. The two of them left the Dane River camp in a hurry with simple luggage before the sun rose. Following the path trampled by the Dane River, we went upstream. The road here is very easy to walk on, and the road surface is not muddy. The whole road is hidden under the shade of trees, and the Dane River is flowing on the side. Claire was not tired at all. He walked while reading the music he composed. When he took a break halfway, he took out a recorder and played a song for Roy. Then he asked Roy with a beaming face, "How do you feel?" Without waiting for Roy to express his feelings, he said to Roy again, "Roy, I think you should give this song a name." Roy rolled his eyes, wanting to tell him that this song already had a very resounding name. But after thinking about it, considering that Claire was just recreating this melody, he said, "I just let you listen to a simple rhythm and gave you some inspiration. The whole song is made by you. You can name it yourself." Claire didn't say anything, just staring at Roy. Roy was a little annoyed by Claire's silent protest. He scratched his head helplessly and said, "Okay, if you really want me to name it, I call it Blue Dane River." Claire happily agreed. "Okay, let's call it this." All the way, Claire was perfecting the piece. Occasionally, when he found himself in a misunderstanding, he would pick up his paintbrush to change his mind. In fact, Claire's sketching homework was almost completed, but he liked to put himself into a state of concentration, and then after a period of time, he would break free from this state of selflessness and appreciate the piece again, and he would have a different feeling. Sketching can allow him to enter a state of concentration at the fastest speed, while carving takes a longer time to enter the state, but he can persist for a long time without feeling tired. At such times, Roy would be responsible for finding food nearby to solve lunch and dinner for the two of them. Just as instructor Nora said, going upstream along the Dane River, this section of the road is easy to walk. And it is not easy to get lost if you walk along the river. The only trouble is that this road must be the road chosen by most ELF students. Nowadays, most ELF students pass by here, and all the edible berries along the way have long been picked by the ELF students who passed by before. Even the unripe berries were hard to find, not to mention the berries on the trees that smelled like red wine and coffee. The fish resources in the Dane River were rich, and Roy could go fishing, but Claire didn't like it. After a brief discussion, the two decided to re-enter the Malaga jungle. Only in the jungle could they find more edible berries. This time, the two entered the Malaga jungle and became much more cautious. Every time they camped, they were very careful. Roy also learned from other ELF teams to set up cordons. The two spent 2 weeks in the Malaga jungle before they walked out of the jungle and came to the source of the Danei River. The two walked to a high cliff beside the Danei River and looked down at the river valley, only to find that this place had long been a gathering place for students from the ELF Academy. In fact, this is not the real source of the Danei River. But there is a big waterfall in front, and the ELF's flying fish boats can't continue to go upstream. In fact, above the waterfall are 5 rivers that converge here to form such a spectacular waterfall. There is a large swamp above the waterfall, and it is no longer the Malaga jungle. Standing on the cliff, you can see the mist under the waterfall, and a rainbow spans the entire valley from the mist. For the elves, this is the most ideal place to live. It's just that this place is deep in the Malaga jungle. During the time when the elves fought with the Nagasi clan, all the elves living deep in the mountains gave up their comfortable, secluded lives. These elves took the initiative to join the army. The war lasted for more than 200 years. After the war, the elves who came out of the mountains did not go back. They chose to settle down in the new city built by the sea. The source of the Dane River left many traces of the elves' former residence. However, most of the abandoned tree houses were left with only huge dead tree stumps. There were only 2 tree houses that were well preserved. One was now the sentry post of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion, and the other was the reporting office of the ELF Academy. All students of the ELF Academy who arrived here had to report here, and then camp here, waiting for the boat arranged by the Academy to return to Castleton City. When Roy and Claire walked to the entrance of the valley, they saw several teams coming out of the Malaga jungle. The two of them blended into the crowd and didn't attract much attention. Along the way, Roy and Claire were mostly eating wild berries. Claire seemed to be in better condition, as he was originally very thin. But Roy's appearance had changed a lot. Not only was his clothes ragged, but he was also very thin from hunger. In fact, almost all the elf students who came to report were like this. There were also some half-blood elves who were like Roy, whose clothes were torn by vines. However, the day before Roy arrived here, he spent the whole night sewing up the damaged parts with needle and thread. Now he looked like he was covered with centipedes. Although it looked a little disgusting, at least his clothes and pants were intact. Everyone had to line up and report next to the treehouse in front of the waterfall. Name? Wagner Claire. The instructor looked up and gave Claire a deep look, nodded, and without asking any questions, he directly stamped a red seal on the map he handed over. Name? Roy. The instructor took Roy's map and stamped it neatly. When the two left, they found that the instructor actually nodded to them. The elf student, who was standing behind Roy and Claire, thought that reporting was so simple, so he stood in front of the instructor excitedly, took out the map, and put it in front of the instructor. Name? Tim Martin. Where's the route map of the jungle you passed through on the map? Also take out your backpack, I need to check it. The instructor stared at Martin and asked. Martin was slightly startled, turned his head to look at Roy and Claire, who had already walked to the door of the tree house, and asked indignantly, Instructor, why didn't you check the two students in front? The instructor grabbed the parchment map he handed over and shouted, Because they don't need to be checked, idiot. Do you have any other questions? If not, fill in your route map again and report here. Yes, instructor. Martin left the cabin with a depressed look on his face. Looking at Roy and Claire walking side by side in front of him, talking and laughing, he planned to run over to question the half-elf, why he could get preferential treatment from the instructor, but he couldn't. Then he saw Edith and several elf girls coming out of a tent, meeting Claire and Roy, and enthusiastically inviting them to set up the tent over there. Chapter 116. I didn't expect you to arrive here 3 days in advance. I thought you would show up on the day when the outdoor practice class was about to end. Edith was wearing a water blue dress, with 2 strands of golden hair braided into wheat ears, and the rest of her long hair draped behind her head. Roy saw Claire deliberately slow down a step, glanced at him, and explained. Something went wrong on the way, and the geography class sign and task was temporarily cancelled. Edith saw that he was carrying luggage behind him, and his clothes were almost full of patches. She pursed her lips to control her smile, pointed to an open space next to their camp, and said to the two, Roy, Claire, you can set up the tent here, there is just enough space here. Okay, thank you, Edith. Roy and Claire thanked at the same time. There are many places to camp on the banks of the Dane River, but the good spots are now almost all occupied by the elves. The two were just about to camp outside. Now they can camp next to the 16 groups of members, which naturally saves a lot of trouble. We are all in the same study group, don't worry about it. Edith smiled implicitly, and then said to Roy in front of everyone, Roy, do you have time to talk alone? Roy knew that Edith would definitely ask about the magic crystal, and he was prepared for this. Okay, now, or wait. Roy agreed readily. The members of the 16 groups around them all widened their eyes, trying to see something from the two people's eyes, but the two were very calm. After you set up the tent, meet at the treehouse next to the waterfall. Edith pointed to a forest road near the waterfall, and said to Roy, Okay, I will finish it soon. Roy set up the tent very quickly, mainly because he had nothing else except a tent. The campsite was still some distance away from the waterfall, and the closer to the waterfall, the more humid the air. There was water vapor everywhere, and the vegetation nearby was almost all aquatic plants. The dense mangroves grew on both sides of the waterfall. Even if Roy had a hatchet in his hand, it would be difficult to pass through this crisscrossing mangrove. In this mangrove, there was a tunnel formed by trees and vines that led directly to the depths of the waterfall. When Roy walked into this strange forest path, he found that it was definitely not formed naturally by trees, because those vines almost perfectly wove a net-like arched passage in the mangrove forest. Many vines are covered with thorns, and even experienced gardeners find it difficult to weave them into a net without cutting them off. The vines of these plants can be so well intertwined, and they can only be cultivated little by little by those cultivators who are proficient in botany. Roy couldn't help but wonder which elf had such great patience to build a passage in the mangrove forest. Are you curious about how this passage was formed? How long do you think it would take to form such a passage? Edith appeared beside Roy, standing with her hands behind her back, staring at him with a pair of bright sea blue eyes. That's exactly what I thought, Roy admitted frankly. Edith walked into the arched passage side by side with him, and her exquisite leather boots made a crisp sound on the stone floor. In the grid full of thorny vines, looking at the impenetrable mangroves outside, Roy felt like he had entered a garden. It's not that troublesome actually. This forest road was left by a great druid who was proficient in botany. He only lived here for 3 years and completed this tunnel. Edith introduced it to Roy. A huge rumble came from the other side of the tunnel, which forced her to speak louder. The great druid of the elves? Roy asked. He had never seen one in Castletown City. Well, a very capable wood elf. Edith looked up at the arched dome of the passage, and then said, Now almost all the druids who are proficient in botany are in the kingdom of the Wood Elves. Roy kept looking around until they passed through the tunnel. Edith took Roy to the terrace of the only tree house on the front platform. The tree was not very big, and the tree house was very unique, but the door of the tree house was locked. The elves who wanted to watch the waterfall could only stand on the terrace outside the wooden house. Waves of water mist floated from the direction of the waterfall. It was too humid here, and the air was full of tiny water droplets, making the surrounding water vapor more dense, and all the walls were covered with water droplets. And because there is a big waterfall in front, it is very noisy here. The rumble of the waterfall almost covers everything. Roy had to raise his voice, and put his ear close to Edith's ear, so that she could hear what he said. I know what you want to ask. Do you want to know the origin of the magic crystal? Roy walked in and shouted directly. Edith opened her eyes, and stared at Roy expectantly, hoping that he could give her an answer. At this time, Roy said loudly, I picked it up under the breadfruit tree. I think I should give it to you, so it is in your hands. Edith glared at Roy and said angrily, If you don't want to explain, just don't say it. Why are you so dishonest in making up a lie? Sorry, Edith, some things really can't be explained. Roy quickly admitted. If Edith continued to ask questions, and insisted on knowing the answer, Roy wanted to tell her directly about Earl Amelia. Anyway, Earl Amelia didn't say that this matter should be kept secret from Miss Edith, not to mention that the magic crystal had already been given away. Unexpectedly, Edith turned around at this time, deliberately not making eye contact with Roy, and said without starting or ending, This is the best viewing platform of the Dane River Falls, where you can see the most magnificent scenery of the waterfall. The mist wet Roy's hair on his forehead, and Edith's long hair was covered with water droplets. Edith didn't feel disappointed that she couldn't get the answer she wanted. She didn't even dare to ask Roy relentlessly, because from Roy's eyes, she could see that his attitude was obviously a little unsteady. If Edith must know, Roy will definitely tell her. This is a feeling that Roy conveyed to her. Edith walked a little slowly, looking at the magic crystal in her hand, and tightly grasped it again. Yes, this magic crystal is exactly what she needs most at the moment. For an elf warrior, who is about to be promoted to a sword poet, nothing can be more suitable for her than the elf song, and these elf songs happen to be the inheritance of the Ellington family, which is the most suitable for her. Roy, are we related by blood? Edith asked tentatively, and then stared at Roy nervously. Poof! Roy was about to drink some water, but it all came out. Please, although my mother is a silver moon elf, her last name is definitely not Ellington, otherwise my life would not be so dull, and my father. I have never seen him since I was a child, Roy said. So this is unlikely. Edith breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them walked out of the passage and stopped talking about this matter. They returned to the camp together. An elf girl came to Edith and said, Edith, the boat we booked has arrived. Edith turned and looked at the river. There were several boats moored by the river. Roy, Claire, do you want to return to Castletown with us? Edith asked Roy. It would be best if we could go back earlier. Edith stretched out her hand and pointed to the largest boat on the shore. She said happily, Then come with us. The boat I booked has enough space. Chapter 117. The boats built by the elves, whether sailing on the sea or in the river, are almost all shaped like barracudas. However, in order to resist the wind and waves, the front and rear ends of the boats on the sea are tilted upwards, and there are sails fixed on both sides of the boat like the pectoral fins of flying fish, which can be adjusted at any angle. The boats sailing in the river do not have these. The whole boat is flat, and there are no flying fish fin-like sails. Instead, 2 oars are added. The boat that Edith ordered was not arranged by the Elf Academy, so the members of Group 16 did not need to queue up for the boat like other elf students. In fact, the ship has been anchored here for 4 days. If it weren't for waiting for Roy and Claire, I believe Edith and her sisters would have returned to their tree house in Castletown to enjoy the cool air. However, camping by the waterfall on the banks of the Darney River is also a rare and wonderful experience. The elf girls don't feel bored. There will be a bonfire party on the shore every day, and there will always be some elf students who will take out their instruments for an impromptu performance. Claire actually wanted to participate in such a summer bonfire party, instead of returning to Castletown on the same day after just walking to the waterfall. However, since they missed Edith's boat, Roy and Claire had to accept the arrangement of the Elf Academy. Those boats only had seats, but no resting rooms. They probably had no boat riding experience on the way back to Castletown. So Roy and Claire followed Edith to board the boat moored on the river bank that afternoon. Roy found that the boat had no deck. The only deck was at the front and both sides of the hull. It was so narrow that people could only walk sideways. There was also a row of guardrails on both sides of the hull to prevent falling into the river. The cabin is semi-sunken. Sitting in the cabin, you can just see the scenery on both sides of the river bank through the windows on both sides of the cabin. There are separate lounges in the cabin. The whole ship is only designed with one hull. There are not only exquisite long tables, but also luxurious soft leather recliners on both sides of the long tables. Each recliner is independent, and each recliner is about 1 foot apart. The cabin is decorated very luxuriously. It doesn't look like anything from the outside, but when you walk in, you will find that this place is specially prepared for parties. It's just that this kind of boat obviously can't withstand the wind and waves on the sea, but it seems extremely comfortable to sail on the river. Obviously, except for Roy and Claire, who are a little uncomfortable, the other elves seem to be very familiar with this boat. They chose their seats very casually. Roy and Claire chose to sit on 2 lounge chairs near the door. The long table in the middle of the cabin was not only filled with various delicious fruits, but also several uniquely shaped glass kettles filled with light green juice. Roy was sure that it must be the juice of the Tree of Life. After everyone boarded the boat, it slowly left the Dane River Falls and drifted down the river. Seeing that Roy and Claire seemed a little restrained, her best friend Phyllis brought 2 cups of World Tree juice and pushed them in front of them. "Claire, I just heard that you and Roy actually discovered a group of slave traders at the check-in point in the Malaga jungle." Iris sat on the recliner next to her and asked Claire curiously. This sentence immediately attracted several eyes. A silver moon elf girl came to Claire and said excitedly, "So it was you. I heard about it a few days ago." Even some elf girls took the opportunity to ask, "Claire, have you seen those slave traders?" "I guess so, but we hid at the time and didn't do anything." Claire took a sip of the sap of the Tree of Life and explained. "Claire, can you tell me more?" Claire scratched her head in distress, pointed out the window, and said, "I think since we are all rafting on the Dane River, we might as well talk about something related to the scenery." "Phyllis, have you finished your sculpture?" "Of course." Phyllis responded with a smile. Talking about this, Claire immediately became interested and said to Phyllis with anticipation, "Can I see your work?" Phyllis readily took out a stone from her magic waste bag and said proudly to Roy, "This is a piece of jadeite I picked up on the beach downstream of the Dane River. Although the quality is not very good, there are very clear cracks here, and there is no transparency at all, but it is still no problem to carve a small ornament." After saying that, she spread her palm. A green tree frog was lying on Phyllis's palm, only as big as an egg, and the tree frog was still licking the fly in the air with its tongue shooting out from its mouth. The tree frog was carved vividly, and even the fly half-wrapped by its tongue was carved with wings and leg patterns. Claire and Roy were attracted to the tree frog at the same time. Roy turned his head and looked at Claire. His eyes seemed to ask, "Are all the students in your carving class so curly?" Claire shrugged awkwardly, and then praised Phyllis. "I didn't expect a Malaga frog to leave such a deep impression on you. Such a delicate little ornament is probably qualified to participate in an art exhibition." Unexpectedly, Phyllis put the ornament in front of Roy again and asked him with a smile, "Roy, what do you think?" "Very delicate, many details are handled very well, and the knife skills are better than Claire's," Roy said honestly. Hee hee. There was a silver bell-like laughter all around. Claire, who was sitting opposite, rushed over with gritted teeth and said to Roy in a hateful voice, "Roy, if you say that, aren't you worried that I will break up with you?" Roy laughed with everyone else. Claire has been a little flattered by the elf students recently, and he should be dealt a blow. Phyllis put the sculptures away again, and then asked Claire, "Claire, where are your sculptures? Take them out for everyone to appreciate." Claire knew that this was unavoidable. Since she had seen other people's works, she had to let them see her own as well. This was the rule. "Okay, I show you my work," Claire agreed. After that, he took out his stone sculpture, which was about the size of a basketball. It was only a statue of the upper body, and only the part above the shoulders. Although it didn't have the skills of the master sculptors, the statue was still very similar, with regular facial features, and the entire face was waxed and polished, which looked pretty good. Is this Earl Amelia?" Phyllis looked at it for a moment before hesitating to ask. Claire nodded and said, "Yes, I drew a lot of sketches on the 4th floor of the castle. As for the sculpture of Count Amelia, I think Count Amelia also belongs to the Megala jungle." Apparently, the elves usually like to talk about these topics related to art, and soon other elf girls joined in. Roy sat quietly on the side, quietly looking at the riverside woods. The water willow trees on the bank almost covered the entire river surface in the sunset. Edith chatted with everyone for a while, then walked out of the cabin and chopped the wooden man on the bow with a long sword. Some of these elf girls also took the music appreciation class. When they talked about the teacher asking each student to compose a song, the elf girls did not complain, but they were also quite distressed. "Claire, play the song you wrote for everyone to listen to." Phyllis blinked and smiled at Claire. "The song is still a little bit behind. I will play it for everyone to enjoy after it is finished." Claire didn't want to show it off at this time. He still wanted to scare people in the music appreciation class. Claire chatted with the girls in group 16 until very late. Everyone lay back on their own recliners when they were tired, covered with a thin blanket. The cabin was silent, with only some even breathing sounds and the sound of the river flowing. After a whole night of sailing, the ship actually passed through the Malaga jungle. At dawn, Roy found that the ship had left the Malaga jungle behind. In just one night, the ship had traveled a distance that Roy and Claire took half a month to complete. The elf statue on the top of Castletown Mountain has already appeared in sight. At noon, the ship had already docked at the pier west of Castletown. The Dane River Pier is very small, with only a 50-meter-long stone staircase made of stones. The ship docked next to the stone staircase, and a group of people got off the ship with their luggage. Roy looked at the lower reaches of the Dane River, and wanted to float all the way home along the Dane River. There were other boats on the riverside, and many elf students got off the boat tiredly, stretching their bodies that had been stiff and numb from sitting. Those small boats provided small seats, and you couldn't move freely while the boats were sailing. There were only 5 stops along the way for temporary rest, so riding these small boats was still very tiring. Roy got off the boat with a heavy backpack. Before he said goodbye to Edith and the others, he saw 2 elf patrolmen coming up and standing in front of Roy and Claire. They were wearing silver masks on their heads, and only their blue eyes and chins could be seen inside. "Excuse me, are you Claire and Roy?" One of the elf patrols stared at Roy and asked. Claire asked curiously, "What do you want to see us for?" One of the elf patrols said, "The slave traders on the Kumquat slave ship will be tried in the Elder Council trial hall in 3 days. The Elder Council hopes that you can attend the trial as a witness. We will participate in this trial, and we also look forward to the slave traders receiving the due punishment," Claire said. The 2 elf patrols looked at each other, and then said, "In this case, we will leave." After saying that, the 2 elf patrolmen turned around and left the riverside dock. "Did they catch all the people so quickly?" Claire whispered to Roy. Edith came from behind and said to the 2 casually, "It should be that a large number of Silver Pegasus Corps were dispatched to search at sea." This incident caused a great shock to Castletown City. Everyone thinks that there is a problem with the city's outer defense. The Elders' Council needs to calm down these protests. Chapter 118. The new students of the Elf Academy who return safely to Castletown City have a few days of happy vacation. Of course, the later the new students return, the shorter their vacation will be. The elf students who have creative tasks also need to make final improvements to their works. For example, Claire will be very busy in the next 3 days. Not only does he have to organize the sketches, but he also has to do the final arrangement of the Megala Jungle Travel Notes, and of course his stone sculptures and music. The new students will start school next Monday, which means Roy still has 3 full days of vacation. Claire first hurriedly boarded the long carriage, said goodbye to Roy hastily, and returned to the upper city. Roy waited for the carriage to the lower city, which was late, until all the members of the 16 groups left, and the long carriage to the lower city finally arrived, but it was better to be late than to walk back. Roy hurriedly stood by the roadside, and waved to the long carriage. The carriage stopped, and Roy quickly got into the carriage. Back in Castletown, seeing the vendors on the street, and the shops on both sides, smelling the faint smell of the sea on the street, and hearing the noisy sounds in the street market, Roy suddenly felt a sense of home in his heart. In Roy's mind, the wooden house on Brown Street was more like a sea view room in front of the beach. He always thought that he was a time traveler who was out of tune with this world. Maybe when he woke up, he would find himself lying in a university dormitory, and everything here might be like an unremembered dream. Fishing, strolling on the beach, and occasionally swimming in the sea were his happy life in the past. All these changes. It started after entering the Elf Academy. More things happened in the past 2 months than he had encountered in the previous year. After returning from the Malaga jungle, Roy suddenly found himself nostalgic for Brown Street. At this time, dragging his tired body, he just wanted to return home as soon as possible, take a shower and have a good sleep. The familiar sea breeze, the skuas flying around on the sea, and the flying fish boats that were about to dock. The intersection of Brown Street was still the same. Roy habitually glanced at Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy. The Nightblade leopard was hiding under the low wall of shrubs, staring at him angrily. Roy waved to the Nightblade leopard, and walked towards the door of his house with his luggage on his back. The Nightblade leopard yawned, turned around and went into his den. Roy returned safely from the Megala jungle, and completed the outdoor practice class. The happiest person was of course Ms. Belinda. When she heard someone push open the door at the gate of the courtyard, Ms. Belinda pushed the door open, and walked out of the second-floor studio. As soon as she walked onto the second-floor terrace, she saw Roy, whose body was almost covered with patches, carrying his luggage, and walking slowly into the yard. Seeing Ms. Belinda standing on the second-floor terrace wiping tears, Roy threw the luggage on his back at his feet, and waved to the woman next to the railing upstairs. "I'm back." Ms. Belinda immediately turned around and ran down the terrace, pushed open the door, and rushed out, hugging Roy tightly in her arms. Although Roy is as tall as her. "Roy, you must have suffered a lot in the Malagara jungle. I didn't even know that you had to wear leather armor to enter the jungle," Ms. Belinda said sadly. "It's okay, you don't have to wear leather armor. If you take the road by the river, you don't need leather armor." Roy put one hand on Ms. Belinda's shoulder, and carried the gift in the other hand, and walked into the house. "Come and see what I got from this trip to the Malaga jungle. You will never guess what I picked up." Moira lay on the wall, tilted her head and watched Roy and Ms. Belinda enter the house, then quietly retreated. In addition to the marble he picked up in the castle, Roy also took out his half of the petrified lizard skin, and told Ms. Belinda with a beaming face how lucky he was, how he picked up a dead lizard in the jungle, and just waited to take it to the leather workshop to make a decent hard leather armor. This made Ms. Belinda feel relieved and distressed. In the month since he left home, Roy did not stay in the sun all day at the beach, and his skin became whiter. Roy hurried into the bathroom to take a shower, then changed into linen clothes, and walked out of the room with wet hair. This time, Roy brought back a gift from the Malaga jungle. In addition to a marble carving stone, there were also berries that can only be picked in the jungle. Ms. Belinda was sitting at the dining table, carefully tasting the berries that looked a bit like blueberries. When she eats, she always likes to make a cup of fruit tea. The food doesn't need to be a lot, but it must be exquisite enough. The same goes for the gifts she likes. The gifts don't need to be precious, but they must show enough thoughtfulness. So, the art exhibition will be postponed indefinitely, and there will be nothing to do at the art museum? I can take a break for a while. I plan to create a few more works, and then take them to Buenos Aires to try my luck. Maybe there will be an art museum that likes this style of sculpture," Ms. Belinda said helplessly. After the art gallery job fell through, she was unemployed again. Although she still had some savings, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. And there was only one art gallery in Castletown, so taking her works to Buenos was a helpless move. Buenos was the capital of the Silver Moon Elves, a central city integrating culture, art, military, and commerce. There would indeed be more opportunities there. "Roy, do you want to live in Buenos for a while? I will help you find a new fairy academy." Ms. Belinda held the teacup and stared at Roy. Roy didn't really want to leave Castletown. Not only would his courses at the fairy academy be interrupted, but he would also not be able to continue his job as an apprentice priest at the Statue of Liberty. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do we have to go to Buenos Aires? Actually, I can take care of myself if I stay in Castletown alone. After you settle down there, I can still go there before the new semester starts. If I go to Buenos Aires with you now, all the courses I have learned this semester will be wasted." Ms. Belinda didn't really have any idea. After hearing Roy say that he couldn't bear to give up the Elf Academy course, Ms. Belinda also put her plan to move to Buenos Aires on hold. She messed up her curly hair with her hands in annoyance, got up and went upstairs. Before closing the door of the studio, she heard someone upstairs. "I think about it again. Maybe there's still a chance for the art gallery here." In fact, Roy didn't object to Ms. Belinda going to Buenos Aires. He even looked forward to it. In this way, her daily life became more free. Moreover, the salary paid to him by the Statue of Liberty every week is enough for his daily expenses. "Actually, you don't need to worry about me at all. I will study hard at the Elf Academy, and I will be able to make some food for myself." Roy stood at the stairs and shouted at the top of his voice. Roy was greeted by only a bang. The sound of the door closing heavily made the floor of the house shake continuously. The next day, Roy did not rush to take the petrified lizard skin to the leather workshop for aging, but came to the Statue of Liberty early in the morning. He hadn't received his salary this month, so he was a little impatient to get back to work. The temple was still as deserted as ever. Jasper was sitting in the gatehouse. He was praying when Roy walked over. He must have had a haircut. Even his nails were neatly trimmed. It was obvious that men with girlfriends would become more tidy than before. Without disturbing Jasper, Roy pushed open the side door and walked into the front yard. Although the yard was cleaned up, it was also extremely deserted. Seeing that a door of the main hall of the temple was open, Roy thought that High Priest Reed was praying inside the temple. When he walked outside, he found that Abbott was cleaning inside. He was very serious when working, and did not see Roy at the door. Roy did not see High Priest Reed, so he turned and walked to the backyard. Seeing that the door of the study on the second floor was open, Roy quickly went upstairs. Sure enough, High Priest Reed was sitting at the round table in the study reading a book. Roy stood at the door of the study and knocked gently. Report. High Priest Reed looked out the door, and saw Roy in the robes of a trainee priest. He smiled with relief. Roy, you're back. It's good to be back. You should calm down and study hard. Yes, teacher, Roy said to High Priest Reed, then went downstairs and ran to the main hall to clean up with Abbott. Abbott's first words after seeing Roy were, Roy, you haven't been promoted recently, right? Not yet. What's wrong? Roy stood at the door and asked curiously. Abbott immediately showed a satisfied smile on his face and responded, No, that's good. Roy ran to the door again and greeted Jasper, who also said something similar to Abbott. Roy took the opportunity to ask the reason. Jasper said, as a matter of course, at least this way Abbott and I won't seem useless. After that, he smiled and invited him to meet on the Black Pearl in the evening, and said that the ship has completely changed now. Apparently, Abbott and Jasper had spent a lot of time on the ship during this period. The other priest, Theodore, was still not in the temple. Roy helped Abbott clean up, and then went to the study with Abbott, and then spent the whole afternoon learning the divine runes of the purification technique. Apparently, the divine runes of the purification technique are more complicated and difficult to understand than the secondary healing technique. For the whole afternoon, Roy only remembered 3 divine runes. I always feel the same way at the beginning. Once you master enough sacred runes, you will be able to do it with half the effort. Abbott followed Roy and comforted her. Roy quickly said, I know all this, and I have enough patience. The two walked out of the study, and Jasper happened to walk in from the door. The 3 of them ran to the locker room to change clothes, and then left the Statue of Liberty together, and walked towards the Black Pearl on the west side of Castletown Harbor. Chapter 119. On the beach, waves pushed countless white foams toward the coastline, and the cumulonimbus clouds piled up in the sky were like a towering and insurmountable mountain. Roy stood on the ram of the bow of the Black Pearl, squinting his eyes, and enjoying the fishy sea breeze. The fishing rod in his hand was pulled suddenly by a heavy object, and Roy lifted the fishing rod reflexively. Then, a black sea fish slightly larger than a palm flew out of the sea and jumped on the hook differently. Roy swiftly threw it onto the deck, then put down the fishing rod in his hand, and walked over to remove the hook from the mouth of the Black Gold Valley. Roy had not lived on this boat since the renovation. The first day Roy came back from the Maladid jungle. After eating wild fruits in the jungle for nearly a month, Roy felt that his body was like a huge meat grinder, craving for countless foods to fill it. Although he had eaten a lot in the morning and at noon, he was particularly looking forward to this meal in the evening. Grilled fish. This was the 4th fish Roy had caught. According to the elves' habit, they would only take as much as they could eat. These 4 fish were enough for Roy, Jasper and Abbott, but Roy hung a piece of sandworm on the hook and threw it into the sea. Jasper and Abbott were making a fire on the deck as Roy requested. They put the chopped wood into a half-broken iron barrel, lit it, and left it alone. At this time, the 2 of them took back a piece of iron net from the cabin below, and the grill was ready. The wood needed to be burned thoroughly and finally turned into charcoal, so that the grilled food would not have that strong smoky smell. Seeing that Roy was still fishing, Abbott reminded Roy, "These fish are enough for us, Roy." "I prepare one for the kitten," Roy responded. While speaking, he suddenly raised his arm, and a bud suddenly appeared on the hook. Roy caught 8 fish before stopping, scraping the scales, cutting the fish from the back, removing the internal organs, simply marinating it, and throwing it on the grill. At this time, the charcoal fire of the firewood was not so strong, just right for grilling fish, and it was not easy to burn. As the charcoal fire slowly roasted, the fat in the fish meat was forced out and kept dripping onto the charcoal fire, and the aroma that came out became extremely tempting. The food that the elves pursued was sweet fruits, and a considerable number of elves were completely vegetarian. However, this did not include half-blood elves, because for a long period of time, they did not even have the right to choose what they could eat every day. The grilled fish was cooked. The 3 apprentice priests sat on the deck and enjoyed this delicious meal facing the sunset. Abbott also prepared a large pot of fruit tea. Talking about Jasper's situation, Roy learned that Miss Tiffany rarely appeared recently. Jasper said that she was learning Naga magic from the priest of the tribe recently, and was very busy. They met once every 2 weeks, and could only spend one afternoon together. The grilled fish was almost finished. The three of them held the cups, and the sunset in the distance gradually sank into the sea. The first batch of the Holy War Army is said to have entered the Dark Land. Jasper whispered, with a tone of expectation. The headquarters of the Statue of Liberty on the Elven continent is in Golfito. Roy knew that Golfito was gathering the priests of the entire Elven continent to gather here. He did not expect that the first batch of the Holy War Army had entered the Dark Land so soon. How is the situation? Roy asked impatiently. He hoped that there would be a good result, and then the days of the Statue of Liberty across the continent would be better. It is said that more than 30 gathering places have been conquered in succession, rushing all the way into the depths of the Dark Land, and the supply line extends more than 2,000 kilometers. Jasper said to Roy. His eyes became extremely bright, and you could see the fighting spirit burning in his pupils. So deep? Roy exclaimed. He was not worried about the supply line of the Crusades, because there were magic waste bags and elf cookies. Roy was worried that the battle line would be too long, and the Crusades would be too dispersed, and they might be attacked by the local indigenous forces in the Dark Land. At this time, Abbott put down the grilled fish, took out a silk cloth to wipe the grease from the corners of his mouth, and then said, 800,000 Crusades will be divided into 3 groups and march towards the depths of the Dark Land. This time, the Crusades' combat plan is just to explore clues about the goddess. Once any clues are found, the second batch of 1.5 million Crusades will immediately enter the Dark Land through the portal, and then focus on searching the area where the goddess is trapped. Roy asked curiously, so? Are the higher-ups sure that the goddess is trapped in the Dark Land? Speaking of this, Jasper said angrily, it is said that the higher-ups knew about it a long time ago, but they just haven't made any decisions to deal with it. If waiting can be considered a decision, then they did it. Abbott followed up with a complaint. Will Golfito continue to recruit priests? Roy asked curiously. Yes. Jasper agreed affirmatively. Abbott, on the other hand, had no fighting spirit in his eyes. He fiddled with the iron rod in his hand and said, to be honest, I don't want to go to that dark and cold place. If the conscription order comes down, I will withdraw from the temple and live a new life. Jasper was full of fighting spirit and said with some longing, I really want to go to the dark place to take a look, but I am a little reluctant to leave Miss Tiffany. In fact, I have been very entangled recently. It just so happens that I have this cooling off period, which allows me to examine myself and decide whether I love Miss Tiffany more or the Statue of Liberty more. Roy and Abbott looked at Jasper in silence, and they both wanted to attack at the same time and throw her into the sea under the boat to wake her up. I heard that there is a place where the light cannot reach. I don't want to go there, Roy said. Then he pointed in the direction where the sun was setting and whispered, I want to go to the other side of the sea to see the place called Roland Continent. That's also good, Jasper said. Abbott immediately urged Roy, Roy, you have to speed up your learning. We still have to go out to sea to find the pirate treasure. Roy turned his head and looked at Abbott, who had been checking various nautical maps recently. I know. By the way, have you made any new discoveries recently? No, Abbott said in great frustration. The three left the Black Pearl, and Jasper and Abbott returned to the temple. Roy walked along Brown Street to the intersection. It was not completely dark yet, but there were fewer pedestrians on the street. There were no elves waiting for the long carriage at the intersection. Most of the vendors had closed their stalls. Only the vendors selling breadfruit were still guarding their stalls. The later the elves returned, the more they needed to eat at night. Roy took out the 4 pieces of grilled fish in his hand and squatted outside the low wall of the pharmacy. In the dense bushes, the head of the night-blade leopard suddenly popped out, and its sharp teeth almost hit the back of Roy's hand. It let out an unwilling cry, as if it was angry that Roy had left for so long. The beard on its mouth was a bit prickly, so Roy took a piece of grilled fish from the skewer and stuffed it into the mouth of the night-blade leopard like a big biscuit. It rolled it twice with its tongue and swallowed it directly into its stomach. You should chew it well, it's good for your stomach, Roy muttered quietly. He felt that this night-blade leopard was very smart. Although it couldn't speak, it could understand what he said most of the time. He handed over another grilled fish. The night-blade leopard didn't roll it with its tongue. It moved its throat twice, and chewed it twice before swallowing it. Roy stuffed the third grilled fish into its mouth, then raised the last one in his hand and reminded it, this is the last one. Usually the night-blade leopard would carry the cat back to its den and lick it slowly, But this time it actually swallowed it directly, then used its front paws to scratch the collar on its neck, and its sharp claws easily cut the collar open. The night-blade leopard broke free and rushed forward, knocking Roy, who was half crouching on the side of the road, to the ground, baring its teeth at him viciously. Then it jumped away flexibly. It ran towards the bridge over the Dane River at the intersection, and looked back at Roy after running a few steps. Roy was a little speechless, wondering what was wrong with this stupid cat. The last time it did this, it took him to the rocky beach by the sea and dug out a few stinky fish from the beach. This time, he was actually leading him to the beach. Roy thought it might not have eaten enough, and wanted to catch 2 more. "It's too late, I have to go home, I bring you some tomorrow. Besides, you lose your hair if you eat too much salty food." Roy followed the night-blade leopard slowly, trying to persuade this stupid cat, who escaped, secretly to go home. The night-blade leopard bared its teeth and growled at him until they reached the beach. The night-blade leopard did not run towards the sea reef, but ran directly to the inland river estuary. The outlets of other culverts in the city also gathered on this section of the seawall. The night-blade leopard jumped on the huge sea reef and came directly to the outlet of a culvert. It may not have rained much these days, so only a little sewage flows out of the outlet here. However, the area near the outlet is always muddy. The night-blade leopard can jump on the boulders, but it is more difficult for Roy to walk. Having just left the Malaga jungle, Roy is disgusted by the mud and stench. It was not until he walked to a reef gap next to the outlet that Roy could see clearly that there was an elf wearing tight leather armor lying inside. His skin was a little gray, and his silver hair was also awkwardly stuck to his forehead. The blood from the deep bandages around his waist was very heavy, and he looked like he was about to die. "Why is it you?" Roy stood beside the night-blade leopard and whispered in a speechless voice. The dark moon elf opened his eyes slightly, and saw Roy standing with the night-blade leopard. He just barely pulled the corner of his mouth and fainted again. Chapter 120. Roy stared at the night-blade leopard speechlessly. He thought, "This guy is really good at finding trouble for me. It would be fine if I didn't see it, but if I really leave now, I will probably have nightmares at night." The night-blade leopard squatted beside and sniffed the dark moon elf, then turned to look at Roy with an innocent face. He patted his forehead and endured the stench of the drainage ditch. Roy dragged the dark moon elf out of the crevice. He let him lie on a flat rock, took out a dagger, and cut off the bandages on his body, and found a knife wound on his right ribs, and there were burn marks on his body left by the magic attack. His body was wet, so he unfastened the buckle of his leather armor and peeled it off. The wound on his abdomen had become infected, and it was not only red and swollen, but also festering after being soaked in water. Roy didn't know if he could save him, so he could only bite the bullet and cast the holy glimmer to illuminate the surroundings, and then cast the secondary healing to promote the healing of his wounds. Under the care of a beam of holy light, the wound on the dark moon elf's body began to slowly recover. Probably because of the inflammation, the healing effect was extremely slow. When the glow of the secondary healing spell completely dissipated, Roy thought about it, and although he couldn't help feeling a little distressed, he still gave the only bottle of life potion on him to the dark moon elf. After drinking the life potion, the dark moon elf's face regained some color. Although his breath was still very weak, at least his body began to function normally. The moment before, Roy almost thought that he was also going to see the Moonlight Goddess. Roy used a dagger to cut off the festering part of his wound, and then bandaged it again. He cast the secondary healing spell again, to speed up the healing of the wound. Roy had never thought of taking him back to the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty was already in enough trouble. The fact that the Dark Moon Elf would rather lie in the gutter than go to the Moon Temple in the city for help said it all. This guy was just a trouble. After Roy treated the Dark Moon Elf's wound, he used some stones to build a stone bed in the cracks next to the gutter, and laid some large banana leaves on it. In order to make the stone bed more comfortable, Roy almost cut off all the leaves of the banana tree not far away. It was not easy to drag the Dark Moon Elf back to the stone bed covered with banana leaves, and then hide his leather armor under the banana leaves. After thinking for a while, he piled a few fruits in his bag next to him. Then he left the drainage culvert under the cover of night. Roy did not go home, but walked along the beach towards the pier. The seawall on the drainage culvert was still a distance away from Castletown Port, and it would take about half an hour to walk. The Nightblade Leopard did not run back to the pharmacy alone, but followed Roy obediently and accompanied him to the port pier. It lay beside the exit of the shallow water dock, boredly watching the elves carrying buckets and fish baskets passing by. A passing half-elf fisherman threw a barramundi with a broken tail into the mouth of the Nightblade Leopard, but the Nightblade Leopard ignored the dead fish, rested its head between its front legs, squinted at the fishing boats in the shallow water, and ignored the fisherman. The elf fisherman found himself boring, so he quickly left with the fish basket. Roy stood at the door of the port guard, watching the lights on in the hall on the first floor, and the light shone through the door curtain onto the stone floor outside the house. He hesitated for a long time before walking in. The office was still the same, with portraits of wanted criminals hanging on the wall near the stairs. A uniformed elf patrolman sat behind the front desk, carefully wiping his sword with an oilcloth. Roy approached, thinking about how to start the conversation, when the elf patrolman suddenly raised his head and saw Roy standing in front of him, and asked casually, "Why are you here?" Yes, it was the elf patrolman, who had frequently met Roy during several investigations. Roy found that he had met an acquaintance, and his nervousness was immediately relieved. He smiled at the elf patrolman. "Nothing, I just happened to pass by, so I came in to take a look." The elf patrol stared at Roy speechlessly, trying to use the murderous look in his eyes to ask him to leave. Roy seemed to have completely failed to notice the bad look in his eyes. He put his hands on the bar, leaned over to watch him maintain his weapon, and asked as if he was chatting normally, "Has anything happened at the port recently?" The elf patrol wiped his sword carefully without raising his head, and responded, "No, you're not here. I can't even see fish thieves recently." "Are there no fugitives to be hunted?" Roy asked. When he asked this question, he was somewhat nervous, and he felt that his tone had changed a little. He was worried if the guards were arresting the Dark Moon Elf. Then, should he tell the Dark Moon Elf where he was hiding? The elf patrolman put down his sword impatiently, frowned and said, "Except for the Holy Grail in your temple, there is nothing else for the time being. Are you here to ask about the progress of the Holy Grail search?" Seeing that Roy did not make any excuses, the elf patrolman concluded that this was the case. He rubbed his face vigorously, then raised his head, and showed Roy a businesslike face. "This Holy Grail has left us too few clues. Although we are still investigating everywhere, there has been no useful information recently. You just go back and wait patiently." Holy Grail. Roy suddenly remembered that Master Claire Raiden would be baptized with holy water every day. He guessed that the Holy Grail might be hidden in Master Claire Raiden's home. But now Roy looked at the elf patrolman in front of him, and swallowed the matter into his stomach. He didn't say it, because if he said it, it would be like a young half-elf suing a Silver Moon Elf nobleman with great prestige in the upper city. After verification, it would be fine if it was true. If there was insufficient evidence, it would mean that he had slandered a Silver Moon Elf nobleman, and he would be whipped. And he would be driven out of Castletown afterwards. Didn't Belinda want to leave Castletown? Then it was reasonable for him to visit Master Claire Raiden before leaving. As her son, it should be acceptable for him to visit Master Claire Raiden together. Roy was thinking about how to investigate the Holy Grail. "Hey, is there something wrong with you?" The elf patrol stared at Roy with sharp eyes and asked. Roy waved his hand and said, "No." The elf patrol stared at Roy for a moment, and suddenly remembered something, and said to Roy, "By the way, something really happened recently. The sailor who killed Jefferson was caught by the military, and will be tried in the court of the Council of Elders on Sunday." Roy thought it was something else, and when he heard him talk about this, he said speechlessly, "I knew this a long time ago, and I will attend the trial as a witness on Sunday." The elf patrolman picked up the oilcloth on the table again. Roy left the guard team with an embarrassed look on his face. Standing on the dock, the night-blade leopard, who almost blended into the night, shook his black fur violently, climbed up from behind the stone pier at the exit of the shallow water dock, swung his long tail like an iron whip, and walked quietly to Roy's feet with cat steps. Roy turned his head to look at the night-blade leopard, and walked towards Brown Street. The night-blade leopard followed Roy's legs, walking like a catwalk model. Moira thought she could talk to Roy about the story of the Megala jungle in the evening, but unfortunately Ms. Belinda came back from outside very early. Roy came back from outside very late, and he looked very tired when he pushed the door. Moira walked into the house with some disappointment, took off her wooden slippers, bent down and put them neatly at the door, walked back to the house barefoot, sat quietly on the bed, hugged her knees with her hands, and her big, lively eyes were full of disappointment. In fact, she also had something to share with Roy. The group of sailors who killed Jefferson were all caught by the military, and it was said that they would be sent to the mining area after being tried. Moira couldn't tell what she was feeling at the moment. When she heard the news, she wasn't very happy, more likely she felt relieved. But Roy, the big fool, came back so late every day. Since the duel, he seemed to have become lazy again. During breakfast, Roy sat on a chair, his feet on the chair, holding breadfruit in both hands, and looked at Ms. Belinda hesitantly. "Tell me, What's the matter? Miss Belinda, with her hair wrapped in a silk scarf, wearing a leather skirt, and stone powder on her arms, asked Roy. Roy took the breadfruit away from his mouth, licked his lips, and said carefully, "Can you take me with you next time you visit Master Claire Latin?" Miss Belinda asked in surprise, "Don't you dislike painting and stone carving? Why do you want to see Master Claire Latin? He is now in a deep coma, and can only lie in bed all day." Roy said with a smirk, "I just want to see Master Claire Latin. After all, he is the most famous artist in Castletown." Miss Belinda frowned, and although she felt a little embarrassed, she still agreed, "Well, I can't guarantee whether I can meet Master Claire Latin, but I can promise to take you with me. I submitted my resignation letter to the art museum yesterday. I was going to the art museum to retrieve all my personal belongings in the morning, and then visit Master Claire Latin in the afternoon to say goodbye to him." Roy's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "Then I will wait for you at the entrance of the art museum at noon?" Usually Miss Belinda asked Roy to get in touch with more Silver Moon elves, especially those famous masters, but Roy always stayed away from them. I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to make such a request this time. Miss Belinda was relieved and felt more deeply that her child seemed to have really grown up. "Okay, Roy, do you know the way to the art gallery?" Miss Belinda asked. "I know," Roy responded quickly. Chapter 121. Roy carried a coconut-sized breadfruit and crossed the stone bridge over the Darney River from the intersection next to the Brown Street Pharmacy. He happened to see Mrs. Winnie, the owner of the pharmacy, standing in front of the Night-Blade Leopard's den with a whip, arguing with it about the Night-Blade Leopard's collar being bitten and running away last night. Roy hurriedly stuck to the edge of the shrub wall and ran past the pharmacy. He walked eastward along the seawall for a while and came to the outlet of the drainage canal. There were huge reefs outside the seawall. Roy easily jumped over a few boulders and came to the Dark Moon Elf's hiding place next to the drainage culvert. Roy walked over carefully and looked into the cracks. The stone bed and banana leaves were still there, but the Dark Moon Elf was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know where the guy had gone. He looked at the breadfruit in his hand, thought about it and walked in and put the breadfruit on the stone bed. When he turned to leave, he found that the Dark Moon Elf was standing quietly behind him. Although his face was ugly and his body was weak, his mental state was still okay. He put one hand on the dagger and stared at Roy closely. "Why are you helping me?" Roy spread his hands, raised his mouth and said, "I just saw you lying there unconscious. I can't just ignore it." "Thank you." The Dark Moon Elf didn't seem to be used to thanking others. He had short silver hair, his eyes were not pure black, but with a hint of dark gray, and his face was very handsome. Compared with Claire's handsomeness, the Dark Moon Elf's facial lines were sharper. "Will it not cause you any trouble?" The Dark Moon Elf stared at Roy and asked in a low voice. "So we should meet less often." Roy pointed at the stone bed and said, "Sit down. I check your wound and see how it's healed." The Dark Moon Elf looked around cautiously before walking into the crevice. He sat on the stone bed somewhat unnaturally and took off his leather armor at Roy's signal. Roy helped him untie the bandage on his abdomen. When Roy bandaged the wound yesterday, he didn't have any handy suture tools, so after the wound was treated, he simply wrapped it with a bandage. I thought the wound might not heal well, but when I untied the bandage, I found that the wound healed automatically, and the inflammation also subsided. Roy quickly rebandaged the wound and said to the Dark Moon Elf, "Before it heals completely, try to avoid strenuous exercise. The recovery is pretty good. By the way, why are you back again?" Roy bandaged the wound quickly, and signaled the Dark Moon Elf to continue lying on the stone bed. He began to silently pray, and the divine pattern in his hand quickly condensed. Secondary healing spell. The holy light quickly merged into the Dark Moon Elf's body. The Dark Moon Elf's tense body relaxed a little, and he let out a long breath. He supported the stone bed with both hands and sat up swiftly. He stared at Roy with sharp eyes and said, "The contact person in Castletown is dead. My task is to develop a new contact person. This time, I brought a contact person from St. Margaret's Port. I originally planned to help him find a temporary residence in the lower city and let him live here first. I didn't expect to meet the priest of the Moon Temple. We had a fight in the alley in the lower city." The Dark Moon Elf said it lightly, but Roy was terrified. The priests of the Moon Temple and the assassins of the Dark Temple were fighting in the streets of the lower city. No wonder the elf patrols of the guard team didn't know about it. "You mean, you were injured by the priests of the Moon Temple?" Roy asked. "The Silver Moon Elves and the Dark Moon Elves have lived in peace for so many years, and there has been no dispute. It turns out that the Moon Temple and the Dark Temple have been fighting in secret." "Yes." The liaison was also captured by those priests. The Moon Temple has always been hostile to the Dark Temple. This time, if I return to St. Margaret, I will definitely treat the spies planted by the Moon Temple in St. Margaret Port well. The Dark Moon Elf said angrily. Roy's eyes widened. Brother, you haven't returned safely yet, but Roy said, your injury will be healed in 2 days. Also, I remind you, don't wear such leather armor to enter Castletown. There are almost no Dark Moon Elves dressed like this in Castletown. It's hard not to notice you. By the way, do you have enough color in your hand to buy a boat ticket? The Dark Moon Elf looked at Roy in surprise, but still nodded slightly. That's enough. Go back to Evernight Forest as soon as possible. Castletown is not suitable for you, Roy said and prepared to leave. Wait. The Dark Moon Elf suddenly called Roy. Roy stopped, turned around and looked at the Dark Moon Elf, and asked with a puzzled look, what else? Well, I owe you a favor, the Dark Moon Elf said, and stretched out his fist. Roy quickly bumped his fist with him, then his eyes lit up and said with a smile, well, don't owe me a favor. I don't know if we can meet again in the future. I ask you a question. If you can answer it conveniently, it will be considered as compensation for me. Roy stood outside the crevice with his hands on his waist, and said to the Dark Moon Elf proudly, if it involves some secrets of the Dark Temple, I won't tell it. The Dark Moon Elf thought for a while, and said to Roy with a sullen face. Roy said indifferently, of course, it's up to you to decide whether to tell it or not. Okay. Roy walked back into the crevice, and asked the Dark Moon Elf, I want to know if Jefferson was carrying out a mission in the Dark Temple before his death? The Dark Moon Elf thought for a while, then shook his head slightly, and said, no, we haven't assigned him any tasks in the past 6 months. Roy understood, it was not a mission from the Dark Palace. That meant Jefferson had taken a private job. Roy patted the Dark Moon Elf on the shoulder and said, okay, we are even now, so that's it, I'm leaving first. Wait, have you ever thought about being our Dark Palace's liaison in Castletown? The Dark Moon Elf stopped Roy again and asked him. Me? Roy was a little confused. Liaison? To put it nicely, it's a liaison. To put it bluntly, isn't it a spy? This kind of thing. Why did you come to me? Roy couldn't help asking. Because I can already confirm that you have no hostility towards the Dark Palace, and the facts have proved that you are trustworthy. The Dark Moon Elf saw that Roy had no interest at all, so he said to him, don't rush to refuse, listen to me. As the liaison of Castletown, you only need to record the major events that happened in Castletown every month and send them to me in a letter. I will give you an address in Port St. Margaret. Maybe occasionally there will be Dark Temple members on a mission, and they will pass through Castleton City. You just need to provide them with some convenient conditions, such as temporary housing and food. These are all things a liaison needs to be responsible for. The mission sounded simple, and Roy was curious. Then what can I get? The Dark Moon Elf said quickly, credit points, 15 points every month. Receiving Dark Temple members on a mission will also reward extra credit points. Credit points are the common currency in our Dark Temple, and can be exchanged for weapons, armor, potions, and Dark Temple secrets. As he said that, he took out a palm-sized snake-neck bottle from the waist bag behind his leather armor belt. It contained a bottle of light green liquid. The bottle alone looked very high-end. Roy asked curiously, what is this? The Dark Moon Elf said proudly, permanent agility potion, which can be exchanged in the Dark Palace for 150 credit points. What do you think? If you agree to be our liaison, I will give it to you. Roy stared at the bottle of magic potion. Of course, he knew the difference between the permanent potion and the ordinary potion. He was a little tempted. Anyway, he was not ready to settle down in Castletown City. If it really didn't work out, he would try it for a year. Roy asked quietly, you won't force me to do any dangerous tasks, right? No. The Dark Moon Elf handed the agility potion in his hand to Roy. Roy reached out to take the agility potion, looked at the beautiful crystal bottle, and said, okay, to be honest, your bottle of permanent agility potion impressed me. When he opened the bottle cap, a string of bubbles suddenly emerged from the light green potion inside, with a scent of soapy water. Roy quickly put the cap back on. At this time, the Dark Moon Elf had handed a note to Roy and said, this is the address, and my name is behind it. Roy took the note and saw Xavier, 73, Willis Street, Port St. Margaret, and then he knew the name of the Dark Moon Elf. Okay, your name is Xavier, my name is Roy. So now do you need me to help you find a temporary residence? Roy asked. I know your name is Roy. The Dark Moon Elf wiser whispered, and then said, Since I have found a new contact person, my mission here is also completed. I will take the earliest ship to leave Castletown as soon as possible. Roy didn't think he was going to leave Castletown, and asked again, "Do you want me to go to the port to buy you a boat ticket?" Weiser shook his head and reiterated Roy's duties. "No, your duties are to write to me about some things that happened in Castletown, and then be responsible for receiving the members of the Dark Temple who came to Castletown to perform tasks, not including buying boat tickets." Roy repeatedly said that he understood. "I understand, nothing else, then I leave first." After saying this, he walked out of the crevice and planned to climb the seawall. He turned back and said to Weiser in the crevice, "Oh, by the way, if a brother from the Dark Temple comes to Castletown to find me, let him come to the Statue of Liberty to find me. In addition, it must be in the afternoon. I am not in the morning." Chapter 122. The art gallery is located on the south side of the Heroes Square on the top of Castletown. Heroes Square is the highest point in Castletown. In the center of the square stands a 67-meter-high statue of an elf warrior. The long sword in the hand of this Silver Moon Elf is aimed at the Naga Sea tribe in the depths of the Endless Sea. The legs are in a bow stance, which is the defensive posture of a sword dancer. On the north side of Heroes Square grows a tree of life that is about 5,000 years old. The Castletown City Elf Elders Council is located on this tree of life. Tomorrow, the trial of the slave traders on the Golden Orange ship will be held in the court of the Council of Elders. There are 4 fountains in the 4 corners of the square. The 2 fountains next to the Tree of Life are affected by the Tree of Life. The spring water they spray out has a faint breath of life, and the spring water is also very sweet. These 2 fountains have almost become the water source for the Silver Moon Elves in the upper city. Around the Hero Square, the only thing that can rival the Silver Moon Elves statue is the Moon Temple built next to the Tree of Life. The gate of the Moon Temple faces the Tree of Life. After arriving at Heroes Square in a long carriage, Roy did not wander around, but came to the door of the art gallery and waited for Ms. Belinda inside the art gallery. Although Master Claire Raiden was bedridden, the Castletown Art Gallery did not close. Many Silver Moon Elves would spend their free time in the art gallery. There were always some Silver Moon Elves coming in and out of the door of the art gallery. Most of the Silver Moon Elves would look at Roy with contempt. In the past, Roy always chose to avoid such strange and disgusting eyes. He was like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, hiding in the corner with its head down. Now, he sat beside the base of an elf statue at the entrance of the art gallery, looking at the eyes of the Silver Moon Elves calmly, and ignored their contempt in their hearts. Until Ms. Belinda walked out of the art gallery, and walked quickly to Roy with an apologetic look. "Have you handed over everything?" Roy stood up and asked Ms. Belinda with a smile. Ms. Belinda blinked her sore eyes, took Roy's hand, and said to him, "The art museum itself has been stagnant, all the work has been put on hold, and there is nothing to hand over." After that, she looked back at the art museum with great sadness, then took Roy's arm, and walked towards the east side of the art museum. Ms. Belinda wore an exquisite little hat, and a plain silk dress, which set off her figure extremely charming. Roy was by her side, like her brother. The two walked around the art museum, and behind them was the residential area of some Silver Moon Elves, with many large tree houses standing here. In addition to some flowers planted in the open space in the forest, there are also some green plants of various shapes. Ms. Belinda took Roy to the door of a tree house. From the outside, this tree house can only be built into a small building with 3 floors, and 1 household at most. There are even only 2 round windows on the trunk. Roy whispered to Ms. Belinda, "Is this the home of Master Claire Latin?" Ms. Belinda nodded slightly. Roy whispered again, "This art master is really low-key." Ms. Belinda looked at Roy in surprise, not understanding why he said that Master Claire Raiden was low-key. Just as Roy saw the carriage that Priest Theodore often rode parked in a clearing in the woods not far away, the door of the wooden house was pushed open from inside, and a Silver Moon Elf in a robe walked out from inside. The elves have this disadvantage, that is, before they are completely old, their age cannot be seen at all. When the Silver Moon Elf saw Ms. Belinda standing at the door, her eyes suddenly lit up slightly, and she walked up and said, "Belinda, are you here to visit the teacher? The teacher is still the same, he has been unconscious." Belinda smiled faintly, and did not extend her hand, but said softly, "This time I came to see the teacher. I want to say goodbye to the teacher. I plan to take my works to Buenos Aires to try my luck." After a moment of silence, the Silver Moon Elf smiled with difficulty, and said bitterly, "Well, in fact, you are very talented. You should really try to get out of Castletown City. The Royal City is your stage. Come with me." Then he set his eyes on Roy. Ms. Belinda quickly asked Roy to hold her arm and said, "This is my son. Roy." The Silver Moon Elf looked at Roy in surprise, and then said, "You have grown so big. I remember the last time I saw him, he was only this tall, could only hide behind his skirt, and always liked to hug your legs." He gestured with his hand at his waist. Ms. Belinda just smiled faintly. Roy bowed to the Silver Moon Elf tactfully. The Silver Moon Elf nodded to Roy, then turned around and said, "Come in with me." After saying that, he turned around and walked into the door on the ground floor of the tree house. After entering the wooden house, Roy was even more confused as to why the first floor of the wooden house was completely hollowed out and a spiral staircase was built. There was almost nothing on the first floor of the wooden house except the staircase. The three of them went directly to the second floor along the spiral staircase on the first floor of the tree house. At the end of the staircase was a platform, and opposite the platform was an exquisite and gorgeous wooden carved door. The Silver Moon Elf pushed open the heavy double door, and then stood aside to invite Ms. Belinda and Roy to go in. It was obviously not the first time for Ms. Belinda to come here. She walked in with her long skirt lifted. Roy, who was following Ms. Belinda, hesitated at this time because a huge space that did not match the tree house appeared in front of him. This made Roy dizzy, as if he was standing on a cliff, looking at the endless rainforest under his feet. Roy followed Ms. Belinda into the tree house, and found himself as if he had walked into a castle. In front of him was an inner courtyard of several hundred square meters. There was an ancient square corridor around the courtyard, and there were 4 huge arches around the corridor. Although he couldn't see what was inside the arch, Roy realized that there was a different world inside each tree house just by looking at the gorgeous wooden walls dozens of meters high inside the tree house. The tree house seen from the outside was just a big tree with a diameter of more than 4 meters. He didn't expect that there was such a large space inside. Roy looked around curiously. The Silver Moon Elf led Ms. Belinda and Roy into the square corridor, then entered the arch on the right, walked to the end of the corridor, and then climbed a Z-shaped staircase. The three climbed 5 floors before reaching the top floor of the tree house. Along the way, the elf attendants they met saluted the Silver Moon Elf who led the way. Roy looked at the furnishings in the tree house curiously. It seemed that the huge space here was also made of wood. If you look closely, you will find that it should be built by hollowing out the center of a giant tree. Roy is sure that there is no such big ancient tree in Castletown, not even the Tree of Life, that has grown for almost 5,000 years. Walking into the top floor, what comes into view is a living room of 700 to 800 square meters. In addition to the exquisite and luxurious furniture, the living room is also filled with various sculptures. Roy found that those sculptures are of high quality. Until the three of them walked into a room opposite the living room, there was actually a small living room inside. Although Roy did not see the holy water pool that Betha mentioned, he did feel a faint holy light in this living room. The Silver Moon Elf asked Ms. Belinda and Roy to sit in this living room for a while, then came to a door, adjusted his robe a little, and pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 123. This living room is not very big, but the walls are still all made of wood. The whole room should be hollowed out from a giant tree. There are no windows around, and the walls are covered with many wood-carved relief patterns. The roof is made a bit like a ladder. The chairs in the room are also made of wood, with unique shapes. These chairs are also very artistic, painted with glossy varnish, very beautiful. There are some exquisite gold and silver utensils on the small square table, as well as some ceramic teacups covered with exquisite patterns. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling almost complemented the painted roof, making the room beautiful. Roy stood outside the wooden house, and never thought that the Silver Moon Elf could build a castle on such a tree. Roy could feel the faint sacred breath left in the room. He was trying to find the source of the breath, when the Silver Moon Elf in a robe walked out of the room. He came to Ms. Belinda and whispered, "The teacher is now receiving the blessing of the moonlight. You need to wait here for a while." Ms. Belinda nodded and asked casually, "Did the priest of the Moon Temple come here in person?" "Yes, it will be ready soon." The Silver Moon Elf sat down opposite Ms. Belinda. At this time, an elf attendant brought 3 cups of fruit tea. Not long after, the wooden door of the room inside was pushed open, and 2 elf priests in black robes walked out of the room one after another, followed by 2 attendants. The Silver Moon Elf sitting opposite Ms. Belinda also stood up quickly, walked over quickly, and stopped the 2 elf priests. At this time, a servant came to the 2 elf priests with a wooden tray. The Silver Moon Elf lifted the silk on the tray, revealing 2 crystal clear magic crystals. The Silver Moon Elf personally put the 2 magic crystals into the hands of the elf priests. The elf priests had no expression on their faces. They took the magic crystals calmly, and left the room quickly. "Belinda, come with me." After sending the 2 elf priests away, the Silver Moon Elf came back, and said to Belinda. Ms. Belinda glanced at Roy and motioned him to follow. Roy stood up with Ms. Belinda, and the two walked into the opposite room side by side. The light in the room was very soft. There was only a big bed, like a baby cradle in the whole room. An old silver moon elf was lying in the middle of the big bed. The silver moon elf was full of wrinkles, his skin was covered with age spots, and there were few hairs on his head. His eyes were slightly closed, and his breathing was steady. He was covered with a quilt with dark gold embroidery, and he exuded a very strange aura. A ray of moonlight shone through the roof of the room onto the old elf. Right next to the old elf, there were 4 elf attendants standing. The wooden bed where the old elf was lying was surrounded by lush leaves, and a strong breath of life emanated from these leaves. Ms. Belinda walked to the bed and bowed to the old elf. Roy quickly imitated Ms. Belinda's movements. Roy felt that the old elf was emitting a dead aura, but it was suppressed by the moonlight from the ceiling and the breath of life around the wooden bed, and it could not spread all over the old elf's body for a while. The old elf's life had come to an end. He wanted to rely on the power of the moon god to prolong his life. His body had become skinny. Roy did not see the pool filled with holy light in the room. Ms. Belinda just stood in front of Master Clare Latin for a while, then turned around and left with Roy. The silver moon elf also followed the two out of the room, and took them out along the original path. Just after Ms. Belinda and Roy left, a door suddenly opened on the left wall, and the priest Theodore and a silver moon elf noble walked out. 8 elf attendants followed priest Theodore, pushing a large bathtub filled with clear water. In the clear water was a golden holy grail. The golden holy grail emitted a soft holy light, making the surface of the clear water in the bathtub full of gold. Entering the room, priest Theodore sighed slightly as he looked at Master Clare Latin, who was surrounded by death. The 8 elf attendants pushed the large bathtub to the bedside, and then lifted the quilt on Master Clare Latin, revealing Master Clare Latin curled up like a baby. 2 elf attendants worked together to pick up Master Clare Latin, and another elf took out the golden holy grail from the bathtub. Master Clare Latin was put into the bathtub by 2 elf attendants. Bathed in the holy light, the death energy on his body quickly dissipated, and his body regained a trace of redness under the nourishment of the breath of life. Priest Theodore stood aside, chanting prayers, and a divine pattern was drawn in a moment. Holy light technique. A holy light shot down from the roof, immediately covering the moonlight and injecting into Master Clare Latin's body. Master Clare Latin's body did not have any injuries. He was just too old, and his organs had already failed severely. This holy light only restored some vitality to his organs. Master Clare Raiden was lying in the bathtub, and finally exhaled a long breath, opened his lifeless eyes, and glanced around. His eyes moved slightly, and he saw everyone in the room clearly, and then he said weakly in a dry voice, "Every day I sit in front of the door of death, waiting for the big hand that can break through the darkness to pull me back from the door. There is too much dead air entangled in your soul, and it is also stained with the breath of some resentful spirits. I need to purify your dead and resentful air." Priest Theodore stood aside and said expressionlessly, "Is there no way to solve these deadly grievances at once?" Master Clare Raiden was a little excited, which made his already thin face become abnormally distorted. "Your body can no longer bear your soul. If you hadn't been reluctant to leave, you should be a carefree elf beside the fountain of life. Maybe you will have a chance to reincarnate in a few years." Priest Theodore still said expressionlessly. Master Clarendon said with resentment, "Why can't I become a follower of the moon god? I have received so much honor and praise over the years. I am such a devout believer of the moon temple. Just because of one improper behavior, you want to block me from the gate of the kingdom of God?" Just as Master Clarendon was venting his resentment, the priest Theodore had already recited the prayer of purification. A sacred beam of light with a holy breath fell down, and a powerful sacred breath washed Master Clarendon's soul, purifying the dead resentment in his soul. Clarendon's body twitched violently, and his body suffered severe pain. After a while, he fainted in the bathtub. Priest Theodore walked to Master Clare Raiden, dipped his fingertips in some holy water, and drew a stroke on his forehead. The elf servants waiting on the side had already spread the bath towel on the bed. 2 elf servants lifted Master Clare Raiden out of the bathtub, put him on the bath towel, and gently dried his body, and then covered his body with a quilt again. "Remember to feed him the juice of the tree of life on time. His condition is getting worse and worse. I don't have enough holy light power to perform divine spells, so I want to take the holy grail away this time." Priest Theodore stared at the holy grail in the hand of the elf attendant, and said coldly. The door opened, and the silver moon elf walked in quickly from outside, saying with a stern face, "The holy grail is the reward for curing the teacher, you can't take it now." Do you know how much trouble it will be if the news of the Holy Grail spreads? Priest Theodore stared at the silver moon elf and asked coldly. As long as you don't say it, who will know? The silver moon elf glanced at the elf attendants around him, then stared at Priest Theodore, and said calmly, even if someone suspects, so what, who can come here to search? Priest Theodore looked at the Holy Grail, but finally gave up the idea of rushing to snatch it, and said with hatred, remember your original promise, whether Master Claire Raiden lives or dies, this Holy Grail belongs to me, mine. The silver moon elf narrowed his eyes, stared at Priest Theodore, and forced a smile on his face. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. The silver moon elf only sent Miss Belinda and Roy to the top floor stairs, and asked a servant to take the two away, and he turned back to the room. The elf attendant led the way silently in front. Roy followed Miss Belinda and was about to ask her, does the priest of the Moon Temple charge money every time he comes out to treat people? Then he heard a female voice in the corridor opposite the stairs. Roy, why are you here? Roy turned his head and looked at the corridor on the 4th floor. He just saw a silver moon elf girl in a sky blue dress holding the railing with one hand and waving at him. Roy recognized that the silver moon elf was Betha's best friend. It was what she said that night that made Roy think of visiting Master Claire Latin. My mother and I are here to visit Master Claire Latin. Do you live here? Roy walked towards her, even though he had forgotten the name of this elf girl. He only remembered that her skin was extremely white, and there were a few light freckles on her cheeks. The silver moon elf girl showed a beautiful smile and said to Roy, Hee, my home is not here, but I come to visit my uncle every week. Roy asked in a low voice with some disbelief, Master Claire Latin is actually your uncle? The silver moon elf girl waved at Roy again and said, Okay, I have to chase my brother in him. See you at the Elf Academy on Monday. Roy waved to her and turned to go downstairs with Ms. Belinda. Chapter 124. Roy, have you made friends with the Silver Moon Elves? Ms. Belinda looked away and asked Roy. She didn't expect that Roy would make friends with the Silver Moon Elves in the Elf Academy. Roy had never been able to integrate into the lives of the elves. He had been lonely since he was a child. The Silver Moon Elves of the same age looked down on him, which made Roy silent. If she hadn't been worried about Roy's depression, Ms. Belinda would never have moved to a place like Brown Street. I have a few Silver Moon Elf friends in the Elf Academy. Roy answered calmly. Ms. Belinda blinked. When Roy lived in the upper city, he didn't make any Silver Moon Elf friends. Unexpectedly, he made Silver Moon Elf friends in the lower city because he went to the Elf Academy. She originally planned to take Roy to Buenos, but now she is a little hesitant. For a half-elf, it is not easy to integrate into the life of the elf world. Roy now has his own circle of friends. And unlike what Ms. Belinda expected, his friends would be a group of half-blood elves. In fact, except for Sabrina and Moira, Ms. Belinda did not see Roy making friends with other half-blood elves. Roy. Ms. Belinda stopped and shouted to Roy after walking out of the tree house of Master Claire Raiden. Do you want to stay in Castletown and continue your studies at the Elf Academy? Roy said, if possible, I hope to stay here. Of course, he wanted to stay in Castleton City. There were not only so many friends here, but also the Black Pearl, and an easy job that could earn 400 colors a week. Ms. Belinda seemed to have made a major decision. She stood at the door of the treehouse with a loving smile on her face. She held Roy's face with both hands, her eyes full of longing for life, and said with a smile, Okay, we will stay, but I may have to go to Buenos Aires on business trips frequently, bringing my sculptures with me to try and find art masters who appreciate me. It would be best if they could help me exhibit these works. As long as the elves appreciate my works and achieve financial freedom, I can live a free life in the future. Ms. Belinda's young and beautiful face was filled with a faint glow of happiness. Roy was a little disappointed that he didn't see the stolen Holy Grail at Master Claire Latin's house. He returned to the Statue of Liberty listlessly. Jasper saw Roy push open the small door next to the big iron gate, and then he poked his head out of the small room at the door and asked loudly, Roy, why are you here at this time? Roy stopped and said to Jasper, I went to visit Master Claire Latin with my mother. I heard that Master Claire is very ill. Is that true? Jasper asked Roy in a low voice. Roy nodded and said, the master's physical condition is indeed not very good. When I saw him, he was in a coma. Are you going to the Black Pearl tonight? Jasper asked. Roy thought for a while and said, I have something to do in the evening, so I won't go for now. Okay. Jasper agreed. In the evening, Roy walked into Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy at the crossroads, and saw Mrs. Winnie checking the day's accounts at the counter of the pharmacy. The pharmacy at the corner of the street has a good business. The main customers are usually the crews of foreign ships in Castletown Harbor. They always buy some magic potions at Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy. The local elves also buy some antidote potions at Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy, which are mainly used to prevent being stung by poisonous fish in the sea. Basically, fishing boats going out to sea will carry antidote potions, which are not expensive. Hearing footsteps at the door, Mrs. Winnie looked up and saw Roy coming in from outside, so she pursed her lips and joked, "Roy, you rarely come here. What happened today? You were planning to take my cat for a walk on the beach, so you wanted to tell me?" Roy winked at Mrs. Winnie. She was also a half-blood elf, but she had 1/8 of wood elf blood. So, except for being a little taller, she basically had the characteristics of a Silver Moon elf. Perhaps because the pharmacist's lifestyle lacked exercise, Mrs. Winnie was a little fatter than most Silver Moon elves. So she looked a little stressed. "Mrs. Winnie, can you help me see what side effects this potion will have after taking it?" Roy walked to the counter, took out the permanent agility potion from his bag, put it on the counter, and said to her. Although Mrs. Winnie was a bit mean, as a magic pharmacist, her ability was unquestionable. Mrs. Winnie held the potion in her hand, pulled out the crystal stopper, put it under her nose and smelled it, then quickly put the cap back. "Wow, permanent agility potion, Roy, do you know what you have in your hand?" She leaned her elbows on the counter, leaned in front of Roy, and whispered in his ear. "What's wrong, Mrs. Winnie?" Roy asked in surprise. "If this bottle really contains the eternal agility potion, I suggest you sell it to me. It's worth at least 50 magic crystals. Of course, if you don't want to sell it, it's best to find a place to store it, but it will cost a storage fee. Don't always carry such valuable things with you, because thieves like this kind of valuable things. Another way is to drink it as soon as possible if you need it." Mrs. Winnie spoke to Roy quickly. Roy said directly, "So I ask you to identify its authenticity and see if it has been mixed with other potion ingredients. If it is safe, I want to drink it." Roy's physique is not much different from that of the elves, and there is no specific difference in strength, but the difference in agility is too big. This directly led to Roy's learning of elf martial arts, which often resulted in half the result with twice the effort. So Roy actually wanted to drink it to improve his body. Mrs. Winnie looked at the bottle of potion in her hand again, and then looked at Roy seriously, and then said very proudly, "You really found the right person for this matter, but I have to make it clear in advance that I will not give you a discount on the appraisal fee because of the relationship between my kitten and you." Roy was a little helpless. There was nothing he could do. Whenever he went to Mrs. Winnie for something, she would always bring up the kitten. Can I know how much the appraisal fee is?" Roy asked curiously. 100 colors. Mrs. Winnie stretched out a finger and said quickly. "Okay, Mrs. Winnie, then you can help me identify it," Roy said, and then put a pile of shells on the counter. Mrs. Winnie immediately brought a set of experimental utensils with countless beakers, test tubes, crucibles, filtration devices, and alcohol stoves from behind. These experimental utensils were assembled together and looked like a whole. Mrs. Winnie lit the alcohol lamp quickly, and her fingers were extremely flexible to draw a drop of medicine from the medicine bottle. She dripped the permanent agility potion on a piece of asbestos paper, then burned it fiercely on the flame of an alcohol lamp. A light green smoke floated out and was instantly collected into the bottle by the smoke collector. The smoke flowed into the tube along the bottle. The smoke passed through the tubes and finally flowed out of the experimental vessel and was finally inhaled by Mrs. Winnie. There is no smell harmful to the body in this. It is a bottle of agility potion of excellent quality, very high quality, Mrs. Winnie praised. Then she put the stack of color on the counter into the drawer. "If you want to drink this kind of permanent potion, you should drink it as soon as possible." After Mrs. Winnie finished speaking, she took a piece of paper from the shelf at the back, wrapped the bottle of agility potion for Roy completely, and handed it to Roy. Roy quickly put the precious permanent agility potion into his bag. Then Roy walked out of the pharmacy and walked towards home along Brown Street. Tonight, Ms. Belinda went to a dance prepared by her friends to celebrate her regaining freedom. When Roy returned home and just opened the gate of the yard, Moira came out from behind the wall and whispered to Roy, "Roy, why did you go out for so long this time? The college is holding an outdoor practice class, and we need to live outdoors for another month." Roy stopped and said, "Oh, by the way, Moira, wait a minute." Roy walked into the house immediately after he finished speaking, confusing Moira. Not long after, Roy walked out of the room. He held a pendant with a petrified lizard tooth in his hand, and handed it to Moira, who was waiting behind the low wall, and whispered to her, "I didn't encounter anything interesting when I went to the Maladid jungle this time. This is a petrified lizard tooth. It is said that lizard teeth are highly toxic and extremely sharp. Now, I will string it on a rope and give it to you. I hope you like it." Moira looked at the sharp tooth that was as long as a finger, and took it in her hand with some hesitation. "Thank you, Roy." Moira seemed very happy that she would receive a gift. "Be careful, don't let it scratch you." Before Roy entered the house, he did not forget to remind Moira. Seeing that Roy was about to go into the house, Moira hurriedly asked, "Roy, are you still exercising tonight?" Roy stood at the door and said to Moira, who was a little eager to try, "Or let's start tomorrow night. I'm taking a day off today. I've been a little exhausted recently." "Oh, see you tomorrow night." Moira agreed obediently, holding the pendant, and turned away happily. Chapter 125. She is such a simple half-blood elf. She likes to lock herself up at home all day, unwilling to contact the elves outside, and has a gentle and sensitive personality. Even a fish or a walk on the beach, or even such a simple lizard tooth necklace, will make her happy. She is like a night-blade leopard cub that has just grown milk teeth, full of vigilance against the world, will carefully hide in the shadows of the bushes, quietly observing the movements around. It was difficult for her to trust others easily. In addition to her mother, Ms. Jillian, and her sister, Sabrina, Roy was able to gain her trust because they had something in common. Both of them had a lonely childhood. When her sister Sabrina helped her mother Jillian sell fish at the fish market, Moira would stay at home alone. She would never open the gate and sneak out to the street to meet other elf children. When Roy first moved to Brown Street, he was also very withdrawn. At that time, Moira noticed the half-elf boy who looked like a human in the neighbor's house. Perhaps because of his half-elf identity, Moira became a little curious. Occasionally, she would climb over the wall and peek to observe what Roy was doing in the yard. During the time Roy lived in the upper city, he suffered discrimination and alienation from the children of the Silver Moon Elves, which made him a bit paranoid and withdrawn since he was a child. Precisely because of their past, Moira and Roy can get along well. Occasionally, the two would share a piece of breadfruit across a low wall of shrubs, and occasionally Moira would hand Roy a piece of tuna meat. Speaking of this, it must be said that Ms. Belinda usually doesn't like to eat fish. In fact, the first fish Roy ate was given to him by Moira. Because he was a half-elf, Roy grew up very fast. Moira and Roy were about the same height, but after a few years, Roy was more than half a head taller than Moira, catching up with his sister Sabrina. It was also from this time that Roy began to change. He would occasionally stare at Sabrina's collar in a daze, and even dared to secretly lift Sabrina's skirt. Sabrina had taught Roy a lesson more than once, but Roy did not repent. Until Sabrina went to the Elf Academy and learned the basic martial arts, she beat Roy severely. That time, Roy's head hit the stone steps in the yard and bled a lot. That time, Moira and Sabrina were scared, and they were severely scolded by their mother, Ms. Jillian. Roy lay in bed for 3 days before getting up. However, he seemed to have lost his memory during that time. He could not remember many things and became quieter. The only thing that did not change was that his eyes were still out of control. He always liked to look at Sabrina's chest, and he still liked to eat fish. Ms. Jillian told the two sisters that all elves who have reached adulthood will have this bad habit. Moira held a very rotten linen rope and looked at the lizard tooth on the rope. In order to avoid scratching herself, Moira found some more linen ropes to wrap the lizard tooth little by little and hung it on the wall beside the bed. Every time Roy came home, he would wash the dirty clothes accumulated in the bathroom, then take a good bath and hang the washed clothes on the clothesline on the second-floor terrace. The wooden door of Ms. Belinda's studio was half open, and some of the finished works had been placed in wooden boxes covered with hay. These works were probably prepared to be taken to Buenos. Roy wanted to go to the drainage outlet on the seawall to see the Dark Moon Elf Wiser, to find out if he had left Castletown safely. After thinking about it, I decided to go there again tomorrow morning to take a look. Roy walked into his room. The crystal ball was still on the table, but it was wiped very clean without any dust. After closing the curtains, Roy lay on the bed and reached under the bed. After groping for a long time, he pulled out the sacred scepter inlaid with gems. To be honest, this thing is a bit like a work of art. The patterns on the whole scepter are very exquisite, and the grip is also very comfortable. Roy was now an apprentice priest who had learned 3 divine arts. He could feel the faint holy light power on the scepter. When he held it in his hand, he could also feel that the holy light seemed to be feeding back to him. A trace of warm holy light continued to flow into his body along the palm of his hand. Roy held the sacred scepter and tried to release a glimmer illumination spell. Except that the glimmer illumination spell was a little brighter than before, he did not find anything else. As he approached, Roy released another power blessing to himself. This time, Roy felt the blessing effect more clearly. The power attribute was much higher. It was a very obvious feeling. Looking at the scepter in his hand, Roy wanted to throw the wooden hammer directly into the sea. When he tried the secondary healing spell, the sacred scepter became ineffective again. It seemed that the sacred scepter only had some attribute blessing for the power blessing, and no other effects were found for the time being. However, it was obvious that the divine pattern on the scepter was not activated, so Roy judged that the power of this scepter was more than that. After putting the sacred scepter back under the bed, Roy took out the bottle of Eternal Agility potion from his bag. He didn't expect that this potion would be so valuable. He opened the bottle cap, and a string of bubbles came out of the green liquid inside again. Roy smelled it, but didn't find any strange smell inside. He carefully put the bottle mouth to his mouth, and then drank the bottle of cool agility potion that was like bubbling water in one breath, and finally burped. Roy felt a cold breath flowing through his stomach and into his limbs. The joints of his body were changing significantly, and the fascia at the joints showed obvious signs of itching. Roy stretched out his hands, and carefully experienced the wonderful feeling brought by the medicine to his body. He tried to jump on the spot. Although the height of the jump did not change much, he felt as if he could keenly grasp every detail of the movement when he took off. Roy clearly felt that his control over his reaction ability suddenly seemed to be much stronger. He pushed open the bedroom door, ran to the terrace quickly, and stood on the terrace railing with a light jump. In the past, he would not try such dangerous actions, but now he found that his balance ability has also improved a lot. Standing on the terrace, he casually performed a few sets of elementary martial arts movements, and the original sluggish feeling on his body completely disappeared, and he could even complete these movements with ease. Now he could truly feel the ease with which Moira performed these movements. It turned out that completing these movements smoothly was so refreshing, and he felt that every muscle and tendon in his body moved with the movements. It seemed that this Eternal Agility potion was really worth the money. No wonder it was so expensive. Roy moved around on the terrace for a while, and then returned to his room to sleep contentedly. At night, the drunk Ms. Belinda was actually helped back by Sabrina. Roy opened the door sleepily and saw Ms. Belinda, who was already drunk, staggering towards the house with Sabrina's support. He immediately ran over and carried Ms. Belinda into the room with Sabrina's help. Roy skillfully carried half a basin of water and a towel, and thanked Sabrina repeatedly. I saw Ms. Belinda at the corner of the street. Her friends saw that I could help her home, so they took a carriage and left, Sabrina explained. This was not the first time that this had happened. Roy knew that Ms. Belinda's Silver Moon Elf friends had a serious prejudice against the lower town, believing that it was in chaos, with poor public security, and that the entire lower town was filled with countless thieves, robbers, and thugs. If they hadn't been sending Belinda home, they simply wouldn't have wanted to stay for a moment. Thank you for helping her back. She must have been very heavy after getting drunk, Roy said, as he helped Ms. Belinda take off her leather shoes. Fortunately, it's getting late, I go back first, Sabrina whispered to Roy. Roy helped Ms. Belinda untie her hair tie, and then wiped her face with a wet towel, and then turned back to Sabrina and said, Wait, I have a gift for you. This time I went to the Malaga jungle, and I happened to meet a petrified lizard. As he said that, Roy walked back to his room quickly, and took out 2 petrified lizards' front paws from his bag. The 2 front paws were wrapped in oil paper. In addition to the antiseptic treatment, there was no other treatment. It looked like a faint smell of decay, and there was dark lizard meat inside the lizard skin, which was very ugly. Roy and Claire were not professional skinners, so they didn't dare to try to peel the skin off the claws easily. So the 4 lizard claws were cut off in one piece. These 2 lizard front claws can just make a pair of heavy leather gloves, which should be very suitable for you, Roy said, as he rewrapped the lizard front claws and handed them to Sabrina. Sabrina knew that if these 2 lizard claws were given to a leatherworker, they would become a pair of very good heavy leather gloves in a week. But she suddenly thought of the lizard tooth pendant she saw at Moira's bedside at night, and she pushed the 2 lizard claws back, and said inexplicably, If possible, I also want a tooth pendant like that. Roy was stunned for a moment, and glanced at the bag. Although there were many lizard teeth, Roy actually only made 2, which were considered the best among the many teeth. He was originally going to keep one for himself, but now that Sabrina mentioned this, Roy had to take out the other one from the bag. I only made 2, if you like it, I give it to you. Chapter 126. Roy sent Sabrina away before returning to Ms. Belinda's room. Ms. Belinda was lying on the bed wrapped in a blanket, with her long hair spread out on the bed. Roy helped her untie the long skirt of her corset little by little, took off the outer skirt, and felt much more comfortable lying on the bed in her nightgown. Seeing that Ms. Belinda showed no signs of waking up, Roy covered her with a thin blanket. He also prepared a large cup of honey water for her, and placed it on the bedside table, and drew the curtains. Then he walked down the second floor quietly. After returning to the living room, Roy wrapped the lizard claw in oil paper, and prepared to find a reliable leather shop in the commercial street after the trial tomorrow. He planned to customize a set of heavy leather armor, and make a pair of gloves with lizard claws. The next time there is an outdoor practical class, he can wear a set of leather armor, which should be easier. He took out the magic crystal given to him by Earl Amelia, and read the elf war dance inside again. Roy had no clue and didn't know how to learn it at all. It was early in the morning, and Roy got up from bed and prepared some breakfast in the kitchen. The door of Ms. Belinda's room was still tightly closed, as if she was still drunk. After getting dressed, Roy ran out of the house. He crossed the stone bridge over the Dane River, and ran all the way to the seawall drainage canal. When Roy jumped onto the boulder again, and came to the crack next to the drainage canal, he found that there was no trace of any habitation here. Even the stone bed that Roy built had been completely dismantled, and the banana leaves on the stone bed were gone. It looked like the dark moon elf Xavier had already left. Roy breathed a sigh of relief, and prepared to leave the rocky area. When he was about to leave, he found a line of simple elven words clearly written in elven language on a large stone near the drainage ditch. "I'm leaving." The large stone was covered with moss. The handwriting was written on the mossy stone, and some scratches were still very clear. It was obviously written by Xavier. Roy jumped onto the seawall and jogged along the seawall to the intersection. There were no pedestrians at the intersection, only the Nightblade leopard raised by Mrs. Windsor, the owner of the pharmacy, secretly peeped out through the low wall of shrubs. Roy waited for a long time before a long carriage stopped at the intersection. He jumped into the carriage, paid the coachman 1 kolar, and sat down in an empty seat. The scenery outside the window began to change. In the morning, the streets of the lower city were already very lively, but when the long carriage passed the cliff and entered the upper city, it was found that the entire upper city was very quiet. The morning sun fell on the open space in the forest through the tree house, and there was a beautiful scene of birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere. Many Silver Moon elves don't have the habit of getting up early. They often open the window of their bedroom and see the midday sun. The long carriage drove all the way to the Tree of Life on the north side of the Heroes Square, and Roy got out of the long carriage. There were already many elves waiting here, not only Silver Moon elves, but also some half-blood elves. Roy saw some teachers from the Elf Academy, some kidnapped Silver Moon elf students in the academy, and some relatives and friends around them. Everyone was waiting patiently at the steps under the Tree of Life. The topics discussed were all about the news of the trial. Claire saw Roy coming out of the carriage, and hurriedly walked out of the crowd and waved to him vigorously. Roy walked up to Claire and asked with a smile, "Claire, how are your homework preparations going?" "Everything is ready. Do you want to listen to the Blue Dane River?" Claire was wearing a gorgeous dress that the Silver Moon elves often wore, and even her hair was combed meticulously. She stood opposite Roy and said proudly. Roy said, "Of course I listen to it if I have a chance." "What are your plans for today?" Claire asked Roy. Roy patted his bag and replied, "I'm going to go to the leather shop to find out how much it costs to customize a set of heavy leather armor." Claire said with a beaming face, "Do you want to come to my house and listen to the song I played? You don't know. I tried playing it twice at home, and everyone's reaction was so exaggerated that some people could actually hear that I was playing the sound of the river." Roy curled his lips and refused without hesitation. "I think it's better to forget it." Instructor Nora walked out from a group of elf teachers and came directly to Roy and Claire. This time, the group of bad slave traders were caught. Instructor Nora made a great contribution to the arrest operation. It was also because of Instructor Nora that the Elf Academy was able to save some face. At least it can calm down some of the dissatisfaction of the Silver Moon elves in Castletown. Roy and Claire saw Instructor Nora, who was wearing leather armor, coming over, and immediately stood up and saluted Instructor Nora. Both of them were Instructor Nora's students, and saluting was the most basic etiquette for Instructor Nora. "You are here too. Fortunately, because of your keen insight, we have made some discoveries in that search and arrest operation." The group of slave traders really fled along the secret path in the forest all the way to the hunting ground. Instructor Nora said without any taboo. Roy and Claire looked at each other, and Claire understood Roy's idea, and hurriedly smiled and whispered, "This may have nothing to do with the two of us." This is what Instructor Nora thought of. A team of elf guards appeared on the steps of the Tree of Life. The roots of the Tree of Life were almost like a small mound of earth. The elves built winding and exquisite steps along the roots of the Tree of Life, leading all the way to the trunk of this giant tree with a crown area of 1 acre. Like other tree houses, the Silver Moon Elves built a wooden door on the trunk of the Tree of Life. After the elf guards pushed open the door, with scattered carvings of flowers, plants and trees, the Silver Moon Elves waiting at the bottom of the steps walked towards the door of the Tree of Life. This is the location of the Silver Moon Elf Elder Council. Walking into the Tree of Life, it is still an incredibly large space. The bright reception hall is almost an empty semicircular space, and there is a passage consisting of 3 steps behind it. This is the first floor hall of the Elf Elder Council of Castletown City. In addition to several elf guards at the door, there are 3 Silver Moon female elves standing behind the half-moon-shaped reception desk in the reception hall. They took the initiative to lead a group of people to the steps on the far left. Roy came here for the first time. He followed Claire obediently, and soon entered a meeting room filled with tiered seats. This tiered meeting room is very different from the tiered classroom. The tiered classroom is just a small angle fan-shaped building, while this one looks like an inverted cone. After everyone sat down, their eyes were focused on the interrogation table below, which gave people a very strong sense of oppression. The decoration inside the court was very simple, but the carvings everywhere were inseparable from the characteristics of the Tree of Life. Roy and Claire sat down in the back row, but the Silver Moon female elf receptionist asked them to sit in the witness stand in the front, which was almost the closest to the trial platform. What made Roy and Claire feel a little relieved was that instructor Nora was also sitting there. After waiting for the Silver Moon elves to enter the trial hall one after another, there was a buzzing noise around. Roy and Claire were also talking in a low voice. Dong dong dong. A heavy knocking sound was heard above their heads, and the next moment, the sound in the trial hall immediately quieted down. An elderly Silver Moon elf, wearing a gorgeous noble robe, sat in a hanging basket woven from branches, supported by a vine hanging from the ceiling. The wooden basket woven from branches looked like a desk covered with green leaves, and the old elf sat steadily on the chair. The hanging basket was supported by a vine, and it could move freely within the space of the trial chamber, like an extra-long arm. The old elf appeared above everyone's head, and all the elves focused their attention on him. He slowly floated in the center of the trial room and said to the Silver Moon elves around him, "Everyone be quiet, the trial of the kumquat slavers will begin now." His voice was old and full of majesty. "Now I announce that all the kumquat slavers will be brought to the trial room. Due to the large number of people, we can only try 10 people at a time. Please be patient." Roy, who was sitting in the front row of the tiered seats, learned the details of this trial from Claire's whispered introduction. The Silver Moon elves are rarely sentenced to death. After this trial, the slavers of the kumquat will most likely become prisoners in the elf prison. Of course, the prisoners in the elf prison will not eat for free. Mining, tunneling and many other hard tasks will become their daily work. The ship called the Golden Orange has now been towed back to the port of Castletown. However, it did not dock at the port pier. Because the ship is intact, it will be sent to the port of St. Margaret in the Dark Moon Kingdom. The 132 crew members who were captured, including the captain, will be sent to the port of St. Margaret after trial, and then to a mine prison of the Dark Moon Elves. This time, the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion of the Silver Moon Elf captured the Golden Orange. Since there was no captain on the ship, after more than 70 crew members died in the battle, the rest of the crew members were forced to surrender. Of course, some crew members who jumped into the sea to escape were not included in the statistics. However, the chances of survival of these crew members were very slim, because the Silver Pegasus Elf warriors searched the nearby waters for nearly 10 days. These Silver Pegasus Elf warriors would not pull the living crew members back from the sea. Roy did not expect that there were so many crew members on the sea ship. He was whispering with Claire when he saw a row of crew members with heavy shackles on their bodies walking into the trial platform below. Chapter 127. When the slave traders, wearing heavy shackles, filed into the circular trial platform below the trial hall, the shackles made a crisp clanging sound as they dragged on the ground. A total of 13 crew members were tied together by heavy chains. The chain not only had a neck collar, but also a section of the chain hanging down to the ground, tightly locking the crew members' hands and feet. The shackles were very heavy, and almost bent the waists of all the seamen. Only the warrior leader, who walked in the front, stood straight. Although his clothes were stained with blood, his hair was messy, and his face was full of bruises, his steps were extremely firm. Every step he took, his sharp eyes would look at the surrounding steps. The powerful aura made the court suddenly silent. He was filled with a breath of blood and violence. The crew members behind him also had fierce faces, but their clothes were stained with blood. They walked slowly, as if they were seriously injured, like old dogs dragged to the execution ground, holding their tails and restraining their breath, but looking around with the most vicious eyes. The surrounding Silver Moon elves pointed at these slave traders. The old elf was the chief judge of the Elders' Council of Castletown City. At this time, the vines holding up the old elf were like octopus tentacles, and they could actually move around freely in the court with the vine basket. The old elf was in control of the courtroom, and in the uppermost area of the courtroom, a group of Silver Moon elves dressed in various costumes came in one after another, wearing a badge of bows and swords on their chests. Claire leaned close to Roy's ear and told him that these people were from the arbitration committee. The chief judge held a wicker basket with both hands and said loudly to everyone in the courtroom, "The criminals on the stage are the captain, the first mate, the second mate, and 10 thugs who landed on the elf continent to rob young elves. As the chief judge of this courtroom, I want to hear what the Elf Academy, as the accuser, has to say." After a passionate speech, the chief judge set his eyes on several teachers of the Elf Academy at the bottom. One of the teachers stood up, looked around, and then said, "I am the director of the Elf Academy, responsible for arranging the outdoor practice classes for freshmen this semester. According to past practice, our academy arranged the outdoor practice classes in the Malaga jungle. After years of experience in holding outdoor practice classes, we know that there is absolutely no threat from wild animals in the Malaga jungle. The biggest threat to the freshmen in the Malaga jungle is the snakes, ants, poisonous insects in the jungle, as well as the changeable and harsh environment and climate in the jungle. But this time we encountered an unprecedented problem. The check-in point in the northwest corner of the jungle was besieged by a group of slave traders, and our instructor stationed at the check-in point was killed on the spot by these slave traders. The freshmen who rushed to the check-in point to complete the course tasks could not escape the clutches of these slave traders. A total of 17 college freshmen were robbed by them. If their deeds had not been exposed halfway, I think the number of young elves they captured would definitely be more than these. So I think the mistakes made by these slave traders on the elf continent are unforgivable. I have applied to the Council of Elders to severely sentence these slave traders and confiscate all their property. I hope to throw them into a mine where there will never be sunlight. The sentence is death, and they will never appear in the sun." The dean of teaching boasted, and his voice rose in the last sentence, exaggerating the emotions in his heart to the extreme. After he finished speaking, he immediately stirred up all the elves in the trial hall to raise their right hands and shout angrily at the group of slave traders on the trial stand, "Sentence them severely. Sentence. Sentence. Sentence." The chief judge waited for everyone to vent their anger, and the surrounding sounds to recover before raising his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. The vines supported the chief judge and looked around the trial hall, and everyone quieted down. The old elf judge said, "The accusers from the academy have clearly stated their demands, so please invite the military representative of the Silver Pegasus Elf Corps to accuse these invaders of their crimes." One of the 3 elven military representatives sitting next to the teachers of the Elf Academy immediately stood up. He was wearing a neat silver armor and said to everyone, "I am the military representative appointed by the 17th Silver Pegasus Corps. These invaders quietly landed from the northern coastline of Castletown and first poached in the Ophelia Royal Hunting Ground. The various rare monsters in the Royal Hunting Ground failed to satisfy the inflated desires of these invaders. They then went into the Malaga jungle to plunder young elves. For the evil deeds they committed, the military fully agreed with the request made by the Elf Academy accusers to exile them directly to the death mines that will never see the sun." Roy and Claire were in the bottom row, closest to the slave traders, and could see the most clearly. He counted from the beginning to the end, but he couldn't see the magician Benjamin. These crew members were beaten and bruised all over, and their hair was disheveled. It was difficult to recognize them just by their faces. Roy could only recognize the leader, who led a group of sailors to the shore and stayed in the hotel. He was the captain of the Kumquat. Roy whispered to Claire secretly, "It seems that one person is missing. I remember that the magician named Benjamin, who communicated with me at the beginning, but now he is not among these prisoners on trial." Claire's eyes widened. He thought all the slave traders had been caught, but now it seems that they were not. Could he have escaped? Claire responded in a low voice. "Probably," Roy said with some distress. "It was a magician who ran away. At this time, Claire, who was sitting next to him, just reacted and stared at Roy and asked, 'Are you saying that there is a magician among the escaped slave traders?' "Yes." Roy nodded in agreement. Claire scratched his head and said distressfully, "That's really troublesome. We both have to be careful that the magician will take revenge in the dark." After the old elf judge invited a group of victimized elf students to testify about the crimes of the slave traders, he turned his attention to Claire and Roy. First Claire made a statement, and then Roy. Witness Roy, please stand up. The judge's voice had an irresistible power. Roy stood up honestly and said, "Respected judge, I am witness Roy." The judge looked at the main slave traders and asked Roy, "Roy, have you seen them?" Roy quickly replied, "I can only be sure that the captain was sitting under the tree at the sign-in point, waiting for our elf team to fall into his trap." It was morning, and the jungle was filled with thick fog in the morning, so the faces of other people could not be seen clearly. The chief judge nodded and asked Roy, "Roy, do you have anything else to say?" If not, he would continue to question the next witness. There were more than 20 witnesses in the court this time, and the interrogation process was also quite long. Roy immediately raised his head and said, "Mr. Judge, their crimes are not limited to this. In addition to robbing young elves in the Maladed jungle, the kumquat docked at Castletown Harbor 2 months ago. It was this captain who took these slave traders off the ship and killed the half-blood elf Jefferson in the tavern at the end of Brown Street." When Roy said this, there was another uproar around him. Many people had known about this for a long time, so the voices were not very strong. Roy waited for the surroundings to quiet down before saying, "In addition, I have a question to ask this captain." The wicker basket with the old elf floated in front of Roy. The chief judge saw Roy's clear eyes and nodded and promised, "Okay." Roy set his eyes on the warrior leader. When he looked at him coldly, Roy said, "Captain, the last time you docked at Castletown Harbor, you killed the half-blood elf Jefferson. Do you remember?" An elf next to him translated Roy's Elvish into Imperial language. The warrior leader narrowed his eyes and looked at Roy seriously. He seemed to realize something in his heart. He looked at Roy coldly for a long time before speaking a string of Imperial language that Roy couldn't understand. The elf quickly translated his words. "I can only say I'm sorry for Jefferson's death. In fact, he was the first to stab one of our companions. We were just trying to protect ourselves at the time." Surrounded by the elves, the warrior leader was so organized when he spoke. It seemed that there was no fear in him at all. "Then I have another question. I hope you can answer it truthfully. I think your answer will not affect your sentence, so I just want to find out the truth here," Roy said. He watched the elf translator translate this sentence, and then quickly asked, "After killing the half-blood elf Jefferson, did you kill another half-blood elf named Peleus in the lower city?" This time, the warrior leader pondered for a while again, and then said with certainty, "No, after we accidentally killed Jefferson, we returned to the kumquat and left Castletown Harbor not long after. Your Excellency the Judge, I have no other questions." Roy got the answer. He had a hunch that what the warrior leader said should be the truth. After some witnesses' statements, the trial finally came to an end. Everyone was talking among themselves, and the elves of the arbitration committee. The old elf judge raised a golden hammer and announced to everyone in the court, "Then, next, I announce that after the unanimous opinion of the arbitration committee members of the court, all crew members on the kumquat are sentenced to 200 years in prison. The prison to serve the sentence is the Param Island prison. The captain of the kumquat and 13 major slave traders will have their sentences increased by 100 years, and will be sent to the mine prison of Zijin Mining in Indiohouse City in the Evernight Forest to serve their sentences." After speaking, the golden hammer fell heavily on the table. Chapter 128. Everyone stood up and watched the main criminals on the trial stand leave the court one after another from the passage below, led by the elf guards. The bigwigs of the arbitration committee left from the passage above. But when leaving the court, Roy suddenly found that he seemed to be secretly stared at. It felt like a cold venomous snake emerged from behind him, making him sweat all over. When he raised his head, the person staring at him had already retracted his gaze. However, Roy still felt intuitively that the man was wearing a black robe and standing among the arbitration committee members. Roy wanted to walk a few steps faster to catch up, but was blocked by the elf in front. There were only 4 passages leading to the outside of the judgment hall. Roy was at the back, so it was impossible to chase him out at this time. "Roy, what are you looking at?" Claire, who was standing by, saw Roy constantly looking up and asked curiously. Roy pointed to one of the big men of the arbitration committee, who was wearing a black robe, and asked Claire, "Who is that person?" Just then, the big man in black robe turned his head and showed half of his face. Claire recognized him at once. The priest of the Moon Temple, Thorndyke. What happened? Roy was startled. He didn't expect that the black-robed elf would be a priest of the Moon Temple. Nothing. Roy shrank his head and responded. Roy was sure that the cold and hostile look just now must have come from the eyes of the priest of the Moon Temple. At this time, he suddenly remembered that in the Megala jungle, the half-blood elf told him that when Peleus died, someone saw a priest of the Moon Temple passing by the death scene. However, No one doubted that the priest of the Moon Temple would kill a half-blood elf. Roy felt that this matter was becoming more and more troublesome. But then again, the sailors who killed Jefferson were all caught, and the entire ship's crew was sentenced to severe punishment. I don't know how Moira would feel when she heard the news. Unfortunately, there was still a magician Benjamin who slipped through the net. Currently, the Golden Orange ship was anchored outside the Castletown harbor. Roy felt that after losing the ship, the magician Benjamin should be unable to move in the elf world, so he was likely to be active around the city of Castletown. Walking out of the trial chamber, some Silver Moon elves cast their eyes on Roy, and everyone showed a kind look. Roy walked out of the hall of the Silver Moon elves' elder council, and looked back at the huge tree of life. He was really a little bit unbelievable. It was such a tree of life that produced the life juice that would benefit the Silver Moon elves of the entire city. Near the Hero Square in the upper city of Castletown, there are shops selling some magic items. Because only the huge profits from magic items can allow the shop owners to pay the high rents of these shops. Roy wanted to go to the leather shop to inquire about the production cost of the petrified lizard heavy leather armor. The best leather shop was here, next to a magic tailor's shop. Through the clean window, Roy saw a whole row of magic robes hanging inside. Jasper said that the magic tailor shop here can also make priest robes. This kind of priest robe can increase the casting speed of divine spells, and you can also choose to use mana throttling or mana torrent. There were indeed some elves in the shop choosing magic robes. Roy was going to customize a set of leather armor for himself, so he had to choose a leather shop. The sign of the leather shop in front of him had a piece of beautiful fur of a hedgehog crystal lion hanging on it. It seemed that the craftsmen of this leather shop were good at making this kind of light leather armor. The Silver Moon elves did like to wear all kinds of light leather armor. If they wanted heavy armor, they would choose metal mithril. Therefore, the thick leather armor that Roy chose could not be taken on by ordinary small leather shops, not to mention that the leather he prepared was high-grade petrified lizard leather. Roy opened the curtain at the door and walked in to find that the leather shop smelled a bit bad. "Welcome, this is Samp Leather Shop. How can I help you?" An elf who was hitting the leather with a stick at the door turned around and greeted Roy politely. I want to customize a set of thick leather armor made of petrified lizards with..." Before Roy finished speaking, the Silver Moon elf interrupted Roy and said, "Sorry, we only accept customized light leather armor. If you want to customize heavy leather armor, we can't serve you here." Roy didn't expect that this leather shop would refuse to accept orders for thick leather armor. Roy had no choice but to try to find a second leather shop in the Hero Square. Unfortunately, he walked around the square and couldn't find a second leather shop. During this period, Roy also walked into a shop that only sold magic waste bags. He asked about the price of the most common magic belt, which also required 10 magic crystals. Roy now had more than 1,000 kolar in his hand. Unless he sold the petrified lizard skin in his hand, his money was not enough to buy a magic waste bag. Seeing that magic waste bag with the simplest pattern, Roy could only wait for a while before he could afford it. The salary from the Statue of Liberty allowed Roy to save 3 magic crystals every month, which meant that Roy needed to save money for at least 3 months to afford a magic waste bag. During this period, Roy had experienced some training in the Megala jungle, which obviously made him realize how important it was to have a magic waste bag when going out. Leaving the waste bag store with some disappointment, Roy realized that it was already past noon. Roy did not take a long carriage, but walked along a busy street all the way to the lower city. The lower city of Castletown is always much more lively than the upper city. The half-blood elves living here have a very diverse food, and the goods on the street stalls are also of various kinds. Roy stopped in front of a breadfruit stall, and wanted to pick a breadfruit to take home. Just as he squatted in front of the stall, Roy felt that a carriage behind him had almost stopped at the side of the street at the same time. He was slightly moved in his heart, and immediately put down the breadfruit in his hand, and walked forward quickly. Sure enough, the carriage behind quickly caught up. Roy found someone following him, and immediately turned and went into a narrow alley on the street. He had gotten rid of Steve's group of elves near here before. The alleys in the lower city were very narrow, and the carriage could hardly drive in. There were often some debris piled up on both sides of the street. Roy went into the alley briskly, and saw a carriage parked at the entrance of the alley, and he felt a little complacent. He thought he had gotten rid of the pursuer on the carriage so easily, but he didn't expect that the door of the carriage parked at the entrance of the alley was pushed open, and an elf wearing the robes of the moon god priest got off the carriage, and quickly chased into the alley. Roy looked back and saw that it was the priest Thorndyke whom he had seen in the court. When Roy was about to get out of this alley, he found 2 priests of the Moon Temple standing on the street next door. They looked around and must be looking for someone. Roy quickly moved closer to the wall and avoided the patrolling eyes of the two priests of the Moon Temple at the street corner. He thought that if he was blocked in the alley, he would not even have a chance to resist. He could only bite the bullet and walk out of the alley quickly. After the two priests of the Moon Temple discovered Roy's whereabouts, they immediately chased after him. "He's there! Catch him!" one of the Moon Temple priests shouted and chased. The half-blood elves on the street looked at the two Moon Temple priests, who were causing chaos in the street. Roy did not run, but just walked quickly along the long street. The Moon Temple priests quickly caught up with Roy. The two young priests rushed up from both sides, trying to subdue Roy on the spot. When Roy struggled hard, he was pushed hard by the Moon Temple priest. He fell to the ground in a mess, and even the sleeves of his clothes were rubbed against the stone slabs. A group of half-blood elves came up to watch. Roy was stuck in the crowd and wanted to squeeze out of the crowd and run away in the chaos, but he heard the young priest of the Moon Temple shouting, "Catch him! He is the heretic who is trying to disturb the peace of the elf world. We must take him back to the Moon Temple." The half-blood elves looked at Roy in surprise. Among the crowd, a believer of the Statue of Liberty shouted, "He is a trainee priest of the Statue of Liberty, not a heretic. You must have made a mistake. He is a trainee priest. Yes, I know him too. He is the trainee priest who gave us holy water. Yes, yes, I was wondering why he looked so familiar." At this time, the street was in chaos. Amid the noisy shouting, the priest Thorndyke chased out from the alley behind. "The priest is here." The two young priests seemed to have found their backbone and immediately looked at the priest Thorndyke in a bit of a panic. The priest Thorndyke came over with a gloomy face and asked the two young priests, "What's going on?" The two young priests immediately reported to priest Thorndyke in a pretentious manner, "Sir, we have caught a heretic." The half-blood elves who were watching shouted, "It has been said that he is not a heretic, he is an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty." The two young priests immediately looked at priest Thorndyke. In fact, priest Thorndyke took the lead in this arrest operation. But the three priests of the Moon Temple overlooked one thing, that is, almost all the people living in the lower city were half-blood elves, and a considerable number of these half-blood elves were once believers of the Statue of Liberty. The Moon Temple never accepts half-blood elves, so these three priests have no supporters in the lower city. For a while, the two young priests couldn't take Roy away. The two sides were deadlocked for a moment, and the elves suddenly separated, and two elf patrols came in from outside. "The patrol masters are here." There were also half-blood elves shouting loudly. The two elf patrols saw this scene, and couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. The priests of the Moon Temple surrounded the priests of the Statue of Liberty in the street. They were caught up in such a shitty thing. The elf patrols looked at Roy and recognized him as the trainee priest next to the great priest Reed. The elf patrols of the guard team could only come up and said with a smile on their faces, "Master Priest Thorndyke, you must have recognized the wrong person. He is the trainee priest Roy of the Statue of Liberty. If you want to take Roy away, you need to negotiate with the priest Reed of the Statue of Liberty." Roy broke away from the hands of the two priests of the Moon Temple, stared at priest Thorndyke, and said to him, neither servile nor arrogant, "I will tell the great priest Reed the whole story of the unfair treatment I received today." Priest Thorndyke stood in the group of elves, looking at Roy calmly, and let him leave without saying a word. Chapter 129. The half-blood elves on the street automatically made way for Roy, and everyone watched him leave silently. Just like the Statue of Liberty quietly left the elven continent, the half-blood elves just gradually left the Statue of Liberty. No one tried to stand up and retain them, or do anything else, as if they didn't belong here in the first place. Even though there was a period of time when the priests of the Statue of Liberty helped countless residents of the lower city. Even in the several gatherings last month, Roy held a silver spoon to distribute holy water to the believers. But now, all everyone can do is stand in the crowd and watch Roy silently, and leave the lower city under the coercion of the three Moon Temple priests. No one will resist for this, and no one will try to keep him. Roy walked on the street, holding a ball of holy light in his palm, and the holy light spread out through the gaps between his fingers. This ball of light can easily fall into the eyes of the half-blood elves on both sides of the street, but it is difficult to shoot into their already numb hearts. Roy didn't explain anything, turned around and walked down the street. Even when he passed a long carriage along the way, Roy didn't stop by the roadside and called for a stop. He suddenly realized that the Holy Grail theft case was actually linked to the Moon Temple. This was something he never expected. If it weren't for this incident, the priests of the Moon Temple would never have come to him. They disdained to contact any half-blood elf, including half-elves. Standing on the streets of the lower city, you can see the roof of the Statue of Liberty, but it takes a long way to walk. Roy walked back step by step. Along the way, he did not encounter any obstruction from the priests of the Moon Temple. ABT, who was on duty at the gate, saw Roy walking in dejectedly, and immediately stuck his head out and asked, "Roy, why are you so listless? Is it because things are not going well at the Inquisition?" Roy did not stop, and responded weakly, "Everything is fine, ABT, where is the High Priest Reed?" ABT immediately said, "He is praying in the main hall." Roy waved behind him, then walked past the Statue of Liberty by the pool, and headed for the steps of the main hall. Climbing the steps and arriving at the entrance of the Statue of Liberty, Roy looked up at the statue at the entrance of the temple. His Majesty Michel, holding a scepter and a sacred prayer, was looking at Roy solemnly, which made Roy a little more energetic. He pushed open the door of the temple, and walked in along the middle passage. High Priest Reed was kneeling in front of the Statue of Liberty, silently praying to the goddess, knowing that he would not get any response, but this was the homework that High Priest Reed had to do every morning and evening. Roy did not kneel down and pray with High Priest Reed, because he found that his holy light power was not actually given by the Statue of Liberty, but was obtained from the magical sacred seed in his body, accumulated bit by bit. In the past 2 days, he was facing a breakthrough again. Abbott and Jasper had told him about their experience of promotion. The 2 half-blood elves basically took about half a year to be promoted to the first level, and he was about to become a 5th-level apprentice priest in just 2 months. Even when the holy light of the Statue of Liberty was spreading all over the elf continent, they did not feel this kind of promotion speed. So Roy would pray occasionally, but he never prayed to the Statue of Liberty. High Priest Reed silently recited all the prayers in his heart. When he opened his eyes, he found that Roy had been waiting for him for a long time. He stood up from the ground, then slowly turned around, and saw that Roy's face was full of entanglement. He walked in front of Roy, stretched out his hand and pressed it on his head, and asked gently, "What's wrong, Roy? What kind of troubles have you encountered?" Roy sat on the bench in the front row. The setting sun shone on the dome of the temple, and the colorful glass pieces of the high windows reflected beautiful and colorful light patterns in the main hall. Roy raised his head with a bit of depression and said to High Priest Reed, "Teacher, there are some things I don't know whether I should tell you or not. I originally wanted to conceal them and investigate them secretly until I have enough evidence to make them public, but now many things are getting worse." Reverend Reed sat next to Roy, put his arm around his shoulders, and comforted him. "What kind of trouble have you encountered? Maybe I can help you with some ideas." "Don't worry, I am definitely the kind of listener who doesn't like to talk too much." Roy bit his lip, and after a moment of inner struggle, he raised his head and said to High Priest Reed, "Teacher, do you remember what you said to me when I just entered the Statue of Liberty?" In fact, High Priest Reed really forgot what he said. Roy continued, "You said to me, Roy, if you have enough spare time, I would like to ask you to help me investigate something. I think you probably heard that the Holy Grail in front of the holy water pool in the temple was lost a few days ago, and it has not been found in recent days. If you find any clues in the Elf Academy, you can tell me privately." High Priest Reed nodded and admitted that he did say those words at that time. The Holy Grail had just been stolen, and the 3 priests were looking for it everywhere. Roy said with some shame, "Teacher, I actually knew some news at that time, because I happened to pass by the temple gate that morning, and I saw a half-blood elf secretly climb over the wall and fall into the rose bushes outside the yard. Actually, I wanted to find out privately whether he took the Holy Grail. Later I found out that this half-blood elf was called Peleus, and he was a subordinate of the Dark Moon Elf Jefferson." Roy described the cause and effect of the incident in detail, including the death of Jefferson, the death of Peleus' sister, and so on. This matter is still a bit confusing to talk about. Later, it was mentioned that the half-blood elf classmates saw the figure of the Moon Temple priest at the scene of Peleus' death. The expression of the High Priest Reed became more and more solemn. Roy then talked about what happened today. "This is the fact. Until today, I asked the crew members in the tribunal whether they killed Peleus. They did not admit that they killed Peleus. Instead, a Moon Temple priest in the arbitration committee secretly watched me. Later, when I passed through the lower city, 3 Moon Temple priests suddenly appeared and wanted to take me back." Priest Reed lowered his eyes and asked Roy, "So what is your conclusion?" "I think the Holy Grail was lost, and all the clues pointed to Priest Thorndyke of the Moon Temple." Roy said, "I know, I will write to the High Priest and tell him everything that happened here." Priest Reed sighed and said, "I think the Moon Temple may have wanted to cause us some trouble in the past, but not now." Priest Reed's eyes brightened, and he put his arm around Roy's shoulders and whispered, "The Statue of Liberty is now evacuating the elf continent on a large scale. No one wants to cause trouble at this time. I guess the Moon Temple is the one who least wants to cause trouble, so we will report the situation here to the Golfito headquarters at this time, and there will be a response soon." Then, seeing that Roy's mood had not improved, High Priest Reed consoled him again. "Roy, don't worry about safety. Bishop Felix Mitchell obtained the Elf King's personal promise to allow our priests of the Statue of Liberty to spread the holy light on the Elf continent. No race is more willing to keep its promise than the Silver Moon Elves. The title of heretics will never be pinned on us." Then he paused for a moment, and then said gently, "In fact, you should have told us earlier about all the things you encountered." "Got it, teacher." After listening to what High Priest Reed said, Roy felt much more relaxed. He stood up suddenly and walked out of the main hall without saying anything. High Priest Reed saw that his eyes were bright, and he looked very motivated, so he asked, "Roy, where are you going?" At this time, Roy had quickly opened the door of the main hall and turned around to say to High Priest Reed, "Teacher, I plan to go to the guard team at the dock." The guards of Castletown Harbor were once the most relaxed of all the elven guards. Although there were occasional fights at the port dock, as long as the elven patrol showed up, all problems would be quickly settled. And those foreign ships at the dock rarely caused trouble. Of course, once they did, it would be a big event. The elven patrols watched Roy walk in from outside, and said helplessly, "Why are you here again? Can't you just be quiet for a few days?" "I want to report Priest Thorndyke of the Moon Temple. He and other priests arrested the apprentice priests of the Statue of Liberty in the street without any reason," Roy said to the elf patrolman. The elf patrolman rolled his eyes and looked at Roy, asking him, "Who did the great priest Thorndyke catch?" Roy patted his chest in indignation and said loudly, "Me. He accused me of being a heretic in the street. As an apprentice priest of the Statue of Liberty, I do not accept such an accusation. He is trying to provoke a conflict between the Moon Temple and the Statue of Liberty. I protest and condemn his actions." The elf patrol stared at Roy as if he was looking at a monster, and said speechlessly, "Hey, Roy, you also know that I am not the council of elders here. How can I have the power to manage the affairs of the priests of the Moon Temple?" Roy's expression was a little exaggerated, and he slapped the front desk loudly, and said bluntly, "But this is already a conflict between religions. Didn't you see that they tried to arrest me? The priests of the Moon Temple wanted to take me back to the Moon Temple directly without any fault. In the morning, I attended the trial as a witness." The elf patrol stared at Roy's mouth and wanted to cover his mouth with his hand to make him quiet down. "Okay, I understand. I will report this matter to my boss." The elf patrol responded helplessly. Chapter 130. Downtown, Edward Street Guard. Some half-blood elves in the street market specifically choose stall owners, who are about to close their stalls, and buy cheap goods marked as clearance goods from their stalls. Some half-blood elves, who have finished dinner, walk on the street, and often gather at the crossroads. When the music starts, there will be singing. Some fruit wine merchants tie wine barrels to flatbed trucks, and park them at any busy crossroads. There is a string of cups hanging next to the wine barrels. There is no need to shout or pedal. Just wait for the elves to finish singing a good song, and someone will come to buy a few glasses of fruit wine, and treat the elves with the best performance to have a drink. The girls always twist their flexible waists and dance their skirts, sometimes like an open umbrella, sometimes like a fluttering butterfly. This is the lower city, where the half-blood elves also have a rich nightlife. At this time, the captain of the elf patrol was sitting in front of his desk with a bitter face, and the magic desk lamp on the desk released a soft light. There was a report on his desk, on which he had just written a beginning. He held a quill pen in distress, which was a report written to the highest commander of the guard. The report clearly stated, "Dear Lord Amos, the captain of the elf patrol of the guard team wanted to write an accusation report against the Moon Temple, targeting the incident in which 3 Moon Temple priests made trouble and arrested the apprentice priests of the Statue of Liberty Temple for no reason during the day. Although he is a Silver Moon Elf and a believer of the Moon Temple, this does not mean that he will protect the Moon Temple priests. As an elf patrol of the lower city guard team, every time he encounters the accidental death of a half-blood elf, it is a very painful thing to go to the Moon Temple to ask for priests. The priests of the Moon Temple are unwilling to receive the half-blood elves after death. Sometimes they will find various reasons, and sometimes they will simply refuse. Many times, the elf patrols need to ask the priests of the Statue of Liberty to hold funeral ceremonies in the cemetery. This time, the priests of the Moon Temple arrested the apprentice priests of the Statue of Liberty in the streets of the lower city. This matter is a bit excessive. Not to mention that the lower city is full of believers of the Statue of Liberty. Even if these elf patrols encounter such a situation, they must come forward to stop it. There is no other reason only that the Statue of Liberty will often come out to solve some problems that the guards cannot solve. If you don't stand up to help the Statue of Liberty at this time, can you still count on the Moon Temple when you encounter troubles in the future? The captain of the Elf Patrol complained silently in his heart. At the same time, in a small meeting room behind the Moon Temple's priest Thorndyke sat at the round table with a gloomy face. He never expected that at this time, when he thought the Holy Grail incident was completely settled, a small shrimp would jump out, and judging from his signs, he had obviously followed the clues. If that's the case, the priest of the Statue of Liberty might suspect him. Priest Thorndyke took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful in his heart. He placed the teacup on the round table and looked at the wick on the top of the magic lamp in front of him. The wick carved from moonstone emitted a soft light. The light in his eyes gradually turned into a holy grail. As early as half a year ago, the Moon Temple had discovered that the holy light of the Statue of Liberty no longer shone on the Elven continent. As the goddess of the elves, the number of believers of Elun in the Elven continent has been decreasing in the past few hundred years. The main reason is that the god worshipped by the Wood Elves has become the god of nature, and the god worshipped by the Dark Moon Elves is actually a moon well. In order to prevent the believers from leaving too quickly, the Moon Temple has also taken a series of measures to remedy the mistakes, but most of the measures have received mediocre responses. Only by distributing the Life Tree sap equally to the Silver Moon Elves can the young Silver Moon Elves have some changes in the Moon Temple. However, for the priests of the Moon Temple in Castletown, their biggest potential threat is the Statue of Liberty in the lower city. Because Castletown is divided into two urban areas, the upper city is where the Silver Moon Elves live, and the lower city is where the Half-Blood Elves live. The Moon Temple does not accept Half-Blood Elves as believers, but the number of Half-Blood Elves in Castletown accounts for more than half. The Statue of Liberty has been vigorously developing Half-Blood Elves in recent years, and has gained considerable reputation in Castletown. Just when the Moon Temple was looking for a solution, the holy light of the Statue of Liberty disappeared. It is precisely because of this that a large number of Half-Blood Elves in the lower city withdrew from the Statue of Liberty. However, at this time, the Statue of Liberty can still hold gatherings twice a week. This is because in addition to the power of holy light possessed by the priests themselves, there is also the golden holy grail of wisdom placed in the side hall of the temple. If this holy grail of wisdom is soaked in water, a pool of holy water can be created. Without this magical holy grail of wisdom, the priests would have to do everything, and they would probably not be able to hold 2 gatherings a week. So, Priest Thorndyke had been planning to steal the holy grail of wisdom from the Statue of Liberty half a year ago, hoping to use it to disband the Statue of Liberty completely. Unfortunately, this plan was delayed until 2.5 months ago, when it was implemented. During this period, another major event happened in the Statue of Liberty. The Elf continent withdrew the Statue of Liberty on a large scale, and all the priests gathered at the headquarters of the temple in Golfito. Then, there was news that the Statue of Liberty wanted to attack the Dark Land. This is exactly what the Moon Temple leaders want to hear. So during this period, the Moon Temple leaders issued orders that the priests of the Statue of Liberty could not be hindered from conquering the Dark Land. If the Castletown apprentice priests want to enter the Dark Land, they must have the Holy Grail of Wisdom as a prerequisite, otherwise they will not be able to replenish the power of holy light after entering the Dark Land. Priest Thorndyke sat in front of the round table with a gloomy face. Now the Holy Grail left outside has become a trouble for Thorndyke. At night, Roy returned home and saw Ms. Belinda packing up the studio on the 2nd floor. Many half-length art statues in the studio have been packed, and now the studio on the 2nd floor is a mess. Ms. Belinda is going to Buenos, the capital of Silver Moon, tomorrow, so she has to pack all the luggage she needs to carry with her. Roy will stay in Castletown to continue his classes. Although Ms. Belinda is a little worried, Roy has proven his ability to live alone through past experiences. Before leaving, Ms. Belinda was reluctant to leave. Roy took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and climbed up to the 2nd floor to help Ms. Belinda pack her luggage. He also comforted Ms. Belinda, who looked worried. "Don't worry about me. The study tasks at the academy will be very busy recently. I can take care of myself." Chapter 131. In the early morning, a layer of light morning mist still rose above the sea. The endless sea looked like a fairyland, and Castletown looked like a city in the clouds. Ms. Belinda wore an exquisite long dress, her long golden hair was tied up high, and a white scarf was draped over her shoulders. She walked to the door side by side with Roy. At this time, a carriage stopped at the door. Ms. Belinda's friend was sitting in the carriage. When she saw Ms. Belinda coming out of the yard, she opened the door of the carriage, greeted Roy, and asked Ms. Belinda to get in the carriage. Roy stood beside Ms. Belinda, helping her carry a small handbag. Her luggage and all the sculptures were packed in the magic waste bag, so it was very convenient to travel. Ms. Belinda hugged Roy tightly and whispered to him, "I have already told Mrs. Jillian that you can ask her for help when you encounter troubles. This time you go to Buenos, you will probably stay there for a week or two." "Okay, I know." Roy gently patted Mrs. Belinda's back to reassure her. Ms. Belinda was going to give Roy some living expenses last night, but Roy didn't want it. He showed Ms. Belinda his money bag, which was full of koehler. Ms. Belinda put her forehead against Roy's forehead, looking reluctant. "Hurry up and get in the car." Roy held Ms. Belinda's shoulders and whispered. Ms. Belinda got into the carriage reluctantly, and waved goodbye to Roy reluctantly. Roy stood at the door, and watched the carriage disappear at the street corner. He returned home, stuffed the last bite of breakfast that he hadn't eaten, then washed the 2 cups, simply tidied the house, and finally took another look at Ms. Belinda's bedroom. He immediately felt a little empty in his heart. In the past, even if Ms. Belinda was not at home, Roy knew that she would just come back later. Now, Ms. Belinda was already sitting in the carriage heading to Buenos, and Roy suddenly felt that he had no energy to do anything. He picked up a textbook from the desk and walked out of the yard to go to school. At this time, the gate of the neighbor's yard was also pushed open, and Sabrina came out wearing a plain long skirt and a pair of wooden sandals. She was tall and slender, with fair skin, and her fluffy golden curly hair reflected a touch of luster in the sun. "Mrs. Belinda thinks you might need a companion when you go to school, so would you like to go together?" Sabrina said with a smile. When she smiled, she showed a row of white teeth like pearls, and her emerald eyes were particularly clear. Roy could see the kindness she conveyed, and smiled and responded, "Okay, this is a wish I made a long time ago. Thank you for helping me realize it." Although Roy said this, his body stood still honestly, and his eyes did not look around. The two walked side by side naturally, and the only thing that was a little inconsistent was that Sabrina was half a head taller than Roy. While waiting for the carriage, Sabrina said to Roy, "Roy, your outstanding performance in the Malaga jungle has spread throughout the Elf Academy. I heard that you discovered the slave traders?" Roy sneered and said, "Come to think of it, Claire and I were just lucky. We didn't sleep at all the night before and rushed all night. We just wanted to sign in as soon as possible and then camp nearby to rest for a while. The jungle was filled with fog that morning. We only discovered it after we walked in. We didn't jump in stupidly. There was nothing special about it." Sabrina stood aside with green eyes, listening carefully to Roy's story about the Megala jungle. Although he was downplaying it, she could still feel the scenes at that time. Roy originally gave her the impression of being a self-contained and bored half-elf boy, but now she saw the cheerful, optimistic, and positive side of this half-elf, and he also had the talent of learning like humans. When boarding the long carriage, Sabrina saw Roy took a half-step back. When entering the Elf Academy, Sabrina was held by the arms of 2 half-elf beauties, and was dragged away with laughter. Sabrina also has a small group in the Elf Academy, and most of her friends are half-elves with wood elf blood from the lower city. And Roy has not met a half-elf so far. Standing at the entrance of the academy, watching Sabrina and her friends walk away, Roy was about to leave for the training ground when he heard a shout from behind. "Roy, wait for me." Claire jumped off the carriage and held the textbook in his arms. He was wearing a white shirt and leather vest, bloomers and soft leather boots, the standard dress of an elf boy, clean and refreshing. When he ran quickly, his fluffy hair and pointed ears kept swinging. He has a more delicate face than many elf girls. Roy smiled and waved at him, and replied, "Good morning, Claire." As Claire ran along the way, Silver Moon elves kept greeting him, and it was obvious that his fame in the Elf Academy was skyrocketing. The two walked side by side towards the training ground. When they arrived at the training ground, they saw instructor Nora holding a sheepskin booklet, waiting for the elves who came to the elementary martial arts class. All the elves who came to the training ground had almost no preparation time. They came directly to the obstacle course, and started to test their physical fitness in groups of 2. Claire and Roy stood side by side. Claire raised her delicate eyebrows towards Roy and whispered to him with great satisfaction, "I didn't perform well in the last test in order to help you complete the whole course. This time, I will let you see what kind of ability a sensitive elf ranger should have." Roy grinned and replied to Claire, "Come on." The 2 of them rushed to the single plank bridge in front of them almost at the same time, and stepped on the 2 logs with their left feet almost at the same time. Claire's body suddenly jumped forward at this moment, supporting herself with one hand in the middle of the single plank bridge. Her body was like a spring, and her feet almost didn't step on the single plank bridge. Claire's whole feet reached the other side. Roy ran across the single plank bridge at a constant speed. Although Claire's movements were a bit fancy, she did not leave Roy behind. Seeing that Roy was still running side by side with her, Claire was a little surprised and quickly sped up again. There was a 3-meter-high wooden wall in front of her. After the run-up, the competitor needed to step on the wooden wall with both the first and second feet, and both hands could reach the top of the wooden wall, so that they could climb over the wooden wall. Claire changed her running speed just to disrupt Roy's rhythm. For Claire, he only needed to step on the wall with one foot, and with his excellent jumping ability, he could reach the top of the wooden wall with one hand, and then jump over the wooden wall. In fact, he did the same. Roy still stepped on the wall twice, but his body coordination and balance were improved, and he actually jumped over the wooden wall steadily. Although there were no fancy moves, Roy completed all the moves very standardly, without using any extra strength, showing precision. Even Claire beside him was a little surprised. How could this be the rookie Roy who had just arrived at the Elf Academy 2 months ago? In just 2 months, Claire had not seen Roy practice this obstacle race. How could Roy have changed so much all of a sudden? Could it be that just 1 month of outdoor practice classes had greatly improved Roy's physical fitness? In the second half, Claire almost used all her strength, but still could not get rid of Roy. The two crossed the finish line almost at the same time. If the group of L's in front ran a little slower, they seemed to be able to surpass the group in front. At the finish line, Claire and Roy stood on the lawn with their hands on their knees, panting and letting the sweat drip down. The group of L's in front was so tired that they lay on the lawn. They didn't use their full strength in the first half of the race. When they were behind, they found that Roy and Claire were catching up like wild horses. This kind of obstacle race with a time limit between each group, if they were overtaken by the group behind, it would be really embarrassing. Claire, Roy, if you want to play like this next time, tell me in advance. The Silver Moon Elf lying on the lawn complained. The two came to the edge of the lawn, and Instructor Nora came over with a sheepskin booklet in her hand and said to them, "Not bad, you have made great progress during this period." Claire sat down on the grass and asked Roy, "Roy, why have you changed so much?" Roy tried to move his hands and feet, and felt that he was indeed much more flexible. He felt that in addition to the effect of the permanent agility potion, his body could be further strengthened, which was also closely related to his promotion to the 4th level apprentice priest. Every time he was promoted, not only would the holy light power in his body increase significantly, but Roy could also clearly feel that his body's physique, strength, and agility would improve. Maybe it's because I'm an apprentice priest. Roy followed Claire and sat down at the edge of the lawn. Steve and Adams were taking the test in the distance. They were still the best among the new elves, and they completed the obstacle course with the most gorgeous moves. "Roy, let's go, the elementary martial arts class is about to start." Seeing all the students start to approach Instructor Nora, Claire hurriedly called out to Roy, "Here we are." Roy jumped up from the grass, and the two ran quickly to the training ground. Instructor Nora continued to let the students practice fighting, but only limited to using the few martial arts they had learned. Almost always one side attacked and the other side defended. Attacking or defending was strictly prohibited on the training ground. Instructor Nora did not teach new disassembly moves, but asked everyone to continue practicing the few moves they had learned before. Claire pulled out a long wooden dagger from the weapon rack. Every time he would attack as the attacking party, he would take the initiative to attack Roy, who was holding a round wooden shield. Chapter 132. Claire jumped lightly and dodged the wooden hammer in Roy's hand. She looked at Roy with some doubt and asked, "Roy, have you received special training these 2 days?" "No." Roy put down the wooden hammer in his hand, shook his numb arm and replied. Claire said with some doubt, "Why can't I find your flaws?" Roy looked at the round wooden shield in his hand and said to Claire, "It's the same few moves anyway, and there is no flexibility. We are so familiar with it. When you step forward, I know your next move. It's just raising the shield. What's the difficulty?" Claire didn't say anything after hearing what Roy said. The two continued to train, but this time Roy was in charge of attacking, and Claire was in charge of defending. Roy held the mallet across his chest, and took a step to smash it down at Claire. Claire knew what Roy was going to do next, but Roy had a mallet in his hand, and he couldn't block the long dagger in his hand at all, so he could only dodge backwards. Roy then swung the round wooden shield and hit Claire's chin. Claire could only take another step back. This time he was a little embarrassed. Roy used the mallet and shield to push him back dozens of steps in a row. Finally, Claire sat on the grass unwillingly and complained to Roy, "Why do you always hold a mallet?" Hey, I'm just talking. Why do you want to change the stick?" Roy put the mallet back on the weapon rack, picked up a stick as thick as his arm, and swung it twice. He felt that this weapon was much lighter than the mallet. If you want to swing the mallet, you must have enough arm strength, but the stick obviously doesn't need that. And the most important thing is that the scepter he hid under the bed, no matter how long or thick it is, looks more like a stick. So Roy decided to change the training weapon to a stick. He swung the stick in his hand a few times, and then smiled and said to Claire, "I suddenly feel that this is more suitable for me." Claire looked at the long dagger in her hand, and suddenly she had the urge to change it to a long sword. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. After all her usual practice was for this long dagger. "Well, you always give me a little surprise," Claire said speechlessly. The second class was the modern history of elves. As soon as the bell rang, Princess Ophelia came in from outside holding a textbook, and all students had to hand in their homework for the outdoor practical class. In addition, one study group will be selected to stand on the podium in this class and give a comprehensive description of Ellington Castle. When Princess Ophelia first walked into the lecture hall, she glanced at Roy. When she said this, she looked at Roy, who was sitting with the other members of the 16th group. Roy suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected, Princess Ophelia's eyes fell on all the members of the 16th group, and then asked everyone to come to the stage. This time, the 16th group will be responsible for telling you about Ellington Castle. In fact, no group can surpass the 16th group in terms of investigation and detailed understanding of Ellington Castle. As the leader, Edith stood in front of all the members. While everyone was waiting to go to the podium, Edith made some arrangements for the introduction of Ellington Castle, including its architectural style, history, geographical location, art and culture, political influence, etc. Of course, the most exciting thing here is the life story of Earl Amelia, the owner of Ellington Castle. It can be said that Castleton City was founded by this Earl himself. As a new city in the Silver Moon Dynasty, Castletown rose because of a natural harbor. At the beginning, Earl Amelia saw this point and gathered the scattered elves together and built a city near this harbor. The reason why Ellington Castle declined rapidly and became a ruin later was definitely related to the rise of Castletown. In fact, Roy wanted to complain about the Moon Temple, but he thought better of it. With his current status, if he offends the Moon Temple again, he will definitely not end up well. Everyone was well prepared, and even an elf girl directly hung a sketch of Ellington Castle on the blackboard. The Ellington Castle, which had become a ruin, suddenly became the most glorious appearance of the past on the drawing paper. The elf students in the lecture hall immediately let out a low cry. When it was Roy's turn, he talked about the strategic significance of Ellington Castle. "In my opinion, this should not be a historical site. We have no reason to abandon Ellington Castle. During the war, relying on the resources of the Dane River, flying fish boats can be used to control the river channel, and the Malaga jungle can be used as a natural barrier to restrict the enemy invading from the coastline. If Castleton City is the first line of defense to block the Nagasi clan, then Ellington Castle is the second direction, a vital military fortress." This modern history of Elves class ended quickly. Edith didn't expect Roy to have such a high opinion of Ellington Castle. After class, Edith took the opportunity to ask Roy, "Roy, did you bring the lizard leather?" Roy immediately replied, "I did." Edith took her two best friends and stood in front of Roy, tilting her head, and asked him, "Would it be convenient for you to go out with me? I know a good leather shop." "Thank you very much. I'm worried about not finding a suitable leather shop," Roy said. The large piece of petrified lizard skin was in Claire's magic waist bag, so Roy met Claire at the gate of the college again, and the group took Edith's carriage to Hero Square, and the carriage stopped directly in front of Samp's leather shop. Roy looked up at the familiar plaque. The first leather shop he went to yesterday was this one. Unfortunately, the Silver Moon Elf waiter, who was in charge of reception, directly refused Roy's entry, saying that the leather shop did not accept orders for thick leather armor. Edith led everyone down the carriage and stepped onto the steps in front of the shop. Seeing Edith appear at the door of the shop, the Silver Moon Elf attendant immediately came out of the shop to greet Edith, saluted Edith in the most humble manner, and then asked carefully, "Miss Edith, how did you have time to come to the shop? If you have any instructions, just send someone to call me to your house." Edith put her hands on her waist, smiled, and walked into the leather shop with her two besties. She looked around and found that the walls were full of various leather armors. She turned her gaze away and asked the servant, "Is the master here?" The servant only saw Roy in the crowd at this time, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Roy looked at the leather armor on the wall, as if he had never seen him before. It must be said that the leather armor made by this shop is still very delicate and finely crafted, and many details are handled very uniquely. The Silver Moon Elf attendant responded in a low voice, The teacher is making a set of hedgehog crystal lion leather armor. Edith's eyes fell on the counter, and she did not give the elf attendant a chance to continue speaking. She said with some dissatisfaction, I have classes in the afternoon and I don't have time to wait here. Can you help me see? Master, do you have time now? The silver moon elf attendant immediately said, I will go and call the teacher, please wait a moment. He first arranged for another elf attendant to serve everyone fruit tea, and then hurried upstairs. Not long after, an old elf came down from upstairs, and the elf attendant followed behind honestly. The old elf glanced at Edith and asked her, Edith, wasn't your leather armor just made at the beginning of the year? Master Jerome, this time I want to ask you to take a look at these lizard leathers. In front of Master Jerome, Edith immediately turned back into a good girl. She pushed Roy and signaled him to take out the lizard skins. Claire quickly took out several rolls of petrified lizard leathers from the magic waste bag. These leathers were processed very roughly in the later stage, and a good piece of leather was actually divided into several pieces. Miss Edith, forgive me for being blunt, if you go hunting in the wild next time, don't use this skinner again. Such good leather is damaged like this. If it is damaged in battle, it's fine, but the problem is that these cuts are obviously left when skinning. If it was a complete petrified lizard skin, it could be cut into 3 sets of leather armor. Now, at most, we can only make 1.5 sets. The old elf unfolded several bundles of petrified lizard skins, carefully examined them, and said with great regret. Roy and Claire looked at each other, and then they realized how much damage was caused by not knowing how to skin. Edith didn't care about that at all, and pushed Roy in front of the old elf, and asked Master Jerome, Can you sew a set of leather armor for him according to his body shape, Master Jerome? Master Jerome carefully looked at Roy for a long time, and then asked Roy with a serious face, Do you have any other needs? Roy quickly said, I just want to customize a set of thick leather armor, similar to the defensive armor, preferably more solid. In terms of magic patterns? Master Jerome interrupted Roy, and continued to ask. This time, Edith spoke, for the time being, strengthen the hard skin. Master Jerome immediately wrote it down, and said in a soft voice, Okay, Miss Edith. When can you finish this thick leather armor set? Edith asked with a smile. Master Jerome pondered for a moment before saying, It will take about a month. Roy, can you wait a month? Edith turned and asked Roy. Roy nodded and agreed. Roy then asked Master Jerome to make him a pair of thick leather combat boots and a pair of thick leather gloves, without paying a deposit, and the group left the leather shop. Thank you, Edith. Roy thanked Edith after leaving the leather shop. Edith didn't say much, just smiled faintly and asked Roy, Okay, I have to go to the academy for class in the afternoon. Roy, do you have anything else to do in the afternoon? I want to go back to the Statue of Liberty. Chapter 133. Walking out of Sam's leather shop, across the street is the Heroes' Square with a huge elf sculpture, the female elf statue pointing a sword to the endless sea. Edith and her girlfriends left in a carriage, and Claire followed the carriage back to the Elf Academy. Roy was going to take a long carriage from here, return to the intersection of Brown Street in the downtown area, and then walk to the Statue of Liberty. Just as Roy was waiting for the car, a group of young priests stood on the high steps at the gate of the Moon Temple next to the Tree of Life on the north side of the Heroes' Square. 2 of the priests happened to be the ones who had surrounded Roy in the downtown area yesterday. At this time, the 2 young Moon Temple priests found that Roy was standing in the Heroes' Square. Should we arrest him? One of the Moon Temple priests whispered to his companion. Priest Thorndyke wanted to take this kid back to the Moon Temple yesterday, but unfortunately, there were so many half-blood elves in the streets of the lower city, and the elf patrols of the guard team also got involved. Finally, under pressure from public opinion, Priest Thorndyke let the kid go. But now he actually appeared in the Heroes' Square, which happened to be the gate of the Moon Temple. It was delivered to his mouth, so there was no reason to let him go. The other young priest was a little hesitant and whispered, Didn't Priest Thorndyke say not to catch him? The young priest raised his eyebrows and said proudly, As long as we can bring him to the Moon Temple, what do you think Priest Thorndyke will think? The 2 young priests of the Moon Temple looked at each other, and saw the sparks in each other's eyes. The 2 young priests whispered a few words to their companions, then quickly left the Moon Temple, crossed the Tree of Life, the central street, and walked straight to the Heroes' Square. It was noon, and the square was hot and sunny, so the elves had to hide in the shade of the trees to cool off. Therefore, there were no elves in the square at all. The stone floor was baked white by the poisonous sun. The 2 priests of the Moon Temple quickly surrounded Roy, which made them particularly conspicuous, even though they might be hiding in the shadows. As soon as they ran to the square, they were noticed by Roy, and Roy also found that they surrounded them from both sides, obviously with bad intentions. High Priest Reed comforted Roy yesterday, saying that the priests of the Moon Temple would not dare to do anything excessive again, so Roy felt relieved to go out on the street. Unexpectedly, I met the two young priests of the Moon Temple again in the Heroes Square. Roy made a quick decision and turned around and ran. This is the city center of Castleton City and the highest point of the city. If you want to run back to the lower city, you need to run down the slope along the long street for a long distance. There are clusters of tree houses in front. There is at least a distance of more than 20 meters between each tree house, and these giant trees are not arranged in a regular pattern. It is completely a giant forest. The open space in the forest is covered with lawns and neatly trimmed shrubs. Two young priests followed quickly behind. The young priests chased a half-elf. Even if the Silver Moon elves on the street noticed it, they just looked over here in surprise. No Silver Moon elves would run with the priests. Most elves thought that the priests might be catching thieves. Young thieves. Roy bypassed a fountain pool and took advantage of the momentary cover of the fountain statue. With an idea, he climbed over a low wall of shrubs and instantly jumped into a patch of flowers in front. Although these roses were covered with thorns, Roy had lived in the Maladad jungle for a month and had long been accustomed to the thorny bushes. He hid his body in it, trying to avoid the pursuit of the two Moon Temple priests. In fact, the two young priests did not notice the flowers. When they chased to the fountain, they found that Roy had disappeared. Knowing that they had lost him, they turned around and returned to the Moon Temple. Unexpectedly, at this time, a passing Silver Moon elf pointed at the low wall of bushes and shouted to the two young priests, "Are you looking for that human boy? He just turned over here and hid in the bushes." The young Moon Temple priest immediately ran towards the low wall of bushes. When they came along the low wall of bushes and saw Roy squatting in the bushes, they just saw the last trace of divine pattern disappear in Roy's hand. A golden fist merged into Roy's body. Blessing of strength. Roy rushed out of the bushes suddenly. He didn't plan to fight with these two Moon Temple priests here. In the Elf Kingdom, the status of Moon Temple priests is extremely special. Most Silver Moon elves are believers of the Moon Temple. Roy ran towards the street. All the streets in Castletown are slopes. Some streets are steep, so there are steps and fences on the sidewalks. Roy jumped onto the white stone railings next to the fountain, just like he was running an obstacle course at the Elf Academy training ground. He stepped on the stone railings and ran forward for a while. He ran a few more steps and put his hands on a wall. He easily crossed the stone wall and flipped onto the steps. The young priest behind him immediately chased after him, but he couldn't catch up with Roy, who was full of energy. He fell behind panting and looked annoyed. They stopped by the roadside panting, having given up the idea of continuing the chase. A carriage stopped beside the young priest, and the exquisite door was pushed open from the inside by a Silver Moon elf noble. The Silver Moon elf noble extended a hand to the two Moon Temple priests and shouted, "Get in the car!" The young priest immediately got on the carriage, which ran forward along the street, bypassed a winding slope in front, and soon caught up with Roy in front. Roy wiped the sweat from his forehead and had to bite the bullet and go into the treehouse forest again. The treehouse forest where the Silver Moon elves lived had bushes and roads between the treehouses. The roads were winding, and the carriage couldn't run in them. The carriage just took a detour and stopped in front of Roy. A young priest jumped out of the carriage. Roy looked back and saw another young priest chasing him from behind. The two of them stared at Roy. The carriage was not in a hurry to leave. The Silver Moon noble inside was lying by the window, watching the show with relish. As if he had done something extremely glorious, he sat there feeling somewhat smug. Roy was not going to surrender. He knew that the two priests could not outrun him, so he took advantage of the young priest to start chanting the spell and ran hard again, rushing down the slope of the forest. Before the young priests finished casting the starfall spell, Roy had already run out. When the stars fell from the sky, Roy had already run out of the range of the starfall, and the Silver Moon elf noble was also very speechless about the two young priests. Because the road in the treehouse forest was winding and flat as they ran down. Roy ran all the way to the Cliff Avenue before he was caught up by a carriage rushing up from behind. Cliff Avenue is the dividing line between the upper and lower urban areas. There is a cliff 20 to 30 meters high between the two urban areas. The avenue above the cliff is also the main traffic route of Castleton City. A speeding carriage swooped down from the street above. Many carriages on the avenue were forced to stop and instantly became a mess. Roy ran to the edge of the cliff. In front of him was a cliff with a drop of 20 meters. At the bottom of the cliff was a narrow alley and a row of townhouses. Two priests came out of the carriage again and blocked Roy on the protruding observation deck of the cliff avenue. Some elves were forced to stop the carriage and looked over here. One of the young priests, holding a magic book, walked slowly over and said to the panting Roy, "The lower city is below, where the moonlight can't reach. As long as you are willing to jump down, we won't chase you." Another young priest dragged a piece of chain in his hand and tried to approach from the side. He chanted a quick spell, and a blue crescent moon slowly formed in front of his chest. As the crescent moon disappeared, it appeared above Roy's head, and a clear moonlight fell and immediately enveloped Roy. Rays of light like sharp arrows fell from the top of his head. One ray of light passed through Roy's cheek, and a strong burning sensation came. Roy wiped his face, and found that his cheek was actually cut. He raised his head, and saw a crescent moon floating above the dark head. A beam of moonlight shot out again, and Roy had no time to dodge, and his arm was corroded again. The priest of the Moon Temple stepped forward and prepared to put the chain in his hand on Roy's head. A beam of holy light fell on Roy, and the moonlight above his head immediately melted like ice and snow. Roy saw a familiar figure walking out of the crowd. It was High Priest Reed. He was wearing a priest's robe and walked in front of the two Moon Temple priests. He asked them calmly, "There is one thing I have never been able to figure out. What mistake did he make?" Seeing that the eclipse was resolved by someone, the two Moon Temple priests looked at High Priest Reed in surprise and asked in panic, "Who are you?" "Reed, the priest of the Statue of Liberty." High Priest Reed stood in front of the two Moon Temple priests and said calmly, "He is a different." Before the young priest could speak, his companion quickly covered his mouth. High Priest Reed looked at the two Moon Temple priests with a stern face. There were some carriages parked on the avenue nearby, and many silver moon elves opened the windows and looked over here curiously. "You two slighted the clergy of the Statue of Liberty without reason. As the High Priest of the Castletown Statue of Liberty, I will judge you." High Priest Reed raised the scepter in his hand, and a divine pattern quickly appeared in front of his body and then disappeared. Hammer of Judgment. It was a hammer transformed by holy light, which suddenly appeared in front of two Moon Temple priests and hit one of them hard on the chest, knocking him to the ground. The other Moon Temple priest wanted to run, but the hammer appeared behind him the next second and hit him hard on the back. The young priest fell forward to the ground. Chapter 134. You two slighted the clergy of the Statue of Liberty without reason. As the High Priest of the Castletown Statue of Liberty, I will judge you. As High Priest Reed swung the hammer of judgment, the surrounding silver moon elves cried out in surprise. Then High Priest Reed walked up to the two and said, "You two chased the clergy of the Statue of Liberty without reason. As the High Priest of the Castletown Statue of Liberty, I will punish you." As a divine pattern composed of holy light appeared in front of High Priest Reed, the holy light and the prayer dissipated at the same time. Another hammer light fell on the two people. The two priests of the Moon Temple wanted to get up from the ground. The two hammer lights flashed by, and the two immediately screamed again and fell on the observation deck. High Priest Reed looked at the indignant silver moon elves around him, unmoved, and then shouted, "You two have forced the clergy of the Statue of Liberty without reason. As the High Priest of the Statue of Liberty in Castletown, I will punish you." The two young priests were beaten to spit blood, and then they were knocked to the ground by two holy hammers. The third hammer light looked much smaller and more delicate. They were extremely light, but they hovered over the heads of the two Moon Temple priests, and finally hit him hard on the head. The surrounding silver moon elves all shrank their heads subconsciously, and the two young priests of the Moon Temple simply lay straight on the stone floor and fainted. High Priest Reed put the holy prayer at his hand into his magic waist bag, bent down, and grabbed the collar of a Moon Temple priest, then turned his head to look at Roy, who was stunned beside him, and ordered, "What are you doing there? Come and help." "Oh, here I come." Roy hurriedly ran up, grabbed the arms of another Moon Temple priest, and followed High Priest Reed's method to drag him in front of a carriage. High Priest Reed and Roy worked together to lift the two Moon Temple priests onto the carriage, and then the half-blood elf, who had been wearing a sun hat, drove the carriage quickly away from the cliff road and headed towards the Statue of Liberty. Your Majesty Michelle had signed a contract between the two temples with the great sage of the Moon Temple. Since the priests of the Moon Temple took the initiative to attack us, we are right in this matter anyway. Although the Moon Temple is the largest religion in the Elf continent, now our Statue of Liberty is preparing to evacuate the Elf continent. The high-level officials of the Moon Temple hope that we can leave quietly. Roy, do you know what they are most worried about us doing before leaving? Roy had never thought about this, because he had never even considered following the holy war core of the Statue of Liberty to leave the Elf continent and enter the Dark Land. Now thinking about it casually, he said nervously, "Are they worried that we will demolish all the temples before we leave and turn them into ruins? High Priest Reed shook his head slightly, indicating that it was not the case. Roy thought about it seriously again, and said tentatively, "Are they worried that we will take away a large number of believers? The population of the elf world is not large." High Priest Reed continued to shake his head, and then did not let Roy guess any more, but said directly, "They are worried that we will bury countless holy light fires on this elf continent. Even if we leave, 500 years later, or even 1,000 years later, one day the holy light will shine on this continent again, and at that time these fires containing the power of faith will ignite the entire elf continent. They are now eager for us to leave happily, so why would they come to trouble us at this time?" What High Priest Reed said meant that it was only a matter of time for the Statue of Liberty to evacuate from Castletown. "Teacher, fortunately you arrived in time." Roy was sitting in the carriage, with 2 Moon Temple priests under his feet. High Priest Reed laughed when he heard Roy say this. "Haha, let me tell you another truth, that is, there are not so many coincidences in this world. The so-called coincidence is better to say that people with intentions have made some preparations in advance." "Teacher, are you saying that you have also made some preparations?" Roy asked High Priest Reed. High Priest Reed nodded, and then said, "I know that you only have half a day of classes at the Elf Academy. This morning, the guards of Edward Street in the downtown area asked me to preside over the funeral ceremony. After the ceremony, I wanted to take advantage of this convenient condition." High Priest Reed pointed to the carriage and continued, "I came to the Elf Academy and returned to the temple with you. When I arrived at the temple, I happened to see you boarding a carriage, so I had to let the coachman follow you all the way." Roy thought about how he had run to the Samp Leather shop in Heroes Square at noon, but he didn't even notice the High Priest Reed, who had been following him all the way. "Teacher." Roy was inevitably moved. High Priest Reed shook his head and said to Roy, "You have to study hard and improve your strength as soon as possible to have the power to protect yourself." Then, probably worried that Roy would be depressed, he encouraged him, "In fact, you have done very well. At least you used the power blessing very spiritually." The two talked almost all the way. It was not until the carriage stopped at the gate of the Statue of Liberty that High Priest Reed stopped encouraging Roy. The 2 young priests of the Moon Temple were taken back to the Statue of Liberty by High Priest Reed. It was already afternoon at this time. The 2 young priests woke up while in the carriage, but their whole bodies seemed to be broken by a hammer, so they simply lay in the carriage and pretended to be dead. After the carriage stopped, the 2 young priests were driven off by High Priest Reed. High Priest Reed pointed to a clean step in the front yard and asked them to kneel in front of the Statue of Liberty by the pool in the courtyard. The ranks of the Statue of Liberty are roughly arranged as follows: Apprentice Priest, not including rank, Priest, Ordinary 1 to 9, High Priest, first turn 10 to 19, Combat Priest/Priest, second turn 20 to 29, Light Templar/Bishop, third turn 30 to 39. The ranks of the Moon Temple are: Apprentice Priest, not including rank, Priest, 1 to 9, High Priest, 10 to 19, Elder, 20 to 29, Sage, 30 to 39. So the priests in the Moon Temple are actually just ordinary priests in the Statue of Liberty. Jasper and Abbott had never expected that High Priest Reed would go out for a long time, and actually bring back 2 priests from the Moon Temple, and make them kneel in the yard as punishment. After hearing Roy say that he had been chased by these 2 priests in the city for the past 2 days, they gave up the idea of pleading for mercy. However, they still sent a glass of cold water to these 2 priests every once in a while to prevent them from getting heat stroke under the sun. Roy sat in the study room, honestly, to study divine arts this afternoon. Everyone waited for a whole afternoon, but did not see the Moon Temple come to the Statue of Liberty to look for people. The 2 young priests were unlucky. Under the blazing sun, their faces and necks turned red like cooked shrimps, and it was obvious that their skin was sunburned. Fortunately, they still had water to drink. When the sun set, the 2 Moon Temple priests were already sitting on the ground with their eyes closed without a word. Roy was not in a hurry to go home. Everyone was waiting for the Moon Temple to come and take the 2 priests away. Until a crescent moon appeared on the sea, the heat of the day gradually dissipated under the sea breeze, and 3 carriages with the Moon Temple emblem slowly stopped at the gate of the Statue of Liberty. A group of Moon Temple priests jumped off the carriages and lined up in 2 rows at the gate of the Statue of Liberty. Jasper pushed open the door of the Statue of Liberty, and 3 priests came out of the crowd, one of whom was Priest Thorndyke. Priest Thorndyke walked in the middle of the 3 people, his face gloomy and his eyes cold. When he walked into the front yard, he saw 2 young priests slumped in front of the Statue of Liberty. Although they were listless and their faces were covered with sunburn, Priest Thorndyke still strode up and kicked the 2 young priests hard on the shoulders. With just 2 kicks, The two young priests fell to the ground. Probably because of the 3 carriages at the entrance of the Statue of Liberty, many half-blood elves passing by were attracted. They all stood outside the courtyard of the temple, and peeked in through the iron fence. After hearing Jasper's report, High Priest Reed walked out of the main temple. He stood on the steps at the entrance of the main temple, looking at the 3 priests of the Moon Temple in the courtyard across the pool. "I am a priest of the Moon Temple. Thorndyke, Reed, you detained our priests of the Moon Temple for no reason. Are you trying to provoke a war between the 2 temples?" High Priest Reed walked down the stairs a few steps and accused Priest Thorndyke. "Thorndyke, I have heard of your name. You are so arrogant when you talk about the war between the 2 temples. Let me remind you. You can't talk about this kind of thing casually. Didn't Elder Sherwood of the Moon Temple remind you recently to avoid friction with the Statue of Liberty as much as possible during this period? It's not our fault. It's you 2 young priests who have been causing trouble for our trainee priests of the Statue of Liberty one after another. Speaking of which, I want to ask you the opposite question. You arrested Roy on the street. What was his fault? Or was it because he had been tracking down the whereabouts of the Holy Grail of Wisdom and caught your short-handed man? If I want to write a letter to the Golfio headquarters, I will say that it was the priests of your Moon Temple who obstructed this time." Priest Thorndyke dared not discuss these secret matters with High Priest Reed in the yard again. This was expressly prohibited by Elder Sherwood. Thinking of the requests of Elder Sherwood of the Moon Temple, sweat broke out on Priest Thorndyke's forehead again. "Enough, Reed, what do you want?" Priest Thorndyke's voice was a little dry and hysterical. "Return the Holy Grail of Wisdom, and you can take these 2 priests away." High Priest Reed pointed to the 2 young priests sitting in the yard and said coldly. Priest Thorndyke reminded High Priest Reed, "They are priests of the Moon Temple." High Priest Reed said, "According to the level of the Statue of Liberty, they can only be barely called priests." Chapter 135. This time, I must bring them back to the Moon Temple. Priest Thorndyke stood in the vestibule of the Statue of Liberty, and spoke loudly to High Priest Reed at the door of the main temple. High Priest Reed didn't even want to talk to Priest Thorndyke anymore, and turned around and walked towards the main hall. Priest Thorndyke's face was very bad. He had always been very conceited, and had never encountered such a cold reception. He was also holding back a burst of anger in his heart. As the elf with the most hope of being promoted to the High Priest in the Moon Temple of Castletown City, his status in the Moon Temple is second only to the 12 High Priests. He is considered one of Elder Sherwood's confidants, and is also a well-known ruthless character in the Moon Temple. "You 2 stand up." Priest Thorndyke ordered the 2 young Moon Temple priests. The 2 young Moon Temple priests struggled to stand up from the ground, and looked at Priest Thorndyke blankly. But before they could take a step, a beam of holy light turned into a light prison, and appeared around their bodies. Under their feet was a gorgeous golden divine pattern, with countless lines woven together, like the pattern on the sun wheel, and at the edge of the divine pattern appeared a line of ridges formed by holy light, which were pieced together to form a hexagonal holy light cage. The 2 priests of the Moon Temple were bound in the holy light cage, and they couldn't move at all the next moment. Priest Thorndyke's eyes showed a hint of ruthlessness, and then he stood in the vestibule and chanted a spell. A crescent moon appeared above his head, just like the light and shadow reflected by the crescent moon on the sea, but the sense of oppression was very strong, as if the crescent moon in the night sky had fallen on the head of Priest Thorndyke. Under the moonlight, Priest Thorndyke's breath became extremely strong. He placed one hand on his chest and made a seal, and raised the other hand above his head, as if to receive the moonlight. Lunar eclipse. A beam of moonlight followed the direction of Priest Thorndyke's finger, like a ray, and fell with a bang. The light blue beam fell on the holy light cage, and the golden feathers transformed by the holy light flew all over the sky, but the holy light cage did not move at all. Priest Thorndyke recited the spell again, and the crescent moon above his head turned into 2 rounds. At this moment, he pointed his finger at the holy light cage again, and 2 moonlights fell at the same time, exploding on the holy light cage, and the light of the moonlight shot out, but the moonlight released by Priest Thorndyke could not break the light cage at all. High Priest Reed stopped, stood at the entrance of the main hall, and looked at Priest Thorndyke. The 2 priests beside Priest Thorndyke quickly held up 2 light shields with nervous expressions. The next second, a divine pattern appeared in front of High Priest Reed, and a holy light hammer smashed towards Priest Thorndyke from a distance. The 2 priests beside Priest Thorndyke raised their light shields, and stood in front of Priest Thorndyke. The moment the holy light hammer hit, the light shields were smashed to pieces. The 2 light shields shattered almost at the same time, and then the 2 Moon Temple priests were also knocked to the ground by the holy light hammer. Just as the holy light hammer was suspended in the air again, and was about to fall again, Priest Thorndyke hurriedly raised his hand and shouted to High Priest Reed, "Reed, please wait a moment." The holy light hammer stopped in the air, but High Priest Reed looked at Priest Thorndyke coldly. "I know where the Holy Grail is. You can go with me to get the Holy Grail of Wisdom, but I want to take the two of them with me. When the time comes, I will give the Holy Grail to you, but you have to let them go." "Okay, it's a deal." High Priest Reed readily agreed. He waved his hand, and the light prison in the center of the vestibule suddenly disappeared. After the light prison dissipated, countless feathers of holy light flew in the air. The strong breath of holy light filled Priest Thorndyke's heart with frustration. Even the priests of the Moon Temple beside him were dumbfounded. The original tall image of Priest Thorndyke collapsed in their hearts. Although Priest Thorndyke had the power of moonlight at night in the battle of the two in the divine arts, the gap between the two in the level made Priest Thorndyke's moonlight divine arts almost completely crushed by the holy light. Anyway, Priest Thorndyke finally brought the two young priests out of the Statue of Liberty. High Priest Reed got on the carriage of the Moon Temple. Roy and Jasper, wearing the robes of trainee priests, followed High Priest Reed on the same carriage. Abbot stayed behind to guard the Statue of Liberty. A group of priests from the Moon Temple got on the carriages, and the three carriages quickly left Brown Street under the cover of night. Priest Thorndyke sat opposite High Priest Reed with a very bad look on his face. The carriage was a bit bumpy, and when turning at the intersection, the outer wheels even left the ground. The wheels rolled over a puddle, and the splashing mud and water almost splashed onto the stone wall. The carriage seemed a bit dull, and Priest Thorndyke finally took the initiative to speak. "Although we didn't steal the Holy Grail, I do know where it is." His eyes fell on Roy, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "I know you have investigated the half-elf thief, and I stole the Holy Grail from that thief." Roy's eyes lit up, and it turned out that he killed Peleus. Priest Thorndyke obviously did not realize his mistake. Killing a half-elf thief, for him, might be to maintain the order of the elf world. That's why his expression was so calm. Then he continued, "After that, I sent the Holy Grail to Master Clarendon. His life had come to an end. It was because of the Holy Grail of Wisdom that the holy water continued to repair his body, allowing his life to continue." A priest of the Moon Temple was talking about the efficacy of the holy water, and the listeners on the other side were a group of priests of the Statue of Liberty. This scene was as weird as it could be. Roy also found that his previous guess was correct. The Holy Grail was indeed hidden in Master Claren's house as Betha said, but I didn't see it when I came last time. Priest Thorndyke also realized that he couldn't say more about the Holy Grail, so he added, "In fact, it's not only the holy water in the Holy Grail that keeps Master Claren alive, but also the sap of the Tree of Life and the moonlight backtracking technique." Priest Thorndyke's words made High Priest Reed also say, "The Castletown Statue of Liberty will be the last batch to evacuate the elf continent. The Holy Grail of each temple is an indispensable war resource for the Holy War. You stole it." Priest Thorndyke interrupted High Priest Reed and reiterated, "I got it from a thief, not from your temple. High Priest Reed, please be careful with your words, and I didn't take it for myself, but put it next to the elf sculptor who needs it, so that it can play its due value." "Okay." High Priest Reed nodded. Now that the whereabouts of the Holy Grail are known, they don't care about those. High Priest Reed couldn't help but complain to Priest Thorndyke in the end. "I have to say that you priests of the Moon Temple, under the moonlight, are really dark in your hearts." Priest Thorndyke was so angry that his face turned pale, and he was unwilling to say anything more. In Roy's opinion, he might be worried that he would make mistakes if he spoke too much. The carriage of the Moon Temple drove all the way to the upper city, and the carriage was completely silent. Everyone was thinking about their own things. The carriage stopped in front of a tree house, which happened to be the tree house where Roy visited Master Claren last time. The carriage of the Moon Temple took everyone directly to Master Claren's residence. Thorndyke led a group of people down the carriage, came to the door of the tree house, and knocked gently. Soon, footsteps were heard from the door. The Silver Moon Elf, who claimed to be a student of Master Claren, pushed the door open and appeared in front of Roy again. When he saw Priest Thorndyke, there was a hint of surprise in his sad eyes. He asked curiously, "Priest Thorndyke, why are you here? I was just about to send someone to invite you." Priest Thorndyke pointed to the High Priest Reed beside him, coughed twice in succession, and said embarrassedly, "This is High Priest Reed of the Statue of Liberty. This time, High Priest Reed and I came here to take away the Holy Grail of Wisdom that is placed here." The Silver Moon Elf was even more surprised and asked, "The Holy Grail of Wisdom? Didn't you ask Priest Theodore to take it away?" Then he asked everyone to walk into the tree house. When he saw Roy, his eyes stayed on Roy for a while. Priest Thorndyke asked quickly, When did it happen? About 3/4 of an hour ago. The Silver Moon Elf answered casually. Priest Thorndyke raised his eyebrows and said with dissatisfaction, "How is it possible? I didn't see Priest Theodore today. In addition, even if Priest Theodore wanted to take the Holy Grail, you shouldn't let him take it away so easily. Didn't I say? Master Claire Raiden needs this Holy Grail to restore his vitality?" The group had already reached the second-floor hall of the tree house, where they saw a sarcophagus, surrounded by various flowers and ivy branches. The walls of the sarcophagus were engraved with exquisite reliefs, and Master Claire Raiden's skinny body lay quietly in the sarcophagus. A group of elf attendants were moving flower plates from all over the place to the first-floor hall, forming a sea of flowers. The Silver Moon Elf said to the group in a low voice. The teacher stopped breathing in the evening, and then his body quickly failed, and he didn't have time to drink the last glass of life tree juice. Priest Theodore was there at the time, and according to the agreement between us and Priest Theodore, we returned the Holy Grail of Wisdom to him in advance. Following High Priest Reed to Master Claire Latin, Roy saw the body of Master Claire Latin lying in the sarcophagus. He seemed to be liberated at this moment, like a sleeping baby, curled up, and no longer had any painful expression on his face. High Priest Reed, Roy, and Jasper only then realized that Priest Theodore was aware of the whole thing. He knew that the Holy Grail fell into the hands of the Silver Moon Elf nobles, and he had been trying to get it back. Perhaps when he and his group arrived at Master Claire Latin's house, Priest Theodore had already returned to the Statue of Liberty with the Holy Grail in his hands. Chapter 136. High Priest Reed stood at the door of the tree house and asked Priest Thorndyke, "Do you mean Priest Theodore knows about this?" Priest Thorndyke replied, "Of course, he has been coming here every day recently to treat Master Crowridon." High Priest Reed did know about this. According to Priest Theodore, he wanted to use his method to impress more Silver Moon Elf nobles. And the Silver Moon Elf next to him also reiterated, "According to our agreement, after the teacher's death, the Holy Grail will be returned to its original owner." Although High Priest Reed still had some doubts in his heart, he was willing to believe that what they said was true. So after leaving Master Claire Latin's treehouse, he took Roy and Jasper back to the Statue of Liberty, and did not continue to detain the two young priests. As soon as he entered the gate of the temple, High Priest Reed could not wait to ask Abbot, "Has Priest Theodore come back?" "Teacher, he has never come back," Abbot replied. High Priest Reed was worried, and walked into the main hall without looking back. "Before leaving," he said, "remember to notify me when he comes back." "Okay, High Priest Reed." ABT agreed loudly. Roy did not follow High Priest Reed back to the Statue of Liberty. Instead, he went home directly after hearing that Priest Theodore had not returned. If Priest Theodore did not show up, the whereabouts of the Holy Grail would still be a mystery. ABT, standing at the gate, looked at Roy and Jasper expectantly. From their expressions, it was clear that he wanted them to tell him what they had seen when they went to Master Claire Raiden's residence this time. But it was already late, so Roy slipped back home. This day was too long for Roy. He felt as if his legs were filled with lead. He walked to the door of his house listlessly, opened the door to the yard, walked in, and then closed the door ajar. A crescent moon rose from the sea, and the moonlight sprinkled in the yard. Moira leaned on the wall with her hands on the wall, and asked curiously, "I heard that the Statue of Liberty was in trouble. Roy, how are you?" Her pair of smart big eyes were so cute that Roy didn't want to perfunctorily answer her even though he was exhausted. Roy stopped and turned to the mixed-race girl lying on the low wall and said, "Everything is fine." Moira could see that Roy was not in a good mood, but thinking that he would be more bored when he returned home alone, she tried to ask, "Roy, do we want to practice martial arts tonight?" Roy didn't really want to practice. He just wanted to take a good bath, then lie quietly in bed and review what happened today. But when he saw the light flashing in Moira's big eyes, he hadn't had time to tell her about the seamen who killed Jefferson and were sentenced. Roy cheered up and said, "Okay, I just happen to have something to show you." Moira squinted her eyes, full of expectation, and asked Roy with a smile, "What is it?" Roy fumbled in his bag for a while, and finally took out the magic crystal from the compartment, and threw it directly to Moira. This. Moira's body was as flexible as a night-blade leopard. She caught the crystal steadily, and exclaimed in her hand, "Magic crystal." Roy tugged at the bag, and then walked towards the house, saying as he walked, "Well, a very great person gave it to me, but unfortunately I can't understand what's inside, so now I need your help to take a look." Moira immediately became alert, holding the magic crystal firmly in her palm, and said with a proud smile, "Okay." Roy pushed open the door, and saw the empty living room. Thinking of Ms. Belinda, who had already gone to Buenos, He said to Moira on the other side of the courtyard wall, "I take a shower first. You can watch it slowly." He took a quick shower, then washed his clothes and hung them on the second-floor terrace. Moira and Sabrina were sitting on the terrace opposite, watching the image in the magic crystal together. They both watched with great interest, and obviously liked the elf sword dance in it. Roy tried to stretch his ligaments on his terrace. He found that since drinking the bottle of permanent agility potion, his body's flexibility and balance have been greatly enhanced. Moira and Sabrina waved to him across the terrace, and then Moira shook the magic crystal in her hand and said loudly to Roy, "Roy, I want to watch this magic crystal a few more times." "No problem." Roy waved his hand and agreed readily. Seeing that Roy seemed to be ready for everything, Moira pulled out a dagger from a flower pot on her terrace, jumped briskly onto the railing of Roy's terrace, and said with a little pride, "Come on, let me see if your martial arts have regressed in the past month." Moira, holding the dagger in her hand, immediately seemed like a different person. Standing under the moonlight, the whole person was virtual, but her shadow was so clear and real. Roy had this strange feeling for the first time. He only knew that the Dark Moon Elves had the ability to hide, but he had never seen it before. This time, Roy did not take the hammer, but picked up a round wooden shield from the terrace behind him, and a wooden stick next to the clothesline. He tried to swing the stick twice, and his movements were much lighter than when he held the hammer. Then he swung the stick and attacked Moira. The sweeping stick made Moira bend down to dodge, and then she raised the short sword in her backhand and stabbed Roy's chin. Roy could only hold down the round wooden shield in his hand, but the dagger in her hand was as flexible as a snake's tongue, moving at will. Her movements were as flexible as a ghost in the night, and Roy had to use all his strength to barely keep up with her speed. Roy found that she and Claire were completely different. Roy only needed to use his shield to block Claire's dagger to easily block his attack, but Roy wanted to use this method to deal with Moira, but it was not so effective. Even if he blocked Moira's dagger, he could not judge how she would attack next. She was the kind of person who could hide herself at any time by using the surrounding environment, and could easily gain the initiative in the battle every time. Moira stopped only when sweat beads appeared on her forehead and nose, and stood firmly on the fence of Roy's terrace. "Roy, you have become much stronger. I thought I could suppress you, but I didn't expect you to be able to block all of them," Moira said in surprise. Sabrina on the terrace opposite also looked at Roy in surprise. She also found that Roy's growth in recent days was unusually fast. The next day, Roy came to the Elf Academy early. The first class was a basic martial arts class as usual. Roy noticed that Claire was dressed a little formally. He was wearing a very decent elf dress. Even during the sparring in the martial arts class, he was very careful, obviously not wanting to get hurt. Claire was already pretty, and when she put on the exquisite dark gold pattern dress, some elf girls turned their heads away during the martial arts class. Even Roy couldn't help but complain about him being a show-off. Roy's second class was geography. Although such a big incident happened in the outdoor practice class, Roy found that it did not seem to affect Mr. Harper's status in the Elf Academy. He still walked to the huge sand table as usual, used the pointer in his hand to randomly expand an area, and began to talk about the landform characteristics of that area. Roy felt that no matter how sloppily or how fast he wrote, the speed of recording could never keep up with Mr. Harper's mouth. After a class, Roy felt that his wrists were a little sore. But just when the class was about to end, Roy suddenly heard a series of beautiful notes coming from the corridor outside the classroom. In fact, the geography classroom is not far from the music classroom, but there is soundproofing in the music classroom. As long as the door is closed tightly, the sound will not be transmitted to the corridor. At this time, the second class was about to end, and someone secretly opened the door of the music classroom, and the beautiful music came out from inside. The crisp sound of ding ding dong dong flowed out, and the geography classroom, which was originally a little chaotic, gradually became quiet. "I heard it. What kind of song is that? Why have I never heard it before? I swear if I heard it, I would definitely have an impression." A silver moon elf beside Roy whispered to his companion. "It's the first time I've heard it, too. It's really good." Another silver moon elf praised in a low voice. "Do you think it could be the work of the students in the music class?" Roy didn't hear what was said afterwards, because the two elves spoke even more quietly. Only then did he know that Claire was dressed so formally today because she had a music class. The bell for the end of the second class rang with such a beautiful piece of music. This might be the bell that everyone least wanted to hear, but it seemed that the beautiful music did not stop. When the students rushed from the classroom to the corridor, they could still hear the clear and pleasant music. Everyone's footsteps became extremely light, and no one wanted to disturb this beautiful melody. Roy knew that Claire had succeeded this time. After returning to the Statue of Liberty, Roy realized that there was no news of Priest Theodore until now. The guard team, which had been silent all this time, had a new clue and immediately began to investigate the whereabouts of Priest Theodore yesterday afternoon. However, according to the feedback from the neighbors around Master Claire's Latin tree house, Priest Theodore seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and no elf saw which direction he left from. The Holy Grail of Wisdom also disappeared with him. In addition to the guards searching for Priest Theodore all over the world, the Moon Temple was also mobilizing the priests of the Moon Temple to inquire about Priest Theodore in order to give an explanation to the Statue of Liberty and High Priest Reed. On the contrary, the Statue of Liberty was relatively quiet. With the successive accidents of Priest Anderson and Priest Theodore, the gathering activities at the Statue of Liberty were not affected much. Chapter 137. It was another early morning, the sun was shining brightly, and several flying fish boats were floating on the blue sea. 2 large ships entered the Castletown harbor one after the other. Roy always met Sabrina in the morning these days, and the two of them took a long carriage to the Elf Academy together. The long carriage stopped in front of the huge rock archway carved in front of the cliff avenue. At this time, there were already dozens of carriages parked here, and many people stood outside the carriages, looking towards the cliff avenue. There were many Silver Moon elves standing on the cliff avenue, and almost everyone was holding flowers, and lined up on both sides of the avenue. Almost all the elves were looking at a carriage that was slowly moving away in the distance. The carriage was covered with flowers, and a sarcophagus was placed between the flowers. Many Silver Moon elves walked around the carriage, accompanied by the priest Thorndyke of the Moon Temple. Of course, Roy's long carriage could not see the scene on the cliff road. He could only see some Silver Moon elves holding flowers and standing on the edge of the cliff road. "Have you heard? Claire Raiden is dead." The elves in the long carriage were talking quietly. The elves who had not heard the news immediately asked in surprise, "When did it happen?" The elf who spoke in front responded, "It was the night before yesterday, and the funeral was held this morning." Then he said, "I heard that many elves were preparing to mourn Master Claire Latin in front of the art museum this morning. I didn't expect that the Cliff Avenue was also so congested. Should we go and see the excitement? Forget it. If you dare to skip class, you won't pass this course." The companion hesitated for a moment, and then refused. Roy looked through the car window at the cliff above his head. He didn't expect that this master of art had such a great reputation in Castleton City. I had only heard of his name from Miss Belinda before, but Roy never thought that this master of carving was so great. For a while, Roy even regarded him as Miss Belinda's boss. As the assistant of Master Claire Latin, Miss Belinda's job was not easy. Roy often complained to Miss Belinda that she often had to work overtime in her job, and she didn't even get overtime compensation. After hearing this, Miss Belinda just smiled faintly. Sabrina, who was sitting next to the car window, held 2 textbooks in her arms. She looked out the window curiously at the cliffs, looking at the elves holding flowers in their hands. Roy sat quietly aside. Priest Theodore had not returned to the Statue of Liberty, nor had he appeared anywhere else. "Will the temple hold a meeting today?" Sabrina retracted her gaze and whispered to Roy, who was a little distracted beside her. "Yes," Roy answered dully. "Or will you distribute the holy water?" Sabrina asked again. "Yes." Sabrina turned her head to look at Roy in confusion, and found that he was staring at her snow-white arm in a daze. Next to her arm was a round ball wrapped in a dress. Sabrina rolled her eyes at Roy speechlessly, and didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. After waiting for a while, even the street behind was crowded with carriages, and traffic in the front began to pass. The long carriage stopped at the entrance of the Elf Academy. Sabrina pulled her skirt lightly, and got off the carriage holding a textbook. Roy followed her and just jumped off the carriage, said goodbye to Sabrina, and then walked into the gate of the Elf Academy alone. Claire ran over from the corridor on the other side, and said to Roy with a beaming face, "Roy, you don't know how popular I was yesterday. When I finished playing that song and walked out of the number 3 teaching building, the corridors were crowded with elves on both sides, and everyone was applauding me." Roy certainly knew he was also squeezed in the crowd at that time, but he left before listening to the whole song. "I heard it too. It is indeed a very good song." Roy walked along the path leading to the training ground into the academy. "Of course, and you also have half the credit for this." Claire caught up with Roy and said to him excitedly, "What does it have to do with me?" Roy immediately denied it. He didn't want to spread this matter, because there were actually not many songs he could hum. "It's obviously you." Claire didn't understand why Roy wanted to distance himself from this song. Roy interrupted him and said, "Stop, I'm just repeating the sound of nature, but your song has nothing to do with me, and I don't understand music. Claire stopped where she was, and wanted to chase Roy, and have a good argument with him. On the corridor beside him, several Silver Moon Elf girls walked up to him with sweet smiles on their faces, and said, "Hello, Claire, I'm Baby Eyes. I've heard the song you composed. Can you tell me what it's called?" Blue Dane River. Before Claire could move forward, another group of Silver Moon Elves came up to her. "Hi, Claire, I heard that the music you write is great. Would you like to join our Red Hibiscus Music Club?" The Silver Moon Elves passing by were also whispering, "Look, that's this year's freshman Wagner Claire. Not only is he good at fighting, but he also writes very nice music." There was even a very bright-looking Silver Moon Elf girl who stood in front of Claire and boldly asked, "Hi, Claire, are you free this weekend?" Sweat started to pour down Claire's forehead. He looked at Roy, who was walking farther and farther ahead, and quickly stretched out his hand and shouted loudly, "Roy, wait for me." As he said that, he rushed out from the encirclement of the elves. Only a group of Silver Moon Elves, who didn't know what to do, were left. Afternoon, Statue of Liberty. Roy was standing in the side hall, wearing a set of apprentice priest robes. In front of him was a silver plate with some holy water with rich holy light. And in the pool behind him, there was a pool full of holy water, which he obtained after injecting the holy light ball into the pool twice last night and this morning. Looking at the light golden light on the water, the believers waiting in line all showed expectant smiles on their faces. Roy first had to use the holy water in the basin to perform a soul purification ritual for each believer, and then he could scoop out a cup of holy water from behind and distribute it to the believers in front. After the choir finished their work, Sabrina also mixed in the team, waiting for Roy to distribute holy water. At this time, Roy needed to chant the holy prayer continuously, but he was only familiar with 2 sentences of the holy prayer, so he could only mutter it back and forth repeatedly. He deliberately spoke unclearly. Anyway, it was enough to let everyone know that he was reciting the prayer. As for what he said, there was no need for everyone to hear clearly. Sabrina was always the last one in line. When Roy saw her, he knew that today's baptism was about to end. Sabrina knelt down in front of Roy, and Roy dipped his fingers in some holy water and rubbed it on her fair forehead. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Roy, just in time to see Roy's eyes fall into her slightly open neckline. Sabrina's choir robe was a little loose, and the neckline was also a big oval, which was actually very empty inside. She felt her cheeks getting a little hot. Roy was a little thick-skinned, and calmly withdrew his gaze, but when he scooped the holy water, his hands were shaking a little, and he almost poured the holy water out of the cup. Sabrina wanted to splash the cup of holy water in her hand on Roy's face. In the evening, before Moira and Roy started to practice, Sabrina came to Roy's terrace with a heavy wooden sword, wearing a vest and shorts. Roy stood up a little guilty and said to Moira, "Otherwise, let's see tonight. I practice with you." Sabrina barely gave Roy any chance to refuse. She picked up the wooden sword with one hand and placed the blade of the wooden sword on Roy's shoulder. Roy had no choice but to use the wooden stick in his hand to block Sabrina's heavy wooden sword. Sabrina took the opportunity to hold the sword with both hands. The tip of the heavy wooden sword drew a circle in the air, and the blade changed its angle and chopped down at Roy silently. Roy found that his retreat was blocked by Sabrina, so he could only grit his teeth and use the wooden stick and round wooden shield in his hand to block Sabrina's sword. The heavy wooden sword was as light as a feather in her hand, but when it hit Roy's stick, it immediately broke. Roy's hand holding the stick immediately became numb. Sabrina was obviously dressed very coolly, and her hands were also surging when she held the sword, and her thighs were dazzlingly white under the lights of the terrace, but at this moment Roy couldn't be distracted to admire it. His eyes were fixed on Sabrina's heavy wooden sword. Sabrina's attack was simple, just step forward and chop, and the heavy wooden sword slashed down fiercely, forcing Roy to raise his shield to block. She held the heavy wooden sword with both hands, and smashed it against the round wooden shield. Roy was about to take 2 steps back uncontrollably. The power from the heavy wooden sword made his arm numb. After a practice, Roy felt that his arm was about to be dislocated. Sabrina stopped only when she could no longer resist. At this time, even Sabrina was sweating all over. She didn't expect that Roy could withstand so many slashes in one breath. As long as Roy could withstand a few more times, Sabrina didn't know how many more slashes she could get. The round wooden shield was almost full of dents. The iron hoops around it were not only completely detached, but even the fist-sized iron sheet in the center of the round wooden shield was completely smashed off. The heavy wooden sword in Sabrina's hand was even more scarred, and the middle of the blade had a large area of damage. Moira also saw that Sabrina just wanted to teach Roy a lesson. After the practice, Sabrina climbed over the wall and went home with a heavy wooden sword. At this time, Moira, who was hiding on the side, came up and secretly asked Roy, "Roy, how did you offend Sabrina again?" Roy hesitated a little. He couldn't say that he was discovered by Sabrina when he was looking at the Mariana Trench. Chapter 138. Ms. Belinda was not at home, so Roy's daily dinner changed from breadfruit with fruit tea to fried fish with half a lemon. In the kitchen was a mackerel, which Roy bought at the fish market before returning home. It was almost marinated at this time. Roy put the round wooden shield and wooden stick on the terrace and asked Moira to sit in the living room for a while. She was recently learning the elf war dance in the magic crystal, and she also accompanied Roy to practice martial arts every night, so Roy planned to treat Moira to a fried fish meal. Roy's skill in frying fish is pretty good. Roy sliced the whole mackerel, sprinkled some sea salt and pepper on it, and put it in the frying pan one by one. Listening to the sizzling sound in the frying pan, the aroma of fried fish wafted out from the kitchen. As a hybrid of dark moon elf and silver moon elf, Moira usually likes to eat all kinds of sea fish. In this regard, she is different from Sabrina. Although Sabrina often goes to the fish market to help Ms. Jillian sell fish, she almost never eats fish. Elves like art, but they don't pay much attention to food. The elves' daily life and eating habits are also very simple. Many elves have a piece of breadfruit and a cup of fruit tea for dinner. Some elves even eat some elf biscuits, so that they won't feel hungry for at least a few days. Moira leaned against the door frame of the kitchen door and quietly watched Roy in front of the stove, turning the fragrant fish in the frying pan. The fish fillets had been fried until they were golden on both sides, and they looked very appetizing. "By the way, Moira, there's something I haven't had the chance to tell you." "What is it?" Moira asked curiously. Roy moved the pan aside and said, "The murderers who killed Jefferson in the tavern last time were captured by the elf warriors of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion a few days ago. They happened to be tried in the court on Sunday. They are a group of slave traders. Now they will be sent to prison. Ordinary slave traders will probably go to the Param Island prison, and more than a dozen main criminals will be sent to the underground mine near the city of Innahouse in the Evernight Forest." As he spoke, Roy quickly put 2 pieces of fried fish on the plate and poured some sauce on the side of the plate. He handed one of the plates to Moira. Moira reached out to take it and put it on the dining table. "Has the court announced the verdict?" Moira asked in a low voice. Roy brought a cup of fruit tea and 2 cups. He placed 1 cup in front of Moira and said, "Well, almost all of them are sentenced to 200 years in prison. I guess they will live in prison for the rest of their lives." He poured half a cup of fruit tea for Moira, and the two sat at the dining table, quietly eating fried fish. "Did they catch everyone?" Moira asked in a low voice. "A magician who can speak Elvish escaped," Roy answered. "Will you be in danger?" Moira asked worriedly. There were too many fish fillets, so Roy put the remaining fish fillets on a plate and prepared to go to the crossroads later to deliver the Night-Blade Leopard to Mrs. Winnie's house. "It shouldn't matter, he probably won't come over," Roy said with a stiff face. In fact, he didn't know whether Magician Benjamin would come over, but he hoped not. "Moira." Sabrina's voice came from the yard next door. Moira immediately stood up from her chair and said anxiously, "Sabrina called me. I guess Jillian is back. I'm going home first." Then she ran out of the house, then flexibly climbed over the wall and ran back to her home. Roy looked at the fried fish left on the plate. In fact, he deliberately made more to send to Mrs. Winnie's Night-Blade Leopard. Last time, this Night-Blade Leopard helped him find the seriously injured Dark Moon Elf Fizzle. If it weren't for it, Roy might not have been able to get the bottle of permanent agility potion. Thinking of the various behaviors of this Night-Blade Leopard recently, Roy decided to feed it. Roy walked out of the yard with the remaining fried fish, and just saw Ms. Jillian's flatbed cart pushed into the yard. When Moira ran out to close the gate, she made a face at Roy. At the door of the pharmacy, the Night-Blade Leopard came out from under the low wall of shrubs, and quickly swallowed the fried fish Roy brought. This guy was almost lying at the hole in the bush wall, opening his mouth wide, rolling out his scarlet tongue, and swallowing a piece of fried fish into his mouth. There were many things that happened recently, and Roy had no one to confide in. Priest Theodore was Abbott's teacher, so he couldn't talk about Priest Theodore in front of Jasper and Abbott. Seeing that the Night-Blade Leopard was eating happily, Roy glanced around to confirm that there were no other elves around, and then he complained to the Night-Blade Leopard in a low voice. "Not only did we not find the Holy Grail this time, but Priest Theodore also ran away." He sighed softly, and then said with some worry, "Now we don't know whether he ran away or was kidnapped. The guards don't have any clues." Then Roy talked about his dissatisfaction with the guards. I saw the elf warriors of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion communicating with the trees at the scene of the crime when they were chasing the slave traders, and then went to look for the sailors. But when the elf patrols were searching for the priest Theodore, no elf was willing to do so. Will it be troublesome for the elves to communicate with the trees? He whispered to the Night-Blade Leopard. In fact, he didn't expect the Night-Blade Leopard to answer, it just ate its fried fish. He said some of the confusion and depression in his heart, and then he felt better, and prepared to take the empty plate home, and there was a basic martial arts training class tomorrow. But he didn't expect that after the Night-Blade Leopard finished eating the fried fish, he actually shook his fur vigorously, and got out from the gap under the bush wall. There was no collar or chain around its neck. It just walked back and forth on Brown Street, then lightly jumped in the direction of the Statue of Liberty, then looked back at Roy and gently swung its long black round stick-like tail. Roy hurriedly followed, and the Night-Blade Leopard immediately ran forward. The Night-Blade Leopard took Roy to the gate of the Statue of Liberty, then stopped again and squatted at the gate. Are you saying you can help me find Priest Theodore? Roy finally understood what Night-Blade Leopard meant, but he stared at Night-Blade Leopard with some suspicion and asked doubtfully, Can you understand what I say? Night-Blade Leopard just shook its tail gently, and did not give Roy any response. Roy walked to the side of the gatehouse, and saw Abbott sleeping on a small bed inside through the glass window. Roy gently knocked on the gatehouse window, and woke Abbott from his sleep. Roy, why are you here? What happened? Abbott looked at the night sky with sleepy eyes, thinking that Roy had encountered some trouble. Abbott, I suddenly found a way to find Priest Theodore. Mrs. Winnie's cat is very good at searching. I think as long as I find it a piece of clothing that Priest Theodore has worn, it may find Priest Theodore. Roy whispered to Abbott, who came out of the gatehouse. Abbott looked in the direction of Roy's finger, and saw a large black shadow lying on the stone floor. The two light green vertical pupils flashed fiercely in the dark night, and he was so scared that he hid back in the gatehouse. After waiting for a while, seeing no movement outside, Abbott poked his head out of the gatehouse. Seeing Roy waiting for him at the gate, and the big black shadow not moving, he walked out of the gatehouse with an embarrassed look, opened the gate quickly, and let Roy into the vestibule of the Statue of Liberty. I take you to the teacher's room, and call Jasper by the way. If you want to go find the teacher, I go with you, and let Jasper help me watch the door, Abbott said to Roy, and then carefully glanced at the Night-Blade Leopard lying at the door. It was almost midnight, and the two came to the door of Jasper's room and called Jasper, who was sleeping soundly. Hey, can't you two talk about what's going on tomorrow? Jasper, wearing a nightgown, complained at the door. Abbott ignored Jasper's complaints and ran to the room of Priest Theodore to look for the clothes he had worn. Roy took the opportunity to tell Jasper about his plan. Are you going to rely on Mrs. Winnie's Night-Blade Leopard to find Priest Theodore? Is this reliable? Jasper suddenly woke up and asked Roy. If it is reliable, wouldn't I go directly to the teacher? Roy whispered. So you are planning to let me go with you to find the Priest Theodore? After Jasper finished speaking, he immediately became energetic, turned back to the room, and began to change clothes. Abbott is going to go with me, and waking you up means that he wants you to take over his night duty in the gatehouse, Roy said to Jasper. Let him sleep in the gatehouse. Who can be better than me at finding people? Jasper immediately showed his force field and said confidently, ABT just found a piece of clothes that Priest Theodore had worn at this time. He ran back excitedly and said to Roy, I found it, Roy. When are we going to leave? Jasper, who had put on his clothes, quickly stopped ABT, took Priest Theodore's clothes in his hand, and then put his arm around his shoulders and whispered to him. When the two turned around, Roy saw Abbott dejectedly saying, Well, I be on duty at the temple. You two should be careful when you go out so late. Got it, don't worry. As soon as we get any news about Priest Theodore, we come back to inform you. Jasper put his arm around Abbott's shoulders and said to him. The three of them walked out of the Statue of Liberty together, and Night-Blade Leopard gently climbed up from the door, his eyes like two lights in the night. Chapter 139. Albert sat in the gatehouse at the entrance of the temple. He was no longer sleepy. He looked out the window unwillingly. There were several geographical atlases on the gatehouse table. There was a lot of information recorded on the parchment book next to it. Albert made detailed notes on all the atlases he had browsed. But so far, no nautical map that looked like the treasure map had been found. Among Jasper, Albert, and Roy, it seemed that only he had a strong interest in pirate treasures. He spent almost all his free time looking for nautical maps. Recently, he has become obsessed with it. Roy looked at the dark night. In fact, he was a little hesitant. Should he go out so late? To find the whereabouts of Priest Theodore? Jasper squatted beside the Nightblade Leopard and looked at the big cat with awe. It can be seen that he is still a little scared, especially when the Nightblade Leopard occasionally exposes its sharp teeth. Jasper is even a little afraid to approach. Roy, when did you become so familiar with Mrs. Winnie's Nightblade Leopard? We were familiar with each other a long time ago. At that time, I often took a wooden stick and wanted to challenge it, Roy said, as he gave the clothes that Priest Theodore had worn to Nightblade Leopard to smell. Nightblade Leopard smelled the clothes that Priest Theodore had worn in Roy's hand, turned around and walked towards the intersection without even looking at Roy. Brown Street was very quiet at night. Castletown Harbor not far away was very lively, and there were even ships docking at this time. The sea breeze made the summer night very cool, and a wisp of gray cloud covered the crescent moon in the night sky, making the street even darker. Almost all the shops on both sides of the street were closed. At this time, a Nightblade Leopard walked in front, and two half-blood elves followed side by side. They had to jog to keep up with the speed of the Nightblade Leopard. The Nightblade Leopard kept walking towards the upper city. Roy and Jasper followed behind, talking as they walked. Jasper, how long have you not seen Miss Tiffany? Roy asked in a low voice. It was very quiet at night. Even if you speak in a low voice, it will still be very clear and can be heard far away. She said she wanted to learn some Naga magic. The siren witch is very strict. I haven't seen her for more than a month. Jasper sighed softly and said. Roy joked, I don't think he has forgotten you. Jasper said bitterly, I don't think so. But even if he has forgotten me, there is nothing I can do. She is a Naga and I am an elf. There will never be any result between us. It was the first time that Roy saw Jasper being so pessimistic. The two of them went straight through the lower city. It took them more than an hour to walk this section of the road. Even though they were full of energy, when they crossed the cliff road, Roy still pulled Jasper to sit down on the side of the road and prepared to rest for a while. In the lower city, the elf patrols basically don't come out to patrol at night. But it's different in the upper city. This is where the Silver Moon elves live. Almost every once in a while, the elf patrols will appear on the road. The Nightblade Leopard ran and stopped along the way, constantly sniffing around. It actually brought Roy and Jasper directly to the tree house of Master Claire Raiden. The clearing in the woods here was very quiet. After the gray cloud in the night sky floated away, the moonlight poured into the woods of the tree house. The forest of the tree house was a little dark, but with the moonlight shining through it, it became particularly quiet and beautiful. The Nightblade Leopard brought Roy and Jasper to the door of Master Claire Raiden's house, which scared Roy. However, the Nightblade Leopard then turned around, and did not stay at the door of Master Claire Raiden's house. It ran directly to the west. The Nightblade Leopard ran to many places, and during this period, it also made a big circle in the upper city. Although the Nightblade Leopard had reduced its speed to the lowest, Roy still felt that his legs were filled with lead after walking all the way. The Nightblade Leopard could even take Roy and Jasper away from the patrolling elves. It was not until a ray of light appeared on the horizon that the Nightblade Leopard emerged from the tree house, where the Silver Moon elves lived, and came to the river along a path. There were many water willows growing on both sides of the river, and a large number of branches and leaves hung down into the river. Roy discovered that this river was actually the Dane River, and the location here was also west of the upper city, and there was actually a tree house on the riverside. After the Nightblade Leopard came here, it no longer accommodated Roy and Jasper. It began to run around, searching for the whereabouts of the priest Theodore, not wanting to miss any place. Roy and Jasper hid under the water willow tree by the Dane River, and the gurgling river water flowed by them, making a gurgling sound. It was obvious that the Nightblade Leopard had discovered something nearby. And there must be some danger around, because every time the Nightblade Leopard crawled out, it would hide itself in the shadows. Soon the Nightblade Leopard locked onto a tree house by the river, but Roy found that the Nightblade Leopard became more cautious. It almost sneaked all the way there, and then retreated in stealth mode, without even thinking about bringing Roy and Jasper over. It came to the willow tree by the river, and lay down beside Roy and Jasper without making a sound, even squinting its eyes to hide its breath. Seeing the Nightblade Leopard's fearful look, Roy knew that it must have discovered something, and that the area must be extremely unsafe. Otherwise, the Nightblade Leopard would never do this. Roy and Jasper looked at each other, and they guessed that Priest Theodore might be hiding in the treehouse in front. At this time, the sky became brighter again. Before the two of them could take any action, they saw from another direction, a team of elf patrols actually surrounded them from all directions under the cover of night. There were even 5 elf patrols guarding the river. At this time, Roy realized. The elf patrols must have discovered the whereabouts of Priest Theodore, So they launched this roundup operation. "What should we do?" Jasper whispered in Roy's ear. "I keep an eye on it here, and you go back to find High Priest Reed." Jasper hesitated for a moment. He wanted Roy to go back and call for help. After all, it was more dangerous to stay here. But after taking a look at the Nightblade Leopard beside Roy, he felt that he might not be able to control it, so he nodded and agreed. Then, Jasper retreated along the same path. Roy and the Nightblade Leopard climbed up a water willow tree and hid themselves with the dense branches and leaves. The Nightblade Leopard exuded a hidden aura, and even wrapped Roy up with it. Roy and the Nightblade Leopard lay quietly on the horizontal branch, and the 5 elf patrols guarding the river did not notice it at all. Roy secretly counted them, and there were more than 20 elf patrols he saw. Some of them were approaching the wooden door of the tree house, and then he saw several elf patrols breaking into the door at the same time. No fighting sounds could be heard. At least a dozen elf patrolmen rushed into the tree house. Roy and Nightblade Leopard hid in the willow tree and waited quietly. A few minutes later, they heard a window on the roof of the tree suddenly collapse, and the priest Theodore in leather armor actually came out of the window of the tree house, holding a scepter in his hand. It was just that the tree was quite tall, and the window on the roof of the tree was also very high. After coming out of the window, the priest Theodore slid down the tree trunk. He looked flustered, and a faint holy light was still emanating from his body. But the moment he came out of the tree house, the elf patrols outside had already discovered him, and they quickly surrounded Priest Theodore. Priest Theodore slipped from the tree, and he couldn't hold the trunk with one hand, and fell hard to the ground when he fell. Priest Theodore hurriedly got up from the ground, and quickly drew a divine pattern with the scepter in his hand. As the spell was recited, a hammer of judgment appeared in front of Priest Theodore. As the holy light hammer flew out, the elf patrols frantically blocked it. At this time, Priest Theodore did not dare to stay in front of the treehouse at all, and ran quickly towards the Dane River. It seemed that there was still a little injury on his left leg, and he was still limping when he ran. He ran almost as hard as he could, so his speed was very fast. The 5 elf patrols in front of him were caught off guard and were hit by the holy light hammer and retreated 2 steps each, which gave Priest Theodore an opportunity to take advantage of. After Priest Theodore ran to the river, he suddenly jumped into the Dane River. Plop! A splash of water appeared in the Dane River, and Priest Theodore's voice disappeared on the surface of the river. The elf patrols who were chasing from behind arrived at the river a step later, and 2 elf patrols also jumped into the river. They swam out dozens of meters away and emerged from the surface of the river. It's a pity that these 2 elf patrols did not see the trace of Priest Theodore. The elf patrols found that they did not find Priest Theodore in the Dane River, took a deep breath, and dived into the river again. In fact, at the riverside, the Nightblade Leopard and Roy also jumped into the river with Priest Theodore. Roy, who often fishes at the seaside, is actually quite good at swimming. The Nightblade Leopard can also swim. Of course, compared with the Nagasea clan, both the Nightblade Leopard and Roy have an insurmountable gap. In the river, Roy saw Priest Theodore swimming downstream at full speed. Seeing that the Nightblade Leopard was like a flexible big fish in the river, Roy suddenly had an idea and grabbed the Nightblade Leopard's tail, and then, pulled by the Nightblade Leopard, he quickly chased it downstream of the Dane River. Priest Theodore in the river could see a bubble behind him, and thought that the elf patrols were catching up. He didn't dare to show his head above the water, so he held his breath and swam downstream desperately. With the thrust of the water flow, Priest Theodore swam very fast in the river. Nightblade Leopard and Roy chased him closely, and soon swam out of this section of the river. Chapter 140. On the eve of dawn, Priest Theodore did not notice that a Nightblade Leopard and Roy were following behind him. With the force of the river, Priest Theodore swam downstream and returned to the Dane River Bridge on Brown Street. This was where Roy jumped into the river. The entrance was in front. Finding that the elf patrols did not catch up from behind, Priest Theodore climbed up the stone steps by the river in exhaustion. He was soaking wet and choked on water when he climbed to the river. The magic effect of the water bending scroll slowly faded, and the webbed hands and feet that grew out quickly disappeared. Priest Theodore still had a sword wound on his thigh. He leaned against the steps exhausted, quickly cast the blessing of strength and the holy light, and then climbed up from the stone steps. In the morning, a thick fog rose from the sea, spreading to the beach, and even Brown Street was affected to some extent. Priest Theodore wiped the river water off his face, leaving a row of wet footprints on the stone steps, and quickly disappeared in the fog. A few minutes later, a wet Nightblade Leopard emerged from the river, dragging Roy to the stone steps with great effort. The wet footprints left by Priest Theodore had become a little blurry, But the night-blade leopard immediately recognized that they were Priest Theodore's footprints and chased in the direction of the footprints. Roy sat on the stone steps with some exhaustion. If he hadn't been holding the night-blade leopard's tail all the way, Roy wouldn't have been able to catch up so quickly with his own strength. He sat on the cold stone slab and took a few breaths. Then he blessed himself with strength blessing, and then stood up and chased after the night-blade leopard. Roy found that he had actually swam all the way back to Brown Street along the Dane River. At this time, a thick fog had just risen, and no one could be seen on the street. Fortunately, the night-blade leopard led the way in front, and Roy quickly chased after it. Priest Theodore climbed ashore and walked quickly towards the port pier. His right leg was cut by the sword of the elf patrol, and the wound recovered slightly through the treatment of holy light. At least the bleeding has stopped, but he still limps when walking. He secretly found a tree house by the Dane River, hoping that he could use the water channel of the Dane River to escape in times of crisis. In fact, this tree house did bring a lot of convenience to Priest Theodore. I don't know what clues the elf patrols followed to find this place. When Priest Theodore woke up from his dream, several elf patrols had already rushed into his bedroom. If Priest Theodore hadn't been quick-witted and escaped from the window, he would have been caught by the elf patrols of the guard team in the morning. He immediately ran to the river, used a magic scroll of water control, jumped into the water, and returned to Brown Street as quickly as possible. This is also the place that Priest Theodore is most familiar with. Half a month ago, he booked a boat ticket at the port, and today happened to be the day when the ship left the port. Priest Theodore held his thigh with one hand and limped quickly towards the port pier. Fortunately, there was a scroll of water control, which allowed him to escape from the hands of the elf patrols. The closer he was to the pier, the more excited he felt. When he was walking quickly towards the dock, he saw a row of large ships anchored in the deep water area in the dense fog. Priest Theodore quickened his pace. He was looking for a ship called the Golden in the dense fog. For the first time, he felt that the deep water dock in Castletown was a bit long, and it seemed that there was no end to the ships. Priest Theodore walked for a while, and saw a ship with countless oysters and barnacles on its hull parked beside the dock. A touch of gold suddenly appeared on the flag high on the mast. Although most of the ship was hidden in the fog, Priest Theodore still recognized it at a glance. This was the Golden he was looking for. His eyes showed joy. Walking quickly towards the golden ship, Priest Theodore felt that even his steps became lighter. In such a thick fog, no one was chasing him, and the port pier was empty. He quickly approached the golden ship and took the ticket he'd bought a few days ago. He wanted to go a little further and show the ticket to the crew of the golden ship. With the night-blade leopard leading the way, Roy quickly crossed Brown Street. In order to pass through the entrance of the Statue of Liberty, Roy quickly took a detour. He ran to the gate and said a few words to Abbott quickly, then chased after him in the direction of the port pier. All the way to the deep-water pier, Roy, who was running out of breath, finally saw the figure of Priest Theodore. At this moment, Priest Theodore was bulging with a green ticket in his hand, waving vigorously at a sailor standing at the bow. The sailor was cleaning the horn of the bow, and did not hear the call of Priest Theodore, who was holding the ticket. Priest Theodore could only move closer. At this moment, Roy ran out of the mist, followed by the night-blade leopard. Roy stood behind Priest Theodore and shouted, "Priest Theodore, please wait a moment." Priest Theodore ignored Roy and continued to walk forward with the boat ticket held high. Roy immediately chased after him and said to Priest Theodore again, "You took the Holy Grail of wisdom in the temple. You have to leave the Holy Grail behind." Priest Theodore seemed to be completely deaf to Roy's words, but this time he took 2 steps, suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Roy indifferently. Roy mustered up his courage and chased after him again. This time, Priest Theodore stopped and turned around to stare at Roy coldly. His eyes fell on Roy, and a hoarse voice came out of his throat. "Roy, why are you doing this? It's not too late for you to turn around now." Although he said this, the scepter in his hand quickly drew a divine pattern, and the prayer he recited was also very familiar to Roy. Hammer of Judgment. A hammer made of holy light floated in front of Priest Theodore's chest. Priest Theodore pointed his finger at Roy, and the hammer of holy light was like a flash of lightning, hitting Roy's chest. The holy light hammer smashed the round wooden shield in Roy's hand. Instantly, the newly received round wooden shield was smashed to pieces by the holy light hammer. Roy was also knocked back several steps by the huge momentum of the holy light hammer and fell on the dock. The night-blade leopard guarding Roy immediately pounced on the Priest Theodore, revealing 2 sharp teeth in its open mouth. Chapter 141. Priest Theodore did not expect the night-blade leopard to suddenly pounce on him. But he was also prepared. At the moment when the night-blade leopard pounced on him, Priest Theodore turned sideways and smashed the Night-Blade Leopard's eyes with the scepter in his hand. But he underestimated the Night-Blade Leopard. One of its claws stretched out like lightning and rested on Priest Theodore's shoulder. It opened its bloody mouth and turned its head to bite Priest Theodore's wrist. Priest Theodore's body radiated a ball of sacred light, and the Night-Blade Leopard seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, and its body was repelled in the air. His sleeve was torn open by the Night-Blade Leopard's sharp teeth, leaving a long slit. Priest Theodore looked at his sleeves, and the leather wrist guard was completely torn off by the Night-Blade Leopard. If the holy light on his body had not appeared in time, his right arm might have been bitten off. The Night-Blade Leopard whimpered, fell to the ground and rolled around, and immediately hid in the fog. Priest Theodore broke out in a cold sweat, and he looked around the fog rolling at the dock vigilantly. 2 sailors on the ship heard the fighting on the dock, and immediately ran to the edge of the ship to watch. Just then, I saw a Night-Blade Leopard approaching from behind the side of Priest Theodore, and it suddenly jumped up, trying to bite the back of Priest Theodore's neck. Priest Theodore had been prepared for a long time. When the Night-Blade Leopard pounced on him, he turned around suddenly, and a golden light shone on his chest. A hammer came out of the golden light on his chest, and hit the forehead of the Night-Blade Leopard fiercely. The hammer of judgment appeared out of thin air, and the pupils of the Night-Blade Leopard suddenly shrank. Unfortunately, the hammer of judgment appeared too quickly, and appeared directly in front of the Night-Blade Leopard, hitting his forehead directly. The Night-Blade Leopard screamed after being beaten, rolled on the ground for a while, and immediately hid in the shadows, hiding its breath again. Priest Theodore covered his chest, which was beating non-stop, with one hand, and scanned the surroundings continuously, fearing that the Night-Blade Leopard would jump out from behind again. A holy glimmer floated above Priest Theodore's head, and the soft light illuminated the surroundings. The Night-Blade Leopard wanted to approach from behind. But when it approached Priest Theodore, its body was revealed in the soft holy glimmer. The moment Priest Theodore turned around, the Night-Blade Leopard immediately retreated into the shadows in panic. Roy was lying on the pier stone slab. He was hit in the chest by the hammer of judgment, and even breathing was painful. The Night-Blade Leopard was also hit by the hammer of judgment, and dared not show his head again. Priest Theodore then turned around, and waved the green ticket in his hand vigorously towards the 2 sailors, who were watching the excitement on the side of the golden ship. The 2 crew members saw the ticket in Priest Theodore's hand, and immediately found a bundle of ladders from the bow. He put the ladder down from the side of the ship and quickly called Priest Theodore to get on board quickly. "Captain, Captain, we have received the guest." A crew member turned his head and shouted to the captain's room behind the deck. The golden ship was less than 30 meters long, and the hull was not too high, only more than 3 meters away from the dock. After lowering the ladder, Priest Theodore grabbed the ladder with both hands and quickly climbed onto the ship. The captain of the ship immediately rushed out of the cabin, came to the side of the ship, looked at the ticket in Priest Theodore's hand, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, and shouted to the 2 crew members, "Set sail." "Get ready to set sail." "Yes." The 2 crew members immediately pulled the sails on the 2 masts of the ship. The side walls of the hull were covered with sharp shells. Priest Theodore was not used to the soft ladder in front of him. As he swayed, his fingers were immediately cut by the sharp shells. One foot stepped down, and the soft ladder immediately became S-shaped and shaky. Priest Theodore wanted to step on the other foot, but his body could not control the center of gravity, and the soft ladder under Priest Theodore's feet suddenly turned sideways. The ship was not big, and the sail was small. The sail on the mast of the ship quickly dropped, but there was almost no wind in the foggy morning. Although the sail was inflated, it could not leave the port quickly. Priest Theodore finally stood up on the ladder, and climbed to the deck of the ship with all his strength. Roy struggled to get up from the ground, took a breath, and saw Priest Theodore climbing to the ship next to him, so he grabbed Priest Theodore's ankle and pulled him down from the ladder. Priest Theodore was not used to climbing the ladder, and Roy grabbed one of his feet, and he was hung on the ladder. If he hadn't held the ladder tightly with both hands, Priest Theodore might have fallen off the ladder. Priest Theodore saw Roy holding his ankle, so he kicked hard. Roy held his ankle tightly and refused to let go, so he had to let go of the ladder, and the whole person fell on the dock with Roy. The crew on the Golden ran to the side of the ship and saw Priest Theodore and Roy entangled together. They immediately found a crossbow from the ship, put a crossbow arrow with a broken tail on it, and aimed at Roy. Puff! A crossbow arrow brushed Roy's cheek and inserted fiercely into the gap between the stone slabs on the side, which immediately scared Roy. While Roy was distracted, Priest Theodore struggled to break away from Roy's entanglement, pulled out the metal scepter from his magic waist bag, and smashed it towards his forehead with a ferocious look. Roy rolled on the stone floor and barely avoided the scepter raised by Priest Theodore. Priest Theodore took the opportunity to kick Roy in the ribs. In the severe pain, Roy was like a shrimp with its back arched. Priest Theodore raised the metal scepter in his hand again, ready to smash it down on Roy's head. The crew on the Gold had already begun to call Priest Theodore eagerly. As the sails began to swell, the Gold was pushed by a force, and was about to slowly leave the port. Roy tried his best to avoid the scepter in the hand of the Priest Theodore, but he fell to the edge of the dock and fell into the sea uncontrollably. At this moment, the sound of fighting here has attracted many elves to watch, and even the elf patrols of the guard team have rushed over here. A figure ran out of the mist, and just saw the Priest Theodore swinging the scepter in his hand, knocking Roy into the sea. The great priest Reed appeared on the dock. He was a little out of breath when he ran, and his eyes became very sharp when he stared at the Priest Theodore. Abbot followed High Priest Reed breathlessly, and saw Priest Theodore standing next to a ship that was about to leave the port, with the ladder hanging down and shaking constantly. When Roy passed by the Statue of Liberty, he asked Abbot, who was sleeping in the gatehouse, to call High Priest Reed. When the two arrived at the dock, they saw Roy being beaten into the sea by Priest Theodore. Without any hesitation, High Priest Reed jumped directly into the sea. Abbot stood on the dock, staring blankly at Priest Theodore, who was holding a scepter and whose face was slightly distorted, and asked him, "Teacher, did you take the Holy Grail of Wisdom?" Priest Theodore stood beside the ladder, stretched out his hand and placed it on it. He quickly climbed up the ladder and said without hesitation, "It's me." Of course, this is also what Claire Radin and Thorndyke. The three of us think. Claire Radin needs the help of holy water to repair her aging body. Thorndyke wants to take the opportunity to weaken the Statue of Liberty, and I just don't want to participate in the holy war. I don't want to enter the dark land and become a handful of yellow sand in the endless desert. He climbed up the ladder and turned back to Abbot. The two sailors on the ship held crossbows and stared at Abbot and the sea vigilantly. Priest Theodore paused for a moment and said to Abbot behind him, "Abbot, I can live for a long time. I worked hard to become a priest just to master the power of holy light. I don't have to worry about dying from injuries. I just want to live well." At this moment, Abbot's heart seemed to be shattered by something, and he sat on the stone floor with no strength. These days, he almost devoted himself to finding pirate treasures, and tried not to think about the removal of the Statue of Liberty. In fact, he was unconsciously avoiding this holy war. Now, when he heard Priest Theodore say this, his belief suddenly became clear. Seeing Priest Theodore was about to climb to the side of the ship, the two crew members reached out their hands, ready to pull Theodore onto the Golden. High Priest Reed, however, carried a wet figure out of the sea, and then climbed up from the dock. "Theodore, if you want to leave the Statue of Liberty, you can leave at any time, but you cannot take the Holy Grail of Wisdom with you. That Holy Grail does not belong to you. It belongs to the property of the Statue of Liberty," High Priest Reed said. Priest Theodore looked back at High Priest Reed. At this time, High Priest Reed put the unconscious Roy on the dock. Priest Theodore sat on the side of the boat and said with some pride, "What can I do without the Holy Grail? Half-blood elves have always found it difficult to integrate into the mainstream society of elves. As long as I have the Holy Grail, I can find an elf village to live quietly. The elves there will accept me because I have the power of holy light. I just need to heal their wounds, and I will integrate into their lives. I will find a place with a beautiful view and enjoy the rest of my life." High Priest Reed was soaked and dripping with seawater, but he looked up and said to Priest Theodore on the side of the ship, "I will take the Holy Grail of Wisdom into the dark land, and I will never let you take it away." The raised sail began to swell slowly under the sea breeze. Although the golden ship looked shabby, it could still leave the port slowly after the sails were full. A hammer of judgment appeared on the chest of Priest Theodore. As long as High Priest Reed made a slight move, this hammer of holy light could be smashed out at any time. A pair of light-winged phantoms suddenly appeared behind High Priest Reed, which was the power of High Priest Reed. "You still don't know the gap between us?" High Priest Reed said with a straight face. Hammer of Sanction. The next second, Priest Theodore, who was hit by the Hammer of Sanction, fainted, his body swayed, and then he plunged into the sea. At this time, the golden ship had already begun to leave the port. The two sailors failed to catch Priest Theodore, who fell into the sea, so they wanted to jump into the sea to rescue him. The thick fog on the dock began to slowly dissipate under the sea breeze. Several elf patrols appeared at the dock, and the crew of the golden ship immediately gave up the idea of jumping into the sea. They quickly ran to the bow, pulled the triangular sail on the bow, and quickly adjusted the sailing direction of the ship. The golden ship tore through the calm sea and accelerated to leave the port. Chapter 142. High Priest Reed jumped into the sea again, and pushed the almost sunk Priest Theodore out of the sea. A group of elf patrols stood on the dock and pulled Priest Theodore out of the sea. High Priest Reed took off the magic waste bag from his waist, and found the golden holy grail of wisdom in the magic waste bag. The whole holy grail was heavy in his hand, and some bright golden holy light flowed in the magic pattern on the outside of the holy grail. The elf patrols of the guard team wanted to take the golden holy grail as evidence, but High Priest Reed took it away first. Priest Theodore was carried back to the guards on a stretcher by 2 elf patrols, because he was involved in a murder case, and the victims Peleus and Windsor were already lying in the cemetery in the western suburbs. As for the gold, although it had already left Castletown port, it would probably return to the port soon, because the security of the area outside the port is now under the supervision of the 17th Silver Pegasus Legion. The fog gradually dissipated, and the dazzling sunlight quickly dried the wet port dock. Roy was lying on the floor of the port dock, with a few crystal drops of water on his face, which looked sparkling under the refraction of the sun. His whole body was wet, and his hair stuck to his forehead. High Priest Reed squatted beside Roy, slowly chanting a prayer, and a beam of light fell on Roy's body. Holy light technique. A strong sacred aura filled Roy's body, and a ball of holy light shone brightly. High Priest Reed looked at Roy lying unconscious on the stone floor with a look of surprise. He never thought that he would actually advance at this time. Albert, who was waiting behind with some worries, also widened his eyes when he saw the strong holy light on Roy. Roy slowly woke up. The sun shone through the clouds, and beams of light appeared on the sea. The Nightblade Leopard had long disappeared. In front of Roy appeared the High Priest Reed and Abbot, as well as 2 elves from the guards. There were also a few elves watching the fun on the dock, but no elves gathered. Roy fainted only because he was choked by the seawater. Although his chest was hit by the hammer of judgment, his body was originally sufficiently affinity with the holy light, and the power of the holy light could hardly cause him any harm. He sat up from the stone floor, feeling cold all over. Thinking of the Priest Theodore, he asked the High Priest Reed, "Teacher, where is the Priest Theodore? Has the Holy Grail been found?" High Priest Reed patted Roy on the shoulder and said to him with a smile, "He was taken back to the guard team by the elf patrols. Roy, look at what this is." As he spoke, High Priest Reed took out the Holy Grail of Wisdom. It looked quite heavy. The golden Holy Grail looked extremely gorgeous, and the surface was covered with intricate patterns. The trickles of holy light permeated these intricate patterns, making the entire Holy Grail look radiant and colorful. This was the first time Roy saw the Holy Grail of Wisdom. He reached out and touched the lines on the Holy Grail, and clearly felt a gentle sacred breath. "Did you find it?" "That's great," Roy said happily. Roy got up from the ground all of a sudden. Although he felt a little uncomfortable because of the wetness, his chest didn't hurt at all. Looking at the sky, Roy thought that he still had to go to the Elf Academy for class, so he said to the High Priest Reed, "Teacher, I still have to go to the Elf Academy in the morning. If you have anything, we can talk in the afternoon." After saying that, he did not forget to wave to Abbott, who was in a daze, and then ran out of Castletown Harbor. When Roy passed Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy at the crossroads, he saw the Nightblade Leopard hiding in the small nest and sleeping soundly, but the small nest was wet, and there were some water stains flowing out of the small nest. Seeing the Nightblade Leopard lying obediently in the small nest, Roy exhaled lightly, blew a whistle lightly, and then ran past the door of the pharmacy. He ran home to change into clean clothes, then ran out with his textbooks, and came to the crossroads to take a long carriage. Having almost not slept all night, Roy yawned at the crossroads and felt his eyelids fighting. But even so, Roy did not dare to skip classes. In the Elf Academy, the consequences of skipping classes without reason were very serious. Anyway, the elves had the most time. The most common punishment was to retake the course, but of course they could also choose to give up. Just when Roy wanted to take a nap against a small tree on the street, a white arm stretched out from the side, and the delicate and soft hand held a green apple. Roy looked up and saw Sabrina standing in front of him. This time she didn't wear the low-cut oval-neck apricot yellow dress, but a floral dress with some white lace on the neckline. Her long golden hair was particularly dazzling in the sun. "Did you miss breakfast?" Roy took the apple Sabrina handed over and took a big bite. It was not as sour as he imagined, but slightly bitter. Sabrina thought she had beaten him too hard last night, so she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. "Thank you. I barely slept last night. I'm a little sleepy," Roy said casually while chewing an apple. At this time, the long carriage stopped silently at the intersection, and the elves waiting at the intersection boarded the carriage one after another. Sabrina took the initiative to sit by the window. indicating that Roy could sit next to him, then patted her round and moist shoulders, her cheeks flushed a little, and whispered to Roy, "If you are sleepy, you can sleep with me for a while. I will call you when we get to the Elf Academy." Roy stared at Sabrina in surprise, and tried to turn his head away. Seeing that she didn't look strange, he approached her confidently. Her smooth and cold skin smelled faintly of lilac, and Roy thought it was the smell of youth. Claire was becoming more and more popular in the Elf Academy. Every day, many elves who wanted to meet him were waiting on the path leading to the training ground. Roy wanted to stay a little further away from him, so as not to be stepped on by the elf students rushing over. In recent days, Roy and the members of Group 16 have gradually become familiar with each other. After school at noon, Roy returned to the Statue of Liberty. Jasper was cleaning the front yard. Seeing Roy walking in from the gate, Jasper asked Roy with a puzzled look, "Roy, how did you get back to Brown Street before me?" Jasper walked up to him and looked at Roy expectantly. Roy pointed to the mouth of the Dane River and explained to Jasper, "I rushed down along the Dane River." At that time, the elf patrols of the guard team rushed into the tree house. Theodore escaped through the window and jumped directly into the Dane River. The kitten and I also jumped into the river. You probably don't know that the kitten is actually quite good at swimming and swam back to Brown Street with me. Jasper raised his fist and bumped it with Roy, and said with a beaming face, "Now the Holy Grail is finally found, that's good." The theft of the Holy Grail has always been a knot in his heart. Maybe it's because of Priest Anderson, Roy thought. Jasper muttered quietly, "I didn't expect that Priest Theodore was among the people who stole the Holy Grail." In addition, there were priests from the Moon Temple and Master Claire Latin from the Art Museum. Once this matter gets out, it may become the biggest scandal in Castletown this year. "Roy, High Priest Reed is calling you." "He's in the study." Abbott walked out of the backyard carrying a bucket of water, and said loudly to Roy. He blinked his eyes after saying that, hinting clearly that something good must be happening. Roy walked along the path beside the cypress wall to the backyard of the temple, climbed up the stairs to the second floor, and walked quickly to the door of the study. Dang dang dang. "Come in." High Priest Reed's steady voice came from inside. Roy pushed open the wooden door of the study, and saw High Priest Reed with his back to the door, searching for books on the bookshelf. On the round table in the study room, there was the Golden Holy Grail, which emitted a soft holy light, filling the entire study room with a strong holy light. High Priest Reed took out a thick book, turned around and walked to the round table, motioning Roy to sit down. "Roy, this time we were able to find the Holy Grail of Wisdom, thanks to your constant search." High Priest Reed placed the book in front of him, and said to Roy with a look of relief, "Teacher, it's just a coincidence." Roy responded modestly. High Priest Reed pointed at the table with his finger, and said approvingly, "Boldly guess, carefully investigate and verify. After discovering the target, knowing that the opponent is a strong enemy, you are not afraid and refuse to retreat. This kind of fearless courage is also very valuable." He paused and said, "I will write a letter to the Golfio headquarters. I guess there should be a reward for you, but before that this is my personal reward to you." High Priest Reed took out a brand new magic waste bag, and placed it on the round table. The magic waste bag looked ordinary, but there were 2 magic patterned bags on each side of the belt. Roy had seen a belt with 2 magic patterned bags in the magic grocery store, but he had never seen 4 in a row. Roy asked about the belt with a single magic patterned bag, and one was worth about 8 magic crystals. And now the magic belt that High Priest Reed gave Roy actually had 4 magic patterned bags. So he didn't take the magic waste bag at the first time, but looked up and asked High Priest Reed, "Teacher, is this too expensive?" High Priest Reed smiled gently and said, "Compared to the Holy Grail of Wisdom, this is just a small gift." As he spoke, he stuffed the magic waste bag into Roy's hands. "Okay, this book is a detailed explanation of the purification technique. I believe you are ready," High Priest Reed said, and pushed the book in front of Roy. Just as Roy lowered his head and silently read the thick book, High Priest Reed turned around and walked out of the study room. Chapter 143. After cleaning the yard, Jasper and Abbott would go to the study to learn magic. However, Abbott has been studying in the study less and less recently. He has been obsessed with reading books related to geography, wanting to learn as much as possible about the endless sea. According to Jasper, Abbott is simply obsessed with the devil, and the pirate treasure has almost occupied Abbott's entire life. Every day he dreams of arriving at the island where the treasure is hidden. In order to make Abbott sober up, Jasper has asked Abbott for his half of the treasure map after several unsuccessful persuasions. For this, the two of them almost had a big fight. Although Abbott apologized to Jasper afterwards, once something has a crack, it is likely to become irreparable. Jasper pushed the door and walked into the study room. Sure enough, Abbott did not follow him. He would rather look up a map in the lobby than study magic in the study room. Where's Abbott? Roy looked up at Jasper and asked casually. He went to the city library. This guy has been like this recently. Whenever he has time, he will go to the library to look up information. Jasper said helplessly, Roy, do you think it is possible that the treasure map is fake? Roy was slightly startled. He had never thought of this. Jasper walked into the study and closed the door. He did not rush to the bookshelf to find the book, but stared at Roy and asked him, Roy, now that the Holy Grail of Wisdom has been found, do you want to go to the Dark Land with us to fight? With the Holy Grail of Wisdom, we can walk freely in the Dark Land. Roy looked at the fire in Jasper's eyes and asked, Why, have you decided? Yes. Jasper's eyes were full of firm confidence, and he said to Roy, In my opinion, joining the Crusades is my belief, and we enter the Dark Land to spread the Holy Light, so that the Holy Light can shine to every corner of the world. Roy's eyes fell on the divine book on the round table, and said, I don't want to go, I want to go to the other side of this sea to take a look. Jasper seemed to know what Roy would say. When he heard Roy say this again, his eyes dimmed slightly, and he said, Abbott doesn't want to join the Crusades either. I'd be left alone by then. I guess that journey will be very boring. I don't know when this temple will be demolished. After saying that, Jasper stood up. He took it out from the bookshelf, sat down at the round table again, and began to read seriously. The study became quiet. After a while, Roy began to try to recite the prayer of purification. Jasper suddenly raised his head, stared at Roy with a pair of bright eyes, and suddenly asked him, Roy, if I can't go to the dark place, can you go there for me to take a look? Roy stopped reciting the prayer, stared at Jasper in silence, and said to him helplessly, Hey, just take a look. Jasper still refused to give up, and said persistently. Roy waved his hand without hesitation and said, No, if you want to go. Go by yourself. The two studied in the study for the whole afternoon, until Abbott returned to the Statue of Liberty with a few geography atlases, pushed open the wooden door of the study, and then turned around to look at the setting sun. Why are you still here? Abbott asked curiously. Roy then saw the slanting sun shining in from the door, closed the detailed explanation of purification on the table, put away the bookshelf, and then said, It's so late. Okay, you two, I'm going home. Wait for me, I'm going to clean the Black Pearl. Jasper quickly closed the book in his hand, followed Roy's footsteps, quickly put it back on the bookshelf, and then walked out of the study with Roy. Then I go to the Black Pearl to take a look. Abbott, are you going? Roy turned his head and asked Abbott. Me? Forget it, I just borrowed a lot of atlases from the library and want to take a good look. Abbott hesitated and replied. After speaking, Abbott sat down in front of the round table, took out a magnifying glass from his pocket, opened a geography picture book, and stared at an ancient scroll with eager eyes. Jasper and Roy came out of the study. He's always like this lately. Roy followed Jasper to the Black Pearl, where someone often needed to clean up because the deck was often covered with the feces of seagulls. Roy found that during his absence, the captain's room had added a lot of things, and the potted plants by the window were growing well. Jasper first brought up a few buckets of seawater and cleaned the deck of the Black Pearl, then checked all the windows on the ship. After finishing these, he sat alone at the bow, quietly waiting for Miss Tiffany. Although he didn't know when she would appear, Jasper would come to the boat almost every day to sit for a while. Sunday. The morning was sunny. Standing at the intersection and looking out to the sea, you can see the flying fish boat far away. Roy got up early and came to the Statue of Liberty after breakfast. A carriage stopped at the gate of the temple. A half-elf coachman was sitting on the driver's seat and eating breadfruit. When he saw Roy coming, he grinned at him, revealing a row of neat teeth. Walking into the temple, I saw High Priest Reed standing at the entrance of the main hall in neat clothes. Good morning, teacher. Roy stood by the pool and saluted High Priest Reed. Go change into the apprentice priest's robes, and go with us to attend the trial of Priest Theodore. High Priest Reed said to Roy with a serious expression. Oh! Roy hurriedly walked to the locker room in the backyard. Jasper and Abbott just ran down from the second floor. Jasper said to Roy, Roy, hurry up! The carriage at the door is waiting for us. Got it. Roy then realized why the coachman grinned at him slyly while chewing breadfruit. It was relatively quick to run to the locker room and change into a trainee priest's robe. If you don't wear a belt, this kind of robe looks like a sack with 5 holes. You just put it on. Of course, after wearing a belt, you will look like a trainee priest. Roy put on the trainee priest robe and chased out from behind. Jasper and Abbott worked together to close the door of the Statue of Liberty, and hung a sign saying temporarily closed at the door. Then they took a carriage to the Elders' Council Tribunal in front of the Heroes' Square. Roy, Jasper and Abbott, led by High Priest Reed, came to the tribunal again. Compared to the first time, Roy's mood was much more complicated this time, because the one who was about to be judged was a priest of the Statue of Liberty. Although he had betrayed the temple, he was still a priest of the Statue of Liberty after all. No matter what, it would greatly affect the reputation of the Statue of Liberty. Roy walked into the circular courtroom and immediately felt an invisible pressure on his head, as if he couldn't breathe. Then he found that the situation of Jasper and Abbott beside him was not as good as his. It was the same step courtroom where the slave traders of the Kumquat were tried last time. When a group of elves who were listening to the trial filled the courtroom, the arbitration committee members also appeared in their seats. The old elf judge was still standing in the emerald green hanging basket, supported by a thick vine, and moved freely in the courtroom. After all the elves were seated, the chief judge signaled the guards to bring the prisoner to the trial platform. Roy, Jasper, and Abbott sat behind High Priest Reed, and the other two kept looking into the passageway that Roy pointed to. Roy thought that Priest Theodore and Priest Thorndyke would appear at the same time, but after waiting for a long time, he saw Priest Theodore, who looked haggard, slowly walking out of the passageway with shackles on his hands and feet. In just 3 days, Priest Theodore had lost a lot of weight, and the loose skin on the sides of his face drooped down, looking like a dejected Shar-Pei. The chief judge was sent to Priest Theodore by the vines, and he shook the bell in his hand vigorously in front of Priest Theodore. "Priest Theodore, can you hear me?" Theodore nodded, lowered his head, and remained silent. The presiding judge asked again, "Are you conscious now? Please raise your head, look at me, and answer in Elvish." Priest Theodore raised his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and he could hardly open his eyes. "Yes, I am very conscious." His voice was also a little hoarse. The presiding judge nodded slightly and asked, "Okay, then let me ask you, what do you have to say about the murder of the half-elf Peleus?" Theodore's eyes flickered, and after a moment he gritted his teeth and said, "No, I did all this. I killed the half-blood elf Peleus. I wanted to ask him about the whereabouts of the Holy Grail of Wisdom, but he never told me until his death." The presiding judge asked again, "Then how did you get the Holy Grail of Wisdom in your hand?" Priest Theodore looked around. His eyes stayed on the face of the great priest Reed for a moment, then he looked at the presiding judge and replied, "I saw it at Master Clare Latin's home. At that time, I was invited by Master Clare Latin and was about to treat him, when I saw Priest Thorndyke walk in with the Holy Grail of Wisdom. This kind of Holy Grail can only be used by the priests of the Statue of Liberty, so the agreement reached by Priest Thorndyke and Master Clare Latin is that I will treat Master Clare Latin, and whether Master Clare Latin lives or dies, this Holy Grail of Wisdom will be given to me. I treated Master Clare Latin for more than a month as agreed, but Master Clare Latin eventually died of severe organ failure. I got the Holy Grail of Wisdom as agreed. Although I found the Holy Grail, I never thought of returning it to the Statue of Liberty. So I plead guilty." The presiding judge nodded, turned around and said loudly, "Please stand up, the witness, Priest Thorndyke." Roy was a little confused for a moment. How did Priest Thorndyke, who was obviously an accomplice, become a witness? Chapter 144. Inside the courtroom, there was a sudden noise. Priest Thorndyke stood up from the witness stand next to Priest Theodore. He was still wearing the black robe of the Moon Temple priest, his hair was loose, and there was a crescent-shaped accessory on his forehead, which made him look very pious. There were 2 other priests sitting next to him. Priest Thorndyke stood up, looked around, coughed lightly, and then said to the presiding judge calmly, "My lord, I am ready." After saying this, Priest Thorndyke raised his head and looked towards High Priest Reed, even staring at Roy deeply. The chief judge held the hanging basket with both hands, standing opposite Priest Thorndyke, and asked him, "Priest Thorndyke, someone saw you in contact with the deceased Peleus in the lower city. Do you have anything to explain?" For a while, many elves in the trial were discussing, making the trial chaotic. Priest Thorndyke blinked his eyes, and said confidently, "That's not the case. I just passed by the alley in the lower city at that time, and didn't know about Peleus' death." As soon as this sentence came out, High Priest Reed couldn't help but look up at Priest Thorndyke. The courtroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone wanted to hear the next question very much. In an instant, the courtroom became quiet again. The chief judge was also a little uncomfortable, but he still tightened his face and asked Priest Thorndyke, "Priest Thorndyke, can you tell me how you got this Holy Grail of Wisdom?" Priest Thorndyke immediately said, This Holy Grail is hidden in a drainage ditch in the lower city. Seeing that the courtroom had quieted down, he paused for a moment, supported his hands on the table, and leaned forward. When I passed by that alley, I accidentally stepped on the stone slab of the drainage ditch. I was going to pick up the stone slab and put it beside the ditch, but I didn't expect to find the Holy Grail of Wisdom in the depths of the ditch. Then I took it to Master Claire Raiden's treehouse. The Chief Judge stared at Priest Thorndyke and asked again, "Since you are a witness, what evidence do you have to prove that Priest Theodore killed Peleus?" Priest Thorndyke spread his hands, shook his head, and explained to the Chief Judge, "I can't prove that Priest Theodore killed Peleus. I am attending the trial this time only to prove that Priest Theodore agreed to the conditions proposed by Master Claire Latin and me in order to recover the Holy Grail of Wisdom. At that time, I was in Master Claire Latin's treehouse and happened to meet Priest Theodore, who was giving Master Claire Latin holy light treatment. Priest Theodore hoped that I could give him the Holy Grail of Wisdom, and I hoped that he could use the Holy Grail of Wisdom to cure Master Claire Latin's illness, so we made such an agreement. As long as Priest Theodore is willing to treat Master Claire Latin, whether he lives or dies, we will give the Holy Grail of Wisdom to Priest Theodore in the end." In fact, we did keep our promise, and returned the Holy Grail of Wisdom to Priest Theodore. The Chief Judge waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet again. Then the Chief Judge came to Priest Theodore and asked him, "Priest Theodore, do you agree with Priest Thorndyke's statement?" Priest Theodore responded hoarsely, "I agree. So do you have any objections to this trial?" The Chief Judge flew above the heads of all the elves and asked everyone loudly. The surroundings became completely silent. Now that Master Clarendon was dead, and Priest Theodore had confessed his guilt, there were no other witnesses who could prove that Priest Thorndyke and Master Clarendon were involved. In this way, Priest Thorndyke became a witness. And the only thing he did wrong was to hand over the Holy Grail of Wisdom to Priest Theodore. Even for this one thing, the deceased Master Clarendon would still share the responsibility with him, so the presiding judge did not continue to question other witnesses. After slowly turning 3 times in the courtroom, it stopped again. "Then please give the final verdict, all the arbitrators." This period of time was a bit long, and everyone could only sit in their seats and wait patiently. The arbitrators discussed it a little fiercely in private, probably because different voices appeared among them. After arguing for a long time, the Chief Judge suddenly flew over everyone's head, then stood in the hanging basket and announced, "In view of the identity of the deceased Peleus as a thief, and the Priest Theodore as a priest of the Statue of Liberty, he has the power to recover the lost Holy Grail. Although he accidentally killed Peleus during the dispute, this situation is excusable, so the arbitration committee finally decided to convict the Priest Theodore of killing Peleus, and the Priest Theodore will serve 50 years in the Parim Island prison." Roy didn't expect that a trial would end like this. It was obviously a conspiracy between Priest Thorndyke, Master Claire Raiden, and Priest Theodore, and finally Priest Thorndyke killed Peleus in Windsor, but now it turned out that Priest Theodore was chasing the thief who stole the Holy Grail and accidentally killed him. Therefore, the arbitration committee members thought that this matter was not serious. Since Priest Theodore took the responsibility, the trial went very smoothly, and even the sentence for Priest Theodore was very light. Master Claire Raiden and Priest Thorndyke were not even implicated. After the trial, High Priest Reed looked a little unhappy. He did not raise any doubts in the courtroom, but led Jasper, Abbott, and Roy out of the courtroom in a line. As soon as everyone walked out of the courtroom, they saw Priest Thorndyke standing at the door of the courtroom, with a row of priests from the Moon Temple standing beside him. Under the shade of the Tree of Life, Priest Thorndyke looked very proud. Seeing High Priest Reed coming out of the hall, he took the initiative to say hello, with a proud smile on his face. "High Priest Reed, no matter what, I want to congratulate you, the Holy Grail of Wisdom has finally been found." After saying that, Priest Thorndyke extended a hand to High Priest Reed, wanting to shake hands with him. But High Priest Reed said to him with a cold face, "Although I don't know what price you paid to convince Theodore, to be honest. I regret it a little. When you came to me that day, I should have let you stay in the Statue of Liberty." When Priest Thorndyke heard High Priest Reed say this, his face changed slightly. He stopped approaching to make himself look unhappy, and his smile froze on his face, looking very embarrassed. Roy, Jasper, and Abbott walked past him, and Priest Thorndyke didn't even look at them. When Roy boarded the carriage, he was still thinking about the verdict of the arbitration committee. He didn't expect that killing a half-blood elf with a history of theft would only require 50 years in prison. No matter how you look at it, this trial is full of conspiracy. And Windsor's death was not mentioned in this trial, as if no one had ever heard of this name. Chapter 145. Although the judgment of the Inquisition on Priest Theodore was not public, the final result of the judgment spread throughout the city very quickly. The priest of the Statue of Liberty killed a young half-blood elf, and was only sentenced to 50 years in prison. 50 years in prison is not too long for an elf, who can live for 800 years. In fact, what made the half-blood elves in the lower city dissatisfied was not that the judgment on priest Theodore was very light. Instead, compared with the 200 years of imprisonment of the slave traders of the Golden Orange, everyone felt that since there was already a standard, the sentence for priest Theodore this time should be 100 years of imprisonment, even if it was discounted. Those slave traders only captured some young Silver Moon elves and killed a Dark Moon elf. The main crew members, who killed the Dark Moon elf, were all extradited to the Evernight Forest in the Dark Moon Kingdom. The other crew members who participated in the slave trade were imprisoned in the Param Island prison, and they would probably live there until they died. Although the Statue of Liberty has established a good reputation in the lower city, at its peak, nearly half of the half-blood elves in the lower city were believers of the Statue of Liberty. However, the Statue of Liberty gradually went downhill, especially when the goddess's holy light no longer shone on the elf continent, and the number of believers began to shrink significantly. Now, there are probably only 1 in 10 half-blood elves who can still be believers of the Statue of Liberty in the lower city. But even so, the Statue of Liberty is more loved by the elves in the lower city than the Moon Temple. This time, priest Theodore admitted that he personally killed the half-blood elf Peleus. Even though the deceased was an extremely annoying thief, the half-blood elves in the lower city still could not forgive priest Theodore's violent behavior. In the afternoon, there were even young half-blood elves running to the gate of the Statue of Liberty and throwing some shells into the yard. On Monday, when Roy went to school, he heard people talking about this in the long carriage. "I think those Silver Moon elves in the Council of Elders really don't treat us as human beings. Why do slave traders who capture Silver Moon elves need to be imprisoned for 200 years, but the real murderer who killed the half-blood elf only needs to be imprisoned for 50 years? Are thieves not human beings? That's right. I think those Silver Moon elves just want to exploit us. Hey, is there any way? This is the Silver Moon Kingdom after all." The half-blood elves' discussion gradually quieted down until a Silver Moon elf walked into the carriage. Roy and Sabrina sat in the back seat of the carriage. They looked at each other and obviously realized that priest Theodore had brought a lot of negative impact to the Statue of Liberty this time. The temple had obviously lost the Holy Grail of Wisdom and was clearly the victim of the whole incident, but it had to endure the criticism of the elves. The long carriage stopped twice on the roadside, and Sabrina's 2 best friends boarded the carriage one after another. Roy took the initiative to give them seats. The 3 half-blood elves with wood elf blood gathered together, and they were a head taller than the other elves, attracting a lot of attention in the carriage. Several young half-blood elves squeezed in from the carriage to chat with them. Their sneaky eyes seemed to be the same as Roy's, frequently looking into the collars of the 3 girls. Roy could only sigh silently, and then used his body to block the half-blood elves from harassing Sabrina and her 2 best friends. Seeing that their sight was blocked by Roy, several half-blood elves looked at Roy's face at the same time. One half-blood elf even put his ear to Roy's ear and shouted coldly, "Get out of the way." Roy turned his head to look around and said, "There is only so much space in the carriage, where can I retreat?" Several half-blood elves surrounded Roy, staring at him with their strong chests, staring at him fiercely, and their warm breath almost sprayed on Roy's face. The elves around who were worried about being implicated all dodged. One of the half-blood elves almost reached out to grab Roy's collar, but was stopped by his companion. "Wait, don't make trouble in the long carriage. Wait until the carriage stops, and we will take him downstairs to deal with it." At this time, Sabrina wanted to stand up to help Roy, but was held tightly by her best friend. Not long after, the long carriage shook violently, and stopped outside the gate of the Elf Academy. Immediately, 3 half-blood elves jumped out of the carriage, and waited at the door of the carriage. The other 2 half-blood elves sandwiched Roy in the middle, pulled his arm in the crowded crowd, and pulled him out of the carriage. Roy did not resist, and followed them out of the carriage. Sabrina broke free from her best friend's pull, chased down the carriage, pulled Roy's body, blocked him behind her, and shouted at these half-blood elves, "What do you want to do?" One of the half-blood elves stretched out his hand and pushed Sabrina's chest, yelling, "Get out of the way." Roy thought Sabrina would be pushed away, but unexpectedly Sabrina used her arm to block the push from the opposite side, and then put her fingers together like a knife, raised her palm and chopped down. The young half-blood elf didn't expect Sabrina to chop hard with her hand knife at this time. Sabrina's hand knife hit his shoulder firmly, and Roy even heard a crisp sound of a broken collarbone. Crack. Roy's whole body tensed up, and he thought again of the scene where he was knocked unconscious by Sabrina. The young elf cried out and fell on his companion, and his right arm was no longer able to lift up. Other half-blood elves rushed over immediately, after seeing their companions being chopped by Sabrina's knife. Roy and Sabrina stood back to back on the street in front of the college, dealing with the half-blood elf students who surrounded them. Sabrina's two best friends also squeezed over at this time, and the four of them gathered together. There were elf students preparing to enter the elf academy everywhere. When they saw the elves fighting here, they all gathered here. Everyone was very excited and formed a big circle. The elves in the back kept pushing forward. At this time, someone shouted outside, "Roy, are you preparing for a fight?" Wagner Claire's voice came from outside, and there was excitement in his voice. He kept shouting, "Everyone, make way, let me in, Roy, I help you." Someone actually made way for Claire, and Claire squeezed in with a group of Silver Moon elves, and saw Roy surrounded by several half-blood elves. Immediately called on her companions to join in the fight. Several young half-blood elves saw that there were more and more helpers on the other side, and immediately carried their injured companions, and fled the scene quickly, running into the academy in a panic. Claire wanted to chase after them with her companions, but Roy called out, "Forget it, Claire, class is about to start, let's go into the academy." Then she waved to Sabrina and squeezed out of the crowd. Because the class was about to start, the elves who were watching here quickly dispersed, and everyone rushed into the elf academy. Sabrina hugged the textbook again, and walked into the academy with her two best friends. The two best friends complained as they walked, "Sabrina, why did you help that half-elf just now? Let them fight, they don't deserve sympathy at all, especially that half-elf. Isn't he harassing you all day long?" "That's it. He's my neighbor. I promised Ms. Belinda that I would take care of him at the academy." Sabrina blushed and explained immediately. Claire caught up with Roy from behind, and the two walked along the path to the training ground. People kept greeting Claire along the way. Claire seemed to be used to it, and responded to every student very familiarly. Even if she couldn't call out the name, she would smile at the other person. Claire likes to dress more artistically recently. Although the clothes worn by the elves are exquisite, they are not resistant to dirt. Especially when taking martial arts training classes, Claire has to run to the locker room to change a set of clothes. So this period before class was very tense for Claire. "Who was that just now? He was really good." Claire praised Roy. Roy was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was talking about Sabrina. "Sabrina, my neighbor," Roy responded. Claire expanded her chest and said as she walked, "I haven't fought for a long time. I feel like my body is rusty. It's a pity that I didn't fight. Roy, accompany me to the back street of the college at noon. I want to buy a sacred pendant." "Oh." After Roy agreed, he asked curiously, "Why do you suddenly want to buy a sacred pendant?" "It's because of Master Claire Latin. These days, Master Claire Latin's health regimen has been circulating in the upper city. I heard that wearing magical items with sacred attributes will be very good for the body, so I am going to go shopping and see if there is a chance to buy one. My sister's birthday is in a few days," Claire replied. Roy was a little speechless. He didn't expect it to be like this. Claire's eyes suddenly lit up, turned her head and stared at Roy, and asked expectantly, "By the way, Roy, do you have such small ornaments and pendants in your temple?" Roy shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he had not. At noon, Roy was unable to return to the Statue of Liberty immediately. He was dragged by Claire to the back street of the Elf Academy. Claire thought that Roy knew more about items with sacred attributes, at least he would not buy fakes. This time when he came to the back street of the academy, Roy found that it was obviously more lively than the last time he came, and there were many magic shops on the back street. Roy originally planned to save enough money to buy a magic waste bag in the magic shop on the back street. It's just that the money hasn't been saved up yet, but the magic waste bag has been in hand. Just as Claire said, recently there have been elves running to the magic shop to buy small pendants and ornaments with divine attributes, causing some of the sacred ornaments collected in the magic shops on the back street of the academy to be quickly sold out. Except for the Grey Keepers, who often live in the cemetery, almost no one is interested in these things. So only a few magic shops have such ornaments. Claire looked for several shops, but couldn't find a sacred pendant. The two walked into the magic shop on the corner. While Claire was talking to the shop owner, Roy sat down by the window with some boredom. A magician passed by the street. Roy looked up and saw his profile. The hood on his head was blown open by the wind, revealing half of his profile. Roy saw clearly that the guy was Benjamin. Sure enough, he didn't escape. Roy didn't expect that he was hiding in the back street of the Elf Academy. But when Roy pushed the door and chased out, the magician Benjamin had disappeared in the crowd. Chapter 146. Many times, it is like this. The more you worry about something, the more likely it will happen. Roy is most worried that the magician Benjamin, who escaped from the kumquat, will sneak back to Castletown. A magician lurking in the dark is still very dangerous. Unfortunately, when Roy ran out of the magic shop, he could no longer see the magician Benjamin. Claire chased him out from behind and asked, "Roy, who did you see?" "The only magician among the slave traders." Roy retracted his gaze, sighed, and said to Claire, "He actually dared to return to Castletown?" Claire was shocked. You know, if the magician Benjamin wanted to take revenge, then Claire and Roy would be the first targets. After all, they were the first to discover the slave traders, and then Roy issued a warning, which attracted the elf warriors of the Silver Pegasus Legion, directly leading to the destruction of the kumquat. Mage Benjamin appeared in Castletown. Obviously, he came to take revenge on Roy, Claire, and the students of the Elf Academy. Unfortunately, he was unable to find the whereabouts of magician Benjamin, and Roy sighed secretly. Claire was a little disappointed that she failed to buy the sacred hanger. He had 2 classes to attend in the afternoon, so he finished the purchase early. Worried about the revenge of magician Benjamin, Roy went to the guard team on the east side of the Elf Academy at noon and told the elf patrols of the guard team that magician Benjamin appeared in the back street of the academy. Last week, the Inquisition just sentenced the group of slave traders on the kumquat, and this week a fish that slipped through the net sneaked into Castletown. The elf patrols of the guard team took this information very seriously, and immediately organized 5 patrol teams to patrol near the Elf Academy and the Magic District. In fact, magician Benjamin is easy to identify. In the upper city of Castletown, there are almost no humans. Occasionally, a human face appears on the street, and it is easy to track his whereabouts. Roy then returned to the Statue of Liberty. Now everything in the Statue of Liberty is on track, and the Holy Grail of Wisdom has returned to the hands of High Priest Reed. The only regret is that Priest Anderson is gone, and Priest Theodore is going to prison again. Now the Statue of Liberty is only supported by High Priest Reed. Roy, Jasper, and Abbott could only serve as assistants to help High Priest Reed do a little bit of work. When passing by the gate of the temple, Roy saw Abbott holding a picture album in the gatehouse at the gate, carefully searching the hand-drawn maps in the picture album. Roy found that Abbott lived in the gatehouse, and the small square table in the gatehouse was covered with various maps. "Hi, Abbott, good afternoon." When Roy passed by the gate, he took the initiative to greet Abbott. Abbott raised his head and looked outside. Finding that only Roy was standing outside, he poked his head out of the gatehouse, frowned, and said in a dull voice, "Roy, you're back." Seeing that Abbott was in a bad mood, Roy put his hands on the gatehouse window and asked curiously, "Abbott, what's wrong with you?" "Forget it, nothing." Actually, Abbott wanted to speak out, but when he thought that Roy and Jasper had a better relationship, he immediately shut up. Roy guessed that Abbott might want him to take over, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he took the initiative to move over and whispered, "Do you need me to take over for half a day?" Abbott waved his hand and said, "No, I just went to the library yesterday, and I don't need it these days. Besides, it's actually quite good for me to sit here." After that, Abbott pointed to the messy atlases on the desk. "Oh," Roy agreed, and then said, "We can't be impatient about finding the treasure. Before I learn to sail, we have plenty of time." After saying that, he patted Abbott on the shoulder, and then Roy walked back to the backyard. Until Roy saw Jasper sitting alone next to the well, looking a little depressed, he leaned over and asked, "Jasper, do you need help?" "No." Jasper blurted out subconsciously, raised his head, and looked at Roy, and said to him, "Roy." After calling out Roy's name, Jasper stopped again. "What's wrong?" Roy was a little strange. Today, both Jasper and Abbott were a little abnormal. Roy simply sat next to the well. Jasper said a little depressed, "This morning Abbott asked me to borrow half of the treasure map, but I refused, and we had a little quarrel. I just came from the front yard. No wonder Abbott is not in a good mood either." Roy suddenly realized, it turned out that the two of them had a quarrel. Roy knew that Jasper had always been against Abbott putting all his energy into the treasure map. In Jasper's opinion, this treasure map was more like a topic that the three of them could talk about casually when they were bored in their spare time. But Abbott thought the pirate treasure was more important. If he could get it, many of his dreams would come true. So Abbott has been looking for various sea charts. Roy said to Jasper, "In fact, the sea area on the treasure map is very small, and it does not belong to any archipelago near the Elf continent, so it is not easy to find out where the treasure map is. You can give him the half of the treasure map in your hand. It will probably not take too long before he loses interest," Roy suggested. Jasper shook his head without hesitation to refuse, and said, "He is a little obsessed. I must wake him up. Don't always have wishful thinking." The two held their own opinions, and it seemed that the contradiction could not be resolved for a while. Jasper put the bucket aside and followed Roy to the study to learn divine arts. Only Abbott, who was guarding the gatehouse, was tirelessly flipping through the books related to geography. The two sat in the study, and Roy continued to learn purification. In fact, he also wanted to ask the great priest Reed if he could learn the hammer of judgment at present. After all, the magician Benjamin appeared in Castletown City, and Roy still needed to do some precautions. Jasper saw Roy start to recite the prayer, put down the book in his hand, sat across the round table, and said to Roy, "Roy, I heard that the half-blood elves talked about Priest Thorndyke. It is very likely that he killed Peleus that day, but there is no evidence now." Roy asked in confusion, "Didn't Priest Theodore end the trial? Why are you still talking about this?" Chapter 147. The elf patrol of the guard team is investigating Priest Thorndyke. In the morning, 2 elf patrols came to the temple and asked a lot of questions. I told them that when you were investigating the whereabouts of the Holy Grail, you were obstructed by Priest Thorndyke, and even wanted to take you back to the Moon Temple. Jasper supported his hands on the round table and whispered to Roy. He was looking for information about the Dark Land recently. The book on the table was the complete picture book of Dark Land creatures, but it was a bit old, and the introductions to many dark creatures were very brief and vague. The Statue of Liberty knew very little about the Dark Land, and even some apprentice priests didn't know there was such a place in the world. But at this moment, Roy's attention was completely focused on Jasper. "Is that what you told them?" Roy asked with wide eyes. Jasper nodded quickly, smiled and said, "Well, Priest Thorndyke should be targeted by the elf guards. Isn't the theft of the Holy Grail of Wisdom over? Priest Theodore has also pleaded guilty, so why are the elf patrols of the guard team still holding on to Priest Thorndyke?" Roy asked in confusion. Jasper continued, "It is said that the Castleton Guard and the Moon Temple had some conflicts a long time ago. The priests of the Moon Temple were unwilling to hold funeral ceremonies for some elves who died accidentally. Such matters were the responsibility of the guard. It was easier in the lower city. If we couldn't invite the priests of the Moon Temple, we would have the priests of the Statue of Liberty Temple do it. However, the upper city would often become awkward. Usually, the families of the Silver Moon Elves would come forward to invite the priests of the Moon Temple." Then, Jasper put his head close to Roy's ear again, as if to say something very important. "I also heard that the priests of the Moon Temple charge benefits for holding funeral ceremonies." "Charge?" Roy asked in surprise. Jasper nodded repeatedly, "Yes." Roy didn't think there was anything wrong with charging some money for holding funeral ceremonies. But he seemed to understand the conflict between the priests of the Moon Temple and the elf patrols of the guard team. He sighed and said, "No wonder they are unwilling to accept the commission of the elf patrols of the guard team. The guard team should not give them money." Jasper nodded affirmatively. "That's about it. It has been 9 days since Ms. Belinda left home for Buenos Aires, and Roy has not received any news. Recently, Moira has been learning the elven sword dance in the magic crystal all day long. According to Sabrina, these sword dances should also have a corresponding set of breathing methods. If they are not matched with unique breathing methods, these elven war dances are just 3 sets of advanced elven physical skills." Roy promised Earl Amelia and Xavier to record everything that happened in Castletown, so he has recently developed the habit of writing a diary. Every 2 months, Roy would write a letter to Xavier. As for Count Amelia, Roy would have to go to Ellington Castle in person. He planned to ask Count Amelia about the elf war dance the next time he went to Ellington Castle. Moira was on the terrace, sheathing her dagger. She had learned a dance of light, and was still practicing. "Roy, I heard from my sister that you had a conflict with those half-blood elves during the day." Moira picked up a towel, and wiped the sweat off her face. "In such a hot summer, even if you do a sword dance at night, you will sweat all over." "Nothing, just a quarrel, everyone is restrained, no one hits." Roy sat on the lounge chair on the terrace, fiddling with the round wooden shield in his hand. This is the 4th shield he has exchanged. The biggest disadvantage of this round wooden shield is that it is not very strong. Another day passed. In the morning, Roy rushed to the Elf Academy to go to school. As soon as he entered the training ground, Claire pulled him and dragged him directly under a tree. Whispered to him, "Roy, have you heard that there is a big news in the Moon Temple?" Roy whispered back, "What happened? Is it about Priest Thorndyke?" Claire blinked and stared at Roy. Unexpectedly, Roy actually guessed it. Priest Thorndyke accepted Baron Heyer's benefits in private, but did not cure Baron Heyer's illness. The Heyer family jointly sued him to the Council of Elders. After the investigation by the Silver Moon Patrolman, this matter has been confirmed. Claire then said with disdain, This priest Thorndyke often treats elves in private, but all treatments are paid. Don't even think about hiring him without money. It is said that this time Elder Sherwood of the Moon Temple came forward in person. At present, Priest Thorndyke has been dismissed from all his duties and imprisoned in the temporary prison of the guard team. After that, Claire said in a lower voice, I also heard that Priest Thorndyke's family actually has 4 divine servants who serve him specifically. The standard is higher than that of the elders of the Moon Temple. For divine servants were arranged at home, which was probably the real reason that angered Elder Sherwood. Priest Thorndyke was so bold. Castletown Library, first floor hall. Rows of bookshelves were filled with various books. There were not many elves in the library in the morning. Abbott walked to the counter of the library holding several geography atlases. He returned the geography atlases first, and then walked into the borrowing area. He was already familiar with the layout of the first floor hall, and went straight to the geography area. Standing in front of a row of bookshelves, he had already skimmed through the geographical atlases on the bottom floor. Now he was going to find a ladder to go to the 3rd and 4th floors of the bookshelves to take a look. There were many books on geography on the bookshelves, but not many books with maps attached. Abbott looked at the bookshelves blankly. He had always borrowed books at random, and when he saw a book that he liked and thought might be useful, he would take it back to the temple to read. Not far away, 2 library administrators were pushing a flatbed cart, putting the books on the cart back on the bookshelves. The library was very quiet. Just as Abbott was carefully searching for some geography books that might be useful, he saw a human magician through the gap in the bookshelf, and their eyes just collided. Abbott was startled by the human magician opposite him, and the 2 geography books he had just found fell on the stone floor. The magician hurriedly walked over from the opposite side. At this time, Abbott had already picked up the 2 geography books. Sorry, I didn't expect there was someone on the other side. Benjamin spoke to Abbott in fluent Elvish. Nothing, you don't have to apologize, it's not your fault. Abbott said a little stiffly, while holding the geography book. Benjamin looked at the geography book in Abbott's arms and asked him, What are you looking for? Some nautical charts related to the endless sea, Abbott said casually. Benjamin raised his head, glanced at the bookshelves around him, and asked, Do you want to know some nautical maps? Although Abbott didn't want to say more, he still nodded politely to the human magician. Benjamin smiled and pointed to a bookshelf. Although the row you are looking at is also a geography book, most of these are introductions to the inland terrain of the Elven continent. Even if there are some sea charts, they are the coastline of the Elven continent. There is no sea chart of the endless sea here. The sea chart you are looking for is over here. Benjamin pointed to a corner of the bookshelf, and then walked over with Abbott. As expected, Abbott found many sea charts about the endless sea here. Then, under Benjamin's suggestion, Abbott easily selected 3 books. Abbott walked out of the book borrowing area with Benjamin, holding 2 geography books. He felt that Benjamin seemed to know a lot about the sea, so he asked curiously, You seem to know a lot about sailing? Benjamin squinted his eyes, and said very modestly, Actually, it's not bad. I have read a lot of books on this subject, so I naturally know about the endless sea, the twin seas, the frozen sea, and the 7 seas of chaos. When Abbott heard Benjamin say this, his eyes lit up completely, and he couldn't help asking immediately, Do you know where to find the complete sea chart of the endless sea? Benjamin was stunned at first, then smiled and lowered his voice to Abbott. There is no so-called complete sea chart, because these precious sea charts are the most precious wealth that the captains have explored in their lifetime. How could they give such precious wealth to others? Seeing that Abbott was a little disappointed, Benjamin said again, If you want to find the sea chart of the endless sea, you can actually go to the Adventurers Association or the Navigators Association to have a look. Many captains will join these 2 associations, and they will get some information from each other in the associations. If you want a more detailed and private sea chart, you can try your luck in those 2 places. Of course, not all captains are willing to give out their detailed sea charts for free, and you may need to pay a little price. After hearing Benjamin's suggestion, Abbott's eyes lit up again. He took the initiative to extend his hand, and smiled at Benjamin. Thank you for the information you provided. Oh, by the way, my name is Abbott, and I don't know your name yet. Benjamin's eyes turned slightly, and he replied, My name is Wales, a half-elf magician. Abbott smiled and said, I can see that I have a friend who is also a half-elf like you. If I have time one day, I will introduce you 2 to each other. His wish is to become a navigator. Okay. The 2 walked to the front desk. Abbott borrowed 3 books, and then said goodbye to Benjamin, and turned around and went to the library immediately. The magician Benjamin stood in front of the bar, watching Abbott's back without leaving. Although there was a faint smile on his face, his eyes were extremely cold. Chapter 148. At this moment, Roy didn't know that Abbott and the magician Benjamin, who was in Wales, had actually met in the library. He was in the study, telling Jasper about the news of Priest Thorndyke. He had a very bad impression of Priest Thorndyke. When he heard that the elf patrols of the guard team were investigating him, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. When he heard that he had been dismissed from his position in the Moon Temple, he felt that he deserved it. Now he actually hoped that the theft of the Holy Grail of Wisdom could be judged more fairly. After all, it was obvious that some things were not done by Priest Theodore, such as killing the half-blood elf Peleus. In fact, he also wanted to know who killed Peleus's sister Windsor. No one mentioned this murder case at the trial on Sunday. If we reinvestigate Priest Thorndyke, we may find out the death of Peleus. Of course, this is just Roy's expectation. Roy did not see Abbott in the gatehouse, nor did he see his shadow in the study. Only Jasper was reciting prayers alone in the study. Roy picked up the book Detailed Explanation of Purification from the bookshelf again and recited the prayers silently. In fact, he hoped that he could learn the Hammer of Judgment, but High Priest Reed said that the Hammer of Judgment and the Hammer of Punishment can only be learned after becoming a priest, and the Hammer of Sanction can only be learned after becoming a high priest. The prayers that need to be recited are very long. Not only do you have to remember the words, but even the intonation when reciting them has strict requirements. In fact, when the prayers are combined with the divine patterns, the caster needs to find those wonderful nodes by himself. So it is not easy to succeed in casting the spell for the first time. It requires the caster to try various things. Of course, if there is a very detailed explanation of divine spell casting and a very responsible teacher, this learning process will be infinitely shortened. Of course, luck and talent are also indispensable and important factors. Jasper and Abbott thought that Roy had always been lucky, otherwise he wouldn't have been promoted in such a short time. Roy sat down opposite Jasper, opened the divine book, and habitually chatted with Jasper before starting to practice. Did Abbott go to the library again? Well, this guy still won't give up, Jasper said angrily. It seems that the relationship between the two has not been eased at all. Obviously, the three of them are very good friends, but now there is a rift. If Roy had known this earlier, he would rather not open the safe. He and Jasper had similar ideas, thinking that the treasure was more likely a trap, not to mention that the dwarf Captain Ralph was only missing now, not confirmed dead. Even if he was dead, didn't he have a son or subordinates? Would the pirate's treasure be left to outsiders? Compared to the pirate's treasure, Roy liked the Black Pearl more. Yes, this large ship currently belonged to the three of them, and it was stranded on the shoal. Even if there is a high tide, the Black Pearl cannot enter the sea at present. For Roy, this ship is more like a big house by the sea. The upper deck is a sea view villa, the lower deck is a townhouse, and there are so many rooms. The facilities on the ship are also very complete, with bedrooms, kitchens, activity rooms, etc. Do you want to clean the Black Pearl tonight? Roy asked Jasper. Before, Jasper and Abbott had been cleaning the Black Pearl, but now Abbott and Jasper have quarreled, and only Jasper is left to clean the Black Pearl. Roy felt that he should also contribute. When Jasper heard Roy say this, he immediately relaxed his brows and said happily, "Okay." Roy and Jasper left the Statue of Liberty at dusk. When the two left the temple, Abbott had already returned to the temple and was sitting alone in the gatehouse, flipping through a nautical atlas with relish. After so long, Abbott finally found the right book. Abbott did not notice Jasper and Roy leaving the temple. Passing the port dock, Roy noticed that there were patrolling elf warriors on the dock. Their armor was very different from the leather armor worn by the guards. They should be sent by the garrison. The fish market on the dock was about to end, but it was still very lively. Passing the small square next to the port dock, although the sun had not yet set, 2 rows of carriages were parked on the square. Roy and Jasper turned their heads to look at the seaside castle on the cliff. The white building was painted with a layer of gold in the sunset, and the guards at the gate of the castle could be seen. It seemed that there would be a dance party in the seaside castle tonight. When I think of the time when Teacher Harper proposed to the Council of Elders to turn the seaside castle into a military fortress. How is it possible? The elves are used to a luxurious and comfortable life. It is impossible for them to turn such a beautiful castle into a military fortress unless a war breaks out. Jasper suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the white castle on the cliff. He asked Roy beside him, "Roy, that day, was this castle as lively as today?" Roy thought about the embarrassing appearance of the two that day, laughed and said, "There may be more elves attending the ball that day. The whole small square is almost full of carriages. Now the guests attending the ball may not have arrived yet." However, the two of them also gained a lot from that encounter. Jasper gained love, and Roy gained a sacred scepter. The three of them also got the Black Pearl. Jasper asked curiously, "So this is how you rushed all the way to the gate of the castle?" He gestured with his hands as he spoke. "Of course not. In fact, I was stopped by Princess Ophelia's guards when I arrived at the small square. But I was in a bad state at the time, and I told them about our predicament, so they supported me to seek help from Princess Ophelia. When I was stopped at the gate of the manor, I met my friends from the Elf Academy. Later, when I broke into the dance floor, I found that Princess Ophelia was actually my history teacher," Roy introduced in a low voice. He had only mentioned these briefly at first, and had never explained them in detail to Jasper. The two of them passed by the small square, and just as they were talking here, Roy talked about how he had asked Princess Ophelia for help. Jasper was stunned for a moment, and he had not expected that there were so many twists and turns. The two of them walked and talked, and soon arrived at the beach on the west side of the pier. It was high tide at this time, and the rising sea water had surrounded the Black Pearl. The two of them could only wade and climb onto the Black Pearl. Just after he stepped onto the deck, Jasper quickly walked to the door of the ship's tower and pushed it open. His face immediately became nervous. He turned his head and whispered to Roy, "Roy, someone has been here," and even went inside the ship's tower. Roy quickly took out a round wooden shield and a stick from his magic waist bag, and first blessed himself and Jasper with strength, then released a divine glimmer, and then walked into the first floor of the ship's tower. Roy didn't come here very often, and Jasper was the one who cleaned the place, so it was easier for him to notice anything unusual on the ship. "Could it be Abbott who came?" Roy asked. Jasper shook his head and said with certainty, "It's not him. He and I set up this cordon together." "Did he leave?" Roy stood at the door, holding the stick nervously. Jasper stretched out his hand and pushed the door open. This room belonged to Jasper. The other furnishings in it were not moved. Only the wardrobe on the wall was opened, and several long dresses that were originally hung in it disappeared. It was the Blood Elf magician who came back. The two said almost at the same time, "She is not dead." Roy couldn't help thinking. Then the two went to Abbott's room, and no one broke into his room. Going up to the second floor of the ship, Roy's room seemed to have no changes. The two carefully searched the 2 floors below the deck, but did not find any obvious traces. Not daring to stay on the Black Pearl, Roy and Jasper locked the door again and left in a hurry. "Be careful these 2 days. I don't want another rescue operation." Roy said this very straightforwardly. Jasper also wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, "I know. Every time I come here, I am very careful, and I have set up some cordons. If someone breaks in, I will find it quickly." Leaving the Black Pearl, Roy saw the lights on in the seaside manor, and bursts of melodious music came from afar. Apparently a dance was being held in the seaside castle. Roy and Jasper waded through the sea back to the port pier. When passing the small square, Roy saw Captain Simpson riding a white horse, and patrolling the small square with a team of elf guards. Seeing an acquaintance, he naturally ran over to say hello. Roy stood at the edge of the square, and waved to Captain Simpson vigorously. He saw Captain Simpson holding the reins of the white horse, and looking towards Roy. Roy ran over quickly. "Good evening, Captain Simpson. I remember your name is Roy. I didn't expect to meet you again." Captain Simpson rode on the horse, and said to Roy with a smile, "Captain Simpson, I just found out." Roy told Captain Simpson what they had just found on the Black Pearl, and then left with Jasper. Jasper returned to the temple. Roy crossed the crossroads and ran home before dark. At night, the sea breeze blew the dense vines on the cliffs by the sea, and the branches and leaves were rustling. The cheerful music came from the castle on the top of the cliff a few dozen meters away, and there was some strong aroma of beer in the sea breeze. Ralph hid in a branch and kept raising his nose to smell the aroma of the fine wine and delicacies. A pair of bell-sized eyes scanned the dancing silver moon elf nobles in the castle. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Chapter 149. Captain Ralph emerged from the bushes, wearing a somewhat rusty dwarf chain mail, holding a square-headed warhammer in one hand, and a square shield on the other arm. His eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth as he stared at the seaside castle. He pulled a vine in his hand and tugged hard, and found that the vine hanging from the cliff could bear his weight, so he planned to swing to the watchtower of the castle opposite. It was very dark at this time, and this place happened to be in the shadow of the cliff, so he wanted to sneak into the castle from here. Captain Ralph took a look at the hammer in his hand, and his heart was filled with courage. He took a few steps back along the cliff, pulling the vines in his hand. Just as he was about to swing over, a faint scent of perfume came from behind him, and his shoulder was pressed by a white hand. Captain Ralph turned his head, and stared at Mrs. Eugela, who appeared behind him at some point. Mrs. Eugela shook her head at him, signaling him to retreat from here. Although it was the cliff opposite the seaside castle, it was only more than 30 meters away from the seaside castle. If the two of them were talking here, the guards of the castle on the opposite side could hear them clearly. Below the cliff was a dark sea reef. It was high tide at the moment, and waves of white waves hit the reef, piling up some white foam. The sea at night always gave people a deep fear. Retreating to the rock wall covered by trees, Captain Ralph glared at Mrs. Eugela and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Why did you stop me? As long as I can jump to the castle on the opposite side, I can smash the heads of all the weak shrimps. When I rush to the ball, I can smash the head of the elf princess with a hammer, and then I can grab a ship at the dock and go out to sea. Isn't this our plan?" Mrs. Eugela was wearing a sapphire blue dress, which made her skin look even whiter. She held a short staff in one hand, and grabbed the vines on the rock wall with the other hand to avoid falling off the rock wall. "Ralph, you have no chance to rush to her. Besides, as long as you appear in the castle, you can't escape unscathed." Mrs. Eugela's bright face was full of sarcasm. She put a white and soft hand on Captain Ralph's cheek, making him turn his head to look at the castle by the sea. Captain Ralph looked in the direction of Lady Eugela's finger, and immediately saw a pair of silver moon elf guards quickly running up the watchtower. One of the elf captains was carrying an elven longbow on his back. After the group of elf warriors scanned the castle, they left a few elf warriors behind. The elf captain led the remaining elf warriors to the wall of the castle by the sea. The area around the castle suddenly became brighter, and some pine torches were inserted into the grooves of the castle's outer wall. Lady Eugela lowered her voice and said, "There are elf guards everywhere around the castle. If we rush over, we will fall into a trap." Seeing Captain Ralph staring at the elf warriors on the watchtower with reluctance, Lady Eugela continued, "The guards at Castletown Harbor have become more stringent than a month ago." Captain Ralph certainly did not seek death. Seeing the elf guards around the castle, he gave up the idea of rushing into the castle. He jumped down along the steep cliff. Although the cliff was steep, it was as easy as walking on flat ground for Captain Ralph. He quickly jumped to the bottom of the cliff full of sea rocks. Mrs. Eugela didn't have the same ability as Captain Ralph, but she had a magic broom in her magic waste bag. She skillfully mounted the magic broom and flew to the bottom of the cliff with Captain Ralph. The two came to the beach and planned to see if there was a chance to sneak in through the main gate of the castle. They immediately found the elf guards guarding the small square. The captain of the Silver Moon Elf, who was patrolling on a white horse, impressed Captain Ralph even more. They had fought against each other on the ship before. He was a very powerful sword dancer. Seeing that the main gate of the seaside castle was also heavily guarded, Captain Ralph gave up the idea of rushing into the castle and hammering Princess Ophelia. Fortunately, it was at night, and he hid in the shadows and was not discovered by the elves. Captain Ralph quietly retreated to the beach. His feet stepped on the soft sand, and suddenly he had a strong sense of security. The sea wolf in the distance was hidden in the thick night. Captain Ralph and Lady Eugela looked at each other and walked towards the sea wolf. They were very curious about who had completely renovated the sea wolf. Although many places were not taken care of, the whole ship looked brand new, and some valuable items on the ship were gone. The two secretly returned to the sea wolf. The whole ship was still quiet. No one lived here. Although he didn't see the current owner of the sea wolf, Captain Ralph was quite satisfied that he could renovate the ship. Especially because all the evil spirits on the ship were cleared away, which made Captain Ralph happy. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that the layout of the captain's room was a bit shabby. Seeing the simple captain's room reminded Captain Ralph of the treasure chests piled in the captain's room, and the 3 magic items that he had found with great difficulty to suppress the evil spirits, and the dark gold magic box that could isolate all breaths, which were probably all searched away by the elves. After Captain Ralph walked around the sea wolf, he immediately made a decision. Since no one was living on the sea wolf, he decided to stay on the ship for a few days. He thought that if the current owner of the ship came, he would send them off directly. Before he died, he could also thank them for helping him repair the sea wolf. When he thought of this, Captain Ralph felt very happy. He hugged Mrs. Eugela beside him, and buried his head in Mrs. Eugela's soft peaks. All his troubles were forgotten immediately. It was a pity that there was no beer on the ship, otherwise this night would be even better. As a grey dwarf, Captain Ralph vowed to regain his lost face in Castletown Harbor. After getting rid of the Nagassi clan's pursuit, he did not return to his nest directly, but recovered from his injuries on a deserted island. Then, he secretly returned to Castletown Harbor with Lady Eugela. The next day at noon, Roy hurried back to the temple. The prayers of the first batch of believers in the main hall were about to end. He changed into the robes of the trainee priest and came to the side hall. He saw a golden holy cup of wisdom on the silver plate, and the holy cup was filled with rich holy water. The holy water in the holy water pool behind him also had a golden luster. It was obvious that the holy water obtained with the holy cup had more abundant holy light power. This was incomparable to what Roy had injected into the holy light group. Roy stood behind the stone platform, quietly listening to the singing in the main hall. After listening to these sacred hymns many times, he could tell which hymn was sung by Sabrina. Roy could even hum along. Of course, a real priest would never do this. Everyone would pray quietly in this majestic singing, looking forward to the arrival of the holy light. Roy had never seen the holy light, so naturally he had no expectations for it. It was said that the Statue of Liberty was trapped in the Dark Land, and the Temple's Crusade army would attack the Dark Land, but Roy had no idea about it. Baptizing the believers with the holy light, and then distributing holy water, was already Roy's fixed task at every gathering. After doing all this, I had to clean the temple with Jasper and Abbott. Abbott and Jasper did not communicate at all during the whole process. It seemed that Abbott was still unwilling to reconcile with Jasper. Jasper took the opportunity to move the bench and quietly told Roy, someone must have occupied the Black Pearl, because the warning he had set on the Black Pearl had been triggered. Jasper was originally going to tell Roy and Abbott about this. But Abbott was still angry. Not only did he not communicate with Jasper and Roy, but after cleaning the main hall, he took out 2 geographical atlases from the gatehouse and left the temple quickly without looking back. After this guy found the geographical atlas of the Endless Sea in the library, he went to the library more frequently. Jasper, do you think that Captain Ralph has returned? While cleaning the yard, Roy asked Jasper in a low voice. Jasper shook his head and said, it's hard to say. How about observing from a distance later? Seeing that Jasper wanted to take the risk, Roy quickly dispelled his idea. Forget it, if he really comes back, the 2 of us will just die in vain. What should we do? Roy thought for a moment, clapped his hands, and said to Jasper, you stay here and clean the yard. I go to the fish market to buy 2 fish first. Jasper took the broom handle thrown by Roy, stretched his neck and asked him, Roy, what are you doing? Roy walked to the front door, turned back and smiled at Jasper. When asking someone to do something, of course you should give a gift first, and the same goes for asking a cat. After that, he walked out of the temple door quickly. Only Jasper, who was confused, was left standing alone in the yard. Roy ran directly to the fish market and bought a few bluefin breams. This kind of sea fish is the cheapest in the fish market. This season is when mackerel is at its fattest. Frying it in a frying pan almost does not require oil, as the mackerel's own fat will make it sizzle in the pan. Roy fried the fish at home, leaving a portion for the greedy Moira, and then put all the remaining fried fish on a tray. When it got dark, he took the tray to the door of Mrs. Winnie's pharmacy at the crossroads. The night-blade leopard hid in the gap under the bush wall, staring at Roy with a vigilant look. But the smell of fried fish drifted far away, and it licked its beard and looked at Roy uncontrollably. Seeing Roy squatting down with a smile, the night-blade leopard shook its tail a little uneasily, but it was really reluctant to leave the fried fish behind. The man and the leopard stared at each other under the bush wall. Chapter 150. Walk along Brown Street until you reach the Castletown Harbor Pier, cross the harbor pier, and come to a rock near the small square on the west side. Roy pointed to the Black Pearl ship hidden in the darkness ahead, and said a few words to the night-blade leopard. Then Roy watched the night-blade leopard jump towards the beach several times, and then disappear into the darkness. The night-blade leopard's body can blend into the darkness, and he wants the night-blade leopard to sneak to the Black Pearl. Roy felt that he and the night-blade leopard could explain some simple things, such as asking it to confirm whether there was anyone on the Black Pearl ship. Neither he nor Jasper dared to rush to the Black Pearl. They had to ask Mrs. Winnie's night-blade leopard to investigate the situation. The night-blade leopard had eaten Roy's fried fish, so it would not refuse Roy's request. The night-blade leopard sneaking in the dark left an extremely clear paw print on the beach. The paw prints that appeared out of thin air looked extremely strange in the dark night. Normally, it would not walk on such a soft beach, because it was too easy to leave traces here. As the night-blade leopard used to lurking in the shadows, this was not its territory. Fortunately, the tide had receded. If they walked a little further, there were some sea reefs in front of them. If they jumped on the sea reefs, they could hide their whereabouts. The only trouble was that there were some sharp shells growing on the sea reefs. If they were not careful, they would be cut by the sharp edges of the shells. Fortunately, this section of the road was not long. Soon, it saw a huge shadow. The black pearl in the dark was a bit too big for the night-blade leopard. It squatted on a reef under the ship, looked up at the sea ship in front of it, and couldn't help licking its lips with its tongue. It leaped up, and let its claws grab the seams between the wooden boards on the outside of the hull. Its sharp claws hooked in the gaps, and it walked on the side of the ship that was almost perpendicular to the ground, but it was silent. Until it poked its head out from the edge of the ship, glanced at the empty deck, and then rushed to the corner of the bow, where it was more convenient to hide its body. Hidden behind the bronze man's arms in a flying posture, it carefully observed the deck. With a light jump, it jumped onto the deck. The night-blade leopard began to sniff gently on the deck. It could clearly smell the scent of two strangers, so it slowly approached the ship's tower on the deck following the scent. After climbing onto the roof of the ship, it lay on the roof, leaned down through a glass window, and peeked inside. It saw a dwarf, with a naked upper body, and half shorts lying on the sofa in the dark captain's room. Beside the dwarf was a square-headed one-handed hammer, and a square shield. It could even smell the blood on the square hammer through the glass window. It didn't dare to get too close, and when the dwarf moved slightly, the night-blade leopard quickly closed its eyes. A snow-white arm propped up on Captain Ralph's belly, and Mrs. Ugula, who was lying on the inside of the sofa, sat up from the sofa and looked at Captain Ralph, who suddenly woke up. At this moment, Captain Ralph's muscles were as hard as iron, and there was no sign of deep sleep. He grabbed the square hammer with his right hand, sat up suddenly, and looked at the deck outside the window. The deck was empty, without even a shadow of a person. Mrs. Ugula, wrapped in a thin blanket, came up from behind and stood side by side with Captain Ralph in front of the window of the captain's room, looking at the dark night, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare?" Captain Ralph opened a window, and the sea breeze brought the salty and humid sea smell into the cabin. Captain Ralph rubbed his red nose hard, then looked around again, but still did not notice anything unusual. At the same time, the alert they set up was not triggered, but Captain Ralph did frown and said, "Why do I smell a foul smell? This smell is like—" He suddenly stopped here, closed his eyes again, and took a deep breath. "What does it look like?" Mrs. Ugula asked curiously. Captain Ralph opened his eyes again, snorted, and said, "It doesn't matter what it looks like. It's gone. It should be a wild beast that comes out to hunt at night, or maybe a cunning monster." Mrs. Ugula was still sleepy, but when she heard Captain Ralph say this, she immediately opened her eyes wide, and said in horror, "Monster? How could there be monsters in Castletown Harbor?" She approached Captain Ralph, holding a short magic wand in her hand, and scanned the outside before asking, "Could it be a druid?" Captain Ralph replied, "It shouldn't be." He had returned to the sofa at this time, picked up the chain mail scattered on the ground, put it on carefully one by one, and then put the square shield on his arm, then walked out of the captain's room, groped his way to the deck, and checked around. Still no trace was seen, and there was no other sound except the sound of the waves. The more this happened, the more Captain Ralph felt unsafe. He even stood at the edge of the ship and looked at the dark sea. Mrs. Ugula chased him out from behind. She had changed into a long dress, and her long red hair was casually tied up. She asked Captain Ralph, "Should we hide?" Captain Ralph also felt that sleeping on the ship was a little unsafe, although it was extremely comfortable here. "Yeah." Captain Ralph agreed and immediately jumped from the deck to the beach with a square hammer. The moment he landed, he even crushed a reef. Mrs. Ugula also rode the magic broom and rushed into the night sky. Captain Ralph ran west along the rocky beach. Roy squatted beside a rock at the edge of the small square, and suddenly heard a rustling sound. The night-blade leopard came out of the bushes and lay in front of Roy. Seeing the night-blade leopard return safely, Roy was relieved. Then Roy took out the portrait of the kumquat sailor drawn by Sabrina for him. After thinking for a while, he used a branch to draw the outline of Captain Ralph on the ground. The outline could only be said to be barely like a dwarf. "Are the people hiding on the ship the ones in the portrait?" Roy asked the night-blade leopard, and the point was to let it take a look at the portrait of Magician Benjamin. The night-blade leopard glanced at the portrait and didn't look at it again. It shouldn't be. But when he looked at the outline of Captain Ralph on the ground, he was a little hesitant. Roy quickly took the opportunity to ask, "Are the people hiding on the ship a gray dwarf with a big beard and a blood elf lady?" The night-blade leopard looked at Roy, then stood up, shook its long tail at Roy, turned around and jumped lightly in the direction of Brown Street, and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Roy was a little dumbfounded when he got this answer. If it was really Captain Ralph and Mrs. Ugula who found it, he really had no way to deal with them.